review products. You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
One more snap puts the Lamar Hunt trophy right back into the Kansas City trophy case. Going to a knee. You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs being the first team in National Football League history to win back-to-back Super Bowls and go to the Super Bowl for a chance for a three-peat.
Job well done, Peyton. Sean said play whichever one is douchier, and you did just that.
Definitely
Dear
nailed it.
God.
Good morning, Metroplex. Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are live with the Super Bowl set. And, of course, your Brian Schottenheimer reaction throughout the entire show with the press conference today at 11, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got controversy. We have referees. We have Mark Andrews 2.0. We have Josh Allen's legacy. And we have Mahomes over Allen and the Bills again.
Yeah, we do. And it's, what is that, like 4? I don't think any quarterbacks that never lost 4 times to another quarterback in a playoff or in the playoffs in NFL history. And
I'm not being
poor Josh has it in like 7 years.
I'm not being a smart aleck. How many times did Peyton lose to Tom straight up?
Twice
in the playoffs. Yeah, it was only twice.
Peyton has a winning record against Tom in the playoffs.
Wow.
See, that's the whole thing. Like, nobody knows these things. Nobody recognizes, some of those. Nobody will remember. See, it's different because Pat also has. See, Josh is the regular season. Josh has owned him in the regular season.
Mm-hmm. This one hurts me for Buffalo. This one hurts me for Josh Allen. I had an uneasiness in my stomach while this was playing out, and Kansas City was up 7, and then you had all the calls and everything once again spark up all the fixing, and Roger Goodell wanting the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. We have the catch. We have the Mark Andrews non-catch with, was it Dalton Kincaid?
Mm-hmm.
And we have the first down that was not with the turnover. Bobby, we're going to start with you. After citing RJ being right throughout the year, Kansas City would end up back here somehow, some way, and this is your worst nightmare come true.
Yeah, I mean, it's just at some point you got to just say they're better. No matter what's going on, like in terms of how they look during the season.
They played so much better yesterday.
They always just go like right over the edge of just whoever they're playing against. It's like, all right, well, we'll play up to it. Like we mentioned, it was
champions do.
It was 28 straight games they hadn't scored 31 points, and that's what they were going to do. And then they go, all right, 32. All right, here you go. Like, I mean, it's just I had texted it to you guys. When James Cook is like 4th down having to stretch his arm out and Josh Allen's having to stretch, it's like, all right, if you're having to get those smallest of margins with every bit of extension that you have just to stay in this, you're probably not better. And it's
for that day.
And that's it for that day. When we were in the 4th quarter, I could tell like, okay, I don't actually think the Bills are going to win this no matter what I want to say, because when I'm in here in the 4th quarter and I'm watching them on defense, I noticed 2 things. When Buffalo was on defense, pre-snap, I'd look and I'd just go, why is there so much open space on the field right now for like Patrick Mahomes to pick apart? And then when Josh Allen was on offense, I was like, why are there 17 players on defense for Kansas City? It looks like the way that they line up pre-snap, the way that they run to the football, the way they are after the ball, Kansas City's defense is just different, and you still feel like Mahomes is going to get it. Mahomes is going to find a window, and he's going to do it.
Jared Sandler left me an audio message on the way in. He's like, since we're putting in returners and specialists and everything, he's like, what about a little wing for coordinators? Because you can make the argument that Steve Spagnuolo is the best big game defensive coordinator in the history, even over Belichick's vaunted Buffalo Bills game plan over and over and over. Even the play where Kincaid should have come up with the football. I'm making the Mark Andrews comparison. Mark Andrews is worse than Kincaid's, but Kincaid still should have caught it. It was a miracle play for Josh Allen to get the ball there because of Spagnuolo and what Tony Romo illustrated on the telecast, the brilliance of that blitz that he drew up.
And like they kept saying, oh,
Eli's got his title because of Spagnuolo.
Mm-hmm. Both of them, right? I mean, it's like, the whole idea that, oh, Josh is going to have time on this final possession, that final play. I mean, he had no time. I mean, he was backpedaling the entire way. And there was a few situations that you just have to wonder. But, this is also like the Chiefs were the ultimate light switch team all year against the theoretically the big teams. They scored 27 against Baltimore, 26 against Cincy, 28 San Fran, 30 Tampa, 27 Houston, 29 Pittsburgh. And then they go and they play Denver, they score 16. The Raiders, they scored 19. The Chargers, they scored 17. They just, this is what they did all year. They scored more against the good teams, and then they just, against the bad teams, knowing they didn't have to do anything.
And even with Spagnuolo, though, you've used up your timeouts, and the Chiefs are 3rd and 9, and they're going to pass the ball with you having no timeouts left in a minute 30. You've got a chance to get the ball back. If you just get a stop there, if you don't let them complete the pass, whatever else, you've got the ball back with a minute 30 for Josh Allen to work down the field and, again, get a chance at the go-ahead score. And you can't. You let Samaje Perine go for 19. Feels like every single time with Chiefs. It's 3rd and 12. Mahomes scrambles for 15. Mm-hmm. It's 3rd and 3. Oh, it's Xavier Worthy for 4 after it looks like he's getting wrapped up in the backfield on screen. It's every single time with them.
17 straight one-score wins. NFL record. 12-0 on the season.
It's crazy.
12-0 on the season in terms of the one-score wins. Mahomes now 4-0 against Allen in the playoffs.
It doesn't make sense. Statistically, it's an anomaly. It should not happen. When you are playing one-score games, if you have the better quarterback, maybe you're not 6-6 in those 12. Maybe you're more 8-4, 7-5. Certainly not 12-0. Certainly there's going to be a play, a fumble, a bad call. And there just isn't.
By the way, you can put Steve Spagnuolo in the Hall of Fame. That's fine. I'm not going to fight anybody on that. Nobody better give Joe Brady a job. That dude is a coward, the way he calls that game.
So
that was so soft.
They obviously wanted to run the ball, right? And Cook was doing well.
Yeah, but I think the running backs only had 8 touches, or he had 4 touches in the first half.
Yeah, but that final drive, you get the ball with 3.5 minutes to go. You have 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. And Cook doesn't run it a single time?
I have no idea.
What's going on?
He wasn't in with a 4th down and nothing to go, like a short yardage situation. He was over on the sideline when they ran a play that they needed to have as well. It was weird.
Yeah, that was when I think that was when they tried the tush push and they brought in their fullback to push Josh Allen, and they didn't get it.
What happened there?
What happened any of the times they tried it with Josh Allen and he didn't get it.
What happened there is in the production meeting, they told Nance and Romo, we noticed them sneaking left, and someone told that Tony fed that to Andy.
But how do you not? And this is where the use of the referee in the booth. How does one guy spot it as a first, one guy spot it not, and then they go to the replay? How does Steratore not explain that?
And watch the overhead view of the umpire at the top of the screen slowly kind of weave his way towards the middle and come to the bottom official okay. Because when they came back and said call on the field stands, I didn't know what the call on the field was. They never signaled. Right. All right, we are planting our flag on short, and it's a turnover on downs, or it's a first down.
Right.
And they're like, no, call on the field stands, Chiefs ball.
I needed them to explain the machinations of what happens with the referees when the spots are a little bit different. And then what the hell was that mystery flag on the Allen 4th and 5?
That was when that occurs, there wasn't a flag actually thrown. That was Spotter for some reason thought they saw one. So Spotter tells them they're flag. So flag goes up on the graphic. They start saying, we're being told there's a flag, and then there wasn't one actually. But on that first down, it's I think he got it, but there's no definitive way to look at it and say he did. And so it's just whatever they're going to call there, it's just amazing how it was oh, no, that's first down. I think first guy signaled, and then it was, nope, walk it back. We're going to put it back here. And then at that point, you can't overturn anything.
Got a great game with fantastic drama in the AFC. Not the case earlier in the day.
Pitches it out to Barkley, takes off to the outside. He's at the 50, he's at the 40, he's at the 30, he's going to go! 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Saquon Barkley, 60 yards on his opening touch.
Opening what?
Opening touch.
Opening touch. Takes a lot for me to feel more nauseous over someone else's play-by-play, but the Chiefs play-by-play guy making me way more sick than that call on Eagles radio. This is why you could not let Saquon go for Eric Dickerson's record. He is the key to their Super Bowl chances. He showed it against the Rams. He did it again yesterday. 15 for 118 and 3 touchdowns. Hurts runs it for 3 touchdowns. They have 7 total rush touchdowns. And, of course, as soon as the Cowboys say adios, no thank you, Kellen Moore, they put up 55 with 230 on the ground in filthy.
Yeah, it was incredibly balanced. What was it, like 230 on the ground, 229 through the air? They're just perfectly balanced, and I mean, this was something yesterday where when you watched it,
does Jalen Hurts ever throw to the middle of the field?
No, it doesn't feel like
It's just an out routes to AJ Brown,
or one of his little pirouette like tosses just off the outside the numbers. But it reminded me, and I know I said it in the email, but it reminded me so much of Notre Dame opening up that game against Ohio State, and they do that 18-play drive, and they pull out all the stops, and they convert 3 fourth downs, and it's like, wow, so impressive from Notre Dame. It's like, well, that's kind of all we got today. And Washington goes on that long drive and converts a couple fourth downs, and they don't get the touchdown, they get the field goal. But then after that, it was like the rest of the game, we're like, oh, Philly's just better than them. Philly's in complete control. They're more talented. They're out of their depth here with Washington.
Yeah, and also I don't discount the fact that they know how to play against Jaden Daniels. They've played him twice already. If you've never seen him before, the Lions had clearly no idea how to stop him at all. And Tampa didn't really either. I mean, Tampa did because they'd played him early on in the year, but that was the first game of the year. But the Lions had no answer. Philadelphia's like, we've seen this. We know how to play this.
Yeah, but I'm not going to give them that much credit. Washington handed this game over.
They literally fumbled it away.
The football suicidal turnovers and mistakes, whether you want to call that, small time, lack of whatever you want to call it, man, they just absolutely crippling turnovers and mistakes that they handed the Eagles.
Yeah, and then, also did
3 turnovers, 21 points.
The amount of turnovers, that's killer. On the first drive, they didn't get the touch. It was a great drive. They didn't get a touchdown. They wanted to go in for the field goal, which, whatever, right? But they didn't get the touchdown.
Yeah.
When you settle for field goals in these big games, you are leaving yourself exposed.
And I see Tolo Derek listening on the Odyssey app from Maryland. I give the Eagles credit. They did punch that ball out. They're forcing some of these turnovers, but it's just, you can't win. You absolutely cannot win like that. The Eagles have been, cover your ears, 8 NFC championship games and 4 Super Bowls since the Cowboys last went to one of either.
Is that good?
8 conference title games. We can't get one. 4 Super Bowl appearances. We can't sniff it. The Eagles rushed for more touchdowns yesterday. I can't believe this stat.
Yeah.
They rushed for more touchdowns yesterday than the Cowboys did all season.
7-6.
What's your point?
All season?
Dak used to run for 6 on his own.
It was the first 3 years of his career. It was 6. He scored 6 again. And this yesterday, by the way, this gives the Eagles 666 wins in the history of their franchise. And if they lose the Super Bowl, they'll have 666 losses. So they are the devil. The Eagles is what that says there. Marshawn Lattimore's terrible. Marshawn Lattimore is broken. That dude was so bad yesterday for the playoffs, for this 2-week stretch or 3-week stretch or whatever that they were playing here. Marshawn Lattimore gave up almost 200 yards receiving in these 3 games and had a bunch of dumb penalties along the way. That dude was the drive where when it's 14-12 and then Philly goes down the field and scores. That was entirely on Marshawn Lattimore, where he gives up a 4th down reception to A.J. Brown. Then he gives up the 3rd down penalty. Then he's such a dope and getting in fights with A.J. Brown. He was
supposed to be the defensive difference maker for them, which is crazy because I remember his super impressive day. It wasn't the debut. That was against the Saints, but he had an early game. His second game was against the Eagles, and it felt like he played really, really, really well in terms of containing Devontae or A.J. Yeah. And then it did not happen, obviously, in this postseason.
No, not yesterday. You mentioned, by the way...
What a Super Bowl.
Yeah, once again. You mentioned the turnovers and how just critical those were. So I was looking this up last night. In these 2 games, Kansas City, Buffalo, and then Philadelphia, Washington, if you take turnovers and turnovers on down, there were 8 of those between these two games. They led to 7 touchdowns and then a series of kneel downs to end the game. So, I mean, it was just like that was the entirety of these games was just giving the ball back.
All right, let's get down to business. We got Tolo, Jason. We got Wesley asking for it. Been waiting all weekend to hear the morning show reaction. They actually did it. The Dallas Cowboys at 9 p.m. Well, at least I was buzzed in the lift on the way home, made the move that no one ever could believe or saw coming. The hiring of Brian Schottenheimer next on 105.3 The Fan. But in terms of heading home, you never know.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Happens. Go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation. PERMAPIER.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Brian Schottenheimer is known as a career assistant, but he ain't Brian no more.
He's not.
He is now known as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. That was the statement that Jerry Jones read to Adam Schefter at 8:45 p.m. on Friday night as they actually went through with it and named Schottenheimer Mike McCarthy's replacement. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. First off, props and praise. Chris Arnold, Blake Elliott, Reetma, Chris Arnold, Will Chamber. I talked to Chris more this weekend than my wife. My wife is the only person in the Metroplex who now hates Chris Arnold with the amount of times that all these weekend shows had all of us on to discuss, but they did a tremendous job with the break. I went home Friday night after the date at Hurtado, and I just sat there on YouTube rewinding through the different guests to comment on Brian Schottenheimer taking over. The unimaginable, the uninspiring, the shocking has happened.
Yeah, I would say shocking is probably the perfect word. It is shocking. Like, it's not shocking that they hired a coach. It's shocking the way it went down. The way the entire process went down from start to finish. From not even from like the time that they decided that McCarthy and the Cowboys decided to part ways. Basically from the end of the season. That's the shocking thing. But it should not be shocking because as we have seen if you've paid attention over the last 30 years, there's nothing that really should surprise you anymore.
Where were you, and what did you immediately think when you saw the message Friday night? Oh, everyone said it's going to happen in the NFC Championship. It's going to happen during the pregame shows. It's going to happen at halftime of the AFC. Yeah. Jerry is going to hijack the actual game.
I was just at home. We were had the kids this weekend, so just hanging out, and I looked at it. I was like, nope, still don't believe it. Still didn't believe it. It was he was a placeholder. So like I'll believe it week one. I won't even believe it in Oxnard. We'll get to Oxnard next year. I still won't believe it.
Yeah, this was, what time was it? 8:40 or something like that? 8:42. I don't remember. But yeah, we're sitting on the couch watching TV, and then it's just like the stunning thing to me is Florio pointed it out. An organization that routinely wants to make sure that they're in the headlines and make sure that they're being talked about and everything else, put it at the most inaccessible time possible.
What happens? What's a news dump? Explain what that is.
A news dump is where basically you take a time, usually a late Friday afternoon, where you drop a piece of news when most people already have their eyes to the weekend, or There's not like the same news coverage during the weekend that there's during the week. And then you basically kind of bury it and give an entire weekend where there's no commentary on it, and you roll around Monday and maybe people have kind of forgotten about it. So the idea is just to kind of bury it. It's like if you're telling your wife bad news and you just try to slip in like the bad news in the middle of a conversation. Just go like, oh, by the way, she hit her head earlier, but she's fine. Anyway, but like, so what do you want to do for dinner? It's like that. That's basically what people do on Friday afternoons.
If there was any news that was, so last Monday was the inauguration. That's usually the big day. If you want to do something on election day, if you just kind of float something out there on those 2 days, you know that 99% of the coverage is going to be on that, regardless of what it is. So you don't have to ever worry about getting the heat for it. It's the way it works.
Jerry has been so aware of how many eyeballs are on me right now. How much can I blow this up? The story I always point to for this is 1995. It's the opening game. It's Monday Night Football. It's still this big spectacle. It's the Cowboys and the Giants. Phil Simms is getting inducted into their Ring of Honor, and it's this big deal. And they get to the 2-minute warning, and Jerry sends out a fax to all the media and puts it in the broadcast booth for ABC, announcing his partnership with Phil Knight and Nike that the league had told him you're not allowed to do. And basically said, hey, this is our partnership, and we're going to go to court with the NFL over this. And when they come back from the 2-minute warning and they're talking about this, they cut down to the sideline, and it's Phil Knight and Jerry Jones on the sideline of the Cowboys right before Phil Simms is about to go. Giants people were pissed at the time. And everybody's pissed of like, oh, you're really making sure everybody in America can hear about this right now. And they did announce their 10th head coach when no one could hear it. Like where you had to go look for the news. It wasn't just going to pop into your lap or be in front of your face. You had to go find it or had to be looking for news.
It is a 4-year deal for Schottenheimer. Follow up. What was the offer years-wise for McCarthy?
You know, I honestly, I don't know.
Because I would have to think 4 years would have been okay for Mike.
I would assume Mike would have been 4 years is like the standard, right? That's like the baseline what a coach would want. You get 5, great. You get 6, even better, right? 3 is I don't know. I still wonder, like, was the years from McCarthy the issue, or was it the speculation that you were going to have to force Jason Witten on his staff?
Yeah, I mean,
this just makes me think it was less than 4 for Mike, and then they didn't dare go there again with Schottenheimer.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it's what we had kind of talked about at the time of the idea of they very well may have just been trying to get him to quit. Like, it may have been hey, let's just make things super uncomfortable. We'll either take it on our terms, which are ridiculous.
But why would they not just say we're moving on? Why not just say we're parting ways?
They don't want to hurt feelings.
That backfired on them. The public perception is Mike stood up and gave them the finger and walked out. That's the perception. Yeah. And that's really all that matters.
Yeah, and ultimately I think he is the one that walked out. Like, he did say, I'm done with this. There was so much about that whole process that was bizarre. Like, Jerry after the season flexing very hard, and Ian Rappaport coming on with us and talking about it. The idea of just, nope, that's my employee and it's mine, and it doesn't matter if I plan on keeping him or not. You're not going to talk to it. Just, there's so much that's about power in the negotiation with them that I wonder if it's just, yeah, if you will accept every single last term on the way I want it, then you can come back. Otherwise, this isn't really a negotiation.
Now, Mike is absolutely, so at the time, winning the post-breakup power struggle. And this happens in every relationship. You know, like, a lot of times, like, the guy...
He's looking like a genius right now.
And a lot of times in the post, the guy wins early. The girl's like, you know, she's kind of hunkered down, getting her emotions together. The guy's living life. Yeah. He's having fun. Yeah. And then 3 years down the road, he's in AA. He's got problems. Yeah. He's got a beer belly. She's lost 23 pounds. She's got some abs working. And now she's on top of the world.
Yes.
So that's what you hope for as a Cowboy fan. But right now, you are, like, taking it on the chin.
Now, Mike may end up in coaching AA if he doesn't get this Saints job. So that's the way it may work. But right now, people are looking at Mike McCarthy like, oh, my gosh, you're a genius. You walked away from this mess. Now, what else has happened? By the way, your phone calls at 640. We're just opening it up. Conference championship, calls. NFC, AFC title game, calls. 877-881-1053. PayPal. I also want some Odyssey app messages. Let's tell the Tolos how they can start recording those as well.
Yeah, so it's super easy, Tolos. You just go to the Odyssey app, click on 105.3 The Fan, and then there'll be a little microphone icon. You click on that, and you can record up to 60 seconds worth of a message, and we'll replay it on this show.
Mike Zimmer is gone, telling Ed Werder he is not coming back and strongly considering retirement. Is this guy his official replacement? This is Jeremy Fowler on ESPN with that possibility.
Head coach Schotty had a lot of support in the building, not just with Jerry Jones. People at the top really value the relationship they built with Brian Schottenheimer. And the sense around the league is that this is a Dak Prescott hire. Dak Prescott likes Schottenheimer and the offense, the chemistry they have together. He likes the continuity that he brings. So it's kind of just running it back in a lot of ways, even though Mike McCarthy, if they could have found maybe some common ground on the number of years on a deal, he would still be there as of a couple weeks ago, but they just couldn't. So Schottenheimer stays in-house, and there is shock around the league that he somehow rose to the top here despite some other qualified candidates like Kellen Moore. The stage was set for him to get this job. He really wanted this job, and here he is. It didn't work out. So a lot of surprise. Doesn't mean he can't do well. They're going to have a good staff. Sources tell me that Matt Eberflus, recent Chicago Bears head coach, will be heavily in the mix probably as a defensive coordinator. So that's one to watch.
So people are kind of making Eberflus official late Friday night. Bobby, where do we stand with that? Along with Al Harris leaving for Chicago. Told you about that weeks and weeks and weeks ago that Al Harris was gone. Anthony Lynn and people named Kevin Koger and Andre Curtis, along with Scott Tolzien, also leaving.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here right now.
Chris Banjo, Robert Prince.
Chris Banjo, former SMU.
Is that
great?
Is that a banjo?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Little deliverance action.
And so look, I think that Eberflus is going to be the hire. I had thought initially, we had talked about Eberflus right after the season ended. I had moved away from him just from talking to some people. That clearly has ended up being wrong because he's going, it sounds like this is what we're set up for, is that he's going to be the guy. But yeah, it did seem like there's kind of a jumping of the gun a little bit where it's like, oh, we're announcing this. It's like, guys, remember, they got to go through their.
So you have to have a Rooney rule for coordinators as well.
Yeah. And so I don't know what we're going to, in terms of, you've got Eberflus set up now. I don't know, does Schottenheimer, and this will probably get addressed today, does Schottenheimer say, well, I'm the head coach and the offensive coordinator. We're not going to go through an interview process there. Who all is potentially out? Scott Tolzien leaving makes sense, the quarterback's coach. That was a McCarthy loyalist. That was a guy that Mike McCarthy thinks really, really highly of. I would imagine wherever Mike McCarthy ends up, if that's this year or next year or whatever else, Scott Tolzien's going to want to make sure that he's available to work with Mike McCarthy. And Mike McCarthy's going to make sure that he's taken care of. Robert Prince going to the Dolphins. He had been their receivers coach the last few years and was elevated to passing game coordinator last year. Little surprised at that one, but it's interesting when Brian Schottenheimer gets named head coach, you would think automatically like, okay, that spells probably good news for a lot of the assistants who are out of contract. That doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like some of these guys he likes, some of them he wants to bring back, others he's not a fan. I'm going to be fascinated to see if Solari's back. Solari spent a lot of time working with Schottenheimer, but there's a lot of people I think who feel like we need to make a change there. And so do they move
offensive line?
Yeah. Do they move Lunda Wells over to offensive line from tight ends coach? Do they keep Solari and then keep Lunda Wells? I think Lunda Wells is back. I'd like to see Jeff Skinnia back as the defensive line coach. I don't know what's going to happen there with Matt Eberflus being there and how he wants to dictate things. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of sorting out of trying to figure out, okay, who's coming back, who's just you're running it back with, and then who are we just mixing and matching candidates with? Probably a lot of turnover on defense.
Falcons tight end coach Kevin Koger requested an interview for the offensive coordinator job. Todd Archer talking about Andre Curtis for the position as well. What do we know about those guys?
So Kevin Koger is a guy who he was actually a tight end at Michigan, and he's been in the college ranks for a while. He had actually coached under Kellen Moore in 23 with the Chargers, but I don't know what his connection would be to Schottenheimer other than just they like him or they've heard good things about him. But if you're interviewing Koger, whether that is going to be for offensive coordinator potentially or tight ends coach or different things, you're going to get those different shifts there. And then who was the other name you were asking about?
I was asking about Andre Curtis.
Andre Curtis is a guy who has worked with Matt Eberflus at a couple different spots, a couple different times. And so I had wondered if their secondary coach was going to be Jerome Henderson, who had got let go in New York and had worked with Eberflus before. But this one makes a lot of sense, too.
I have waited over a week for the news to happen and have you unleashed. Now is that time, along with segments throughout the entire morning. Your reaction to what the Cowboys have done with the hiring and promotion of Brian Schottenheimer next at 877-881-1053. Calls, text 877-881-1053, and your messages on the Odyssey app. We turn it over to 1053 The Fan and you after this.
After we get you over to Zerorez, get that carpet professionally clean. Clean way, green way, Zerorez way. Best carpet cleaner in the business.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Maybe you got it all out during the weekend with the live programming. Great job by all the fellas covering the breaking news of Brian Schottenheimer hired by Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. The press conference today I cannot wait for at 11 o'clock on this radio station. Bobby Roberto Bell, Cowboys Insider, will head on over to Frisco right after the show. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy. Odyssey app messages are open. Text messages. All of you are lighting up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube already. And the phone lines at 877-881-1053, starting with Jason in Dallas. You are first up. Go ahead, Jason.
Hey, good morning, guys. At first, I'll shout out to RJ Choppy for the degenerate picks.
Oh, thank you.
Got to win on those.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Keep those coming in. I'm as far as Brian Schottenheimer, I'm kind of with Sean. I kind of just want to see the chaos that's going to go on so Dallas can just completely fail and maybe Jerry Jones will just resign. But as far as the offense, I don't want him as offensive coordinator, though.
Yeah, that is a follow-up where Chiafalo said it. A lot of us have said it. Man, you could feel a little bit better if Schottenheimer, and this is Jane Slater with this news, that Schottenheimer was going to be insistent, no matter what his role was for this upcoming season, that he called plays somewhere. Do you think that will still hold true? Do you think today at the press conference, when they ask the leadership up there what the status is, that he's going to call the plays?
Yeah, I think he is. That's my anticipation, is that he's going to call the plays. Look, I mean,
Tolos are already printing up the R2P2 shirts.
R2P2. That's good. Look, it's... I understand.
We got to figure out who sent that. By the way, that was like 2 years ago. Whoever that Tolo was, I lost track of who that was. They're going to need a cut of that.
Yep. So like, I wonder if you're Schottenheimer, you absolutely
It's probably already a Mike Fisher store.
I know, right? You know, if you're Schottenheimer, like, look, this is realistically, this is your chance. This is your only chance. Like, go into it and go all you, right? Like take the reins. Like I understand Brian's perspective on that.
Yeah.
Right? The Cowboys are like, this is their decision to sit there and say, yeah, we don't want to put too much. You want to do this year 3?
Yes.
Or year 4?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But like year 1,
yeah,
just learn how to manage a football game.
So you thought at times it was too much for Garrett to do both. You thought at times it was too much for McCarthy to do both. But you're going to let Schottenheimer do it right out of the gate? This is something you hand over to someone who has all the leverage and all the power to say, you're going to do it my way or I'm going to take this other job. Brian Schottenheimer had no other job. Right. Why are they seeding this?
I think
if they do.
I think in reality, a lot of it's going to be Dak's going to be calling plays, essentially. Like that's how a lot of it's going to operate. So Schottenheimer may be calling stuff, but I think a lot of this is going to be stuff at the line of scrimmage with Dak in all likelihood when he gets back, because they work really well together. They both are kind of in sync on philosophy and different things. I'll say this. I think that Dak is probably more in sync with Brian Schottenheimer on philosophy and approach to the game than he's been with any of his other offensive coaches that he's had for his career.
Andreas in Dallas, you are up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, folks. When I learned of this news, I was out of town for a competition. My whole feeling.
What competition?
I was at a Pokemon regional in San Antonio.
Gotta catch them all.
Okay.
So
Troy there.
How I felt is 2025, I feel like I'm in a big Simpsons episode with Trump being president again and the Cowboys doing this. I want to wake up from a bad dream, please. Someone wake me up. That's all I got to say.
All right, be careful driving and making that turn right there. Yeah, I woke up Saturday. I was like, ugh, shaking the cobwebs. I'm like, that really happened.
Yeah,
that happened at 9 o'clock on a Friday night.
Man, how many times do you wake up the day after, like your team loses or something, like you get a speeding ticket on the way home and you're like, that didn't happen, did it? And that's exactly what it was. It was really that.
Eric in Dallas. Eric, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, no, he's not.
I think that could have been Chef Eric.
It might have been.
That could have been Chef Eric right there. 877-881-1053. Hit us up. So the outrage, the anger, the disbelief, they have managed already, weeks into their offseason, I think, to tick off the fan base even more than last offseason. We are at a DEFCON 10 rage level. With people sending me the messages, I'm out. Here's the evidence of me bailing on the PSL, on the season tickets. I can't take it anymore. Let's see, we have Eric back. Eric, you're live on the Fan.
A lot of guys would have said Brian Schottenheimer, not the right guy. Not our guys. Jerry Jones said he's the one. Look, I have been a die-hard Cowboys fan.
Well done.
There's that heartbreak against the Lions in 90, 91, somewhere around there. And over the years, people talk crap about Jerry Jones, and I've given him the benefit of the doubt just because of the roster. A lot of times the talk was, oh, the roster's plenty good. Clearly, he's lost his freaking mind. And as much as I freaking hate the Eagles, part of me hopes they win the championship, because if there's any part of Jerry Jones that actually cares, like we do, I want him to suffer and get a taste of the pain and suffering and the frustration that we have dealt with for the past 20-plus years.
Thanks for the call, Eric. Yeah, a lot of people are hoping that the NFC Championship game is some type of wake-up call. Like, you line up Howie Roseman's resume over the past 10 years. Holy crap! It's matching all the media hype that we always get about Howie on draft weekend.
The Eagles went to a Super Bowl and won it in 2017 with a backup quarterback who made the run. Broke the team down, rebuilt it, and went back twice. Twice, right? And this is all within the Dak Prescott era, and that's not Dak's fault. I'll just say that's how close that it's been. They've done this. San Francisco went to one with Kaepernick, tore it down, went back with Jimmy, kind of, sort of, didn't really tear it down, but kind of did, went back again.
Casey in Dallas, you're up next on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Case.
Yeah, so on the shot, I'm okay with Schottenheimer being the head coach, but I do got a question for Bobby. How much of the offense that has been playing was 2 years that Schottenheimer's been here? How much of that is his offense versus it being McCarthy's offense?
Great question.
If it's his, I don't want it.
So a lot of the changes that took place after the bye week in 23, and Todd Archer wrote about this the other day, a lot of the changes that took place when the players had gone in and said, this system isn't working, we can't make this operate. A lot of that stuff was Schottenheimer philosophy, stuff carried over from the previous year. I don't think Schottenheimer and Mike McCarthy saw eye to eye on philosophy here. I think there was a time they once did, and I think it became apparent over the last years that they really didn't. And so I don't think we're going to see the same sort of offense that we've seen the last 2 years.
Tim and Anna, you're up next here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Go ahead, Tim.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, no, guys, y'all remember last year, we had this running back that we were looking at, and Jerry Jones said possibly we can't afford this running back. A guy, he's not a real big guy, not a real no-name guy, but it was this running back named Derrick Henry, and we couldn't afford him, and he was too old, and all the other reasons. Yeah, this feels exactly like that. We're all in, baby. I'll hang up and let y'all talk.
Oh, Derek did not fit the offense, Tim. If you remember Jerry telling us that on the show.
Wouldn't have done what he did in Baltimore with the Cowboys. Maybe he's right on that he wouldn't have had the exact same yards per carry, because Lamar does change a lot of things.
Yeah, the offensive line changes things too.
The offensive line changed a lot of things too. But look, they didn't go down that road. They didn't go down the Saquon road. I mean, two teams did, and they had great years.
Richard and Allen, you're up next. Richard, you are live on DFW Sports Station.
How's it going, fellas? I'm on my way to work. I just got a quick question on the positive side. Do you think that Jerry would try to stack the team just to prove that this coaching hire was right? All right, I got to go. I'll listen to you guys. Thank you.
That's a really good question. Be more aggressive to try to save the feeling of the fan base and prop Schottenheimer up for success.
I mean, the first year Mike McCarthy was here, they spent more in free agency than they did, like on outside free agents, than they had in the previous 15 years.
Oh.
And so,
but Steven had already said months ago
this
that
year
we're probably going to be in a tight spending situation again.
Yeah, probably. So do they do that? Do they tap into that the same sort of way? probably not. But it does make me wonder if they're just going to look for alternate moves, if they look for trades, or if they try to do certain things with draft picks to kind of build up capital.
A splashier draft pick like Ashton Genty. I wonder if he's more in the spotlight now, because that would be something to get excited about in Oxnard in the next season.
Yeah, look, the smart thing, the Cowboys draft offensive line really well generally. Like, obviously, the smart move is, if you need the position of offensive line, it's always a safe pick in the first round. Right? It's always safe. But yeah, if you go get the most popular or well-known non-Travis Hunter Shador in the draft, local as well. I mean, you take it. Like, it's a good. It would be the only way to save a lot of this.
And he's going to be one of the more electric players, like rookies on the field next year. He will be up there. Yeah.
He'll be instant success for him.
Steve in Plano. Steve, you are up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
What's up?
So I have a simple question. When is it time for Steven to just push Dad out of the way, or better yet, say, "No, Dad, we're not going with this guy"? How much?
He did.
How much input does he in that?
He just did.
He did. I think. Yeah, Stephen Jones, I think, is a big Brian Schottenheimer fan.
Oh, man. Can we not find anybody better than him? Maybe we need to push Steven out of the way, too.
Well, if you have, an 18-wheeler strong enough, or some type of piece of equipment that John Deere has created to push Joneses, there's a lot in line.
I'll say this, and we'll get into all of this during the week, I'm sure.
What if Steven was just like, "Dad, you, me, Marty, Brian.
Yep. Done. Father-son duos. Father-son duos, baby.
I will say, and like I said, we'll get in this. I don't know if he's going to be a good coach or not, Brian Schottenheimer. But I think that there are things about him that you can look at and say, there's a shot he's good at this. It's not an impossibility to think Brian Schottenheimer comes in here and he's good for them. He can absolutely do that. It's just their process was flawed.
That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. I have no doubt that, Brian Schottenheimer knows, kind of how to lead a group of people. I believe that. It's not that. It has nothing to do with that. It's the process with which they got him.
Todd and Denton. Todd, you are up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, guys. Do you think Jerry Jones knows that Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Jaden Daniels, and Jalen Hurts were all born, went through school, went through college, made the NFL, and got to the playoffs? A couple of them winning Super Bowls since the last time we won a Super Bowl. Does that register at all? I was in high school the last time we went, but these guys weren't even born. And Jerry's like, "Oh, this is the guy we should choose as the next head coach." Come on. At some point, we've got to just maybe understand that he's got the onset of dementia or something and move on. Somebody else has got to take over. We've got to have a better hiring process and pick somebody that's going to do something. It's just crazy, man.
Thanks for the call, Todd. I don't think he's thinking about when they were born with the birth certificates.
But
the point speaks for itself.
And I don't I think a lot of this, again, we'll find out more along the way and different things like that. For a lot of the frustration that exists with Jerry, probably rightfully so, I still don't know if I think he was probably the bigger piece of resistance in this whole process than other people were. I think he was willing to slow down and look at other names.
Did the Kansas City Chiefs pull it off again? Yep. Conference championship recap with more conspiracies and controversy next. Back to the Cowboys during the commercial-free expressway with a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway, a loaded Monday edition right here on Sean and RJ. But I basically spent my entire weekend at Hurtado Barbecue. It was a barbecue weekend for yours truly, and Brandon Hurtado may be mad at me for this, but I'm just going to say it anyway because the big true grand opening is February 22nd.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mahomes is looking that way, breaking down, able to get rid of it. And somehow, at the end, I think the Bills, no, they're going to say Worthy has possession.
Moving in the field, stands is called. It is a Kansas City catch. First down and goal.
Oh, Tony, I know you're not going to agree with this one.
I want to see, there's the hand, the white glove.
CBS with the call. What was the right call there?
I have no idea, to be honest with you, because tie goes to the offensive player, but I don't know how one guy having one hand on it and one guy having two indicates a tie.
Bobby, do you have a strong opinion on the catch?
No, to be honest, like yesterday, all these different things that people were pointing to of just like, oh, they gamed over. I'm the first one to say Kansas City is cheating. I felt like yesterday, most of the stuff that was there was like, it's a coin flip or it's really close. And it doesn't surprise me that Kansas City gets the benefit of the doubt. But to me, I didn't feel like there was a whole bunch of unfair stuff going on.
But
yesterday.
we don't feel like the ball hit the ground.
Well, the ball hit the ground.
No, but ball hit the ground to the point that it should have been incomplete.
Right.
Right, because the ball didn't move. The ball's allowed to hit the ground. You can catch the ball and have it hit the ground. it just can't move at all, right? So that just shows clear possession.
That set off social media, #rigged, 31 other cities. That is not a catch. So the Chiefs had a 44-yard punt return, 3:40 left in the half. And then the worthy interception / catch, that leads to a Mahomes rush touchdown to make it 21-10. So that's the first instance of Kansas City luck. I'm gonna painfully agree that it's too little to be overturned. And I'm just...
It's a call on the field situation. Whatever the call on the field is, that's what you review it as. I'm fine with that.
And then you get the Josh Allen first down. This is Nance, Romo, and their in-booth official Gene Steratore when the ball went on over to the Chiefs.
Wow.
Phil. How did you see it, Gene?
I felt like he gained it by about a third of the football, Jim. That was just my take on the play. Tough play.
I agree.
Steratore and Nance saying they thought Josh Allen got the first down. Of course, look, Chiefs-Bills changed the overtime rules. Maybe finally Chiefs-Bills again can get a damn chip in the football.
Yeah.
So we can see. The top officials seem to think first down he had enough. The bottom one comes in. They magically go to commercial break. They come back. Chiefs ball. That was huge.
Guys, the fact that we're using a chain link that may or may not be exactly 10 yards, we don't really know. We just assume it is. But the fact that we use a chain link and a guy that's 78 years old trying to spot a football, like, come on now. Like, one guy was kind of on the line, ahead of the line, then one guy was behind, and there was no explanation. That was my issue. It's not even with the call, which that was bad enough. But
explanation is he's short.
Right. Explain it, But like, I want to know, like, from Steratore, if one guy has it ahead of him and one guy has it behind, how do you decide who gets what? How is that decision? That's what the whole point of Steratore is. It's certainly not to be able to tell you what a catch is because he doesn't know.
So I think that process. I'm trying to remember. I think I've heard
Was
this explained
Steratore
before.
the official?
Yeah.
So they typically, I think what they do is they have, like, depending on where the field is and where the play was and different things, I think there's a default of, like, based on positioning, this is the referee who would overrule anybody else with their opinion. I think that's typically how they do it. And obviously the head ref can reverse it. But to me, on that play, I think he got it.
Yeah.
But I don't. It's inches. And so when it's inches and he didn't have the ball clearly exposed, like, there was this whole collection of people there. And it's also a little bit like, that was the third one in a row that you couldn't just cleanly get. I don't know that you deserve to get the benefit of the doubt necessarily.
Yeah, look, I don't think that the referees are sitting there like, ooh, how can we get Kansas City in the Super Bowl? Like, I don't think that they're actually doing that.
Yeah, because the directive comes from Roger.
Right, because, absolutely.
Yeah, it's out of their control.
It's out of their control. But, like, it's just, when you have two teams that are so even.
Sometimes.
Yeah, they're so even. And, these games are coming down to the slimmest of margins, and you get a couple of calls go one way, it's going to magnify.
Back to the Cowboys and the Schottenheimer hire. At 7:20 with a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway. Pepe, what did you think of the controversy and the calls? Did you understand why they went Kansas City's way, or should one or both have gone Buffalo's way?
On the worthy catch, I'm on the side of that the ball hit the ground, that the ball made the difference there. I thought when he came down, I didn't think anyone had really possession of it. They were just kind of pushing the ball together. And so when it hit the ground, I thought that gave Worthy the advantage there. Again, it's like RJ said, it's one of the calls where if you call on the field, you got to stand by it. Somehow video still can't overrule it. But then also with the first down, you got to have a chip in the ball. That's the only way. You can't be going through that because you could make the judgment that he got the first down, but then someone was in the way. And so I don't get it there.
Game situation. It was a 1-point game. The ball was on the Kansas City 40. And that ends up leading to a 10-yard Mahomes rush touchdown plus the 2-point conversion, 29-22. So they took advantage of the turnover and made it a 7-point game.
There's plenty that has gone on with Kansas City this year that's just dumb luck. Whether it be fourth down pass interference call against Cincinnati, sets you up for a field goal, all the stupid stuff that happened with the Raiders late in the season, just these different games where it's like, these are miracles that you guys are winning these games. Yesterday, Buffalo didn't do enough. Like, I put all of this on Buffalo yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, all of it. I think Buffalo just didn't do enough. I think Joe Brady owns a lot of this. I think that there were, every time they needed to come up with a big play and block it up, it felt like they couldn't. It felt like Kansas City was able to get home and get pressure. And every time they needed to get pressure and they needed to get Kansas City off the field, it felt like they couldn't. And so to me, I say that this one is pretty much complete ownership of Buffalo just didn't do enough. They were a better football team to me all year, and they didn't play like it yesterday. And so they didn't deserve to win. They didn't deserve to go on.
All right, well, then I'm going to follow up with you about the big question of the day on all the First Fake shows. How much heat should Josh Allen's legacy be getting, Bob, since you just said all that about the Bills not doing enough?
My concern is this is going to break him. Like, honestly, I think yesterday, to me, the number one failure in this game is Joe Brady. Like, that to me is the top line item of just a guy who didn't do enough.
Who, by the way, is returning to Buffalo as the offensive coordinator. He will not be taking the Saints job.
So Buffalo will not win the Super Bowl next year either. To me, I look at it and said Joe Brady looked terrified to throw on Kansas City yesterday. And the fact that when they came out, that second
except for Mac Hollins, my gosh.
Man, no shoes, Mac.
That second half game plan, when they came out and they started running their offense, it looked like when Brock Purdy got his elbow hit against the Eagles. It looked like last week in the snow when we were wondering, is Jalen Hurts healthy? And they're just having to run the ball every time. It looked like you were calling an offense for a guy who's hurt. And Josh Allen wasn't hurt. It was scared play calling. And you come out there on that drive with 3:33 left, and you open it up with let's just do a quick toss sweep to Johnson
to not cook.
I don't have any clue what he was doing. So to me, no. I think they felt like they found a happy medium with Josh Allen this year, to where hey, we can limit the turnovers, we can still take advantage of him here, we can still do this and that. I don't think his legacy takes a huge hit. I just don't know that he's going to be able to bounce back from this. I think Kansas City's just permanently in his head.
It should not take a hit. We all know what it's going to be. I mean, there is, when it comes to First Fake shows and legacies, there is very little left for nuance. Nobody cares. Like, that's just the reality of it. Josh Allen put up 29 points and didn't turn the ball over. That should not be in any way. Now, he did fumble the ball 3 times.
Man,
they got them all back.
They got lucky. They got eagle lucky with all those bounces.
They got them all back. By the way, I think this may have been the first game in the whole playoff where the team that lost more fumbles won the game. But, so when you put up 29 points and you don't turn the ball over, that's not on the quarterback. But we all know how these things work.
Dante Fleming with the tweet. Teams with 4+ touchdowns and 0 turnovers are 21-2 in the playoffs since 2020. The 2 losses?
Josh Allen.
Buffalo. Yesterday and 2021, Bills at Chiefs divisional round. Trey Wingo, first time all year the Chiefs scored more than 30. Bobby's been talking about that unbelievable stat. The first time Mahomes has ever had 2 rushing touchdowns in a playoff game, and the first time all year they converted a 2-point try. Wow.
It's insane. That's what it's whatever they need in that moment, whether they've shown it to you all year or not, they always get it. That's why I guess I'm just coming over to Choppy's side now to say they're going to win the next 30 Super Bowls. They're never going to lose again. Patrick Mahomes will play on into eternity. They are inevitable. That is the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's depressing because it doesn't matter what they do during the regular season. They get to the playoffs and then they just beat people.
The scary thing with Mahomes is now it may be a little bit different with him because he does use his legs. Right?
Oh, yeah.
He does use his legs. But
you won us money with that.
Yeah, for sure. Generally, though, quarterbacks really figure the game out kind of around this time, right? And the quarterbacks, like Romo, hated that he had to retire because he knew the answers to the test at that point. We haven't even gotten to that part of Mahomes' career where his brain now takes over. He's just doing this on athletic ability and instinct. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the point where he just starts outsmarting you.
And then you get to some controversy in the NFC Championship.
Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has been advised that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again. For now, it's a replay of second down.
This made me sick. This made me so ticked off. These spineless referees just giving in to the animals in that Eagle crowd as Frankie Louvu is going over the top twice. Then they had another offsides. Props to whoever the Fox analyst was. Is it still Pereira? Whoever was on Fox was like, this can be awarded a touchdown. A rule It's part of the greatness of sports. You find out something new every single weekend. No one had any idea over, and they were threatening Washington with it in the Eagles beatdown.
And Philly is completely in the wrong here to me. Like 100%. To me, it's with that tush push that they always try to do. They're successful at it all the time. Just snap the damn ball. They were up there hard counting. I think the last one they got, Jalen Hurts stood there at the line of scrimmage for like 20 seconds hard counting. It's like, you were at the 3-inch line. Snap the damn ball. Go. Do it.
That's within the rules.
I know, but like to me, it's just like, let's play. Are we playing or are we not?
Yeah.
Like to me, I understand there's an advantage, but we're talking about you're moving the ball up inches at that point. It's like, just run it.
I blame the referees here. Like, we all know certain instances of the game where teams are trying to find a loophole or be a pain in the butt. I think Louvu was just trying to make a spectacular play.
Of course, he was trying to be Roy Williams in the Oklahoma game.
Yeah, he's like, the only chance we have right here is to be LeVar Arrington over the top and break this play up. I didn't think they needed to be threatened and definitely not executed by them awarding Philly a touchdown.
Right.
I didn't think Washington was doing anything sketchy.
No, because if you do that right now after you make that decision, that statement, what is Washington going to do? Well, now they're gonna have a half-second delay before they go, because the last thing they want is to give up the touchdown automatically.
Has that ever, I didn't know that either yesterday. Have we ever heard of, not just with the tush push, anything where they just said, well, we're just awarding a touchdown? No. I've never heard of that happening ever under any circumstances.
Never.
It's also like, yesterday, because, Josh Allen, you would think he's such a unit. Like, he could do the tush push.
And Kansas City sat there and shut him down. They usually sneak it. The rule, let's see, has been on the books at least since 1942, according to PFT. It has never been used to everyone's knowledge. In 2023, the Texans repeatedly went offside. You have other instances. I did not think that Washington was trying to be cheap whatsoever. So those are some of the things, the wild things that took place in the conference championship weekend that happened yesterday, and the Super Bowl logo tells the truth again. Just take a look at it, or Carter, pop it up on the fan cam so the Tolos know what we're talking about.
God, really?
More calls, more texts, more Odyssey app messages over the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer. How did the Cowboys get here? What in the world were they thinking? RJ Choppy takes us through the process. Buckle up for this with a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on, next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, the Stephen Gilchrist Stone Store.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You are our teammates right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Numbers are through the roof on the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube. Odyssey app messages are coming in, and we have to continue to turn things over to you over the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer with the press conference today at 11 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. RJ is going to take you through what the Joneses may have been thinking. And, of course, we are going to have all the reaction today. Bobby will head over to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco right after this program is over. So the guy the fan who I know personally, who has had the greatest emotional roller coaster is Tolo Eric. He's been cursing all weekend. I thought he was on the phone line earlier. He said the radio's off. I'm so mad. He sent me an audio message. Back and forth, up and down, in and out. And I think he's finally back here on the D&M Leasing Hotline, so be careful, Pepe, unless, in case he loses his control and emotions. You finally turn on the show, or you just decided to call in?
Yo, I turned on the show. I decided to call in. No dump button needed.
All right.
But if you think yours was bad, ask Will for his. I'm ready to go up to the Star and just stage a coup, bro. I haven't. Oh my God, I'm so mad. I called my mom, and she was like, "It'll be okay to get better." And I'm like, "Yeah, you the same lady that told me my dad's coming to pick me up, and I ain't seen him or a Super Bowl since." I'm so mad. Yo, listen, fam. Saturday morning, I got up and I was like emotional. I'm so tired, like, and the rest of the fan base. And he gets on there, and he just lies and lies, and him and his son. And it's like, I feel betrayed, bro. Like, I hope Oxnard is a ghost town. I hope he sees it, because he's not hearing it. I hope nobody goes. And I love you guys, and I want you to have as much content as possible. And I want it to be I hope nobody's there. I hope his heart is broken. I hope they realize what they're doing to this fan base. I've been defending this team in different countries, in different states. You know, I'm from the DMV area. Imagine going out as a kid and got to defend guys in starter jackets and Commanders jerseys. Can't say the other than that. Yeah, I'm so mad. I'm hot. I could punch him in the face.
Don't do that. In trouble.
And I want him to know. And they know what I look like. I will square up with them all right now, yo. Like, I'm so mad. But I love you guys, and I think I should get out the radio.
Love you, too. Hopefully you find your pops one day, Eric. That was classic. That was legendary. You're the same woman who told me my dad would come and pick me up. Haven't seen him since the Cowboys. G-Bag of the Day nominee right there from Tolo Eric. All right, Tom in Jersey, you're up next. Then Choppy will take us inside the hiring process. Go ahead, Tommy.
I just don't understand why anyone's even surprised anymore at this point. Jerry Jones is a real-life supervillain. He's nothing more than a raisin in a soup. He does nothing and serves no purpose to manage his team correctly. Everyone thought they were going to go after Dion, but obviously that was all bull. Everyone thought they were going to go after a top coordinator like Ben Johnson. That was all bull. All he does is rip Cowboy fans' hearts through their chest. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm 38 years old. I'll never see a championship game or Super Bowl until I die. I'm convinced I will die before I even see this happen. I'm sick and tired of this. And just like Tolo Eric said, I hope no one shows up to Oxnard. I hope he realizes that he screwed up tremendously and no one's there to support him. Stephen Jones is also a culprit. He has no idea what he's doing. He's cheap. He refuses to adapt to the league. And I cannot wait to see the graveyard shift at Oxnard. And Bobby, I don't know why you were supporting the hire of Schottenheimer all weekend. Did Joneses pay you under the table? I have no idea what's going on. I'm sick and tired of this. And I cannot wait to see them active again in free agency. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for the call, Tom. Bobby, why don't you recap your weekend on social media?
I'll go right ahead. So this is where everybody was being insane over the weekend, was the idea of you couldn't say anything about just like, well, okay, so like you guys wouldn't know about Brian Schottenheimer. Here are some of his traits. Like if you said anything that was a positive trait, then it was Tom's reaction there of just, does Jerry pay you under the table? Yeah, that's why I got that sweet apartment there in Flower Mound. It's all that Jerry money.
Did your heat ever go off? Bobby calls me the other day. He goes, my heat won't turn off.
Oh, no.
We're trying to turn it off, and we're boiling in here at 85.
Yeah, after 3 hours of maintenance just hanging around our place, it finally got fixed. But no, to me, I had gotten on Twitter and I said, all right, first thing that had people freak out. And again, I said at the time, there's no telling if he's going to be good at this. He might be bad. The Cowboys process, I think, is bad. But I said, my prediction is that the more fans hear Schottenheimer speak over the summer, the more they'll like him and the more they'll like the hire.
Maybe starting today at 11.
He's an effective communicator. Does that mean they're going to win games? Nope. And if they don't, fans are going to flip back quickly. But by the time they start week 1, I know what we're going to hear in here. We're going to see it on the fan text. We're going to hear it on the phones. We're going to see it on the Twitch chat, the YouTube. We're going to hear it on Twitter. People going like, you know what? I think Schottenheimer might do this. I think because he is going to, and a bunch of people pushed back and said, I don't care about words. It's okay, but if you're talking about what concepts and ideas are going to be put in place, you're going to hear it, and the way he explains it, and the way he talks about it, you're going to be like, oh, I like that. I'm interested in this. This is the kind of thing that would sway me. Again, I'm not saying it's going to add up to victories. I'm not saying he's going to be a good coach. I am saying I think that public opinion is going to be better of him in 6 months before they play games than it is right now, because they've set the bar on the floor, and you're going to have people today won over. In fact, I will bring tweets up tomorrow. I'm going to look for tweets. I'm going to find all the tweets of people saying, I changed my mind. I kind of like Schottenheimer after hearing him talk, because that's what he is a communicator, a good communicator for a reason.
But look, what you're describing is just a reality, like.
Yeah, it's time and place.
You're trying to do your job. You're throwing out the pros and the cons. I'm like that too, right? We're in just moments like, I don't want to hear it. Let me be mad. I'll tell my wife, just let me be mad for a couple hours. Don't talk. Don't bring up anything. I'm not going to be pleasant. I'm in a bad mood. I'm just announcing it. So you try to say, well, what about this? And that person's point of view. I don't want to hear it. Let me sulk. I'm just being honest.
That's the reality, yeah.
I'm just saying, let me sulk and let me be mad. And that was what everyone needed over the weekend. I agree with much of what you're saying. Just in that time, in place, no one, or the overwhelming majority of people, didn't want and could not hear it.
And look, winning the press conference is cool. It buys you time.
Till game one.
When Tennessee was going through their Derek Dooley and Jeremy Pruitts of the world, we were like, who?
Yeah.
And then Dooley goes out there and he nails the press conference. Like, okay.
Was he on a stool?
He was not on a stool yet.
Okay.
Like, okay, I can buy into this. And then it was like, oh, man. Oh, no, that's going to be bad. Like, as soon as you get into the games. Now, I have no idea. College is different because you got to recruit. But, the press conference, what happens today, what happens in 6 months is not what's going on in our minds. It's not what's going. It's not fair to Schottenheimer. It's not.
No.
It's not fair to him at all.
Yeah.
But
I feel bad for him.
Fans, we don't care about that.
We don't care.
We don't care about that. That's for another time.
Yep.
It's for another day.
That's for another time or another day. But I will say, although he's going to start talking today, and so that'll shift it. Because here's the thing, it's the same thing as just somebody. Look at naturally over the course of this entire country, political candidates who run for higher office, who talk in a certain way, and they say certain, and they communicate ideas, and you just start going, oh my gosh, I love this. I wasn't a fan of this guy, but I like the things he's saying. I'm not saying everybody's going to flip, but you're going to have a lot of people who feel better about him because they don't even know who he is right now. That's the biggest problem. It's the unknown, and that's what's frustrating. They wanted a known commodity, and I don't blame them.
All right, Ralph, attempt to take us inside the hiring process through the mind of the Joneses.
It has been, I do believe, 23 years since I joined the Dallas-Fort Worth media back in 2002.
Wow.
And, I've seen a lot of coaches come and go at that point since then. Bill, Wade, Jason, Mike, and now Schottenheimer. Started with Campo. I saw him go. And I was like, all right, what is let's rank the traits that the Joneses, I think, look at, or maybe looked at here with this situation when it came to hiring a coach. And where was the importance level for each? So the first right off the bat, is coaching ability. Okay, so after we go through all these, where does coaching ability fall in the rank of the traits that are required to be the head coach, not in the NFL, but of the Dallas Football Cowboys?
Okay.
Splash, big name. Willingness to get along.
Friendly.
Fun to go hang out with, put your arm around, have a beer with. Where's that thrown in there? Egoless.
Puppet, they would say. Man, whoever came up, there was a Twitter account who came up with Jerry saying, this feels like a great fit. And it's him with the hand up the Schottenheimer puppet.
Yeah.
That was a good drawing.
And then...
So the last one was what, I'm sorry?
Egoless. And then familiarity. Now, I think most would say if coaching ability isn't number one, it needs to be at least number two.
Yeah.
Do you separate when you talk about coaching ability? Is that just a discussion of leadership, or are you talking about X's and O's? I'm just curious.
I think it's a combination. It's whatever you think of when you think of.
I think Ben Johnson. Like, if we sit down, who's going to blow me away? Like you were referencing last week, who's going to blow you away with the way you're talking about the game? Let's just keep it to that.
Because you can do Vrabel. I mean, Vrabel's not an X's and O's guy. So if you want, or you know what I mean. But like, so if you wanted to go down that road, it's whatever you would think when you think coaching ability. And look, if you don't think coaching ability is the number one, that leadership or familiar, whatever, will be the number one, fine, whatever. But it's got to at least be number two. Every office needs. Every office has this. They have like these people who are just good for the company. They're just good for the office morale. Is that what you want out of this? Is that what you want for the CEO, or do you want, like, I don't know, this genius? It's up. You know what I mean?
You know, we could shut down this discussion right now with the saddest indictment of the Joneses. In my opinion, that coaching ability is not number one. Like, if we can all agree on that, and it's not even number two for me, and that right there could shut down the whole discussion and tell you everything that's wrong. But this is a really good exercise. So there's 5 different things: ability, splash, which I think we can now put really low on the list after they did this Friday at 9:00, and the name that they picked: friendly/fun, egoless, and familiar. I will put familiar number 1. That's the most important thing.
I agree.
And that's so unfortunate as well. Now, this is kind of haunting radio a little bit. You know, there was an article written, you know, like if I was looking to, the way I came up was through different markets. There's 2 ways to go about it. People are like, what's your advice? What's your advice? You can go into a big station that you were born and raised around and move up the ranks, or you can try to go to different cities. If I started my radio career like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, I don't think I would be here in Dallas, because people just want to hire and stick with local. And that's what the Joneses do in terms of their promoting and their comfort level. So I would put familiar number 1. Number 2, I'm having a hard time between friendly, like /fun, and egoless. I'm having a hard time, but those are my 2 and 3. Mike Vrabel, Ian Rappaport said it. I don't know if he could work with Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones has told people, right? Or reporters always say he was miserable with Parcells here. He wants to be able to put his... Someone called me and said... I'm not gonna. Someone called me and said why Robert Saleh wasn't going to get the job, and it may be because Robert Saleh may not necessarily sit down and have a beer with you.
I've heard that a million times around town, and you know he wants to be able to enjoy working with you.
Yeah,
he wants to go there. He wants to, when the day is over, go to the Cowboy Club or whatever they call that thing.
Yep.
And you know, go have dinner, have a drink, put his arm around you, and just talk. You know, enjoy. Switzer, I think, probably was his perfect coaching candidate because of that. You know what I mean? Like they were like they were all
drinking
running
buddies. Friendly, fun, and egoless are my 2 and 3. Ability is 4, and splash is 5. I would have put splash 1 or 2 or 3. It would have been in my top 3, and that's why I feel such a gut punch, because even Jerry Jones has lost the Jerry Buss sizzle/splash that at least is exciting.
Yeah,
that's my list.
He doesn't want anybody to take away from him.
This is hard for me to stack up, because So I know for sure what's number one and what's last. Number one is familiarity.
Mm-hmm.
That out of this stuff, that's first. Last is ability to keep your mouth shut. Like, that was the thing that McCarthy got a lot of. I think in the end, there were a lot of people who you talk to people around there, and they're like, I don't think Mike ever understood the power he actually had here. Like, he didn't understand that they wanted somebody to, they want their coach to be involved and to like share their thoughts and to be a powerful presence. And Mike never like embraced that aspect of it. Now, they're not just going to come right out and go like, Mike, what do you think? Please tell us what you think. But they want you, they want somebody who's going to chime in and have a powerful presence. And then a lot of times they will side with the coach on it. Garrett got his way a lot here. Rod Marinelli got his way a lot here. Like they do want somebody who's going to be strong-willed and share their thoughts and mix it up with them. They like that kind of stuff. So ability to keep your mouth shut's last, familiarity to stop. I guess willingness to get along, because the note you have there in your email, willingness to get along would be next, I guess, just because they want to make sure that somebody is, all right, are we all operating on positive ground here? Are we all able to work with each other? Are we all able to do these sort of things? Then I would say probably coachability next, maybe.
So what number would that be?
Third or fourth? Just depending on that versus ego. Because, again, I don't know. When it comes down to no ego, I don't know how they would. I don't think of them inherently as just saying, like, we want somebody with a big personality.
Well, like Dion. You guys both automatically, instantly dismiss Dion.
But I think Jerry, like, what we've heard, it sounded like Jerry was more interested in that than Steve. So I think there's also a split. There's it
wasn't interested enough to even have an interview.
No, I didn't think Dion was likely for a lot of reasons, but I think one of them is I really don't believe that Jerry, as much as we miss the perception on him and we misevaluate what the wildcatter hatter that he normally, he's not that. But I also don't think that Jerry wants somebody who's a bigger personality than him within the building.
I think there's the two biggest things he wants, or the two biggest things the Cowboys want. If you were to say, what are you looking for in a coach? Familiarity would be way up at the top.
Way up.
And then in some order, I think they honestly want like a Disney movie hire or something. They want the like inspiring, like, oh my gosh, you could make a movie about this guy, the way that he inspires people and builds a culture, and oh my gosh, look the way he turned this right. They want this larger than life, just inspirational figure, I feel like, at that position. Somebody who can just, this is my culture. And I think that matters to them way more than X's and O's do.
What's your list of Cowboy criteria in order?
Familiarity
is the most important thing.
Yes. Fun-ish. Fun's two. Like egoless, no, it's 3, coachability is 4, splash is 5. Basically the same as yours.
Woo!
That's sad.
That is a bad. Mm-hmm. That is a bad reality. Let's go on over to the Odyssey app before the Tolos on the phone lines and our Jason Aldean ticket giveaway.
Yeah, guys, we got a couple to get to here from the Tolos. First up, Mikey in Arizona weighed in on the Odyssey app, and he talked about the Cowboys hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
As far as this team doing us that whole Friday dump, considering we love the headlines, you know what it was. And who are we lying or kidding to ourselves? We know who the head coach is, and it's Jerry. Schotty is still the OC. Eberflus is the DC. If Schottenheimer has any complaints or any gripes, he's just going to have to put it in the suggestion box in Jerry's office. It is what it is. It's the life of being a Cowboy fan, riddled in masochism, and it's the frustration. You roll with the star. We wear our star. We have it in our damn chihuahuas.
This thing has been so backwards, uninspiring, and disastrous. It almost feels like they're trying to intentionally torture you. That's how bad it is. It's like, they're not, but it almost, your mind has to wonder, like, are you trying to make us snap? Are you trying to make us bail? What are you doing? Like the series of events to take place once you go behind the scenes, it almost feels intentional. Like they're trying to just trigger you and gaslight you and blow you up. They're not, right? But that's what it feels like. Antonio in Houston. Antonio, you are live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead.
Guys, if you can, send a little positive vibes my way.
Okay.
I'm about to be at a job interview, and that is why I don't blame Schottenheimer. He just got offered a job. Once again, the problem is the Joneses. Now, I don't know when y'all plan on having them on your show again, Brainless or Brainless Jones Jr., but I would ask them, in the past 10 years, why do you consider yourselves better GMs than the filthy, as y'all call them, better than the Rams GMs, or better than the Frisco GMs? Because proof is in the pudding. And with those interviews that Jerry Jones always says, hey, I've seen it. No one can do it better than me. Well, if that's the case, Jerry Jones, why do the players always have the leverage when it comes time to do contracts and things are tight when all these teams work with the same cap space? And the last thing I'll say is, I want to know if the Dallas sports media is being held hostage, because if I were y'all, if Bobby Belt or Mike Fisher or James Slater or any of y'all who go after these games, stop going to Jerry after the games. I mean, I get it. You got to do your job. You got to get your sound bites, but stop giving him attention. Let him be the little spoiled kid that holds his breath. Don't give him attention. Talk to Schotty. Talk to the coaches. Stop giving Jerry Jones attention. Y'all got a big fan base down here in Houston. Believe it or not, it ain't all Texans fans down here. Cowboys are well represented in Houston. And, man, that's all I got to say.
When's the job interview? In top of the hour?
In about 10 minutes. In fact, I've been waiting here in the parking lot until I was hoping y'all would get to me before 8 o'clock so that I could go get that. So I'm about to walk in right now, but thank you for letting me say my piece. I listened to y'all through the Odyssey app. Been a Cowboys fan since the 90s when it was easy to be a Cowboys fan, but I've stuck with them ever since, and I sure as heck wasn't going to change when they brought that team back in 2002. I got family and family and friends that are Texans fans. I hear from them every season. And I had no ammunition this season. But I think honestly,
Antonio, we got to roll, brother. We got so many. Good luck on the job offer. Kill it like Schottenheimer did. Thank you, Antonio.
Antonio.
Let us know if you get that job. Logan and Rockwall, you're up next. Go ahead, Logan.
Hey, fellas, I appreciate you, man. I think this hire reminds me of the Patriots' Gerard Mayo hire. Just somebody that they were comfortable with, that they felt comfortable with. They were, he's been there for a while. And look how that was. It fell flat on its face. And that could potentially work out well for us because, it's like if he fails, then look, you only have to do 1 year of him. Now, I want to ask Bobby, is 4 years a normal contract for coaches? Wasn't Mike 3, 4? Is 4 years just like a normal contract?
Yeah. Mike was 5. So the standard is 4 to 5. So 4 to 5 years, especially on a first contract. Extensions can sometimes be 1, 2, or 3.
But was Mike offered 4? It doesn't it doesn't sound like it.
Here's the thing about that whole discussion that they had. It was never made clear how much they really negotiated. I think stuff was said and I think stuff was floated. I don't know that they ever sat down and said we'll give you this. I don't think they ever got to that point.
Nick in Oak Cliff, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, yeah, this is Nickelberry from Oak Cliff. Y'all give me a minute. I'm still trying to collect my breath from this. This is sad. This is sad. But let me say this here. The media doesn't do any minority any good because every time we talk about a hiring of a minority, they mention the Rooney Rule.
Yeah.
Now, that don't make sense. What are we hiring here, Schottenheimer, because of what? The privilege rule? And last time we brought in Dion, we won a Super Bowl. And that's as a player. Just think as a coach. Thank y'all for accepting my call.
Look, Nick, I wanted Dion, no doubt about it. Every time that Robert Saleh or Leslie Frazier is brought in, we do reference, unfortunately, and ask, is this a Rooney Rule hire? Is this just a check mark? It really looks bad with the Eberflus thing. The Eberflus thing got away from people Friday night, and maybe away from the Cowboys, as everyone thinks he's going to be the coordinator. And then Clarence Hill, he's usually the one to point it out the most. He's like, you got to satisfy Rooney Rule for coordinators as well. You got to go ahead and do that. But that thing felt like it got leaked and out before the natural process that's supposed to take place happened.
Look, this is an organization that doesn't ever interview, for the most part, external candidates that don't satisfy the Rooney Rule. Kellen Moore is not an external candidate.
Right.
Kellen Moore's a familiar. He's working externally. He's an internal guy. Schottenheimer's an internal guy. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out when the two external candidates that you hire are the satisfying of the Rooney Rule. It's a sham.
Yep.
It's a crock that they do this, and every team is guilty of doing this. This is not unique to the Joneses, not unique to the Cowboys. They all do it. And it would not surprise me if, can they use the solid interview for head coach to also satisfy their DC Rooney Rule requirement?
I think that has to be a separate interview. They can talk to him about they can gauge things, but I think that has to be a separate interview.
Zach in California listening at 5:45 a.m. on the Odyssey app. Go ahead, Zach.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Hey, I'm going to give you two names and then throw it back to Schottenheimer. George Seifert, one because he had a Super Bowl roster. Barry Switzer, one because he had a Super Bowl roster.
Yeah.
Schottenheimer, if they give him talent, he'll have a shot. The guy's been in a football family his entire life. He's been in the league for 15 years. It's not like he doesn't know football, but talent wins games. And the next 4 years, we'll see if Steven and Jerry finally decide to spend money in free agency and bring people in or draft better or do what they got to do to improve this roster.
Thanks for the call, Zach. Chad in Nashville. We're worldwide. Or
Vegas, baby.
Or countrywide. Chad, you're up next here on Sean and RJ.
Hey, guys. I got some positive vibes for you.
Okay.
I hear a lot of negative. Y'all want some positive?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Y'all remember the Johnny Manziel circus? And everybody was kind of excited. At least half of us were.
I was.
And then all of a sudden, some people were, some people weren't. And then all of a sudden, we got Zach Martin. And everybody was like, oh. Okay.
Yeah.
And back in the day when the reading the mean tweets was a thing, I remember Zach Martin reading one that said, drafting Zach Martin in the first round is like wanting an Xbox and getting a pair of socks. But it turns out Zach Martin was the right boring choice.
Yeah.
And I got a feeling that instead of Jerry Jones going with the circus that would have been Deion Sanders, and he would have been in the news, and he would have had the Cowboys in people's mouths for however long Deion would have been here, he went with the boring, uninspiring hire, which has me a little bit hopeful for what's going to happen.
Chad, I love your motivation. I love your tone. Here's where I go negative again. And G-Bag talked about this last week. If this ends up right, it will give me, and both you guys mentioned this in your email last night, it will give me no hope that they discovered and made this great hire.
They fell into it. It would have been.
It's another fall into like Romo and Dak.
Would have been happenstance.
Yep.
They got. Well, why did they get Romo? Because Sean Payton went to the same college, right? And he recognized him. If Sean Payton went to Cleveland State, I don't. Or you know what I mean? Or I don't think he would have had any inclination of even looking at Tony Romo.
Or just think about this past year. Carl Lawson was a pretty good pass rusher for them. And they had success with Carl Lawson. It's the thing where it's like, yeah, but you picked him up in the middle of training camp after you worked him out once, sent him home, and then worked him out. Like you don't necessarily get credit for that hitting. That's kind of luck.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah.
So the process still seems very flawed, even if it ends up working out.
David in Dallas, you're up next on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Dave.
Morning, folks. Gary Jones. Great call by Chad. I want you guys to consider all this talk about Brian Schottenheimer. I want you to look around professional sports and tell me how many GMs have managed to keep their job over 25, 30 years. I'll tell you none. And that's because despite all the ups and downs, no one's done a better job than me. Not to be trite, but trust me and know everything's going to be all right. I've got my hand right where it fits like a glove. Everything's going to be all right. I just want to add, I lied to Fefe. I'm sorry, this is Eric. I called it with the other crappy impression earlier. I'm going to say, as a diehard Cowboys fan, I completely checked out this year. I didn't watch a single game because I didn't believe in McCarthy from the start. I didn't believe in Dookie Dak. I've been calling your show and Gavin's show dang near every week saying Dookie Dak, and nobody believed me. Bobby Bell over here defending him. I was right.
And next 4 years are going to be more of the same, unfortunately.
Thanks for the call, Dave. I think Dave even given Peyton a fake name to get back with his second impression on the show this morning. Two-time caller. Mike and Joshua, you're up next after Brian Schottenheimer has been hired by the Cowboys presser today at 11. Go ahead, Mike.
Morning, fellas.
What's up?
Morning.
I hate to say it, but it pains me to say that I have to agree with Bobby when it comes to, I don't think it really matters who the coach is. We're only going to go as far as Dak can take us. And over these past years, we've seen that he's taken us as far as he's going to take us. So I believe we're stuck for the next few years until Dak can do something, and we're going to get a different quarterback and a different coach all in the same bag. That's all I got, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Lupe in Arlington, the home of the Cowboys and AT&T Stadium. Go ahead, Lupe. You're live on the Fan.
And, Sean, that's what sucks, man. I got to wake up every day and see the stadium, man. I live here in the wonderful city of Arlington. I got to look at it every day, man. But am I crazy to say that maybe he's just a spot holder for Jerry Jones for right now? Like, he's maybe looking for a better time in the future to hire somebody way better, but for right now, this is just a spot holder. Is that crazy to say?
I mean, how much has it already been floated out there that maybe this is Jason Witten's just, all right, this is to buy time to get Jason Witten there. That's
a Witten
all
bridge?
Yeah. We need a holdover.
Here's the problem, and a couple totals have brought this up. We're about to hook you up with Jason Aldean tickets. Is Jerry Jones going to get rid of Brian Schottenheimer after 2 or 3 years if it doesn't work? Jerry Jones, we all think, doesn't pay someone to sit on the beach. That's why Mike McCarthy came back.
This is lasting.
What's that?
This is going to last.
Yeah, I heard Steven was fine with moving on from McCarthy after the Packer loss. And Jerry is not going to pay you to not coach.
Nope.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that in general, that's the approach, that's philosophy. If he's got something in mind, though, like let's say he's got in his mind, all right, I'm going to have a succession plan here for Witten. I wonder if remember he talked about the incentive contracts? Maybe we don't know. Maybe he got Schottenheimer to sign one of these incentive contracts. And if that's the case, maybe there's outs built in there, or there's like things that'll de-escalate his salary. I don't know.
Bobby says he thinks that yesterday could have actually broken Josh Allen moving forward against the Chiefs. There's a Cowboy fan who I think is broken. He finally snapped. I don't know if Michael Irvin will ever be the same again. Hear from the playmaker after the Schotty hire next.
But first, let's talk about the greatness of Twin Peaks. Had a great time in Fort Worth with y'all on Friday at Twin Peaks. Great to see Tolo Tate out there. I know he loved the quesadilla he had there for lunch. I love their avocado smash burger. Friday, I went with the chicken ranch. It's that grilled chicken, bacon, pepper jack. It is fantastic. And that's why Twin Peaks is the perfect lunch spot in DFW with great combo options starting at $7.99, soup, salads, and a great selection of sandwiches. And with 11 locations in DFW across 5 counties.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it with Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Happy Monday. Maybe not for many, as we are letting the Tolos go off on the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer. The press conference I cannot wait for at 11 o'clock today on this radio station. And we're going to preview the presser at 9:20 this morning. Below the belt at 8:40 on the pros. Sell out Bobby. And the cons of Brian Schottenheimer, 8:40 this morning on your home of America's team, in case you did not know, and Texas Rangers baseball. I'm Sean Schrafe alongside RJ Choppy. So
spring training like 3 weeks away.
Yeah, and we'll be with Schottenheimer in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine.
Yeah, we will, baby.
Cannot wait for that trip. And of course, we're flying out to New Orleans for the Super Bowl next Monday after the show. So about a week and a half ago, got a phone call.
Uh-oh.
Choppy thought it was a butt dial. It was Michael Irvin. And he was like landing on a plane. He's like, hey, Sharif, hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, Mike, what's going on? He's like, we gotta start a wave. We gotta start a Dion wave. You know, we need to do this. We need to do that. We need to hype it up. I was like, all right, well, come on the show. Let's do it. He said, I'll call you back in 2 hours. I'm landing. Mike did not call me back in 2 hours.
Aww.
I did not hear from Mike again. But I think that this has finally broken the spirit of the playmaker. Number one former Cowboy homer that there is, and not even close.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, you got other.
Drew's up there.
But like, you know, Michael is more out there than Drew. Like, you know, he's like, Michael will do the videos and stuff, and he's so emotional about it.
Michael wanted Dion badly. We know that. We saw during the UFC fight, you know, sitting down on set. He's trying to broker it, going back and forth. And the playmaker went on his podcast and reacted to the breaking Schottenheimer news and said, you're risking losing the locker room?
You talk all off season about money. You don't talk about winning. And then when it's time to be talking football, you got everybody home, sitting at home. Now Brian's going to come in. What is he going to say? We're going to start showing up at the hotel. We're going to have curfew. They're going to say it again. Oh, man, what you doing, dog? Oh, okay. You going to change like this on us? This how you going to change? Oh, we got you the job. That's what they're going to say. And now you're risking losing the whole locker room. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, I know man. And I do know this. I know how to win championships.
So is Michael, when he's saying you're risking losing the locker room, why and how?
I think what he's talking about is and this is a lot of times when you have a guy who was a teammate of let's say Kellen got the job. He was a teammate of Dax. He was a contemporary, and now he is a
boss.
It's tough, right? It's tough relationship. The relationship changes. It changes.
Yeah.
Now, when you're the assistant coach, a lot of times the assistant. Remember Herb Brooks in the movie Miracles? And I'm your coach, not your friend. You want a friend? Talk to the assistant.
Yeah.
A lot of times, like the assistant's the go-between. It's like the guy that you go to.
Who Schottenheimer was.
He's the confidant, right? And then now all of a sudden,
liaison.
He's not that anymore. Now he's got to lay the law down, and it just changes everything.
So it's going to be hard for the locker room to kind of now view you as the boss.
It can be. It can be hard to view you as the boss, but it can hurt his ability to really kind of crack down. Like if he wants to be a disciplinarian, people are like, well, wait a second, man. Like this isn't what you are, and now you got to do this differently.
I took it to me, and I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But I took it to me when I first heard Mike talking about it. I thought it was more like he was saying, given the process they went through and how everybody kind of goes like, this isn't a real hire. Like, how do you expect players to respect him as a real hire either? Like, and say, oh man, this is a disciplinarian. He's going to come in here and he's going to crack skulls. And that's our authority there because they're not going to buy it. That's how I took it.
I was asked about this yesterday by CA and Reepma, like how is Brian Schottenheimer gonna become this leader now when he's been an assistant? To me, this all comes down to being a genuine communicator with the relationships that you've had. I don't think it's impossible to overcome. Brian Schottenheimer comes across as a very genuine dude. It'd be like if one of us got promoted here on air to like assistant PD or program director. Do you have close enough relationships with the guys that you were on air with to where you can be like, hey, it's an uncomfortable position, it's different, but we're going to work together to do it. These are the problems we had with the previous regime and the bosses. It comes down to how good of a relationship did you have? How much does that person respect you? As Tolo Brian Martin just said, it's going to come down to the players. I don't think it's impossible if Brian Schottenheimer is as good of a communicator and is as genuine as he comes across for him to do things differently in a more commanding type of way needed if he has already planted those genuine seeds. That's just my opinion as a communicator.
Yeah, and I think I don't think it's just been like he's been their buddy the whole time as the offensive coordinator. I think he has been somebody who's been somebody they've had to answer to at different points. I think, look, we talk all the time about how CeeDee Lamb is still, he talks about it. He's still maturing. He's still learning how do I control my emotions when things aren't going the right way. Schottenheimer gets a lot of credit from people for he's one of the guys who's able to really connect with CD and reach him in those moments. And so I think those types of things, that's what a lot of the people are leaning on.
You don't have to stand up there and yell and break things.
Right. You can also use the reverse. You can have your assistants be those guys.
Yeah.
If you're the head coach, you're a disciplinarian, you can have friendly assistants. But if you're the friendly head coach, you can have disciplinarian assistants.
But it's not going to be Mike Zimmer, as Edward reports. Zimmer is gone, and he is leaning towards retirement. We're waiting for Matt Eberflus to officially be named the replacement. Here is part 2, Michael Irvin on the missed opportunity of not getting Dion.
Here's my issue. We lost an opportunity here. I don't know what will happen with Coach Schottenheimer in the Dallas Cowboys, but Jerry's a shrewd businessman, and this opportunity, I'm shocked he did not see. I was pushing for Deion Sanders to be the next head coach, and I still stand 10 toes down on that push. And I can't believe that we saw the understanding of all of this.
It's surprising that even Michael got taken by Jerry's PR move of putting Dion in the headlines. It makes me think Dion would have accepted it.
That's exactly what I was thinking listening to that. Yep. Was because I think if Michael's been lobbying like this, Dion would have told him at some point, like, dude, I don't actually want it. I'm good here. That sounds very much like Dion had said, yeah, if they offered it to me, I'd go take it.
Yeah.
And so Michael it does sound like kind of like the way I sounded when initially they were moving on from Kellen Moore. And I wanted the Kellen Moore hire. And then I was just like, crap. Like, it sounds very much like he's just like, man, this was an opportunity and we missed it. And you're not going to be able to circle back on it. Like, this was your window.
And then finally, Michael had to record this on the pod, getting ready for the NFC Championship to be the NFC East Championship as well.
We have 2 NFC East teams in the NFC Championship game being played tomorrow. Our eyes on them. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders. Our enemies on all front. And they're holding a position that we haven't held in 30 years. The longest drought by any NFC East team, any NFC team, period. 30 years. I did a little letter on Speak to Jerry Jones where I was delivering information in a bullshitting way, but I was not lying. You bring in someone that was already inside as the head coach. You lose things there that you can't grab back that I'm worried about.
I think they lost Mike for the here and now.
Yeah.
It's going to take a big offseason signing, a trade, a splash, starting off 3-0. Michael will be back. I think the Joneses have actually broken Michael Irvin. I really do.
Seems it. I mean, and look,
he does not believe in them.
He doesn't believe that they have
Not right
a
now.
desire, the ability.
Championship traits.
He doesn't believe it.
The things that Michael was born with, the things that are ingrained in him, he doesn't believe. He knows it's what Troy Aikman has been saying for 20 years. And Michael, I think, is just sobering up to that reality.
He's sober. He is.
He's coming to
He's
grips
there.
with it.
He's coming to grips with it, and that's the hard thing. It's like the acceptance form of grief.
Yeah.
Whatever stage that is, it's acceptance.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. He's so frustrated because he's held out time and he's been so upfront as an ambassador for what they do, and he's talked about it before on national TV. He's like, I hate that I have to come up here and I got to sit up here and I got to defend it when they fall short like that. Everybody's immediately going to turn to me and go like, "What's up with your guys, Mike?" And he's got to sit there and he's got to push back against it, and so it's clearly frustrating for him. I agree. He's going to be back as soon as they get going again. And look, I think just like we said earlier with the fans, when Michael Irvin sits down for the first time with Brian Schottenheimer, who's out there at practice and talks to Brian Schottenheimer for the first time, and Schotty starts talking about his dad and some of the battles you guys used to have, blah, blah. I'm sure Michael, because Michael's a football guy, he's going to fall in love with another football guy and he's going to like him. But yeah, right now he's frustrated because he wanted Dion. He wanted the splash.
Let's throw a positive at you. Eric Mangini on FS1 hired Brian Schottenheimer on his staff. These are Mangini's thoughts.
So Brian was my offensive coordinator in New York. I hired him when San Diego was the Chargers. They'd given us problems in New England. I wanted to get someone from that system, so I brought Brian in for an interview. This was going to be his first time as an offensive coordinator. And here's what I can say about Brian: is really smart, really understood the system, could do a good job coaching the system, but there were other things that I wanted to add, elements of the West Coast, elements of what we had done in New England, and Brian was very flexible in terms of being able to incorporate new ideas. So he wasn't so religious on what he was running that he wasn't going to be open to other things. So I appreciate that about him too. So you've got all those elements. He's got familiarity with the quarterback. He's got a relationship with the quarterback. There's going to be continuity offensively.
It's a little concerning though that all of the gung-ho endorsements so far have been out of the league for a while.
Yeah,
I mean they're ideas and they're now. I do agree with what he's talking there about. He's open to new things and he's open to evolution. I think he's evolved since his time with the Jets, since his time with the Seahawks. I do think that there's differences there. I don't know totally what to expect yet in terms of philosophy from him.
188 spoke. Did you have something?
Yeah, look, continuity is important. I firmly believe that. But, if it hasn't been working, the way they've done it.
Well, they're going to say we had the number one offense in the National Football League 2 years ago, then Dak got hurt.
Yeah, but what don't you have anymore that you had with that number one offense? You had really a top-flight offensive line. You had 2 All-Pros on your offensive line on that team. Really, 3 because Tyron was still around, even though he wasn't an All-Pro level. But, I mean, Tyler was an All-Pro that year, and Zach was an All-Pro that year, and Tyron was still there. Like, you had legitimate players.
Another 88 weighing in, Des Bryant. It's no point for me to get riled up. I'm really looking for, by the way, Des, he will let them have it. I respect the lack of homerism that I always felt Dion had in kissing Jerry's rear end because Jerry helped make him even richer. Des does not care. I give him real props for that. I'm really looking forward to hearing Jerry's reason for this, saying this is what the players wanted. I'll argue that only 1 or 2 players were asked, and it was framed as what the team wanted. Somebody in the organization needs to step up and tell Jerry the old ways of thinking don't exist in this new era. And by the way, Des fighting with Kayvon Thibodeau all day yesterday as well. Des putting him in his place as an underperforming player. But that is Michael Irvin and Des Bryant weighing in along with you. Back to it in Below the Belt, the pros and the cons. A Brian Schottenheimer press conference today at 11 a.m. on DFW Sports Station. Congrats to the Tolo who won the Jason Aldean ticket giveaway. Has Saquon changed your mind about the importance of the running back? And do we have Mark Andrews 2.0? Should Dalton Kincaid be looked at as an all-time bad playoff GOAT? Conference championship recap after this.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Orbit motion, now peels back to the left. Chiefs are chasing Josh Allen. He throws it up for grabs, and the pass is incomplete! Incomplete! Off the arm of the would-be receiver, Dalton Kincaid! Kansas City has the second fourth down stop in this half!
And that would set up a couple of first downs for the Chiefs to ice it yet again and move on to the Super Bowl. Good morning, Metroplex. Back to the Brian Schottenheimer Higher in Below the Belt at 8:40. And Bobby Belt will be heading on over to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco for the 11 a.m. press conference. I cannot wait to preview this at 9:20 this morning. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. How are we going to remember the Dalton Kincaid drop compared to Mark Andrews or any of the other drops that we talked about last week after the Baltimore game? This is not as bad.
This is one that I just don't understand.
Okay.
He is completely horizontal to the ground. I got a rule, man. If you dive, it's not an error. It's the way it is. If you're diving...
Was he diving or kind of falling?
I mean, that's a dive.
Okay, well, that is a very convenient still shot. I'm going to get the video here.
It felt like a half fall. Like, I mean...
Here, Chop.
Dive, right? I mean, it's a dive.
Oh, he took a dive, all right.
There's a lot of outfielders who do fake dives, though, for nice sliding catches,
Absolutely.
and I don't give them credit for a nice sliding catch.
That's a post-catch slide,
Yes.
right? Absolutely. This was kind of
Okay, so not even in the same
No,
ballpark.
I don't even. I count that. I don't even count that as a drop.
Ooh,
I would. Now here's the thing. The only problem is, and you were complaining about it on our text, like the lack of replay in the immediate aftermath, where it's like, are y'all going to show a shot of this?
Yes.
Do you not have one?
It waited for minutes.
And so the immediate aftermath of that may not sear into people's brains the way the Mark Andrews thing did. And Mark Andrews couples it with the fumble earlier in that fourth quarter too.
Yeah.
And so to me, the Mark Andrews one is so much worse. And then Mark Andrews didn't talk for a week until he got his Chat GPT statement out there about how heartbroken he was. Dalton Kincaid stood up there and was like, it sucks, I got to make the play. And that's frustrating, but I don't think he'll be remembered quite the same as that Andrews one.
No, I don't think it'll be close. I think it'll be forgotten outside of Buffalo, but it really screws Josh Allen.
Sure.
That's what it really, really screws Josh Allen, because no one's going to forget Josh Allen made a superhuman play and throw to even get it there. I don't even know if there's another quarterback in the NFL who could have made that throw, because it looked like just a desperate heave up, and there was Kincaid. Kincaid should have caught it. It was nowhere near as easy as the Mark Andrews one, and it's not going to be remembered the same, I don't believe.
If he catches it, though, and they go on to score a touchdown and get Josh Allen to his first Super Bowl, that becomes an iconic NFL, like that becomes a historic play of just, oh my gosh, Josh Allen, fourth down, what a throw. I mean, that becomes like David Tyree or something.
Sandler texted and said, the Kincaid play that was not reminds me of the catches by Edelman and Tyree, improbable plays that were critical turning points in the Super Bowl runs.
Yeah, I mean, the Edelman one, I mean, the concentration on that was out of sight.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl against Atlanta.
Yeah, those would have been much more fluky receiver plays.
Right.
Tyree pinning it against that would have been remembered as a Josh Allen play, not a Tyree or an Edelman one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and look, Eli did a lot to get out of the sack, and he didn't move very well anyway. But yeah, that was a heave. This one was a much more catchable ball. It was a catchable. There's no doubt it was a catchable ball. Like, it's one that he wants to have back.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I think he catches it 8 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I think that's normally a catch for him. And that's probably why he was frustrated by it and emotional about it. A lot of players are going to let you off the hook. I didn't hear a whole lot of yesterday Buffalo going like, oh, that's a difficult catch. That's an impossible. It's just like, yeah, it sucks. We lost.
Earlier in the day, the Philadelphia Eagles go again.
Zeros on the clock. The flares fly skyward, and the Eagles not just beat, but annihilate the Washington Commanders 55-23. What a day, what a win, what a crowd, what a team, what a season, but it's not over yet.
This could not be a worse matchup of two play-by-play people.
Oh, and I think there is a definitive one who is worse, though. It's the two worst, but there's one it's Mahomes and Allen, where one of them's going to win every time. And that's, I don't even know, who the hell is the Kansas City
Mitch
guy?
Holthus.
He's the worst I've ever heard in terms of just, like,
You
leaning
can die
into,
the Chiefs, you can kill the Chiefs, but you cannot beat the Chiefs.
he's a crappy WWE character.
Long count. Chiefs are going to throw it. They throw it in the left flat. Caught. It's Samaje Perine at the 30. First down. And up the left sideline. I love you, Samaje Perine. I remember when Brett Veach told me they picked him up. It's a gain of 18 yards. I poured water on my head. And the Kansas City Chiefs are going to pull this off.
Where's Brad Sham? Where's Brad? Ooh, now, Brad would never say anything against these guys. Where's the class? Where's the prestige? Where's the professionalism of Brad Sham right here? Come on, Mitch.
I love you, Samaje Perine.
Oh, my. I poured water on my head when they said they signed Samaje Perine.
At least you're washing your face.
Good.
It's a good sign.
That's not even just number one seed in football. That's probably the number one seed in sports now for me. For radio play-by-play, that's awful.
As David Hellman points out, 19 turnovers by Washington in all their games this season. 9 of those in less than 3 full games against Philly. 6 of the 9 have been fumbles. The Eagles, they forced some, but they got every bounce. And Buffalo actually got every bounce and ended up losing. But the 2 turnovers, a personal foul, made it 27-12 at half. It's like once it felt like the game was getting out of control for the Commanders and they came back, it was like, okay, it's not over. And then once it got back out of control again, they weren't going to do it a second time with a comeback.
Nope, they weren't. And it was just, the
Eckler fumble in the third, down 11, driving, just crippling.
They literally fumbled the ball. They fumbled the game away, in essence. And Philadelphia has such an elite running attack with both the running back and the quarterback when he's healthy, especially when Hurts is healthy.
All right, we got to address Dan Quinn is sick. Cowboy fans, bipolar sickness is happening with Dan Quinn. Everyone wanted him fired after the Green Bay playoff loss. Then we put up the poll question last week. What would you do with a coaching redo? It was like 94% Dan Quinn. And then yesterday, I think Cowboy fans were just trying to feel better about themselves by saying, oh, this looks familiar. Oh, a Fitty Burger. Dan Quinn. Green Bay. Playoffs all over again for DQ. So I think Cowboy fans were searching for a way to feel better about DQ and Brian Schottenheimer. But here's playoff Dan Quinn getting called out from some.
Yeah, look,
I said Dan didn't fumble it twice and call a soft personal foul. That's Saquon personal foul on the sideline. That was horse ass.
Yeah.
That was BS.
Sandra still.
Huh?
Sandra still. That one.
and Brady goes that is it. What do you? Oh, of course, Tom Yu, the guy who helped introduce all these soft quarterback rules, which now he tries to walk back and go come on, we can't just protect the quarterback.
He's been defending defensive players this whole year,
and then
now he's like, that's the right call.
No,
unplug yourself, you robot. Good grief.
No.
But Dan Quinn, Dan Rogers sent out the tweet. Last year in the playoffs, Dan Quinn's team trailed 48-24 with 5:54 left to go in the game. This year, they trailed 48-23 with 5:54 left to go in the game. And you can be as much of a Dan Quinn defender as you want. They did give up 230 rushing yards and 6 rushing touchdowns.
In his last 4 playoff games, he's allowed the 48-55. He did 31 to Detroit. That's a lot. And Detroit scored 31 with 5 turnovers. That's a lot of points. You know how hard it is to score 31 with 5 turnovers? And now you just give a 55? So you got 86 points in the last 2 games. And you're our force of turnovers, their credit.
This was the third time in their last 6 games they allowed 200 yards rushing. Their rushing defense was awful all year long. That was a problem for them the whole season. But this is also kind of the question, I guess you can look at with Quinn, that you start asking about with Schottenheimer. So John Owning over at PFF has said that he's not a fan of Schottenheimer as an offensive coordinator. He thinks Schottenheimer's going to be a better head coach than a coordinator. He thinks he's
going to be both, it sounds like.
It does. But that's the thing where...
According to Slater.
I think that's something that you might look at with Quinn, where when you talk about the stuff that he does in big moments and X's and O's and different things like that, it's that's a defensive coordinator problem, but you can't separate what Dan Quinn is as a head coach and as a culture changer and the impact that he had on Washington in that sense. So, yeah, it ended poorly, and it's yep, here comes the poor run defense showing up again like it did routinely in Dallas, but they got there in large part because of what he did to stabilize that culture.
And this is why, Bobby, Jake, listening on the Odyssey app, you had to rest Saquon for the rushing record. He is their ticket. He is their Super Bowl ticket, and I got to be honest. I got to be honest. I'm happy for Saquon. I like him. I didn't know his personality that much in New York, which is shocking. He's in the media capital of the world. I feel like I know more about him now than on the Giants. But this was Saquon after putting up 118-3.
Of course, that's why I came here. It's one of the first conversations I had with Howie. That's a conversation I had with my family. And like I said last week, came to Philly to be a part of games like this. Nothing better than a game where you can advance to the Super Bowl. So super excited about that. And it was a team effort. And we'll give a shout out to all the guys.
He seems to want it for all the right reasons, not selfish. Seems like he was a prisoner of that giant front office and regime. And now he has broken out.
And I got to see, has anybody said yet? Obviously, Eric Dickerson had the NFL rushing record for a season. Has anybody said what it is within, if you add regular season and playoffs? Because he's up to 2,500 rushing yards now on the season, and he's going to have another game where I'm sure he'll play really well there too, and have a big performance. But 2,500 rushing yards.
Let me give you some more Kansas City cringe.
Why?
Taylor was there. Travis actually did nothing in the game. I'm shocked. In big game moments, he usually comes through like an absolute legend. But then they, of course, had to go to him on the podium afterwards.
Never satisfied, baby. When you play in front of Arrowhead Stadium like this, every single AFC championship, you kidding me? Kansas City! Hey, before you guys get out of here, just do a little dance, make a little love. Yeah, get down tonight.
He's the Jason Tatum of the NFL. Can you come up with your own? Can you come up with your own thing? Can you do your own thing when you're up at the podium for all these celebrations? What's the other thing he originally did?
Oh, he did. You got to fight.
You got to fight. Do your own. Come up with your own style.
That's why he and Taylor work out so well. They're both very vanilla and just, lowest common denominator.
He's made other people's thing his own thing. That's his thing. His thing is he's just using other people's songs his own thing. His brother. Did you see his brother in the pregame yesterday?
No.
I mean, he just yells. He just goes full on meathead just for full on meathead. It's wild. That's what they've cornered the market.
All right, we are going to attempt some balance here. That got Bobby Belt yelled at over the weekend as our Cowboys insider. The good and the bad of Brian Schottenheimer as your new Cowboys head coach. Next, in Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to QC.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What if, and track with me for a second here, what if Brian Schottenheimer ends up being a decent coach? I know, it seems impossible right now. Here as we get the reaction that's been flooding in all morning and all weekend. And boy, if they thought they were going to, if they did think they were going to bury it on Friday night, nope. A lot of people got up for that.
Well, I think a lot of times they fall victim and listen too much and operate off of what national media says and does, players and the organization. This time, I think the local fan base is leading the way.
Yeah.
We have covered it much. Even last week, I was like, I don't see a ton of Brian Schottenheimer segments. They got to cover.
They didn't believe it.
Conference championship. They got to cover and recap conference championship today. I think the local media is carrying the pitchforks along with the local Tolos more than the national this time.
Yeah, and there were a lot of people on Friday night who I was getting asked various questions about, like, well, what does Schottenheimer do here? What does he do here? And I was answering them. And if I said anything positive, I was getting screamed at by dozens of people.
Which I told you in the commercial break, and I'm glad you received it. I feel like that's a nice therapy word. No matter what, if whatever praise you, Bobby Belt, are going to have for Schottenheimer, you have created, intentionally or not, a perception that any McCarthy replacement is good. So you're going to catch the heat and the messages of course you're going to carry the water. Of course you're going to be optimistic. Of course you're going to be a homer towards whoever Mike's replacement was. That's just the reality of it. And I'm glad that you calmly, at least in the commercial break, accepted that.
Yeah, and I do. I understand that. Because I did say, I basically was like, I'll take my chances with just about anybody else at this point. So, like, I mean, I was of that opinion that I'm willing to give it a shot with anybody. I think a lot of the pushback I got Friday was actually like, boy, here's the Paige Jones operative again, more than just my anti-McCarthy stuff. It was like how are those checks cashing? Are they sweet? How's that money right now?
Trust me. I don't think they're going to be opening up the doors and rolling out the blue carpet for Bobby today.
Oh yeah,
at the presser.
Yeah, I
trust me.
Yeah, I don't think there's I don't think I'm like their number one seed. Like, hey, let's get some positive messaging out. Let's use Bobby.
Yeah.
So I was, over the course of this, I was trying to look at, like, let's just look at this soberly, objectively.
Which, if anyone gives you a hard time today, don't call me and tell me, because I'm going to put it on the airwaves. So if you don't want to make more waves and you don't want to create more problems for yourself going over, do not tell me, because I'm already at the edge. I'm already at the edge with some people over there with discrediting of me and other stuff. Just don't. Keep it to yourself and don't tell me if you don't want it on the air.
I got you. I have to do this with Kristen a lot. So I decided to look at it.
Like, she just put it on Facebook.
As somebody said, I can't remember which caller it was. One of the earlier callers we took. I think it was the first optimistic one we took, and they had said, "Hey, Brian Schottenheimer has coached for a long time. There's no way he just doesn't have any redeeming qualities. Like, there are things that he must do well. I'm here to point out the things he does well, and also, because we're trying to be balanced here, point out the serious questions with this." So I had set it up in the email, Sean, for and against.
Give it equal time, David Muir.
Yeah, and I'll give it equal time. I'm going to ask you. I was going to just go for.
See the guy that wore the tightened up.
Yes,
the paperclip on his
paperclip.
I was going to just go
hurricane outfit.
I was just going to go for and then against. But would you like me to reverse? Would you like me to list the case against first or the case for first?
Let's go with the case against, because that's what people probably want the most.
Okay, so this is generally my overview of why I think you have to be critical of the hire. There's reasons to be critical of it. There's reasons to be positive about it. Critical. Whether he's a good coach or not, we talked about this. Whether he turns out to be a good or bad coach is kind of irrelevant, because the hiring process the Cowboys used was really flawed and a problem, I think, overall. Like we mentioned, Dak Prescott, good quarterback, became an MVP candidate one year. But you picked him at the back end of the fourth after three guys that you were interested in, like Paxton Lynch and, Connor Cook and different guys like that, got snatched right before you. and then you ended up with him. You didn't know he was going to be that guy. So it's not like, oh, we knew he was going to do this all along. You don't get credit for that. It just happened to turn out that way.
That's the thing. I can't give you props for stumbling. Wolchuk and Chiafalo had said it like 2 weeks ago. Who are you going to fall into? If you fall into it, again, if you had interviewed Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson and done your due diligence, everyone, you're like, you know what? We really think we have a feeling about Schottenheimer. Then I can give you some credit.
I cannot outside the organization.
I cannot give you credit for seemingly not doing work.
Yeah, and this is once more an incredibly narrow search that they did, and it calls into question how the Cowboys can have certainty about his qualifications. How can you be sure he is the best candidate when you don't expand the search at all? Outside of the Rooney Rule candidates, which seem to be the Cowboys trying to be compliant. I'm not going to say with certainty that's what they're doing, but I'm just saying that's what it appears to be.
Yep.
The last 3 head coaching searches have featured one interview with a candidate face-to-face that wasn't already working for the team. One.
Wow.
And it was Mike McCarthy, who they hired.
Right. So, yeah, because they had Marvin Lewis.
Yep. When they hired Garrett, it was Jason, and then they interviewed Ray Sherman, their receivers coach, to satisfy the room. And then this time around,
to at that time go outside the organization.
Yes,
the Jets and the Bears. Well, the Jets ended up hiring a minority candidate. I feel like sometimes when they interview 20 people, it's with the intent of not being able to so easily get called out like us. The Cowboys are like, no, 4 people, 3 people, 2 are minorities. Let's go and get our guy. The Jet. I think you can get lost in the 20 candidates so that you're not accused of it.
If you interview 20 people, I don't care what background they have. Like, you're going through at least a search. You know, like, you know, and you're not being so transparent with, oh, you know what? We have to, by law, interview 2 external minority candidates. And those are the only 2 external candidates we're going to do because nobody considers Kellen Moore external.
It feels like they even let the Eberflus stuff slip on Friday night, and then someone was like, again, this is what it looks like. Yo, we got to be Rooney compliant there, too. Oh, you go ahead and pull that back. But we all feel like we know Eberflus is going to be the DC.
That's what it feels like at this point. And here's the thing about the Cowboys process. It has felt like the last several, it's like Jeopardy. Like, you know how it's when you're playing Jeopardy, they give the answer, and then you got to provide the question. It's like when they go into this coaching search, they're like, we know our answer. We know who we're going to hire. Now we got to go through the process of figuring out how we get to that answer, but we've already got in mind who we want. And they seem really committed to that and then look for confirmation along the way. We can cherry pick statistics all day long. You can make stats say pretty much anything that you want to, but the fact of the matter is that as a play caller, Brian Schottenheimer's offenses, on average, have finished 17th in scoring over his career and 21st in yards. He has finished in the bottom 10 of the league in yards per game more times than he's finished in the top half of the league. So we're talking about he has been 23 to 32 more frequently than he's been 16. No other team has shown interest in Schottenheimer that reflects a similar level of admiration that the Cowboys have shown for him. That doesn't mean that the Cowboys should just follow the lead.
Yeah.
Like we always talk about, you want to be an innovative organization, be up front. But it is indicative that your perspective on this is it's on its own island. Like you're kind of on your own.
Yeah.
And it merits considering, all right, are we doing everything the way we're supposed to? It at least
It's like, that person's, they're single for a reason.
It should at least make you stop and question, like, am I doing things the right way if no one else is doing it this way?
Yeah.
I might be an innovator, but I also might be just doing something the wrong way. The last time Brian Schottenheimer got in... the last time Brian Schottenheimer was hired in the NFL by someone who he hadn't previously worked with was 2012. So the last time an organization said, we want you without any familiarity, like we just think you're the guy, that was 2012 when he was hired as the offensive coordinator for the Rams.
The other shocking thing about him is he has been in the league coaching for 25 years.
He's been everywhere.
The kid looks like he looks like he's 38.
Look, when your dad is Marty is a legendary coach, you're going to get that first opportunity, and the hardest foot in the door is the first one. And he's done a good job of staying in the league. And there's nothing wrong with Brian Schottenheimer, like the coach. It's just
we don't know that.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. But to me, it's like they can hire him as the head coach all they want. I just don't want his hands on the playbook.
We're going through the pros and cons here of Brian Schottenheimer as head coach, starting with the case against, and we're just about to wrap up here. Pete Carroll is the only NFL head coach who was hired last week Pete Carroll is the only NFL head coach or right now to hire Schottenheimer who currently has an NFL job in any capacity. So any head coach who has ever hired Brian Schottenheimer over his entire career, Pete Carroll is the only one right now presently employed, not just as a head coach, in any capacity with the NFL. All the others are unemployed, and most of them have been unemployed for several years. And then finally, the comfort and the endorsement of the players should have actually probably dissuaded the Cowboys from hiring a certain candidate, not encouraged them. So if this core wants comfort and carryover and familiarity, that inherently sets up the same culture and parameters that have led to this team underperforming in January. So that's a problem. Now the case for, or the positives. If you wanted a culture builder and you wanted a CEO, you've made a strong choice. You have. Schottenheimer had impressed a number of people with the Cowboys with the way that he helped build bridges and understanding between the players and McCarthy in 2023 when the offensive changes were made. He got a lot of the credit for, hey, you kind of salvaged that. The endorsements you got publicly of people saying, yeah, bring Mike back in 2024. A lot of people felt like that was the groundwork laid by Schottenheimer for them to even understand each other in the first place. Much like Jason Garrett, I don't think the Cowboys are going to go into the game just unprepared and look like they're ready to quit. I don't think that's going to happen with Brian Schottenheimer. Players are going to be focused, motivated.
I've read that, and I was like, okay, that's a strong assumption by you.
It's like all you can go off there is based off of feedback, and that's what I did. I called around and asked people. Feedback from other people who have worked with him previously said when Brian's been in charge, his guys are always locked in. They're locked in. They're ready to play. I think details are going to be better. Players publicly, privately across the league give him positive grades for his attention to detail. That was a big thing that he's talked about in interviews. Marty Schottenheimer passed on to him. Russell Wilson publicly is probably the biggest supporter of Schottenheimer as an attention to detail thing. And he went as far as comparing him very publicly and causing controversy to Darrell Bevell, who was the offensive coordinator that was fired. He was like, yeah, our attention to detail is just better than it was with Darrell. And it was considered kind of like, hey, that's a little, you don't need to publicly say that. The details include the dumb penalties. His Jets, Rams, Seahawks, Cowboys, all of them saw declining trends of pre-snap penalties compared to similar sample sizes in the years leading up to his arrival. So
I like that.
Generally, the trend was pre-snap penalties went down. Schottenheimer's resume as a play caller may not be as bad as it seems on the surface. When he was with the Jets, they finished 18th, 25th, 9th, 17th, 13th, and 13th in points. Doesn't sound great. What if I told you that over the last 25 seasons, the years leading up to Schottenheimer, the years after Schottenheimer, those results are 4 of the 6 best points per game finishes the Jets have had in 25 years. There might be something.
More of an indictment on the Jets.
That's what I'm saying. When we talk about cultures being broken, the Jets might just have a broken culture in terms of how to build offensive skill position. In fact, the Jets have finished worse than Schottenheimer's worst season, which was 25th in 2007. They finished worse than that in 9 of the 13 seasons since he left.
Those Jets teams, like if they had a league average quarterback, they'd probably get a Super Bowl out of it.
4 of the 5 quarterbacks who have played at least 20 games with Schottenheimer as their offensive coordinator put up the best numbers of their careers with Brian Schottenheimer. In fact, when you look at when he's had top 10 offenses, his quarterbacks have been Mark Sanchez, Dak Prescott, and Russell Wilson. The quarterbacks he had when he finished outside, Chad Pennington, Kellen Clemens, Brett Favre, Sam Bradford, Austin Davis, Sean Hill, and Cooper Rush. And that doesn't sound like a murderer's row necessarily. And then finally, while Brian Schottenheimer was not the offensive coordinator in Jacksonville, after the Urban Meyer changeover and other things, he ended up calling plays the last 3 games of the season. When he took over for Trevor Lawrence's rookie year, all of Lawrence's numbers across the board as a passer went up from what they had been during the season. Jacksonville averaged 6 points more per game, 20 more yards per game, and about a yard more per play with Brian Schottenheimer in there. So when you compare it to other people who have come into these same situations that Brian Schottenheimer was in, he actually outperformed most of them.
Bobby, that is tremendous homework, and you need to put it up on 1053thefan.com. Is Josh Allen the most? My brother just said good homework by Bobby.
Well,
good job, Hughes. There
thanks,
you go.
Man.
You got a compliment from him. That's hard. I don't get them. Is Josh Allen the most haunted player in the history of the NFL? And your final Schottenheimer phone calls as we preview today's presser, all in the final hour of Sean and RJ next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Allen push from behind.
I think he got it.
Well, he didn't. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. More Brian Schottenheimer calls at 9:20 on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, in case you did not know. Fans have been letting it all out on the airwaves, Odyssey app, text messages, and we're going to do it again with you at 9:20 here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. The presser at 11 a.m. from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. The unlikable Super Bowl. Philadelphia against Kansas City after we got an awesome classic at night and then the beatdown earlier in the day. I can't wait to see how the country divides things up on who they actually want to win this. And the Super Bowl logo, Carter, should put it up on the Fan Cam if you can get it. The Super Bowl logo strikes again, and neither of you had seen it till I said it.
You know what? Now that you mentioned, it was like a kind of that paisley-looking one. I know. I think I remember now.
I hadn't seen it, so when I looked it up, I was like, "Well, where's the green?" And then I looked, and I was like, "Oh no, it is. It's like kind of like highlighted in the letters there."
And the history of that is what?
I mean, it's every. So the NFL went to these very generic looking, Super Bowl logos over the last, I don't know, maybe a little less than a decade, where it's just you don't get the unique ones like you had where the Cowboys were in the Rose Bowl, right, when they played the Bills. You don't get any of those anymore. Now you get the one, it's got the Lombardi Trophy in the middle and then the letters. That's it. Very generic.
Look, I know we're very focused on a lot of big issues and newsy issues. One of these days I'm going to just start ranting about how much I hate how the pageantry of the Super Bowl has just been like destroyed.
It's gone.
I hate it. Like, I loved the old like individual introductions that you'd get out of the big inflatable helmets with the big inflatable Lombardi Trophy, and you'd always get the the great feature stories. And now it's just like 8 hours of guys going like, "Well, can Kansas City run the ball?"
A huge topic is going to be about Josh Allen coming up short again. Dan Orlovsky with an interesting question on ESPN.
Greeny, I think it's the most haunted organization. It might be the most haunted player in the history of the NFL. I mean, 4 straight Super Bowl losses 30-plus years ago. And now 4 straight losses to Patrick Mahomes when your quarterback plays just as good in all those games. The point differential in them is 5 points. We're talking about the difference between a career that we could categorize as an all-time great and just really good right now.
Most haunted player or organization in the history of sports. Now, a lot of people in the comments are insulting Dan and saying, Jim Kelly, dummy. He's more haunted. Here's my defense of Dan with that. My argument against Jim, my all-time favorite quarterback, by the way. Those Super Bowl, I think what Dan's trying to say is Josh's level of play was higher than Jim's in the big losses. And he's right. They got limited by the Giants. There's a reason the Belichick defensive game plan is framed in the Hall of Fame. It wasn't because Jim Kelly and the K-Gun exploded. They got whooped badly by the Cowboys. Jim Kelly did not have great performances in those games, and they got handled by Washington as well. So, like, Jim Kelly didn't do everything in those games to give his team a chance to win, like it seems Josh Allen has in his losses. So I agree with Dan there. In order to be haunted, like, you gotta gotta fight for your right, Kelsey. But you gotta play to your standard, maybe even a little bit better, and you get haunted by a close score, which the Bills did not have in the Super Bowls. Except for one.
Except for the one. But also, like, and this is where I don't know if this actually comes down to the side of Josh or not. Like, I don't know that his comp is Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly made the Super Bowl, right? Josh hasn't. So, are you more haunted because you make it and lose, or are you more haunted because you haven't made it? Like, you could make his comp is John Elway because he also made it. Now, or you could say his comp is like Bernie, who never made it and made the conference championship game a bunch of times, or other people who never made it but made the conference championship a bunch of times.
Who do you think of as haunted in the NBA? Is it, and again, I'm going to be really particular with these comparisons.
For a while, it was Dirk.
It was Dirk for a long time.
Ewing?
Who
had nonstop heartbreak over and over. Would you think of a closer in Major League Baseball?
Ewing is I think Ewing's a better comp for Josh because Josh is also playing against the GOAT right now, or one of them.
Yeah. Now, you can throw out all the 90s people who came up short, like Reggie, Stockton, Malone, Charles.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Ewing, though, because they were in the same conference, like you had to go through him.
Yeah.
And they knew every time they
the
had
finger
to go
roll at the rim.
Had to.
Yeah, I mean, are we... Because I can think of a lot of people in the NBA who were haunted and they redeemed it. Like, Dirk redeemed it, got his redemption at the end. Michael Jordan, a lot of people forget, like, he spent the first 7 years of his career, a lot of people just like, can't beat the Pistons, can't do anything. And then before that, Isaiah Thomas was considered, you're never going to be in with the Celtics and the Lakers. And Isaiah was somebody who, like, these really heroic performances, hopping around on one leg and falling short and doing everything he could. And then they win their back-to-back titles. So I only think of people who get redemption. I guess we just default to who are historic losers. Barkley, Ewing, like those are the guys that come to mind.
Tolo Trey said Chris Paul's a haunted NBA player. That's a pretty good one.
Yep.
Can't break through. So will we think of Josh Allen as doing everything he could do and Dalton Kincaid and the defense didn't carry their end, or Josh Allen did not do enough? Like Shannon Sharp would argue for Joe Burrow.
God.
Man, I think Josh Allen played...
Or they got cheated, which many people are tweeting, texting, and we're talking about yesterday by 2 huge calls.
I think Josh Allen played well. Like I don't think yesterday was like some all-time performance by Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen had the opportunity like we talked about, 3 different times to sneak for a first down and got stopped every single time.
It was not the performance when he got robbed of the overtime chance of which they changed the rules. That was like Josh Allen.
That's a gut punch. So... Yeah, I think that this is more on Joe Brady to me than anybody else, like I said earlier, because I think that was a guy who didn't allow Josh Allen to be Josh Allen for a lot of the game, I didn't think. And made some really weird play calls along the way. That seemed like a guy who was scared
Your
when he was
voice is
coaching.
cracking a lot today, speaking of scared.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's also, like Cook had like 6.5 yards of carry during this game. He did not touch the ball. That final drive where they got, where the pass to Kincaid happened. I mean, they threw it all 4 times on that first. Ever since Josh got the first down running the ball, they threw it bam, 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 bam. They had 3 minutes to go. They had all their timeouts. There was no need to rush. You needed to get 30 yards to get in the field goal range. Run the ball.
On the argument just for Kelly, really quickly, over Josh Allen, I will say that every single one of those Super Bowl losses was different, though. So the first one, they were pretty decent favorites, 6.5 points. And like I said, he loses with a historic game plan and gets his team in position and they miss a field goal. The next year, they get absolutely destroyed by Washington, but then they head into the Dallas Super Bowl and the Rose Bowl. And I don't know, a lot of people forget this. Jim Kelly got knocked out of that game in like mid-second quarter. I think it was a 14-10 game when he got knocked out. And so he's standing there on crutches, just watching from the sideline, watching Frank Reich the rest of the game. That's haunting in its own right, just kind of sitting there feeling helpless. And then the following year, that fourth one,
Did they have a lead at halftime?
They were up at halftime. They were up 13-6, and then they just got overwhelmed.
And so Jimmy's like, we're running the ball.
Every single one of them were just different torturous events for Jim Kelly. And so I think just the variety and being thought of historically is like, yeah, you are the biggest losers. You were at the head of that. I mean, that's pretty tough for Jim Kelly, I think.
What about ownership? Let's change the topic. Who in the history of sports has just owned the other person this much? Michael over Patrick?
Yeah, I'm trying to think
one.
how many times they met in the postseason.
Like,
I mean, it
this
wasn't
is
every year for like 5 years.
This is 4-0 now.
It's 4-0. We've never seen that. It's never happened in the history of the
It's
NFL.
so bizarre. It's flipped in the regular season.
It is.
Where he's 4-1 against Mahomes in those situations.
This is more so than any Manning Brady stuff, right, Choppy?
Yeah, because in the playoffs they were different. Like Brady really owned the rivalry in the regular season, and Manning has a winning playoff record. So I don't know against Tom. So I don't know that it's the reverse.
Who were the gosh, I feel like I'm just forgetting a storyline here. What was it with the Braves? Didn't the Braves or some of the different guys on the Braves have like rivalries like this? I mean, I guess for the Braves, it was more just the big moment.
It was just the World Series.
Yeah,
they made the World Series every year. They just lost it.
Yeah, the World Series dominated
Norris.
the Braves. That's what it was.
College basketball, just, that one-sided rivalry. 877-881-1053, Pepe.
A lot of people are saying Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller, the Knicks killer.
Reggie Miller over the Knicks. Okay, that was
PJ Washington over OKC.
Standing on business.
All right, so there's the AFC Championship with the Chiefs making it again. Is your mind changing whatsoever on this position now?
The look we had in the
No. Sorry, let's go cut one.
Pitches it out to Barkley. Takes off to the outside. He's at the 50. He's at the 40. He's at the 30. He's going to go. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley, 60 yards on his opening touch. Opening touch.
So Saquon Barkley, I mean, you can get into all-time free agent additions as well. You know, let's save the running back thing for tomorrow because we'll tie it to the Cowboys, a bigger discussion with Ashton Genty and that possibility. Bobby, every commercial break you've been ripping off playoff stats from these two games, so get them all out.
Yeah, okay, so I was just stunned looking at some of these things related to Mahomes and Allen specifically, and the way that they've, this historic run that they've had going up against each other and some of the numbers they put up. This now brings Mahomes to 17-3 in the postseason for his career, which is absolutely absurd. And when I looked over there,
to Tom.
He's halfway to Tom. And you look at the setup. This was his 7th game-winning drive of his career. Now, a game-winning drive is defined by the NFL as a score in the fourth quarter that puts your team up for good. You don't relinquish. So that could be at the 10-minute mark or it could be at the 20-second mark. It's just the score in the fourth quarter that puts you ahead for good. So Patrick Mahomes now has 7 of those. And when you look at that and compare it to the rest of the NFL, this is now Mahomes is 2nd in the NFL history in playoff game-winning drives with 7. 3rd is John Elway with 6. If you combine them, that's 13, and that would be good for 2nd all-time behind Tom Brady, who had 14 of these game-winning drives throughout his career. We've also got the rushing record that we were talking about this on the air. We didn't actually circle back to it.
By the way, Eli has 5, and they're all like in 2 postseasons.
Yeah, which is absurd.
It's crazy.
And that's why he may end up tripping his way into the Hall of Fame. We asked about the rushing record. We knew that Saquon Barkley didn't get the all-time rushing record for the regular season, but what about when you combine playoffs? Well, when you combine the playoffs, he is now 2nd all-time with 2,447 yards. He is 30 yards away. If he picks up 30 yards in the Super Bowl, he breaks Terrell Davis's 1998 record of 2,476. And so he's got a chance to break that record. It was funny. I was going down the list of who are the top 10 all-time rushers when you look at that list. And you see the common names on there. Okay, so it's Terrell Davis a couple times. It's Eric Dickerson. It's Saquon Barkley now. Derrick Henry popped in there. And then randomly in there is Amon Green.
Oh, my God.
As the 9th highest rushing. He had 2,105 rushing yards in 2003. And Choppy actually knew when that was. He's like, oh, yeah, I remember that. That was 2003. And he starts rattling off all this Amon Green information. I'm like, what the hell is this? Where did this come from? And so where did it come from?
I picked him. So I was my first ever fantasy football league that I was in. And I picked him. And I'll never forget this. The great Sean Dodge. He was running the league. He was the commissioner. He grabs the sticker and he goes, stupid, and he puts the thing up on the board. And then later on that year, I made a late trade. I traded Antoine Smith and some other scrub for Marshall Faulk, and it was the Marshall Faulk contraband. And I wound up going through, and I won the league, baby. It's the only time. First year in fantasy football, I won it. Never won it again.
Same for me, 2003, first year and only year.
The name we didn't bring up for Allen was the intent of the segment originally. We didn't bring up Marino. Marino being haunted or not.
Yeah, I mean, Dan is forever haunted because, I mean, he's
stuck in the AFC East against Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the AFC at the same time as Buffalo, but also Elway, and he just never was able to do it.
Yeah, wouldn't he be the most haunted then if we're talking about man, how haunted are these guys? And then it's like, well, how about the team that could never beat them?
Line up the calls at 877-881-1053. Your thoughts on the Brian Schottenheimer hire as we preview the segment I've been looking forward to the most today. We preview the presser at 11 on the Fan. I'm nervous, and I'm not even going to be there. Are we going to get some uncomfortable fireworks and attacks towards Jerry and Steven next?
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jack.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
At 9 p.m. on Friday evening, Jerry Jones told Adam Schefter, Brian Schottenheimer is known as a career assistant. He ain't Brian no more. He is now known as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And then this radio station, the fan text, your cell phones listening, implosion. And that's what we've been getting throughout the morning with the Tolo phone calls, which we're going to take right now at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. By the way, just to catch you up on everything else, Mike Zimmer, he's gone. Everyone's waiting for Matt Eberflus to be the new defensive coordinator. Jory Epstein reports that they have expressed interest in Commanders staff member Anthony Lynn, former Chargers head coach, Brian Johnson, former Eagles offensive coordinator. Apparently the Saints are going to try to interview Kellen Moore today. Also names that I've not heard of before. They requested an interview for Falcons tight end coach Kevin Koger for the OC job. Todd Archer reported that they interviewed Andre Curtis for the position, probably a defensive position, I would assume. He coached safeties for the Bears, so he could be on Eberflus's staff. We also have Al Harris leaving for Chicago. I told you weeks ago that Al Harris was done here. Al Harris is going to be Ben Johnson's passing game coordinator. QB coach Scott Tolzien, he's moving on. His contract expired. QB tutor for Dak Prescott. Receivers coach Robert Prince went to Miami, and they interviewed Chris Banjo for the special teams spot.
Yeah, and on the Andre Curtis front, since, if you're looking for some positivity on these assistants, the guy who gave him his first break in the NFL and had him on his staff for 6 years was Steve Spagnuolo. And so he comes from that Spags tree of defensive philosophy and has been somebody that's been thought of well around the league.
All right, over to the Tolos. The man who got engaged on this radio station, Rodeo Ron, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Ronnie.
Good morning, guys. Now, I'm not really sure if it was Michael Irvin or Zach Walchuk that said it best about Jerry Jones and the state of the Cowboys, but for all the young Cowboy fans, welcome to the Dave Campo 2.0 era of the Cowboys football. And remember one thing, if you're not listening to that Sean and RJ show featuring Bobby, drinking Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron, where the F you at, baby?
There he is.
Right, baby.
Rodeo Ron, keeping it strong. I saw a lot of Campo 2.0 over the weekend when this news came out. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's an uninspiring hire.
Yeah,
that's one of it. The difference is that Dave Campo was in a much different transition within the organization. Aikman was on his way out. They had just traded 2 first-round picks for Joey Galloway.
They were not going to be competitive. Yeah, no matter who they brought in, they were not going to be competitive.
They could have brought in Vince Lombardi, and it wouldn't have mattered. Here, I mean, they got Cowboys. They got still a good roster.
Hakeem in Frisco, you are up next. Hakeem, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, guys. Not a fan of the hire. When I look at this, it appears like this is all about Dak and his comfortability.
Yeah.
Mind you, I'm a huge Dak fan. But this is all about Dak being comfortable, not wanting – I don't know if he doesn't just want to learn a new system, but it appears as if Dak is all about comfort and who he knows and so forth. And so with that being the case, I mean, it's not we're not even getting Mike McCarthy. We're getting a Mike McCarthy wannabe starter kit. So not nearly as good. And from an assistant's perspective, I'm wondering, okay, Eberflus, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm uninspired by him as well.
Yeah.
So I would hope from an OC perspective and DC perspective that they don't bring in any retreads of guys who have been unsuccessful elsewhere, because I just don't see it. And my last thing is, can you guys tell me, have the Cowboys ever had an OC or DC who was a minority? Because I can't remember. I definitely know they've never had a head coach minority.
Brian Stewart.
I don't know if they ever had one OC in DC.
Brian Stewart, their defensive coordinator, I can't remember if Chris Richard ever formally held the title of defensive coordinator or not.
I don't think he did.
But Brian Stewart was their defensive coordinator under Parcells.
Mike in California listening on the Odyssey app. Michael, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Right?
What'd you say?
Mo Carthon,
Good
too.
morning, Bobby. Good morning, everybody. Hey, I just want to say, for the most part, I heard a lot of people saying they wanted McCarthy gone, and for the most part, most of us got what we asked for, and I'm going to stay optimistic and give Coach the benefit of the doubt. If he's anything close to his pop was, then we came up.
All right, there's the optimism coming over there from California. We'll see if Michael joins us in Oxnard for that coverage. Mark in Oak Cliff, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I think Bobby Belt is going to be exactly right on this. The fans are going to come around on Brian Schottenheimer. He's a great leader. Everybody that watched him from afar in training camp can see it pops off. The thing that I'm worried about, even though there's been reports that he's not mentioned, is Whitney. I think y'all hit it so perfectly last week when y'all were saying the Whitney waiting. I think that would mess us up so great if he was anywhere on the staff, because it would undermine Brian. So I'm nervous about that. And my last thing that I'm concerned about is, why didn't they throw real head coach money like they did Dan Quinn for Zimmer? Because Zimmer, he turned water into wine at the end of the season. He carried Mike McCarthy. And I'm afraid of all the staff that you're losing with Zimmer. It's not even just Zimmer, it's Paul Gunter, Kevin, all those people that really impacted and made Mozzie better, that linebacker group better. We lost Overshawn, and we didn't even miss him. So it's like, to be losing Zimmer, that's to me the scariest thing. I'm out. Thank you guys.
It's a great call, Mark. That's Mike Zimmer leaving. I don't think Mike Zimmer was fine with Brian Schottenheimer. You guys going to pass me over for, no offense to Brian Schottenheimer, but this younger dude. I think Mike was not going to stay here by his own choosing off that.
Broadus had said that he had spoken to Zimmer, and that Zimmer had basically said, like, he was pretty disappointed that they didn't give him that look, that he didn't get a shot at that job.
And the thing that's really stinks about this is that we're right back where we were at the start of last year. They're going to have a new DC. They're going to have a new scheme, and it might have some growing pains to it, just like this one did. I mean, look at those first 3 weeks.
They need to tweak personnel. We'll talk about that this week. But if they're hiring Eberflus, they need to change their personnel on defense.
All right, let me preview this presser real quick. We're going to get to the Odyssey app messages, but I wrote down like 9 questions that I hope to hear from the media today, including Bobby Belt. It really feels more like a public hearing than a press conference.
Yeah.
It feels like Jerry and Stephen Jones are on trial. And I'm nervous for today. I have nervous excitement. I'm nervous for the media members that are going to be in that room. Is it going to get contentious? Are they going to relay the absolute, will they have to relay the absolute disgust and outrage from the fan base? And will Jerry and Stephen be charming towards it or be defensive towards it? What happened with McCarthy? How unprepared were you? Were you left scrambling? Is that how we ended up here? Did Mike get a 4-year offer? Why would Brian Schottenheimer get a 4-year offer but not Mike McCarthy? Is Schottenheimer calling the plays? He has been
Real quick?
Yeah, stop and start where you want.
I think the question, so all the ones you listed, the question of, will Schottenheimer call the plays? That's the first one they'll actually answer. I don't think they're going to give you an answer on what the offer was to McCarthy. I don't think they're going to give you an answer on whether you prepared or not. I don't think they're going to give you an answer on all those other ones. I just don't think they're going to go down that road.
Oh, I agree with you. I just think this one has to be asked.
I'll also say that when you ask about it, if it's going to get contentious, I don't know this. My anticipation is today will not.
No.
I don't think today is going to be super contentious. They may ask some. I think that'll be more Senior Bowl later this week when he's in Senior Bowl, and it's because I think today might be viewed as like. And again,
Only
this is Schottenheimer's day. Like not even from the Cowboys. I think there's a chance the media views it as this is Schottenheimer's day. This is his introduction. This is his job. When we get to Senior Bowl later this week, Jerry will get pressed there.
I'm going to ask you guys in KMC for the presser pie at 9:40. I want you to divide up who does the talking between Schottenheimer, Jerry, and Steven, the presser pie, and guess it on the fan text. All right, back to the questions I would ask. It's really difficult also to ask these with Brian right there. All the slings and arrows. That's why I'm like, I'm not envious of the media members for this while we're in our meeting.
Schottenheimer is an NBA player bringing their kid up.
Yeah. They try to be the shield?
Yeah, it's the shield.
Yeah, or Sirianni.
Yep, Sirianni.
All right, this guy's been in the league for 25 years. No one thought he was good enough to be a head coach. How are you going to sell the fan base on your magic touch now making him worthy? Like, why was he
somebody else to ask these questions?
Why was he not good enough for 25 years? Is he how could we view him as an upgrade to Mike McCarthy? How did you upgrade a coach? How do you want him to be better than the McCarthy teams? What possible improvement? What about the lack of homework? How do you justify not talking to the greatest coach of all time, the hottest candidate out there, Deion Sanders? Was your search sufficient? Is Jason Witten going to be on the staff? What do you say to the fan? Address the fan outrage that they think that you are too comfortable, that you were lazy, that you mailed it in. Those are the perceptions. What do you have to say to the fans?
Why do you want continuity for something that has failed?
Bam.
Yeah, if you're trying to fix something that's broken, don't use the parts that you already have. You gotta find new parts.
Jerry, have you thought about that this Brian Schottenheimer could be your last hire? And what about Philly, Washington playing in the NFC Championship game? Over to the Odyssey app. Those are just some of my questions. What about your news dump Friday night, 9 p.m.? Wanting all the spotlight and the shine and the headlines. And you buried this Friday night when I was half buzzed coming home in a Lyft. Come on.
Yeah, guys, we have Aaron and Dallas on the Odyssey app messages. He left his message reacting to the Brian Schottenheimer hire by the Cowboys.
I've had the weekend to, I guess, sit through the news of hiring Brian Schottenheimer, and I think I'm just defeated. As a fan, I'm just defeated. I don't know where to really go anymore with this team. And just 2 points that I guess I could make, it just seems hopeless. I hate that I love this team, and I hate that this is my team. I wish I could be a fan of one of the other 15 teams in the NFC or something at this point. And what's even worse is I've sucked my kids into wanting to root for this team, and that's who they root for now. And it's just defeating, and it sucks.
Good God, you two.
I was like, whoa, where are we going there?
Turn off their
I'm
mic.
sorry.
Turn off their mics.
He said it with such power.
Turn off their microphones. All right, the press conference breakdown. How much Schotty, Jerry, Steven, and did the Kansas City Chiefs do it again? We'll ask the KMC masterpiece next.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Mahomes was looking that way, breaking down, able to get rid of it. And somehow, at the end, I think the Bills, no, they're going to say Worthy has possession.
Ruling on the field stands as called. Is a Kansas City catch. First down and goal.
Oh, Tony, I know you're not going to agree with this one.
I want to see, there's the hand, the white glove.
I thought Nance called them the Kansas City Chiefs in the post game, but I think he was saying the Chiefs. CBS with the audio. It's the KMC masterpiece with crosstalk. What are you looking at?
Sean, my favorite play that I thought I was going to hit for sure on Underdog Fantasy. Everything was going my way. The one I really needed, Patrick Mahomes, first half rushing touchdown. So that bogus call by the officials right there really set me up for that. Also, James Cook, more than 54.5 yards. A.J. Brown touchdown, Saquon Barkley touchdown. The only thing I needed to take a $1 play to $100 was a Josh Allen rushing touchdown. He got to the one twice.
I got this. Stand aside.
Nobody wants to hear it. I got you.
No.
Oh.
Shame on you for not joining the rest of us and listening to the degenerate RJ Choppy, and taking all that with winnings yesterday. RJ led us to the promised land with underdog. And if freaking Kenneth Gainwell didn't get hurt on a special teams play, I would have had $800. Everyone would have cleaned up. 1 yard. I lost by half a yard. Choppy got it at a different number. Some other Tolos got it, but you didn't listen to the degenerate. He brought it home for us.
Listen, I got some wins, but 1 to 100, I was so going to be
good.
so
It's good return on your investment.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, at 11 o'clock today, the brand new head coach for the Dallas Cowboys will be introduced by the Dallas Cowboys organization right here on the flagship station, 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll air the press conference, however long it is. We will have it all.
I cannot wait.
I hope
I think you're setting your expectations too high.
You think Eberflus will be there too?
No.
Oh.
I don't think so. Okay. The press conference pie. Tell me who talks between Schottenheimer, Jerry, and Steven. Break it up.
I think Jerry 40%, Schottenheimer 40%, and Steven 20%.
Okay.
I think Jerry 60%.
Oh, no.
Heck yeah. He's
And
the
then
guy. He's the Hall of Famer.
Steven 15%. And then who's the other guy?
25.
Schottenheimer 15%. How much do I have left?
You have 10% left.
Jokes from the media. They'll laugh and stuff, so I think that'll be
Oh, Jerry.
60 for Schottenheimer, 60 for Jerry, 20 for Schottenheimer, 20 for Steven.
4 for Steven.
4%?
4%.
Okay.
6 for Schottenheimer, 90 for Jerry.
How much Steven laughter, though?
Stephen Laughter will take up at least 3 extra %. It'll be
Because you're factoring in like the questions too,
sounds like
where no one will have a question for Schottenheimer. All the questions will be to Jerry.
Why do you think that I'm setting myself up for disappointment?
You're expecting like guns ablazing, and I just think it's going to be like.
Do you not think that the media is going to ask about the fan outrage, the lack of a process, Schottenheimer's lack of desire throughout the rest of the league, all the things that we've covered in the last 2 weeks? I think the media is going to bring it up and ask it.
I'm really curious if it goes one of two ways. A, that Jerry's like, hey, I get that. We'll address that another time. Or B, let me tell you a folksy anecdote that will eventually wear you down.
Big fan of folksy.
Will Jerry be defensive today or no? Or celebratory?
I think he'll be deflective more than defensive in terms of,
smart
guy, this is a celebratory day. Like, I don't understand why you're not partying.
Okay.
He was offended at the beginning of this football season. I can't believe that y'all don't believe in us, was what we heard a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Even though everything you guys said would happen did this time.
So, yeah, I do feel like he'll be the word deflective is better.
Mike, you were out Thursday, Friday last week.
Yes.
Was that when the news broke? Did you miss the next day show after the news? Oh, the news broke Friday. I'm sorry.
I still don't think he knows. I think you might be breaking the news to him right now.
What happened?
What's your reaction to it? Just first on-air comments about Brian Schottenheimer, and it's done now.
Great hire. His dad coached for a long time. He's coached in multiple organizations. He's been here for a few years.
All right, let's talk about the Chiefs. I want to talk about the Chiefs. Mikey is wearing the red hat, and I'm saying that.
Do you hate greatness? Like, you were a Lakers fan as a kid.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like, you kind of rooted for, like,
I'm being sarcastic.
A team like this.
I'm being sarcastic.
You need to clarify which red hat Mike is wearing.
I was the only one defending them last week when everyone said the league is a fix, so I'm saying it sarcastically.
For people that believe that, yesterday
did not help.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the two calls. Which one did you have the biggest problem with? The catch/interception or Josh Allen with the first down?
I had a bigger issue with the first down one because the guy who overruled, I thought, was on the wrong side to make the overruling of the call.
Yeah. I mean, when you got two different referees trying to figure out where it is, or like, you know what?
Spotting the ball is really tough.
This specific game, they do a really good job. I'll give them a credit. They do a really good job for the most part, but whenever it's this narrow of a margin, I really think you need some sort of something. And this game between these two quarterbacks, these two teams, already changed rules before. I feel like this should be able to help change this rule and them say, you know what, we do need a chip. Once we saw this, because this game, it was a blast of a game. I wanted more of it again, just like the last time they matched up in the playoffs.
Did you think that the catch had to stand and not be an interception or incomplete?
I thought at worst it was incomplete. I'm still oddly fascinated by, well, if you don't have complete control, when it's not a catch. But if you catch the ball and then spike it on the ground, essentially, but you still controlled it, that's a catch. That's weird to me.
But what?
Did you have a problem
Because that
with the
ball
catch?
definitely hit the ground.
It did hit the ground.
But he controlled it when it hit the ground.
That part doesn't matter, right? If it hit the ground because it didn't move.
I think it's
It's
odd.
weird because when the
very
ball was being controlled to the ground, it was the Bills guy who was controlling it.
Yeah.
So if you're going to award the catch to the other guy, it wasn't like he had the ball and the ball didn't move. So to me, I'm like, you can't then steal, and I'm a Chiefs fan, really I'm a Patrick Mahomes fan, is then when you steal the ball away, you're like,
Couldn't
well,
the play
you
have
did
been
steal it
dead?
away, but
Yeah.
the ball did hit the
Yeah.
ground earlier, and it wasn't you who was controlling the ball to the ground. But, this is why I don't think there should be replay in sports. It doesn't help. All it does is make things longer. I guess there's drama in replay, but replay has never helped sports figure this out better than when we didn't have replay. Just let the refs call the game, spot the ball where it's at, and keep playing.
The issue then you run into is like, now you're upsetting people because you have the technology and you're not using it.
We have the technology, and it's not making things better.
Of course it is. There's times where absolutely replay works.
You get the call right
Yeah,
sometimes.
sometimes it does. Sometimes, a guy swings the bat and foul tips the ball. I can't replay that.
Right.
Sometimes
No, that's a
things, and you're
problem.
like, well,
Yeah.
what's the point?
You should be able to replay everything.
Yeah, I'm with
That would
you
really
in
draw
a way.
things out.
It would.
Make things longer.
But we're just saying right here, we had
Anybody
replay.
care?
Yeah.
And nobody
I
can
think they
figure
got it
out
wrong.
what the thing is. We
Yeah.
had replay and the Dez caught the ball, and
Mm-hmm.
nobody could figure out what a real catch was at the time. Like, replay, I don't think Choppy's helping as much as you'd want
But
it to.
it may not help. I mean, look, it helps. It's like, yes, they need to be able to replay more stuff. I hate that they don't. Roughing the passer. I mean, why can't you replay that, right? That you should be able to review that. And who really cares? Now, in the other sports, it matters. But who cares in football if those games were 5 hours yesterday?
Nobody.
That's just,
In the
that's just
playoffs,
extra-
I can
change it for the
Everybody's
playoffs?
taking their time.
For the playoffs.
They
Yeah,
enjoy
change it for the playoffs.
Yeah, for the playoffs, it's like, dude, everything's on the table. Let's just review everything.
I thought James Cook's knee was going to be down on that incredible.
Good
Air
Lord, that was an
Jordan read.
amazing
Those
run.
pictures coming out of that were amazing.
That was my favorite run I think I've seen ever. I love
Early in
that
the game,
touchdown
wasn't
run.
it Devontae Smith? They gave him a catch, and when they showed it, he didn't, but they snapped the ball quick enough, and maybe Washington that early in the game didn't want to review a 35-yard catch. I'm guessing on how long it was, but it's like there's just keep playing. Like that ball, he probably was out of bounds. If you replay that and look at it closely, he did not catch that ball, but it counted as a 35-yard catch.
And the heady play by the other team, like saying, hey, let's go ahead and hurry up on this. Like, that's part of the game. That's part of the strategy.
Does Dalton Kincaid belong in a Mark Andrews discussion?
We were just talking about that. I think the difference is Mark Andrews had another horrific play right before that.
And Mark's drop was worse.
Yeah,
it was easier.
for sure. Dalton Kincaid should have caught it. It would have been an impressive catch, but he clearly made his way back and had his arms in position, and you could see it all over his face. But I think Mark Andrews was worse.
He didn't have a great game either. Kincaid, usually a really good receiving tight end.
Neither one of the tight ends
and,
really.
And he was poor in this game, so that was a bad thing for him. But yeah, that one at the end, I don't like the people that are like, why didn't he throw it to Shakir on the other side of the field? Josh Allen didn't. He had everybody in his face.
Yeah.
If he even tried to do that, he's throwing it backwards, and that's ending up in as a touchdown the other way. But he should have caught it.
And I know there's plenty of stuff to talk about. I just go back to this. Look, I didn't agree with either one of those, the catch call or the no first down call. I thought both of those went against the Bills, and they were called improperly. But Josh Allen got the ball in his hands with time to play, with a chance to win it.
And his receiver dropped.
No,
fourth
that's
down.
true. I'm not saying it's all Josh Allen's fault. I'm just saying the Bills got a shot. Mm-hmm. They still had their opportunity. They had their opportunity defensively as well, and they couldn't stop it either.
I agree.
Where were you on Friday night when you got the message that the Schottenheimer news was official?
I was at Cosm, Dallas. Have y'all been to Cosm yet? Dude, this place is awesome. That was
Not as awesome as Schotty.
Well,
Point.
the experience we saw and we also saw previews for football games and basketball games, and Adrian was like, oh, I want to come back to watch games here. And she didn't even like sports. She just thought it was cool looking. So that's where we were, and I was just sitting there, and I looked down at my phone, and I went, mother F, and I just kind of walked off for a while, and she was like, what's wrong? And I was like, nothing.
Corey, if you want wait till 2025. Week 1, Cowboys, Schotty running the show. That's
right.
That's
big time O.
Where were you?
I was actually at home, and I just kind of sighed because, like from a selfish perspective, you're like, hey, we could have done this between 10 and 2. We've all known this was going to be the case for like at least a couple days. I kind of knew it when you told me a week ago that watch out for Brian Schottenheimer. But I just kind of sighed, and I was like, sure.
I'm back on the Cowboys bandwagon.
All right, the press
I don't know how you
conference
can't be.
is coming up 1 hour from now.
And they got Eberflus. Don't
That's
forget
right.
that.
The
we don't know that.
KFC.
He doesn't have to worry about the clock management.
And hey, Dak was second in MVP just a year ago.
Peyton, hit the button.
That's a good point.
Thanks. K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the more famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Heck
Mike.
yeah. Today's the day they finally got the replacement for Jimmy Johnson.
We are
finally.
we are but 1 hour away from the Brian Schottenheimer press conference.
Heck yeah.
Is this what? Oh, never mind. You know what?
Well, hey, get excited.
Here's my plan.
It's the Cowboys.
It's true.
I feel like new slate. I need to start off flat. Okay. For Schottenheimer specifically,
Yeah.
just for him. There are a lot of negative things that you can look at and go, the offense hasn't been that good. So why do we want consistency and continuity with it if we need to change it? That's a real question I think gets asked today. I think it should. But I want to give him a chance before anything else. It doesn't excite me. It's not something splashy. It doesn't go, you know what, I think this is going to change the culture and everything else. But I also don't feel like you can really change the culture anyway because it's already built and you just have to deal with that. But I'm trying to be flat with it and not go too about everything about it because there's a lot of things that are not making me excited for it yet.
And that's one of the things I was going to the way I phrased it. And if you think this is unfair, like we can definitely have that conversation. The Cowboys officially have a new head coach, and it's the guy a lot of folks dreaded.
Yeah.
And that's probably not fair because all of the people that we recommended, hell, you just brought it up, whether it was Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn or Joe Brady or whoever you thought it was, it's because you love what they did in their previous place, but who's to say you even have the ability to do that here?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those. I guess I'm still kind of frustrated that the Cowboys seem so in a silo when it comes to this search thing, and how they're just like, we are not really thinking about what anybody else out there is thinking. We're not going to go try and steal away maybe the best head coach. We're an organization that we're the best. We should go get the best. And instead, they're just like, we've done our research on this, and this fits us well because of consistency. Ben Johnson would have been a fantastic hire, I believe. I mean, just listening to him talk right now, I'm like, wow.
I agree.
So that's kind of the frustrating part is that the Cowboys have just decided we're staying in this silo, and we're not going outside of it no matter what because that's how we do things.
And that would be a question that, look, we'll have the opportunity to talk with Jerry and or Steven again in training camp in Oxnard. But that's one of the questions I would love to come up today. I know Sean had his own set of questions, but one of the questions I hope comes up is I hope Jerry pushes back and is like, why is there so much negativity in the room? And I hope somebody gets to ask the question, but you realize it's not necessarily because of Schottenheimer, it's because of you. Like, I agree that a lot of people are down on this hire because it's not somebody that was in demand. I have my own thoughts about how they didn't interview any of the people that are in demand. But I think the thing that really annoys people is you don't think that coach will be allowed to coach or do their thing
He's
their
got 4
own
years.
way.
In year one, it's definitely not going to feel like it's turned a corner. I just don't feel like it's going to feel that way at all. Year one, year two, maybe he establishes something. Year three, who knows at that point? Like that year three might be a complete flip again on everything because at that point, can't you walk with the quarterback? So there's a lot of, hey, just wait around for things to happen, but it doesn't feel like that. There's a lot of change.
To go along with all of this, you lose Mike Zimmer and you lose Al Harris. I don't think this was unexpected. We talked about it, but you kind of got the news that Mike Zimmer said he's not coming back to the Cowboys, and there's a good chance that he will retire. Al Harris, he went to the Bears to be their defensive game coordinator and DB's coach. What do y'all think about these losses? Because I get it. You can make a strong argument, new head coach, maybe they'd bring in most of their own new staff anyway, but I was kind of bummed to see Al Harris, especially
when it comes to losing Zimmer. I think it's Fish that has the quote that he wanted to be the head coach for the Cowboys for the last 25 years. Like that was his love and passion.
Right.
At least he brought a toughness. It took a while for the defense to grow into that toughness, but at least he brought some toughness that I don't think the Cowboys have. I really don't think that organization has it in those walls, and I want to see better from it. If you get upset that I said that, if any of the Cowboys players are upset that I said that, go do it. Go be better. Go prove it. So I don't have to say it. So it never even crosses my mind. So when it comes to Mike Zimmer, I liked the toughness, but now it's gone. Al Harris, he had the respect of his secondary. All of them loved him. They really cared about him. Stinks they're going to have to go find somebody else for that. But he needs to make a jump as where his status is anyway.
Yeah.
At some point, he's got to go to the next level.
I'm going to mess up timelines of Marty Schottenheimer coaching like the Kansas City Chiefs. Just bring in Christian Okoye. That was a tough son of a gun. Now, Al Harris is gone. You bring in Christian Okoye as your running backs coach. Mm-hmm. And now I just brought the toughness back.
So you want to build the all-star team of coaches to a certain extent.
Heck yeah. Neil Smith played for Kansas City and maybe Marty Schottenheimer.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who played for Brian Schottenheimer.
All right. So Mike Zimmer, gone. Al Harris, gone. I believe it was Kevin Koger, the Falcons assistant, that the Cowboys asked for permission to interview their OC. We've talked about Eberflus coming back, which is interesting because I know a lot of people got agitated with Eberflus in Chicago. But before that, it felt like a lot of folks around Dallas had pretty positive stuff to say about
linebackers coach here, and then he goes up to Indianapolis. And Indianapolis, like, he was stout. They had a stout defense. You could say they were, again, a very boring offense when they had Carson Wentz and all the things that they went through up there. But Eberflus, while he was a coordinator, or while he was working there, was really good at that part of it. Again, the Bears had a lot of dysfunction. He was part of that. Does that make, like, he was the head coach of it. It was his job to make sure that thing was organized, and they have the talent. We'll see if it works out with Ben Johnson, but they have the talent, and it should have been more organized this past season, and it just didn't look that way. But a lot of people did like him around here, and that's why he gets a second chance with the Cowboys. I think at one point they were looking at him and tabbing him for coordinator, like all sorts of things down here.
I do remember that. I think they were disappointed when he took another, and he obviously went down a career path that got him the job with the Bears and everything
it was a hot
like
name.
that. From the 817, let's not get it wrong. Schotty was not the first choice. If you're the glorious, big spending, all-in Cowboys, how do you miss on your first choice, Mike McCarthy? I do want to say this, and I'll be fine if people are like, no, I think that's inaccurate. If Schottenheimer wasn't the first choice because you wanted to keep Mike McCarthy, I think Schottenheimer was the second choice. Like, I really do. I'm not saying that would have been my second choice, your second choice, anybody else's first choice. I really do think that's the way the Cowboys viewed this. They're like, that's fine. We have a perfectly good head coach candidate right here. Either that or, like, they didn't want to put in the legwork to go out and do all the interviews. I think they interviewed 6 people. I think some of these other teams interviewed way more than that. And a couple of them, they were just like, I got to knock these out for the Rooney
But
Rule.
you know, Kevin, here in 52 minutes, when we play this right here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Dallas Cowboys, your flagship station.
That's right.
Their message, Jerry and Steven's message, is going to be, we have complete confidence. Y'all don't know what this guy's capable of. We've seen it. We saw it behind the scenes every day. We know his connection with the players. We know the pedigree in the coach. He's got history. He's got it in his blood. He's a coach's son. I mean, Bill Parcells made that very clear. He loved Mike Zimmer, coach's son. Guys that are coaches' sons, they're connected to the game in a deeper way. And you guys just don't understand that because y'all haven't seen it yet because Mike McCarthy was here and that was his. Brian Schottenheimer is going to have a completely different approach to this thing. What I'm very interested in with Schottenheimer is, as the head coach now, Kevin, what's his demeanor? Is he a disciplinarian? Is he a friend guy? I don't know who he is.
And that's a great question. Do you get that sense? Like, I get the sense that maybe somewhere in between, maybe that's just the laziest answer possible. He's somewhere in between a player's coach and a disciplinarian. And I don't want to get twisted his actual coaching persona versus how he talks to the media, because those can be very different. You can be super friendly to the media, and then when you walk in to do film, you're like, hey, shut the hell up.
Yeah, no, and does he have the respect of the players? That's the most important thing. The players and his coaching staff, does he have their respect? Because if he doesn't, those guys aren't going to care. They're going to, when he walks into the room and says, shut the F up, they're just like, don't care, going to keep talking. You're that dude, you're that teacher from Dangerous Minds. I'm not listening yet. By the way, Pelissero said Eberflus headed to Dallas today to interview, as he is expected to be named the defensive coordinator.
Okay, all right. Now, from the 817, this is something I do want to explore, and it was something that we might pick back up again tomorrow as well. A lot of us actually...
A lot of us did, actually.
A lot of us actually want to enjoy this new hire and find reasons to be positive. I want to know more specifically from the people what those reasons are. One of the things that Corey has said in the past that I think has the potential to be positive is it does feel like maybe that first year is your opportunity to do things as the head coach the way you want to, and if it doesn't work out, then you have to fall in line. Just the alternate viewpoint of that really sucks is you're strapped for salary cap space, at least the way the Cowboys like to do it. You're coming back with a quarterback coming off of injury. There are a lot of things working against Schottenheimer from that perspective.
Yeah, that this first year, I mean, it always compared it to the Mike Maddox, and that was my idea, was that Mike Maddox, he would let you go out and pitch your first game, and it was usually terrible. And then he'd say, all right, now do it my way. And like that's how Jerry looks at his coaches. You didn't win the Super Bowl. Now you guys got to go ahead and do it my way. And when it comes to you didn't win the Super Bowl, it's acceptable. That's the culture problem that you got to demand more success out of it. And so that's going to be more work on Jerry and Steven in the front offices to continue demanding more out of these coaches and these players.
So if I had to ask you guys a question, which one do you think was a better hire or going to be a better hire, Brian Schottenheimer or Bruce Bochy?
One's turned into a World Series already. So, but even before it happened,
Bochy for sure.
Even before it happened, we were like, this is top of the class manager right here. Like, you went and got Bill Belichick. You went and got one of those, an Andy Reid. You got one of the best to do it. And that's what when Chris Young said, I want to win one, that's what he said he needed to make happen.
You guys answered that quick. That seemed like a tough question.
And then went and got one of the best pitching coaches. You know, it was like, let's get the best pitching coach. Let's get one of the best hitting coaches. They got the best at everything. And because they said, we want this.
Eberflus or Mike Maddox?
I like Mike Maddox a lot.
Yeah, it's very difficult for me to vote against anybody that won me a World Series.
By the way, somebody did ask, can you tell me more about Eberflus? I'm not familiar. So he was here, I think, for 7 years as linebackers coach, and then eventually, and I always find this fascinating, he was linebackers coach and the passing game coordinator. And so they really liked Eberflus, and there was some discussion about him moving up or potentially having a coordinator role. And that's where Indianapolis came in, and they're like, no, we'll go ahead and make you the DC right now. I do remember, because like history gets kind of changed up when it fits more with your narrative. And a lot of people are like, I can't believe we let Dan Quinn go. Make no mistake about it. If the Cowboys would have gotten rid of Mike McCarthy last year and hired Dan Quinn, people here in the Metroplex would have been furious. They would have been so mad about that. And so I know Eberflus, after Indianapolis, he went to the Bears. He had a lot of trouble with clock management. But going up through the positional coach and potential coordinator rank, people liked him here in Dallas.
Yeah, did you say that when he went up to Indianapolis, that was Josh McDaniels going there to be the head coach?
Yeah, no.
And he was already ready to be the defensive coordinator, and then they were like, Josh McDaniels bails, and he's like, hold on, who's my head coach? And they were like, maybe we'll just make Eberflus the head coach. And I think they turned to Frank Reich there.
And from the 469, Schottenheimer was hired for one reason, Dak. All right. I do want to say this, and if people want to get mad, I understand. There are a lot worse reasons to hire a head coach than somebody who works well with your quarterback. And I hope Schottenheimer is like, let's take advantage of the things that Dak can do and not the things that he can't do. Because one of the problems that I think the Cowboys have really fallen into is, we paid Dak all of the money either this time or 4 years ago, so clearly he's going to step up his game. Well, what kind of sense does that make? So I hope Schottenheimer's at least like, hey, I love Dak Prescott because he can do A, B, and C, but he can't do X, Y, and Z. So let's stop programming packages and plays around that because he can't do it.
Yeah, there are things that we have to be realistic about what we are as a team, what we see in front of us, and that's the only way to really evaluate yourself is to know what you're capable of. Otherwise, you can't build what you want.
Watching the championship games yesterday, how many times did you guys watch all 4 quarterbacks and go, Dak can't do that anymore?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the running part of it, when they take off up the middle, I was just like, or when they're rolling
getting more
out.
time. That's the tough thing is that
I agree with that.
Schotty's going to have to deal with a very statue-like quarterback.
Yeah, that's gonna be the tough part of it.
And from the 4-3-2, you're nuts. Everybody wanted Dan Quinn moved to head coach. Not at the end. There was a time when everybody wanted that. But by the end of the season, and after your defense has gotten gashed again in the playoffs, people wanted him out, and definitely not the head coach.
Look what he did. He couldn't even make it to the Super Bowl.
Well, that's a good point. He could not even make it to the Super Bowl. Coming up next, let's break down Conference Championship Sunday, and did you get the Super Bowl matchup you wanted? Next, right here on The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Barkley, a little shovel, looking for an edge, gets it, Saquon Barkley, first down, Barkley, oh! Saquon, touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about the conference championship games. Maybe answer the question, did you get the Super Bowl that you wanted? If we're going to focus on one at a time, you guys want to go with Washington, Philly, or do you want to skip to Kansas City, Buffalo?
Let's go with the first game.
Yeah, those are two teams the Cowboys are taking down next year.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but fingers crossed. I know this is a ridiculous question because the game stayed close for a while. Is there any part of you that when Saquon took the first offensive play for Philadelphia, 60 yards for a touchdown, you thought this game is over?
I thought it was over before that.
Wow, really?
When they went for it twice on fourth down and then decided to kick a field goal to wrap up the 12-play plus drive, I was like, that's not Dan Quinn for one.
Yeah.
They go for it all the time. What are they doing right now? And then they just said, you know what? We've gambled enough. Now it's time to just get some points. Ah, man, gamble again. You're probably going to need to do that. So that was when I thought, and then Kevin, it followed up and cemented my thought when Saquon Barkley took off and did what he did.
My answer is no.
That dude's
okay,
special.
because I'll tell you, Mike, and I know even at that point it was only 7-3. Washington was getting the ball back. I thought it was over just because I was like, this is going to be such a long day for Washington's already like questionable run defense.
They're missing Payne.
Yeah. And now clearly, by the time you get, midway through the fourth quarter, you're a 2-point conversion away from the game being tied right back up. But that play, I just was like, oh my gosh, this game is going to be a disaster. There is no way by the time we got to midway through the second quarter, I thought it would end the way it did. Like the fourth quarter was a massacre.
What an amazing fourth quarter.
It really, really was.
I turned it off just because I was rooting for Washington, and I knew like at some point I was like, I can do something else and wait for the Super Bowl. And I watched the Super Bowl later. But
I actually have questions about that probably later in the week.
The reason that I thought Washington still had a chance, even though it was 7-3 with one play, is Philadelphia has struggled to score points. And so I thought, well, that's huge. And look, they're the better team. They're at home. They're the higher seed. A rookie quarterback, as far as I can recall, has never gone to the Super Bowl. So it was going to be very difficult. There are a lot of things going against them, but I just thought, hang in there, and they made it 14-12. I believe they didn't get the 2-point conversion there.
That is correct.
And then it got to be 27-12, and that's when I was like, crap, this is probably over at that point. But I was still holding out hope.
The first touchdown in the third quarter, though, had to pretty much cinch it for you.
Yeah, and I watched a little bit more of it. I didn't watch much of the fourth because I was like, I get it. Philadelphia is going to win, and Jaundice boy is going to have a blast. Even though he doesn't look as
less jaundicey,
yeah. Like I'll give it to him, man. He's gotten enough sun over the last year or so that the Eagles head coach has beaten jaundice.
Hey, I do want to just bring this up real
Commanders.
quick.
Yeah, beat jaundice.
Did you know Nick Sirianni before he was head coach of the Eagles?
Not really.
I got it. Schotty. We got our Sirianni.
Isn't that how I would
great.
say there are some times head coaches do pop up. You're like, where the hell did they come from? So
that's
like,
what I'm thinking.
Maybe that'll be they both wear visors sometimes. I don't know, man. So
maybe he can wear one of those beanies that barely, like, it goes over your eyebrows. And I'm like, can this coach see what is happening in this game right now?
Doesn't matter as long as he can push through
Oh,
it.
man, that is fascinating. So his last major job before taking over the Eagles was he's the OC of the Colts. And there was some crossover when we had when we got Eberflus. Okay.
I told you Washington and Philly's in trouble next year. It's over.
The thing about that though is they gave Sirianni, they handed him a fantastic roster.
The best roster in the NFL,
And
right?
the year they went to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And then this year, the best roster in the, like, you can point to every single position. And that's, Mike, you were bringing that up earlier when looking at the Cowboys, or looking at the quarterbacks in this playoffs and comparing, like, to the Cowboys.
Yeah, off the air.
When we kind of had that conversation, the whole teams they look different. Their defensive lines get better pressure. Their offensive lines did kind of struggle in some of these games. But their running backs, good. Their receivers, stout, tight end. You're like, oh my gosh, how deep are these teams? So that's the difference to me when I look at it as Kevin Sirianni had really good talent to work with. I'm not sure, and even the 22 missing free agents now, I'm not sure where the Cowboys stand on that front.
I know you don't get to change it retroactively, and we had that discussion last week. That's not how the MVP works. But man, when I'm watching this thing, I'm like, I think the writers got it wrong. I got it wrong. Saquon Barkley. No. Yes, in the playoffs, that's a totally different deal. I think Saquon Barkley should have been the MVP of the league this year. He is just
maybe he is.
It could be. He's a finalist. I don't think he's going to win it, but
they should vote after these games.
We went over that last week. He had 7 touchdowns against the Commanders in 3 games this season. His first 2 carries, he had 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And then this is the most humbling statistic of all. Now, Mike, I know you're not going to like this statistic because you're clearly super on board with the Cowboys today.
Heck yeah, man.
So don't listen to this statistic.
Got a Hall of Famer running the show.
The Eagles had more rushing touchdowns yesterday than the Cowboys did all season.
Oh, man.
I think there's some people that think if Rico Dowdle was their starting running back, it would be as good, maybe even better.
I think that those people are mistaken.
Doesn't matter.
I would disagree with that.
They would have lost those games with Emmett or without Emmett. It didn't matter.
Oh, I know what you're referencing. So the Eagles had 7 rushing touchdowns, tied for the most in a playoff game in NFL history with the 1940 Bears, who also beat Washington. No, Walter Payton was not on that team or even born yet, I don't think.
Neil Anderson.
No, also incorrect. But the Bears won that game 73-0. So,
what?
Yeah, Washington is on the wrong end of 2 of the biggest thrashing in the history of football, and then one of the biggest thrashings in the history of playoff football, and they gave up 7 rushing touchdowns in both of them. It was incredible to watch. That team is really, really good. Now, I'll go ahead and give you a preview. I'm still going to pick the Chiefs because I'm not going to pick against the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Makes sense.
But I do think we've got a ball game on our hands. Like you talked about seeing the Super Bowl yesterday. I'm not disputing that, but I do think Philadelphia, when they have someone in Saquon who's like, I don't care what my career was before, I'm going to smash it down your
Let me just give you a history lesson. How many Super Bowls have the Chiefs won?
4.
Have they?
Because they won Super Bowl 4.
Heck yeah. How many have the Eagles won?
1.
All right, add those.
Don't do this, Mike. I know what you're doing.
Cowboys have 5.
Oh, my God.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Should I count on this level of discourse?
It is rough to see the Eagles go to the Super Bowl twice.
It sucks.
Since we've been on radio. Actually, 3 times since we've been on radio. Like, that stinks, and the Cowboys haven't been there.
Don't forget the 4th time when Donovan McNabb led them to a Super Bowl.
We weren't on radio at that point, but I appreciate you, Mike.
They've been to the Super Bowl 4 times since the Cowboys have, but still
that is true.
Have not been to the Super Bowl as many times as the Cowboys have.
Also true.
And again, going back to the team building concept, if you're walking away from this game and saying defensive tackles don't matter,
oh my gosh,
Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter are phenomenal. And
I feel like we talked about them Georgia boys
over and over. I was like, trade up, go get these guys, and they're just dominant forces on the field. And then when you can add in, like Zach Bond, getting him was, hold on, what? Where'd that come from? They add him, and he's a fantastic player, potential defensive player of the year candidate. Yeah. But you add in 2 rookies in your secondary, and they're studs. That's the level of play and the level of expectation that's in Philadelphia right now.
Now, give me cut number 8 if you can. Let's go ahead and move over to Kansas City and Buffalo.
Long count. Chiefs are going to throw it. They throw it in the left. Flat cut. It's Samaje Perine at the 30. First down. And up the left sideline. I love you so much, AP Ryan. I remember when Brett Veach told me they picked him up, it's a gain of 18 yards. I poured water on my head, and the Kansas City Chiefs are going to pull this off.
What a brag.
Okay, I didn't follow all of that, but I caught most of it, and that was P. Ryan's first touch of the game, which is, like, just think about how crazy that is. Hey, I know I haven't used this guy all game, and I know we're going to pass the ball one time, and the difference could be us going to the Super Bowl for a historic third straight time after we won the first two. Let's go to that guy.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Because every guy on the roster is there for a reason.
Yeah.
They believe that every dude on this roster is here for a purpose, and he might have a Corey Brewer moment, but we're going to have, and to go along with it, the guy that is calling the plays for it knows what every single one of these dudes can do and what they can't do.
Man.
And he's like, this is what we're going to use you for. And if you're not, Xavier Worthy, I thought he was a gimmick to start the season. And here in the playoffs, you're like, oh man, he's a good receiver with this team.
I think he's
the way
learning,
they're using him. Yeah, he's gotten better.
They've limited. I think that as time has gone on this season, they're like, all right, let's just give him plays that maybe work for him and not try to make him a number one receiver in his rookie year.
Yeah.
And they're the best.
They are.
And
Juju Smith-Schuster's career was over to start this year.
I know that they, right? Oh gosh, can you imagine Juju Smith-Schuster, Hollywood Brown? I know that Hopkins hasn't had much of an impact in the playoffs. That stupid organization is like getting people from other teams to try to help them out. That's just dumb.
Two catches for 60
draft
yards.
the guys that you draft.
I get it, Mike. I understand.
Just figure it out.
I get it.
If you draft them, they are the best.
I get it. I get it.
I look at Patrick Mahomes, and this year they've struggled to score points. Factually, that's why he's not in the MVP race, even though he went 15-1 as the starting quarterback and not in the MVP race.
It is an odd dynamic. Yeah, I'm with you.
Is their defense, I got a few good stops, but they gave up 29 points, and they did get a stop at the end to pretty much win the game. They needed Patrick Mahomes to run out the clock, and he did it. But when you needed 30 points, Patrick Mahomes said, I'll get you those 30 points.
Yeah, absolutely he did. And you sent me a text
with no turnovers either, right?
Yes,
they did to Kansas City turn over the ball, but the defense didn't get like a big turnover.
And I do believe they might be the first team this postseason run to lose the turnover battle and win the game.
True.
Is you sent me a text and said, can the Chiefs score a touchdown with less than a minute to go? And I know they didn't.
As in there were 6 minutes and 15 seconds when they got the balls. Like, can they do kind of that thing where they milk the clock and score?
And they did not. But my immediate response was, if any team can do it, this is the team. I know I went back to beating this drum last week. I am just curious again about, you had a game, and maybe it wouldn't have worked out for the Bills either way, but you had a game where your running back was getting work done. James Cook, 139 total yards, 2 touchdowns, 16 touches, 8.6 yards per touch. He didn't get a touch on the final drive.
What? You're kidding me.
That
doesn't make any sense to me.
They got the ball back with 3 minutes to go approximately.
They had plenty of time, and they had all 3 of their timeouts. And it was oddly similar to when Baltimore got the ball back against Buffalo. I just don't understand. I know keeping the ball in Josh Allen's hand, I get that. But, like, James Cook was having a great game.
And they're like, stud.
Yeah, and they were like, meh, we don't need you on this one.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me. I don't know if I feel like Brady got a little caught up in, all right, now it's time for Josh Allen to shine. In this moment that would typically be Patrick Mahomes' moment, it's time for Josh Allen to shine. And he wasn't calling things that would have set up Josh Allen for better moments. Every down, they looked at it and said, oh, he's about to drop back and pass. We know what we can do. All we got to do is throw pressure. And Steve Spagnuolo is brilliant at throwing, well, hey, guess what? I'm going to throw a cornerback blitz at you in one of the biggest moments in the game. Gotcha. Like, that's just what he does. So I didn't understand why they didn't try to off-balance that by throwing a little more James Cook run in
If
there.
Kincaid catches that ball, do you think Buffalo wins? Or do you think they
tie it up?
You think they kick a field goal?
I think they kick a field goal and tie it. I think they go for it, but I think they kick a field goal and tie it up, and we're in overtime discussing one of the greatest AFC championship games again.
That's hard to argue against. I think I'm going to go in a different direction because I'm trying to think of the answer to your question. I think Buffalo would be like, we're going to score a touchdown or we're going to lose the game. Like, I think that's where they would have gotten. Now, would that have been the smart play? Don't know about that. Because I just worry, and I'm sure Josh Allen worries. You're like, what do you want me to do? Score a touchdown score with 13 seconds left? Oh, wait, I already effing did that against this exact same team. So I do kind of wonder if Kincaid catches that, if Buffalo's like, hey, let's figure it out. We're going for the win or we're going home.
I will say this. Most people weren't alive for the Cowboys being good at football, and most people that are listening weren't alive for Michael Jordan, and that's why they think LeBron is better. This is how it felt like, and I know that they haven't won the Super Bowl yet. This is how it felt like if you were a fan of any other team in the 90s in basketball.
So can I tell you, I actually followed a thread of those analogies, and that's why I thought Josh Allen was going to win. So it was amazing. Franchise history titles between Michael Jordan and the Bulls and Josh Allen and the Bills, 0. Playoff win-loss record against that specific opponent. For Michael, it was the Pistons. For Josh Allen, it was the Chiefs, 0-3. Was the opponent seeking a three-peat? The Pistons were, and so are the Chiefs. They were both in their 7th season, and I was like, oh my gosh, he's going to do it. And then the same thing happened that always happens, is it always looks different, but the Chiefs find a way to win.
Yeah, it's spectacular.
It
to
really
watch
is
him.
impressive.
I mean, you can hate Patrick Mahomes, you can hate the refs. Just know you're probably watching the greatest quarterback in football history.
See,
that is fun to watch.
I get the refs more, and clearly last week I ranted about the off the field stuff for the Chiefs. I don't know if I understand the hating of Patrick Mahomes, like the player and the human being. That I don't get as much. Like, if you think the refs are in the pocket, like, I'm not going to argue that with you. I don't necessarily think that, but I'm not going to argue that with you.
If you're a hardcore fan of your team, you're just jealous that you're like, they got to go 7 times in a row.
Fair.
They've been to 5 Super Bowls now in 7 years with this guy, and nobody thought he was going to be great out of Texas Tech. It's one of those things where if you're Buffalo, this will be maybe for Mike Ask Football questions tomorrow. Do Buffalo fans just throw up the way Milwaukee Bucks fans throw up and go, wait, that was our pick? That was Buffalo's pick.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes' pick was the Buffalo Bills' pick.
You know who I will give credit to? Lee Steinberg. He's like, you just watch how high in the draft he goes. And I was like, okay, Lee. And then it happened, and then this all happened. I was like, oh.
Yeah. When Milwaukee was like, no, we want tractor trailer.
Yeah.
Not that Dirk German guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for early Gridiron Gravy. More from the AFC and NFC title games, and a lot of folks are about to learn what Tubi is. Next on The Fan.
I gotta remember that. Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it
Alex halftime score?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Zeros on the clock. The Flares fly skyward. And the Eagles not just beat, but annihilate the Washington Commanders 55-23.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Gridiron coming up in just a second. But you heard the preview. We're going to be at the Super Bowl next week. Remember, last year's Super Bowl was in Las Vegas, which, if you download the Odyssey app and listen to The Fan on the app for an hour, you have the opportunity to win the ultimate trip to Vegas. If you're listening to us on the Odyssey app, make sure you get your hour in to be automatically entered into the Odyssey National Contest for a chance to win a vacation for 4, airfare, hotel, and $5,000 for each person.
I'm sorry, what?
That's right. Each person, 1, 2, 3, 4. Multiply that up. For the College Hoops Championship, download the app if you don't have it already for your chance to listen and win. Now.
Is that 20 grand?
That's right.
And the trip and all this stuff?
That's right. Hey, I wish I could win.
To go enjoy Vegas?
I am ineligible. However, you guys are eligible.
This is awesome. All you have to do is listen?
That's right. For at least an hour. Now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
Now, I wanted to play a cut that I don't believe I'd ever heard this before. Let's go back to that Philadelphia game. Let's play cut number 4. I mean, I'm not saying this is inaccurate. I trust the officials know the rules. But I had honestly never heard this until the ref walked up and gave us a stern talking to.
Encroachment, defense number 93. Washington has been advised that at some point the referee can award a score if this type of behavior happens again. For now, it's a replay of second down.
Now, I'm not going to lie. I did like all of the memes that showed Patrick Mahomes' face light up when he heard that officials can just award you the points.
Oh, my gosh.
And he was like, oh!
They can just give me points?
I have never heard that
Me either.
in my life.
No, and you would have had to have read the whole rule book. And,
I did not.
And consumed it and kept it.
Yeah.
It's not one of those, that's the one you're like, huh, what? Yeah, when I heard that, it reminded me of playing MLB The Show with Mike, and he just kept beaning my player over and over.
COVID.
And like the manager and the other dugout was all ticked off, and eventually they just kicked Mike's pitcher out, and I was like, oh my gosh.
The game quit.
Oh yeah, the game just stopped playing.
You lost. All you're doing is pegging guys. And I was like, well, they keep arguing. Why don't you come out to the mound and do something about it? They just kept walking to first. I was tired of the game. But that wasn't the case. I was with Tom Brady. They were just, it's a close to impossible play to defend. And the only way to do it, and they did it one time earlier, is you time it perfectly. They might have done it twice. So then they started changing the snap count. I don't think they were intentionally jumping off sides. They were like, look, this is an impossible play to defend unless you time it perfectly. And I get it. It was 5 offsides in a row, I think.
It was something
But
absurd.
the penalty was like
We'll
1 inch.
just give you the points.
And I was like, well, they're not intentionally jumping off sides. Tell those guys to stop changing up the snap count.
That's a good point.
Like, yeah, you can't keep trying to trick us to jump off sides. Like, eventually, isn't it the offensive fault too? Like, hey, you guys keep tricking them to jump off sides. Stop doing that.
I wonder why that is the rule. Because it's irritating the other team? Well, like, what's the
technically, mathematically, it would always just get to be a smaller 0.001.
Yeah.
0.00, and like you're like, you never actually make it into the end zone. They're like, you know what? Now you do.
And they did just keep ticking time off the clock.
True.
Like that was the punishment already, was that you're losing clock for your offense.
Now, we talked about the big play with Dalton Kincaid. The rush came. Josh Allen was in a lot of trouble. Just had to kind of chuck the ball up in the air. Dalton Kincaid turned around, saw it, made what I thought would have been a really heads-up play.
Valiant effort.
Yeah, and then he dropped the ball. So he said after the game, it sucks a lot. And then you hear this quote, and I feel really bad for the guy. Josh got the ball off. He was pressured, and it was hanging up there, and I just wasn't able to catch it. Right now, it obviously hurts a lot, and it's going to linger for a while. But eventually, you got to move on, and hopefully you grow from this. And I believe that will be the case. But for the time being, it's going to hurt a lot. You can almost see the tears in his eyes, like almost immediately, because he was like, I should have freaking caught that ball.
Yeah. Listen.
Would that have changed the final outcome?
Maybe.
Don't know.
Maybe. It could have. But as much of the killing of Dalton Kincaid as he's going to get and Josh Allen, that Kansas City Chiefs defense is really good. They're here for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not because a lot of people say they lucked into it. I'm not going to say that. But
that's a lot of luck.
Their defense, they called the right plays on that drive. They called some really good defensive plays on that drive. So I got to give them a lot of that credit. They made it as difficult as it possibly could be on the Bengals to pull that drive off.
Hey, talking about crying, man.
Chris Jones
cried a lot in that game.
Yeah.
Very emotional.
I was kind of, I had
before the game, and then the big stop, or maybe it was the first down where he felt like, I can't remember, late in the game, there was a situation where you're like, the Chiefs haven't won, but it feels like they're going to win. And then they show Chris Jones crying over there. And I mean, good for him. I'm not saying it's wrong. Sure. It's just like he gets emotional before the game and then as the game ends. And so.
Now, Joe Brady, much like he decided to stop using Cook yesterday in the important parts of the game, he's also decided he will not be the head coach for the Saints.
Oh, man.
He's like, hey, I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and stay here with Buffalo. Let's talk about Tubi. Mike, do you know what Tubi is?
I feel like that's in the summertime on the Brazos River.
No, not inner Tubi. Just Tubi. Alec?
You get a tube with a beer.
That's where he was going, right? Like, that's where you were going.
You have a tube, and you just kind of go down the Brazos, or is it the San Marcos River?
You can go down the Brazos.
State. Do not type in Tubi, Tubi, and hit the news button, because it's not suitable for work.
Oh, no. Okay, well, I thought the thing in the news about Tubi is they were going to exclusively stream the Super Bowl. So, if you're not familiar with Tubi, basically that really
Sorry, what?
Yeah, Tubi. So you know that really terrible movie that's been on your mind that you want to watch and no reputable streaming service has it? That is where you go to Tubi, you get to watch it for free, and you have to just deal with the commercials, all right? That's where you find it on Tubi. And Tubi is going to be exclusive streamers for the Super Bowl 59 broadcast. So if you've cut the cord on everything, if you still have regular TV and everything, you'll be fine. If you've cut the cord on everything, Tubi is going to be where you want to go.
So I can still go through Fubo and watch it on Fox.
Yes. Correct.
Where when I Googled who's doing the Super Bowl this year, it said Fox, and it had pictures of Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt. And I was like, oh, man, that's tough for Greg Olsen.
They've had off for a while. They're fresh.
By the way, I will give Tom Brady, I enjoyed what he did this year. I enjoyed his
I think he's good
color
at it.
commentating on the call.
And who does he work with?
Kevin Burkhardt.
Yeah, I don't know that because he doesn't say Kevin after every sentence.
like Tony Romo.
Okay, you're sad about that.
Oh, come on, Jim.
I feel like this has been a good segment so far, Kevin. I'm wondering what's up next, Kevin. Corey?
You know, Jim, it's either a hold or it's an offsides. Well, it's a legal procedure. Hey, that was my next choice.
I think they're going to go for it here, Jim.
The 858, Google search Tubi, and now I have to go to HR. See, I warned people, so I'm just saying.
From the, let's see, a couple of other notes for you. Will Anderson was fined actually only $25,000. I thought it was going to be more when he goes, yeah, we knew it was going to be us against the Chiefs and the refs. I am surprised he only got a $25,000 fine. Couple of other things for you. The NFL is going to expand their replay assist for plays like the Patrick Mahomes slide. They're going to take a look at that. And then Jabril Peppers. This is important because I don't want to just do the first part of the story and ignore the second part. Jabril Peppers, the New England Patriots safety, he did get acquitted in his assault and battery trial on Friday. Peppers testified. The turnaround was quick, and they said not guilty. But he got his acquittal, so he should be free and clear. But with the NFL judicial system, who the hell knows?
Kevin from the 903. Positive thoughts here. If Schotty's on time for his press conference, then we're going somewhere.
Dude, let's go.
That is a great point.
Go, hey.
Coming up next.
I'm ready.
Well, I already like Brian Schottenheimer.
It's a championship press conference coming.
More than Mike McCarthy. We'll find out next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll hear from the Cowboys and their presser imminently announcing Brian Schottenheimer as the brand new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. In the meantime, we got some more football stuff to discuss. I wanted to throw this out there. Tyreek Hill did walk back his I'm out comments, and he was like, look, it was frustration at the end of the season. And I always do kind of wonder if, like, in that post game, if you should get a certain percentage of leeway of, like, we just lost, man. I'm mad. What the hell do you want me to say? Like, I was amazed listening to Josh Allen. Like, he was sad but composed when I would want to be up there and be like, what the hell do you want me to say? It makes it feel like football is useless for the next 11 months and how many days until we get back to this point.
Did they sit him on the right-hand side while they were making all their speeches and they had to golf clap during some of it and make weird faces?
I don't think so, and I don't think half the people stood up while the rest of them just sat there. I don't believe.
I don't watch those things unless they're my team.
Yeah.
When the game's over, it's over.
Okay, that was something I was intrigued by because you said something earlier. Do you guys engage in, if it's not the pregame, the postgame? Because like when you were talking about Chris Jones, crying before the game, I fast forwarded through all of that stuff because I'm usually like, hey, I can pick it up 10 minutes after it's like it's broadcast time.
I stopped
then I can
watching.
Pick it up at the start.
I'm with you. I just stopped watching the Eagles destroy Washington, and so I turned it over to CBS to get ready for the Super Bowl.
Okay, I gotcha. And I just don't normally, Corey, I don't know
You're
about
not a big fan of pageantry either.
That is very true. And plus, it feels like maybe with our profession, like we've talked about a lot of this stuff all week, and I'm like, I'm ready to see the game. I'm amped to see the game. Like, I don't care about the pregame packages and stuff, but Corey's right. I'm not the audience that is directed to anyway.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out Todd Monken is on his way to a new contract with the Ravens.
Oh, okay.
So he helped Lamar Jackson have his best year we've seen. I had a question for you guys about the Washington game. Jaden Daniels, we've talked about rookie quarterbacks in the playoffs and how it just doesn't work out, how they don't get to the Super Bowl. He started off rocky, right? Like that in that game, he couldn't find a target. Everything was low, dropping, and then he sails one. And you could see the nerves on him a little bit for the first time, I think.
Yeah, but look at Josh Allen. He was worse.
That is honestly what I was about to say. I don't disagree with that at all. But early on with Josh Allen, I was like, dude, calm the F down. Like, I know that's easy for me to say. I'm just sitting there eating some tagalongs, and I'm not actually, like, contributing to the game whatsoever. But I was like, you need to calm down.
And that was just watching Jaden Daniels. I was going, okay, he's nervous. He's kind of pushing some of his throws instead of throwing them the way you typically see him and expect him to be.
And so I have a friend, you guys know him, and for no apparent reason, I'll shout out Worth Collecting in Waxahachie. It's a really cool place. I think they're closed today, though. And he goes, wow, the Eagles beat the 4, 6, and 7 seed or something along those lines. Really impressive run to the Super Bowl. And I hear that. But also, Washington was trying to become the third number 6 seed ever to beat 1, 2, and 3, and they got demolished. Particularly in the last 2.5 quarters. I won't say they got demolished in the first quarter and a half, but from that point forward, they pretty well got demolished. So I hear what you're saying, but the Commanders are also the team that this upset, and then they went up against Philadelphia, and Philadelphia's like, no chance.
No, because they're that good of a team. That roster is complete.
I found this statistic amazing. Do you know that Jalen Hurts is the first quarterback since John Elway to make it back to the Super Bowl after losing in his first appearance? So think about that in terms of like Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow made it to the Super Bowl. He lost in his first appearance.
Hasn't gone back yet.
Yeah, those people don't go back to the Super Bowl. And that kind of blew my mind.
Did that happen before Joe Montana too? Like, was it a frequent thing where like a guy would go?
John Elway.
John
Joe
Elway
Montana would never lose a Super Bowl. That's a good question. Well, I mean, I guess with the Cowboys, it would have happened.
Yeah.
And
I was thinking if Buffalo would have won, I was thinking, gosh, every team in the NFC East has beaten Buffalo in a Super Bowl. New York, Washington, and Dallas twice. And I was like, if Philadelphia makes it.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, when Philadelphia made it, I was like, if Buffalo wins, then Philadelphia can lose to all the NFC East teams in the Super Bowl.
That is super weird. All right, let's shift our attention to...
It doesn't look good for Schotty's career, does it?
They're not on time.
They're in the atrium right now.
Okay.
So they're almost
Yeah,
there.
I'm sure.
All right, let's do some wanker of the weekend. 877-881-1053. And I want to start with college basketball if we can. Look, Corey, I know this is not necessarily the time for college basketball for
I
most
have a college
people.
basketball conversation today.
Oh, my gosh. And for people asking, yes, that means Girl Scout cookies are available once again. Let's talk about Kansas and Texas A&M. Because they think that leading a basketball game is stupid if you want to win it.
They're only up by 22, A&M.
Texas A&M was ahead of Texas by 22 points with 17 minutes and 7 seconds left. A&M got outscored 41-18 the rest of the way, and they lose. Let me ask you this.
That school's cursed.
Is that, it feels like it. Do you think that's worse, or do you think Houston defeating Kansas in overtime, in 2 overtimes, excuse me, they were losing by 6 points with less than 10 seconds left. Now,
that's worse.
If
you're up by 6 with less than 10 and you lose, you've done a tremendous job of playing bad basketball.
Now, they didn't have the ball. Houston had the ball. They hit a 3-pointer with 7.5 seconds left. Oh, we got the pressure.
Right.
Ready to go right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go. I'd like to introduce our participants here on the stage, who everybody knows. Of course, Cowboys owner, president, and general manager, Jerry Jones. Our new Dallas Cowboys head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. And Chief Operating Officer, Executive Vice President of Player Personnel, and co-owner, Stephen Jones. All righty.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll clap for you. Yeah, we'll clap for you.
Now, what we'd like to start off with is some remarks from our head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, and then we'll follow that up with questions.
Thank you, Tad. First of all, I'd like to thank Jerry, Miss Jean, Stephen, Charlotte, Jerry Jr., the entire Jones family. Over the past 3 years that I've been here, it's been really incredible to get to know them. But I would say really over the past 4 or 5 days, as we've spent a lot of hours together, that I really realized why this organization, but most importantly, this family is so special. So thank you guys for the opportunity. From a football family, the Schottenheimers, to the Jones, thank you guys for this incredible, incredible opportunity. And I look forward to working so closely with the entire family in continuing the legacy and tradition of this football team and the special brand that it has. I'm honored and privileged to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I'd like to just talk briefly about some of the people that we're looking for. And there's a lot of those young men in the back of the room here that, as you guys will learn from me, the Schottenheimers tend to be criers. And that just means we show our emotions. And so the type of people we're looking for that are modeled by a lot of the young men in the back that I will talk directly to them in a minute is just a special group. We're looking for world-class competitors, guys that want to compete every day to be the best versions of themselves. We are looking for people with a relentless work ethic. I was taught at a young age by my father that you can outwork people in this business. You don't belong in this organization if you don't value relationships. This business has never been about X's and O's. It's about people. And when I thought about it, I can't imagine sitting up here with a better group of people, a better family to do this with. So I thank you guys for that opportunity. And lastly, the type of people that we want, people that love this game. The game of football has given me so much, my family so much, but if you're not passionate about the game of football and the shield and what it represents, then you're probably in the wrong line of business. To our players, you are the core of this program, and we will focus on you every day. To Dak, JT, JB, Demo, Brock, T-Sizz, Josh Butler, Kalen, Carson, Scooney, you're back there. I don't know if anybody else snuck in that I missed. It means the world to me that you guys are here. And I can't wait to do this alongside you, to get to know you guys at an even deeper level. I want to get to know your hearts. I want to capture your hearts and let you guys get a great feel for me. But thank you for being here. It means the world to me. Quickly about culture, things that I believe in. The family first mantra, which is embodied by the Jones family. To do and make the sacrifices that we make in order to pursue excellence, it requires the sacrifice, and you need to make it fun. My conversation with the Joneses has been incredible. We see football the same way. It's a first-class organization all the way. You can't. I've never been in the big room, Jerry. Stephen, I've never been in the big room. But it's a first-class organization. But please understand this. A first-class organization is not just about the structure or the walls. It's about the way that we treat one another, about the way that we earn each other's trust and respect, and the way we just treat our fans. We treat the people that matter to us most. What I'm going to challenge these guys to do is to let their personalities shine. We've got some incredible, incredible players. We've got incredible support staff. The strength staff is here. It means the world to me. You guys took the time to come up here. But to do what we need to do, it's going to take incredible amounts of hard work, but we're going to do it together. Our team, the Dallas Cowboys, will be driven by a competitive spirit and a love for one another. Lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my family. It's been an incredible journey. I've had some opportunities when I was a much younger man that I didn't feel like I was ready. I'm ready now. I know what I want. I know what it looks like. But for you guys that have been with me the whole time, my extended family, I love you. Thank you for being here. To my sister that couldn't be here, Kristen, I know she's watching. She probably has on my dad's Schottenheimer jersey. To my wife, Jemmy. It's been an incredible journey. Lots of ups, lots and downs. You've always been by my side. You're my best friend, and I love you more than you know. To my kids, Sutton and Savannah, thank you for the sacrifices that you made to allow me to pursue my dream. You are my greatest achievement, and I love you. To my mom, one of the first ladies of pro football, when I saw her last night and I had the chance to embrace her, She said, "Baby, you did it. I love you." And in closing my remarks, there's one person that's not here today, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention him. My father was a legendary coach, a great man, but he was an incredible father. And he's impacted me more than anyone in this profession. I know he's looking down on me. I know he's proud. And I miss him very much. But I know what he'd say to me. He'd say, "Brian, the easy part is over. It's time to get to work." I love you, Dad. Thank you, everybody that's here. Go Cowboys.
All right, we'll carry on with questions, and we'll start out here in the row with Calvin.
Thank you. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. This is for Jerry and Stephen. Why did you pick Brian Schottenheimer? What was it about him that you guys felt like he was the right fit for you guys?
In the almost 35 years that I've been involved with the Dallas Cowboys, I've only missed one Senior Bowl, 35 years. And I think I missed one combine in 35 years. At the NFL, over the last 4 or 5 years, the NFL, we want to come in a day early so that we can visit with prospective coaches for the future of my team and any of the teams. In 35 years, I don't think I've ever visited with a coach, but what in my heart and mind I wasn't having an interview. I don't think I've ever had a coach visit with me that wasn't prospectively thinking maybe someday our paths might cross. And old Jones might give me a little thought as I'm along the way. I've been around a lot of coaches. As a matter of fact, I wanted to be a coach. Except I wanted to live better than I thought coaches live. I wanted to drive a little bigger car, and I wanted to fly in an airplane. Had I known what I'm paying them now, I'd have been a damn coach. But having said that, coaching is no, and the makeup of coaches are no stranger to me. On my college team, within almost 3 years after we won the national championship, every position coach, the Johnny Majors, the Hayden Fries, the Doug Dickies, every position coach became a head coach. Barry Switzer at Oklahoma. So I've seen it when I was a pup. I have a good background in the makeup of what a coach is. To think that you could make a decision in an interview and not have talked, if you didn't and hadn't ever communicated or had a visit, I wouldn't dare have had an interview unless I talked to many people that knew that person and had had those kinds of life experiences, knew their story, if you will, Schotty, knew their story. Pat is here today. Jean, my wife, is here. Pat is Schotty's mama. When I served on the competition committee, we had many times that we were together. Jean knew Marty. Okay, we knew you. We know what osmosis is, and we know what Schotty grew up around. Not just from that, but we knew. Frankly, from the standpoint of Schotty, those X hairs crossed. Schotty might never have been in our mirror or in our view had he not joined us to be with Mike as a consultant 3 years ago, and it has been a coach. I've sat in handfuls of meetings with Schotty. I've listened, I've watched him have deference to his head coach. I've watched him have deference to experience guys like Zimmer, guys like got around. I've watched him bite his lip sometime when he didn't necessarily agree with that direction, but he bit his lip as his daddy would have told him to bite your lip. Have deference to the head coach. I've watched him exercise those things. I've particularly been a part of seeing what's brought this players in here today. Guys like that. And I know that Schotty is no stranger to these guys. I know he's no stranger to this building. Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. Now, let me share something with you. With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road, especially if there was an effort to make it that way, and there was an effort. But then you go around to the countless numbers of coaches that Schotty has served on staff with and been around, the countless players. How often do you have someone that has 25, I'm going to say 25, it may be 26, of years of working through the human relationship and working, aspiring to learn, have his ears and eyes wide open and looking for techniques and looking for things that make coaches better? How often do you have a chance to take advantage of all of that at 50 years old, which is a puppy? Yet he's had 25 years being around the kinds of things that he's going to have to draw on to be a coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I like his baggage. I like his baggage. I like that experience. But let me say this. I was standing with Schotty when he called his mother. And I heard the other end, and I was listening to Schotty. And one of the things he said to his mama is, "Mama, I'm going to get what Daddy didn't get a chance to get, or got a chance but didn't get. And I'm going to get a Super Bowl if it kills me." And his mother, of course, was emotional. This one will be for Daddy. The first one will be for him. I don't know what you call instincts. I don't know where you come. I really wouldn't dare try to tell you how Jimmy Johnson got here. I don't want to go into all the psychological stuff that caused Barry Switzer to be here. Or Chan Gailey. But it wasn't just about X and O's. And it was about things that were all melded in with some of life's experience and using my own osmosis, how I got here. All of that comes to play. I've read where we didn't have but 4 or 5 interviews. It's ridiculous to think that you can make a decision to coach the Cowboys relative to the number of interviews that you might have. He's a product of a lot of time. Many will say misplaced time or skewed times. I've read where I don't have a penchant for risk taking. If you really knew my score sheet, you would see that I've taken more risk in the last 5 years than the rest of my life put together. And sometimes I don't know when I look in that mirror why the risk is taken. With it there, let me say this. It was a huge risk to get involved with the Dallas Cowboys. Huge. And a lot of people that quote unquote didn't understand or feel like it could be done. I spent a nice part, Tim Calishaw, you'll remember it. I spent a nice part of my early 4 or 5 years with the Dallas Cowboys defending why not Coach Landry and defending why Jimmy would make a good coach. I think one time I said he's worth 5 Heisman trophies to be a good coach. Did I know? No, but I knew Jimmy. Okay, had I interviewed countless thousands of coaches? No. No, not at all. So what I'm here to tell you is this was a thorough process. Shaded by whatever my experiences have been, shaded by my experiences with Stephen and Charlotte and Jerry, shaded by many things. We all are involved in this. And what I would say for the fans is that, yes, to some, and it might be couched as a less than glamorous hire. What I would say to you is I got here taking shots and not shoddy shots. I got here taking shots. Good things have happened. Let me tell you something. There's some stuff to be had over there where not many people go. There is. Don't think for 1 minute I won't take a shot. This was risky. This is risky. But by the same token, how often can you take a risk when someone has had over 30 years, almost 30 years, getting my numbers mixed up, but almost 30 years of being around coaches, of being around players. That's 2/3 of his life, and then the rest of it growing up in a football-oriented, NFL-oriented family, if you will. I think this might make something special. So I'm all behind what we're, to say the very least, Clarence, for your benefit, I'm all in here.
Clarence Hill, All City DLS. You brought up risk. You also brought up Super Bowl. What about this move gets you to the Super Bowl? Because that's what the fans are talking about. And Schotty, by the same token, question for you and for Schotty. What difference can you make from the Mike McCarthy era, from a cultural standpoint, that gets him over the hump?
Mike's one of my best friends. And when you talk about what Mike and this football team has done over the last 5 years, it's been some incredible success. One of my greatest strengths is my ability to create relationships. Relationships that are built on trust, respect, connection. I'm really good with X's and O's, but I'm great with people. And the type of men that we have in this locker room are excited about that. And so I think as we build this thing out, as the culture comes together of this team, that's where I feel like my greatest impact will be felt. With the relationships, the ability to communicate. I've always been someone that was very good at having open dialogue, hard conversations, and I've always tried to paint very clear, bright lines. And that's what I plan to do as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Excuse me, speak up.
How does this get you to the Super Bowl? How did this move get you to the Super Bowl?
Mike McCarthy left some good stuff here. One of them was Brian. He did leave. Mike McCarthy's a hell of a coach. He left some good stuff here. It was time for a change. I've heard it criticized. We spent 5 days getting to come to that decision. We did come to that decision. One of the reasons we came to that decision is because there was this decision available to us as well. One of the reasons. Schotty has fantastic support among our players. Key players. Real support. And they've seen him when he was on top, and they've seen him when it didn't work out so well. That's an advantage here. That's a real advantage. That was big. That was real big. This process, I've read where it looked disjointed, it looked untimely, it looked those kinds of things. The very nature of the process, the time after we played our last game, and you've all heard me talk about how I felt about Mike McCarthy as being a good coach. But that time, those days, to reflect with him and go through many things that we should and wanted to talk about, that caused us to arrive at that. But what we have is an opportunity to take some of the very best things that are here in place, Mike's doing, some of those very best things, change some of that, add to it, and be better for that. Schotty's very much aware. I've heard Schotty referred to as maybe old school with his offensive philosophy. Well, I'll tell you one thing. As these philosophies or as these offensive philosophies evolve, okay, Schotty has a good feel for not only the offensive philosophies where they are today, but where they're going to go, and certainly where it has been. That's rare to come in here with this kind of energy, this kind of I'm going to show them. That's rare to combine those two things. Yeah, there'll be change, but we'll use in place some of the many things that we have here now.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. You said in the beginning that you weren't ready then to take a head coaching job. Why are you ready now?
I think, over the past 19 years, when that first was afforded to me, when I was first-time coordinator with the New York Jets, and a bright spotlight. There were things that made me pause. Now, spending the better part of the last 19 years learning, listening, doing, I've learned things, almost more things that I don't believe in than things that I believe in. Todd, I've always tried to be someone that moves around. I want to be around incredible coaches and players and try to learn from them. And so going to Seattle was, I would say, critical to my development as a coach. Pete Carroll challenged me in a number of ways. He challenged me to continue to be authentic, to continue to dive into the relationships that matter, which is your coaches, your players, ownership. He challenged me offensively, to be honest with you. He challenged me with, hey, what do you think about this scheme? What do you think about that scheme? And the McVay-Shanahan style was taking off, and in Seattle we were competing against, Sean and Kyle, and so he was pressing me. So I just really feel like things changed for me when I went with Pete. Learned a ton from my dad and all the coaches, Mike and Steve Spurrier, all those guys. But Pete Carroll had a huge impact on me, and it probably sharpened my edge and sharpened my view on what I want this opportunity to look like. And that was a big change for me, and one that I'm excited about moving forward.
And then for Stephen and Jerry, what do you guys need to do differently to support Brian and to end the 29-year drought that you guys have between going to a Super Bowl?
Well, I think we, you always have to evaluate, where it didn't go right last year. And obviously we're also evaluating where it didn't go right, in terms of, this drought that people say we're in terms of a championship game or a Super Bowl. And, we just have to continue to make this roster better. It'll certainly be something that Jerry, myself, Will and his staff, and now Coach Schotty and his staff, we'll sit down and take a look and see what we have to do better. I think we got a lot of great pieces. You ask why Schotty? I think Schotty's the perfect combination of keeping some continuity, but also affecting change. And we have to support that as well in terms of being behind him and doing the things he wants to do. I've walked in Schotty's shoes. I have a lot of deference in myself as well, working with Jerry. Schotty did the same with Mike. Would he do things different? Is he going to do things different than Mike? Absolutely. I'm convinced of that. And, I think we got a great plan on defense. I think we got a great plan on special teams. We're putting that all together. That has to come together as a staff, and certainly Schotty leads that. And as he said, some of his best characteristics are communications and working with people. And I see that. I've taken that in. I've gotten more respect through this process with him, and also talking to other men about the job. But certainly we'll do a real deep dive on putting some personnel together, whether it be through the draft, free agency. I know, typically that's not been the way we've done this team, but we'll certainly look at it and, put really good, not only players, but good football character people with some of the men we have in this room right now. And we have a lot of great players on this team. And certainly no one has excuses. We had a few challenges this year on the injury front, and that's why we think we do need to keep some continuity. Certainly every team, when they're looking for a coach out there, is looking, what's in the best interest of the quarterback. Certainly that played a role here. And, Dak's not making any coaching decisions, nor does he want to. But I can tell you every team who made a coaching decision was looking at how they saw for the quarterback. And, that's how you win in this league. I think we've got one of the best, if not the best, in terms of our quarterback. And he's the ultimate leader. And we just have to continue to put the pieces around. And, we're not naive. I know our fans, they're not going to believe, and there's going to be pressure until we get the job done. And certainly we didn't get the job done this year, and our ultimate goal is to win a Super Bowl. I can tell you, I've never seen a man more driven than Jerry. This is huge to him to go get this championship. And I know Coach Schottenheimer believes the same thing, and I know our players sitting in the back want it. I mean, they want it. They're driven to get it, and we've got to get the right people to put around them. We'll have turnover in our roster like we do every year, and our goal is to put together the best roster in the NFL.
Steve Spurrier told me, I called him and asked him about Schotty as a ball player, how he got there. He said, well, to start with, he threw the first touchdown pass in our national championship season. I got mad at my Heisman Trophy winner under center and sent him out there, and damned if he didn't throw the touchdown pass. But he told me a lot about Schotty. I called Pete Carroll to talk about Schotty. Why did y'all split up? Why'd you fire Schotty if you fired him? How'd that happen? So we got into that real good, because Schotty has been effusive about the impact of not only his father, but Pete and the people that have shaped him along the way. But it's kind of interesting. Will and his staff, they go to the next door neighbors of these players that we're drafting or look at drafting and get that next door neighbor to talk about them at that time. Boy, you need to do that when you're dealing with a head coach. Now, I didn't have to go to the next door neighbor with Jimmy. I didn't have to go to the next door neighbor with Barry. But, man, I've been to this guy's next door neighbor personally. And I like our shot with Schotty.
John Machota with The Athletic. For Stephen, you know, we know that you met multiple times with Brian, several hours. Can you just kind of go behind the scenes and share some of the stuff that was talked about during that, and at what point you guys kind of felt comfortable making him the next head coach?
You know, as I said, and certainly I probably more than anybody have respect, you know, for what Schotty's role was. I mean, Mike was our play caller. He was our head coach, and then he was our play caller. And, you know, Schotty was there to support him as the offensive coordinator. But I think some of the most important things for us, after you get to know the man better and you see the energy, you see the way he can communicate with Jerry, with myself, with the room, you know, certainly that jumped out at you. But the bigger thing, as I mentioned, you know, we certainly want continuity, but we also want change. And, you know, just felt like, you know, we need something that's going to freshen it up. Mike did one hell of a job here. He's the winningest coach, I think, in the history of the franchise. You know, had an unprecedented, you know, 3-year run, winning 12 games. So, you know, Mike did a lot of great things here. But at the same time, you know, we just felt like, Jerry felt like, I was supportive of it, you know, that we did need change. And we wanted to hear how that was going to happen. And, you know, it's not just the X's and O's. We obviously went extensively through the X's and O's, but we also, you know, you get into the schedules, you get into how you get your players motivated, how you take care of your players. All those things are, you know, part of being a head coach, and it's a lot. And that's why, you know, a lot of people sometimes scratch their head, why would you go with a first-time head coach? You know, that's been the way of the league these days. Most are going with these young offensive wizards that hadn't been head coaches. But I think we got a better version of that because of Schotty's experience. I mean, everybody's mentioned it, 25 years of NFL coaching and a whole lifetime of being around it. He played the game, you know, at a high level of competition in college. Certainly that made an impression on him. But it was real important, and the more we met, the more we wanted to meet. And I think that was helping us, you know, come to a conclusion on what that decision should be in terms of, you know, Coach Schottenheimer being our next head coach.
And then for Brian, real quick, just what was that moment like when it was Jerry or Stephen or whoever told you, hey, we're moving forward with you, you're the next head coach?
Humbling. There's so many incredible coaches in this profession at every level. Again, I think I look back on my journey and, you know, the fact that I'm sitting up here with these two men in front of you guys is a great lesson for coaches. It's a great lesson for my kids, for some of our players about persistence. And you get knocked down, you get back up and you keep working. And I'm incredibly honored to be sitting in this chair because it's such an incredible profession with so many great coaches that when I got the news, I really couldn't speak. I really couldn't speak, and immediately I went to seeing my father's face and knowing how proud he would be of me.
And I'll say he turned around and called his mama right there in front of us. and that was very emotional. And I kind of set him up. I said, you know, you are a first-time coach, and I believe we're hanging around the rim. I think we've got in place a team that can get there right now. I had other coaches tell me that were wanting the job you're right there. Right there, this, that, and the other. So I started to explain to him, but tongue-in-cheek, that I just couldn't take the risk of going with someone that was doing it for the first time. And then proceeded to go over some of the things that we talked about right there. And that's how he found out. He started, in my mind, finding out we'd be at our Monday morning coaches meetings. And we'd be sitting there, and this year, more often than not, I'd have my head down and just be sitting here listening. And all of a sudden, that Schotty would pop out with something. I go, hell, that's pretty good. This is kind of a somber morning. That's pretty damn good. Okay. Those are the kinds of things that give you an advantage if you've have proximity. And that was an edge to go along with the many boxes over here that were not checked. But that was kind of the edge. Nobody, no situation checks all the boxes.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. This first one's for Jerry right here in the front.
Where are we?
Right here. You obviously know the man to your right very well. When you talk to fans are super impatient. They see two NFC East teams playing yesterday. Obviously the drought that we've spoken to. I know you've spoken to fan sentiment, but why should fans buy into Brian Schottenheimer?
Well, you have touched on one point. Our fans have been very patient. Very patient. And through you to them, I want to tell them how appreciative that I am of the support and of their interest in the Dallas Cowboys. Now, there's a whole bunch of those fans that look and are interested because they want to see me grovel, whatever it is. But I'm not putting that up there much. But to those fans who have been with us, this decision to bring Schotty in is risky. It's not a Hail Mary at all in any way. But it's founded over some very unique, as I started off, unique sets of circumstances. I know how much our fans are into the Dallas Cowboys. And for me to be into it is no solace at all. We're interested, they're interested, I'm interested in getting to those playoffs and winning. This is the best way that we can go to the playoffs and win.
My next one's for Brian, if I could really quick. You've worked with Dak Prescott for 3 years now. Obviously, he had a lot of support for you. What do you feel like you two can work on together to unlock even more of his game?
Well, before I respond to that, I'd like to go back with one thing, Nick. I'm not doing this by myself. I've got the incredible support of Jerry, Steve, and the Jones family. The young men that are sitting behind you, we're doing this together. So my message to the Cowboys fans and community is we're going to do this together, and we're going to build this thing the right way. We're going to get the culture right. The X's and O's will come. That doesn't matter. But the support and the work ethic of these guys that sit behind me, incredibly humbling that they know what it takes to win too. So it's not just me, it'll be me and the staff. Your second question, I apologize, was?
You've worked with Dak for the last 3 years. What do you feel like you can get out of him? What do you feel like he can get out of you as well?
You know, iron sharpens iron, and Dak and I have an incredible relationship, just like I have an incredible relationship with all these guys. Dak and I know how to push each other's buttons. We know how to have hard conversations. I laugh because I think about in training camp last year, a ball got intercepted, and we kind of had a thing in place where it was like if you throw an interception, you come out. And so I took Dak out, and he's like, "What?" Like he pushed back. He's like, "Ah." And the competitor in him is special. And so I think he and I working together, along with the rest of the guys, putting together the system. There'll be tweaks. There's going to be changes. But he's the type of worker that changes an entire organization. And I think he and I see the game of football offensively very, very similar. And we'll have tons of communication moving forward on some of the thoughts of things we want to do, whether it's tempo or, some of the different things we're trying to do with our play action passing game, the run game, things like that. But he's easy to talk to, and I love and respect him along with all those guys.
Hey guys, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. 2 questions. The first I'll lead to Schotty. Kind of circling back to what Jerry and Steven both said as far as freshening things up, looking for a change. From a head coach perspective, that's going to key in on the offense. Generally speaking, how do you look to move forward as far as modernizing the offense? You talk about solving for the quarterback. What does that look like under a Schottenheimer era?
Yeah, again, I go back to my days with Pete. I think if you go back and you look at some of the things we did in Seattle, obviously the starting point for me would be things that our players do well. You're always going to start with that. If your system's not flexible enough to do what your players do well, then you're probably in the wrong business. But I'm a big believer in cut splits. I'm a big believer in shifts and motions to distort things. We're going to do a great job of marrying our runs and our passes and make those look the same. I'm proud to say that 2 different times in my career as a coordinator, we led the league in rushing. And they go hand in hand. The running game and the action passing game go hand in hand. But I would say there's a tempo element that we're excited to mix in, that our players have all shown an affinity for. And let me expand on that a little bit. Why do players like tempo? Well, they like tempo because it allows them to play free. You guys have heard some of the play calls. Dak could rattle off 4 or 5 of them right now. They're pretty long. So when you go fast and you're playing on the ball, these guys, it's a little bit more like pickup basketball, and those would probably be the biggest things that I would say from an offensive standpoint.
From a personnel and roster building standpoint, salary cap management as well for Jerry and Steven, you guys talk about learning some hard lessons, especially from 2024, depth issues once you guys were ravaged by injury. Just as far as salary cap management goes, free agency and the like, looking in the mirror is one way that you can learn things. Another way is to look at what your opponents and enemies are doing and try to kind of take from their strategies. When you look at a team like the Eagles, for example, do you feel there's anything that you guys can kind of take from their strategies, seeing as they handle free agency a certain way and they're back in the Super Bowl this year, that kind of could work for the Cowboys going forward?
Yeah, I think you certainly look at that. I think you look at your competitors in your conference, what it's going to take to have success, whether that's a 49er team or whether that's an Eagle team. Obviously, the 49ers, had the injury bug situation, and in this salary cap era, if that injury bug hits you hard enough, it's it can be difficult to overcome. And but at the same time, that's the goal, is to really do a good job with your draft, college free agency. That should be where your strong depth is. Obviously, this year we were counting on playing those guys right away, and they had to jump right in, and as the injuries came, more and more had to jump in. And but I think the bigger thing here is just where can we, which has been our goal in the past, where can we, in free agency, take care of some core needs so that when the draft comes, you are able to take the best player on the board, not unlike we did with CD. We weren't necessarily in that draft looking for a receiver, but CD Lamb's sitting there, and it's obvious what you do there. And I think if you do some things in free agency, like we've done in the past, to really take care of your roster before the draft comes around, you have a much better chance. But certainly, you look at the blueprints. Everybody does it different. Kansas City's doing a great job bringing young guys along, and those type of things. And like a team like Philadelphia, you certainly look at the way they're doing it, where they went out and did some things with some veteran players. You have to take a look at that, and then you got to find exactly what fits your core, your DNA with our players and what we have and what gives us the best chance to compete against. Certainly you start with your division, the Eagles, the Commanders, and the Giants, and then you stretch that out, and what does it take to beat the 49ers, to beat the Rams? Certainly those are all things that come in the mix.
I'll answer this. It's money management. Cap is financial. When I bought the Cowboys, several of your counterparts rode over with me on this little jet airplane, rode over to my home in Little Rock, Arkansas. And we got off the plane and rolled up there to pick us up was a 5-year-old dirty Ford Bronco. And they got off and said, this doesn't make a lick of sense. You just bought the Cowboys and you're flying a jet and you drive up here in a 5-year-old dirty Bronco. And I said, it makes perfect sense. You can't have it all. You got to sacrifice someplace to get the other. If you try to have it all, you can pay the fiddler when you've used up your credit. That's salary cap. That's a salary cap. Not one that we won't hear, oh, what about that team? They've got the same salary cap issue you do, and they've got that done. Well, it's because all teams are different, and they've made those decisions as they've moved along. We want to improve significantly how we are doing the cap. The cap takes a big hit when you're invested in players that have injuries, significant injuries. So the cap can take a big hit at that time, cap management. But it's still there. It's still there. It's as real as if it was never there, the availability of it. And so if somebody thinks it's daunting, I try to answer you when we're talking. And so you hear me talk about, well, we have to manage the cap. Why not this free agent? Why don't you go do this? Not necessarily why didn't you go do that with that, or the timeliness of how you did it, but why didn't you go do that? That's all management, okay? I want our fans to know that I can manage really good. I do real well managing. I do real well managing. I know that bank account's full, that doesn't mean you got money. It just means you hadn't paid your bills due 60 days from now. So you got to look around the corner. You got to be good at it, and you got to live with the time that you're looking around the corner. Okay? And so that's what you see here. No apologies. Everybody has to do it. We obviously hadn't done it well enough. I think our first Super Bowls that I was involved in were before the cap. And so we have to do a better job in that area. Can we? You bet you can. You bet you can. Now, all in, we just spent some of it for Dak. We spent some of it for Lamb. We spent some of it for several of our players. It was an allocation, an anticipation of what we weren't going to spend or not spend in the future. All of that said, we Stephen, me, spend a lot of time in this area. And I'm not talking about just sitting there in the office on a chalkboard. I'm talking about 3 o'clock in the morning when you can't sleep and you're sitting there doodling that cap.
Brad Sham, 105.3 The Fan. Brian, how long have you been thinking about and prioritizing being a head coach, and did this opportunity surprise you?
Humbly speaking, Brad, when I was probably 20 years old, 22 years old, I was throwing the first touchdown pass of the 1996 National Championship season. I actually had a card in my wallet that I had written down a goal. And it said I wanted to be the youngest head coach in the history of the National Football League. I think at the time it was David Shula. And that's when I started thinking about it. And that's why when a couple of these opportunities didn't work out for different reasons, I thought for a while it might not happen. But it's been a lifelong dream. I mean, how do you wake up every day in a household with your mentor, your best friend, see the sacrifice and the work ethic that he does? Someone told me, it's a cute story. They told my dad, they said, "Hey, is Brian getting into coaching?" And he goes, yeah, I'm trying to talk him out of it. I don't want him to, and his mom sure doesn't want him to do it. But I did. And I think it was his really good friend, Bill Cowher, that said a year or two later, he said, "Marty, you're missing the boat." He said, "The fact that Brian got into coaching is a compliment to you because you made it fun for him. He respects you, and he's following in your footsteps." And so it's been a lifelong dream, a lot of work. But like I said, that note card was in my wallet at an early age, and it's been a long time coming, but it's here.
Did this opportunity surprise you?
I think as the conversations went and we talked more and more, no. I think, there's a ton of reason. Stephen's already touched on it. The continuity through change. I know the players. I know the building. I know our strengths. I know our weaknesses. I know our issues. And the more and more we got into conversations, sitting around and just discussing different things, I wanted even more. And here we are.
Let me say this. We wanted Brian to call the plays. We cherish his relationship with our players. We wanted him to call the plays. As my mind and our mind would drift around to alternatives, I believe, he doesn't have to speak for this, but I believe if he doesn't call the plays, he's probably not with the Cowboys. He doesn't have to speak to that, and he probably might not know himself, really. I'm not talking down. But I know one thing, one of us, I think Jerry, said, have you ever thought about that if we've kind of gotten over in this area of potential head coaching with Brian, to some degree, the conversation he's referring to. And Jerry said, you know something, if we went that way, as much as we've gone down the path, there'd be some heartbreak here. There'd be some knock the slats out from under. I'm just giving you an idea of how the process was going as we were looking at alternatives of other people that might be coaching the Dallas Cowboys, and Brian calling the plays. So having said that, just to give you a little bit of insight, Brian, I'll tell you this, my lifelong dream was to get involved in sports and pro ball. And my master's thesis was the role of oral communication in modern day football. Had I not had that dream, had I been sitting there, I was 46 when I bought the Cowboys, had I not been sitting there for 25 years, every moment thinking about, my God, I'd watch that Lamar Hunt and he'd be up there with the Chiefs. While I was doing that, the same mind would come home from college and go out in the backyard with a stick and a ping pong ball and play a complete World Series by myself, hitting the ball over the fence. So that dreaming, if you hadn't dreamed about it, if you hadn't gotten ready to go, when that damn train comes by, you'll be grabbing air on that caboose. You have had to have thought and pictured yourself that way a long time, or you'll miss that damn train. You will. All of this was in the mind. That's all of this was there. And why is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
Jerry, Tim Kalishaw, Dallas Morning News, back here in row 3. Appreciate the shout out earlier. Having said that, since your last NFC Championship game, this is the 7th coaching hire you've made. That's a unique situation among GMs. Others do not get that luxury. how would you tell the fans again how this unique system is working?
Well, it makes it unique because I've been with the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys have had 7 coaching hires, and it happens I've been here for those 7 coaching hires. I'm not so sure, average time a head coach coaches in the NFL is about 3.4, 3.5 years that they coach in NFL average time. I'm not for sure what it is with the general managers. It could be less or more than that, but it's a big turnover, especially the last 10 or 15 years with you there, okay? And if I could ever think, the story I just told Tim, I got up and I went to work and I lived on that hope and that promise, and I had a lot of gas. And my point of telling the ping pong ball and bat story was I can live in those dreams, and I live real good there. But I'm practical enough to know you can't eat those dreams. So you got to go put some hard action to it. Life is real. But boy, those dreams are real there too. I'm dreaming of the Cowboys playing in a game like the one I saw last night when the Eagles were sitting up there with those Chiefs. I'm dreaming of it. I will always dream of it. I've never quit dreaming about it. I want that.
Jane Slater, NFL Network. Jerry, to a lot of us on the outside, it did look like this process took a bit. What was the reason for that? Was there a point during your conversations with Mike that you thought that he would stay? Was there something that came up in those conversations that you needed a change? And what did he say, or some of the coaches that you reached out to, give you confidence that this was the guy that you needed, particularly given some of the criticism about some of the decisions in the coaching in recent years?
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I wasn't aware of any clock. Where's the clock? There are a hell of a lot more important things than a clock. Take a long time to do this. How about the timing to do that? If I'd have screwed around with clocks in my life, I wouldn't get to be sitting up here. And by the way, you say, well, if you'd watched the clock, you wouldn't be sitting up here explaining why you hadn't been to a playoff game in all those years, too. I understand. I get it. One of the fun things about this deal is you get to start a new clock every time you line up for the year. And so I really can block out, not block out the practical things, because I don't care if it is the new year. If they're about to take your house away, that'll go from last year into this year. So there's reality that goes with it. So at least I'm sitting here because I know how to deal with reality. Okay? And so to answer that question is simply, it never occurred to me there was a clock at all. When I was trying to buy the Cowboys, I think I did read someplace, Tim, you might have remembered or what have you. I read someplace where that process and all that was going on was maybe creating some time problems relative to the clock of the NFL or the clock of that. I've really not had the experience of that being the determining factor. I heard this year that we didn't get Dak signed quick enough. Dak, you're sitting right back there. You want to stand up and tell him you had something to do with that?
No, thank you.
Didn't get Lamb signed quick enough. Okay, there's so damn many more things to think about than that clock. It's unbelievable. So I hear it, and I understand the point. But I think it is fair to say that that clock doesn't affect me that much.
Coach Schottenheimer, I love the way that you've reflected, you've sort of manifested how you want to get there. We know that Dak's big on that as well. How do you want to be remembered when you leave the Dallas Cowboys one day?
Number one is a champion. And number two is someone that created one of the greatest cultures professional sports has ever seen.
right, Ed. Ed Werder, WFAA, back here in row 4 next to Kalashaw. Back with the Dak Prescott delegation. Brian, my question is, Dak's missed a large portion of 2 of the last 5 seasons with injuries. It's going to be, I think, 32 when the next season starts.
He's a young 32.
What's your vision? You talked about how important the quarterback is, all of you have in these kinds of decisions. What's your vision for him going forward?
I think when you talk about Dak, number one, I've had the best seat in the house for the past couple of years in terms of the first year 1 as a consultant, watching. Literally, I remember the first day I was in the building, he came up and introduced himself, said hello, and we were just talking, and people that we mutually respected, and we talked about that. But, being around the last couple, years, my vision for him is he's one of the best. And through the coaching that he's going to get, through the hours and hours and hours of time that he and I will spend together, he's going to play elite level football, and he's going to lead us to championships. And that's because of the way he works, the way he prepares. This guy prepares different. Ed, he does. He prepares different. This guy, I'll be coming down late at night and trying to get something to drink, and I just have to move around because my eyes are bugging out from watching video, and he's still in the building doing his, I guess it's hot, cold therapy, whatever that is. I don't do that, but we got the right guy. And working closely with him and these other players, we're going to win. And we're going to win a championship. Otherwise, why are we doing it?
Dak, you're sitting right behind Ed Werder there. Reach up there and squeeze him on his neck and show him what a little problem is with your health. Feels like.
Alrighty, we're out of time. And thank everybody again for coming. Thank Jerry, Brian, for being up here for over an hour.
Big day.
So we'll continue with some of the other things we're gonna do after this.
There you go, Dallas Cowboys head coaching press conference right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. You guys had a lot to say on YouTube, Twitch, and the fan text. Let's talk about some of the things in the presser, the good, the bad, the camoose of it all. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaked me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Mahomes still has it to the 5 and in for the touchdown. And his worst pass of the night is on the spike attempt.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a lot to deconstruct from that presser. Plus, we've got a Joan Jett and Billy Idol ticket giveaway in this segment. We'll do some Mike Likes It. There is a lot there coming off Championship Sunday, and I know a lot of people, it seemed like feedback-wise, Twitch, YouTube, the fan text, 877-881-1053, Franklin injury attorney text, got irritated specifically when Jerry talked about, I was watching those games yesterday. I want to see us there. I dream about that with Philly, with Kansas City. Corey, I'm going to let you start because I do have one thing that I really liked from the presser, but I have some other things that I did not care for.
I want to be very clear about my direction with this. I think, and I think Brian Schottenheimer is a good dude.
Yeah.
And I hope that he can build something special.
Agreed.
I hope that things don't get in his way, the minutia of the organization doesn't get in his way of trying to achieve what his dream vision is for this team. And I think every coach that's tried to do this has had a vision, and then stub their toe along the way with things that have gotten in the way. Sometimes the environment itself just is not conducive to it. So I want to be clear that while I like Schottenheimer a lot, I have a lot of concerns and questions, and none of those can be answered until game day. Like, we have a whole summer, a whole training camp. None of that stuff can, all the stuff that Jerry just said, you can't prove wrong until training camp. So that's kind of where I stand with this right now. Is I knew what he just gave you, what Brian Schottenheimer just gave you in this press conference was exactly what I told you the other day. Is he's going to win these. He gets up on the podium and starts talking, and you're going to go, man, I like that guy. He's got something about him. He's got good stories to go along with it. He's got this, he tells a story about his dad. You hope for something like that. You pull for something like that. But right now, the way that the team is currently constructed, they have too much work to do. Yeah. I mean, you look at the work that Schottenheimer has to do now with adding an offensive line. He's got a whole coaching staff he has to configure, and then they got to figure out what free agents they got to work through. And that's reliant on a front office that I don't have a lot of faith in right now.
That's a great point, because there's a lot of things, but there's one specific thing that came up that I was like, I don't know if I agree with how you're using that terminology then. Jerry essentially said, and I realize some of these things we're going to be paraphrasing a little bit as we work on turning some of that audio around. We are good at managing the salary cap. We just haven't really taken advantage, or we've had some struggles the last couple of years. Guess what that means? That means you're not good at it. All right? If somebody applied for a job with you that they used to be really good at, but the last couple of years they weren't good at it anymore, they're not good at it. And that's how you would take it. The other thing that Stephen Jones said, and I'm going to tell you this right now, I understand why it happens. I think the Jones family in this organization does a disservice to the new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, or whoever you think it will be in the past or in the future, or whoever it was in the past. I think they do a disservice by sitting next to that head coach and answering questions as well.
I don't disagree.
Because the things that Brian Schottenheimer was saying, I thought were relatable, especially when he dared to start to dive into specifics, talking about motion and other things that he would want to do in his offense, which, usually you don't get that at the introductory presser. But when Stephen Jones said Super Bowls and conference championship games, or the drought that people say we're in.
He air quoted it, Kevin.
Nobody says any of that. It's a fact. You haven't been in an NFC championship game in what will now reach 30 seasons. That's not what people say. That's a fact.
I believe that's 16 more seasons than anybody else in the NFC. I think the Bears are at 14.
And by the way, if Washington and Detroit were to play in next year's NFC championship game, I believe that means every single team would have been in it twice since you were last in it once. Those are the kind of things that bother me.
That's not a drought. That's a famine right there.
Yes. It's the 8th longest run in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
Just by the way, if you wanted to know that.
That's what we're asking you to fix.
And so I really don't like the air quotes as if that's not something people should care about. Because then they pivoted immediately from that to, do you know how historic the 3 seasons were before this last season? Tell me about it. Because it was all regular season success.
Mm-hmm. That ended in playoff loss.
And that's great. If you want to go and start hanging those banners, because those are the only banners you think we can hang, then rock on. Let's just be very clear about that. And then I know people are caught up about the X's and O's don't matter. That will come around. I understand.
Can I go back and comment on? I agree with you. I prefer if Jerry and Steven came out and said what they said and announced the coach,
and then left,
and then got off the stage and let Schottenheimer take the stage himself. Yes. That's never going to happen. That's not the approach this organization has, because they want to be able to give their answers and get in the way, because they know the media is going to want to ask these guys questions more than they're going to want to ask the head coach. So now once we're gone, we can't answer questions. So that is frustrating too, because it doesn't look good for him.
So, by the way, let us know the other positive things that you had out of the presser, because I'm going to tell you, I pointed out that I like how Schottenheimer gets into specifics, and if you don't want to hear the negative, then these next couple minutes might not be for you, because I got a couple of other bullet points that really, really bothered me. When Jerry Jones talks about this is as big of a risk as you could take because Brian Schottenheimer doesn't have head coaching experience. No, wrong. Who are the two of the hottest assistants out there? Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. They got hired. Maybe they succeed, maybe they fail. I have no freaking clue. But nobody said, wow, what a dangerous decision it was to hire Ben Johnson because he has no head coaching experience. Because guess what? He doesn't.
Now, Liam Cohen's a different story.
Yes, that I can see. Because Jacksonville, who knows?
Yeah.
Jacksonville's going to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing with Aaron Glenn. It's not that people are concerned that you hired a head coach that doesn't have head coaching experience. It's that you hired the one that nobody else wanted. If you hired Ben Johnson and said all that same stuff, I would be like, I hear you, man.
Mm-hmm.
He has no head coaching experience. It's a risk, but I feel like people are on your side. And if it didn't work out in 4 years, I would be like, for sure. I thought this is who you should have hired. It didn't work out.
There's definitely a wave of excitement that comes along with him.
Yes. The concern here is that it's a big risk because you hired somebody that nobody else wanted to be the head coach, and you didn't interview any of the other candidates that the majority of the league wanted as their head coach. Does that mean they're right? Of course it does not. But it doesn't help perception. And then with the Super Bowls, we got into this LeBron-esque thing where he said, we're going to win one. And then Jerry stopped and said, the first one for Daddy. Like, what are we doing?
So he was, by the way, he was saying...
Talking about Marty Schottenheimer. Of course,
gotcha.
yes.
Okay.
Good clarification.
When I heard him say Daddy, I was like, hold on.
Talking about Marty Schottenheimer. Like, I hear you, rock on, and I also hope that Brian Schottenheimer wins 8 Super Bowls in a row. But if you haven't been to the conference championship game in 30 years, I'm not talking about being in the Super Bowl. You haven't even been in the game that you have to win to get to the Super Bowl where you could still potentially not win the Super Bowl. So don't give me the first one. Stop it. And then, sorry, Corey, if I'm monopolizing the microphone. Sorry, Mike, I'm sure you have thoughts as well.
No,
okay.
I'm okay.
When Jerry said this is the biggest risk, or he's taken the most risks in the last 5 years compared to most of the rest of his life, tell me any of them. I have heard the story about how nobody believed in him when he bought the Dallas Cowboys, and he damn sure is right about that. And the good news for Jerry and the Jones family is you've made a minimum of a $10 billion profit. So good on you. That's one thing that you absolutely got right, the hiring of Jimmy. But give me an example. You talk through in minutia about that buying the Cowboys. Minutia again and again and again. But when you say, I've made so many big risks in the last 5 years, give me one. Any when it has to do with the team.
So let me throw them out because I bet this is it. Kellen Moore, letting him go.
Okay.
Letting Dan Quinn go.
Okay, great.
That's all I can think of, Kevin.
And look, that's all I'm here for, some specifics, because there are way too many generalities. And Corey, I want to take a step back and point out you're right. You could say whatever you want in that press conference. That doesn't win you one single second of 1 quarter of one football game. But this is all I have to hold on to.
Today was their opportunity to get you the information about the guy that's going to be in charge so that you can start having the conversations through the rest of this offseason after the Super Bowl. They'll get their coaching staff finalized somewhere in March, and then they'll start the draft. And that's when we get to gripe about the draft and then recycle this and all the things. Nothing can be answered. And Kevin, here's the other thing. You think Dak's playing any preseason football games this year?
No.
So you're going to go through another preseason where you don't see anything.
No.
Because they got to protect the quarterback that might get hurt.
Absolutely. When the Jones family talked about some of the good things that Coach McCarthy did. Like what? Like his offensive philosophies. Like what? Just give me any specifics. You can't just say he did. Well, I guess you can. You can do whatever the hell you want. But just to say he did some good things. I just want specifics. Give me specifics about things that you thought McCarthy excelled at that maybe you can capitalize on. Because that's all fans have to hold on to right now. his concepts of ideas, if I can steal a phrase, because that's all we have to hold on to right now. And that is really, really frustrating.
Mm-hmm. And, whenever Jerry says, look, other coaches that wanted this job have told me you're that close. Well, I mean, they're obviously going to tell you that you're that close because they want the job. That's one thing. You have been that close, but you've been in like tier 3 of people that close. You kind of thought you were at the top of tier 2.
Yes.
But you actually, when you go back and look at where you've been in tier 3 of this. You've just been fortunate that your division was poor and an up and down Philadelphia Eagles team. And in that time, you haven't captured that opportunity.
And I don't know how many job interviews you guys have been in.
All of them.
Okay. But one thing I would say in a job interview is things that would help me get the job.
Mm-hmm.
And so when Jerry...
I've watched every single game in the offseason.
Yes, I love analytics. Oh, wait, just kidding. When Jerry said he talked to so many people who wanted the job, who talked about how close the team was, well, what else are they going to say? Because I would love to see that job interview where the person walked in and been like, you know what, Jerry, I think we're a long ways away. And I think one of the reasons is because you continue to meddle in the process. I bet that guy doesn't get the job. And I get it. It's just words. This is not going to change anything. But I really would have liked it if Jerry was like, I talked with 4 different people who said, I don't want the job, and here's why.
Yeah.
And we need to correct those things instead of...
we recognized a trend.
Yes.
In every single one of these coaches that we tried to talk to, there was a trend but everybody they tried to talk to seems to, except for a couple guys, seem to be in-house.
Yes.
That are gonna be like, look, I know how to get by in this thing. You just agree. But we found out what's wrong because we saw 3 coaches said it was this. And another coach says, so we're going to work on that. That's something like I would love for that to happen.
I want to.
I am. Listen, I'm always hopeful. I'm hopeful that all the players have heard the noise because they always like, oh, we don't listen to the noise. No, listen to it, man. You need to hear it. I hope all the players have heard that, and I think that Schottenheimer has this. I have so much to prove. I have so much to prove, and that is going to keep me from sleeping because I have work to do on this team. Like that's the mentality I want from this team. Is it not? We have not arrived at anything yet. Go at it as if you are the worst, and now you got to climb your way all the way to the top of this thing. That's what I'm hopeful that we get out of Schottenheimer is that pursuit of going up that mountain every single time.
I know I said some positive, but that was a lot of negative. And one of the reasons is every single person in this room doing this show right now was born and raised in the Metroplex.
Yeah.
And we all either did or still do love the Dallas Cowboys. And this is why I go back to the words of today. Because if anyone wants to push back and say words don't win you a football game, you're absolutely right, about 1,000,000% right about that. But that's all I feel like I'm just speaking as me as a fan. I feel like that's all I have to hold on to right now are words. And I was hoping that we would get some stuff today that would make me be like, you're damn right. They saw all of the mistakes. They know all of the mistakes. They know all of the places that they've gone wrong. But instead, what I mostly heard, not necessarily from Schottenheimer, but from Jerry and Steven was, we're the best. Do you know how many people tell us we're the best?
Mm-hmm.
So why would we change anything?
Yeah, being a kid that grew up in East Dallas, I remember at the last Super Bowl, I was having to do a band event for band in at Brian Adams High School. We had to go to somebody's house and perform. And I got back in the third quarter. So that's what the last thing I remember of Super Bowls is the last 2 quarters of that Super Bowl right there. And that 3-year span, Kevin, provided me the idea that action creates excellence. And that you can have the words like Dion had the words, but he also had the action. Michael Irvin had the words. He also had the action. Troy Aikman didn't talk enough. He didn't talk much. He didn't need to. But that dude had the action to go with it. So that was the excellence that I set that my mind set that standard for was you just keep pursuing that kind of excellence. And then there's been a massive dip through that time. I do feel that that pursuit happened again and that they want to. They just don't know how a lot of times. And that it kind of tapers off when you from the top are not getting somebody that's demanding from you.
Can I tell you something? I'm worried that that is not right. I'm worried that they do know in certain areas, and they're like, but that's too much, and we're not going to do that. Like, I would weirdly.
That's going to cost too much.
Yeah.
It's going to take too much work. We don't. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a progress stopper for somebody. There's always something that's a reason that they can't do something.
I would weirdly prefer it if they just didn't know, because then maybe Schottenheimer will come in here with his new ideas and they'll be like, oh wow, that actually does make us a lot of sense. I will tell you for the record, we're going to do this segment tomorrow. Essentially, the hire's been made, the presser's taken place. Now, will you give Brian Schottenheimer a chance? And we can move to the next page. I find myself angry in the moment.
I mean, I have no choice but to give him a chance.
Yeah, I mean, don't give him a chance. Well, it doesn't matter.
If I'm going to follow this team, I have to give the coach a chance, and I'm going to sit there and watch it. But again, I'm starting with him at flat.
Yes,
I'm trying not to start at man, he's the worst, because I've never seen him as a head coach. And I'm also not thinking he's the best. So from there, he gets to make those little deposits in each one of those banks, and we'll see how it wraps up.
I'm going to try to turn the page on all of this. And somebody said from the 817, can y'all focus more on Schottenheimer and how he answered his questions instead of harping on what the Jones family said? There's two things. First of all, a lot of his answers did include some vagueness about the reason why I'm great for this job is because of the relationships that I can build with people. I did like the specifics, how he talked about Pete Carroll and other coaches that he learned things from and why he's ready for the opportunity now as opposed to then. But he did speak in a lot of generalities which come along with this presser. And the other issue is, and this is what it comes back to, is Schottenheimer can say all the best things in the world, but if the people flanking him in that press conference aren't buying into it and they're going to continue to do whatever they want, what difference does it make?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The part of him bringing up his dad, that connects with a lot of fans out there.
For sure.
Like a lot of fans that have lost their father or spent time around. I mean, hell, Kevin, whenever we sat down with him at training camp a couple of years ago, first thing he starts talking about is, guys, every freaking Saturday, my dad would get me up and drag me to the golf course, and we'd go play golf, and I hated it. But then afterwards, he always took me to get whatever ice cream I wanted. And I realized, and I love this part about it, I realized at that point, he just wanted me to be around him. I think as dads, we get out of that experience. I'm getting ready to lose Avery to college.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, crap, how do I make these other moments happen before he goes off and I don't see him anymore? Those things are the qualities, again, that I think you'll like about him. But we don't know anything about his head coaching style. We don't know anything about how he's going to manage the rest of his staff either. So those things are all, this is the part of hiring a new head coach that is exciting and terrifying all at the same, risky, if you will, as Jerry said, risky.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And no, he did not quit. He is still here. It's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. Boy, I like that press conference. It only drained me of all my energy.
Then let's go to the next thing.
Okay, so let's go to the Dallas Mavericks. Obviously, I was out Thursday and Friday, had a sore throat and not feeling very well. But guess what? I did watch you guys a little bit on YouTube.
Okay.
I didn't join the random chat, even though I have noticed the chat is a lot of hate for the Dallas Cowboys today.
Yikes.
So I was listening to you guys talk, and this was after the Oklahoma City win, right? This was Friday.
Yeah.
I was listening.
What an unlikely win that was.
Shocking. I have no clue how we beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, but nobody else. So the Mavericks, 19-10 going into Christmas Day. That's the game where Lucas starts off super hot but gets hurt, and he's been out. During the Boston game, I don't know if people were watching it Saturday or not. It was an afternoon game. It was a nationally televised game, ABC, ESPN, and they mentioned that Luka's update is maybe he can play before the All-Star break. but they're like optimistic that he might be able to play before the All-Star break. But it sounds like maybe after the All-Star break, maybe he'll be good to go. At least that's the update we got a month later, right? January 25th, a month after the injury, he was going to be reevaluated. And he's reevaluated as he ain't close, but maybe in 10 days, maybe he could play a game or two before the All-Star break. Well, when I was listening in court, I'm not trying to pick on you or anything. I thought you had a very optimistic view on the Dallas Mavericks.
Yep.
But in that game, they were like, man, the Mavericks are 5-11 since that injury.
Yeah, they got
and now
worse.
they lost again, right? So they are 5-12 since Luka got hurt. And I don't know how it stops. Now, tonight, they have a super boring game that they need to win.
Against the worst team in the league.
They're playing the Washington Wizards. And then they go to New Orleans and play on Wednesday.
The Wizards have the 2 longest losing streaks this year, by the way.
Independent of one another.
It was 12 and 16 at one point. It might be even longer now. So.
They have to win these next 2 games. If Corey, you're going to be right, and I hope you are. I just want to make this clear. I hope you are right about this, is that they're 24-22, barely surviving. Yeah. Here's the great news. A lot of teams around them aren't playing very well. If you look at San Antonio, teams that I was like, crap, man, by the time we get to the All-Star break, these teams are going to be above 500 and the Mavericks are going to be at 500 or below. But luckily, they're in this jumble of like 5 through 11 seed that nobody wants to play that good, whether it's the Lakers, Phoenix, Dallas, Sacramento. Yeah, Sacramento got off to a horrible start, so they've played better. But if you kind of look at this jumble of teams, the good news is they're all meandering around 500 or barely above. But I don't know how the Mavs get out of this situation of losing 2 and winning 1.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, Corey, I'm kind of asking you, maybe Mike ask a basketball question here. How do the Mavericks, to you, get out of losing 2 to every 1 win that they've been doing for a month now?
Well, I think there are other teams that'll lose 3 to everyone, and that's good. That's a benefit right there. The other part is, and I think, Mike, if you remember correctly, I said I don't think they're going to be a top 3 seed by any means.
Right.
They might just get. I'm hopeful that they get lucky and get in the play in maybe, and then like that would be fantastic. Fantastic vibe. But I think it's because there are more teams that are likely to be as bad as that while the Mavericks get healthy, and once they are healthy, they're phenomenal. So that's my expectation. Now, granted, I don't know about the health of Luka because we're still awaiting some thoughts on that.
And now you lost Kleba too, and for whatever it's worth.
Lively's injury is concerning. Yeah. There are some things to get the run going that would have to be patchwork, but I just have a little more positivity about it.
All right, so this is going to be a weird one. I think the most important player for the Mavericks until Luka comes back is Spencer Dinwiddie, and has been. Oh. He is either horrible or then really good. Like, how did you beat Oklahoma City? All of a sudden, Dinwiddie, who's been playing like doo-doo pretty consistently, then had a great game. And I know that Kyrie's going to be good to great. Somewhere in that, it's rare. He'll have a bad game, but it's rare. But Dinwiddie, he's the dude who I look at and go, God, when he stinks, we have no chance because he handles the ball so much in this system. Yeah. He's a bad defensive player, so he can't help you out defensively. But I feel like the next, 7, like there's going to be probably another 7 games without Luka and the rest of the season without Lively. I look at it and go, is Dinwiddie the key to winning and losing games? As bad as that sounds, because you have Kyrie who's better. You have Gafford who's better. You have PJ Washington who's better. Clay's a weird one. Like Clay doesn't.
Grimes is a role player who's not,
because Dinwiddie has the dang ball so much, and they seem to want to run Luka's system through Dinwiddie, which is weird to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I do really like Jason Kidd.
Do you think that would change whenever Exum gets back and is like clearly healthy?
I don't know, because he hasn't practiced all year. He hasn't played all year. Like, how much can you expect from a dude who in a high cardio situation has very little cardio? You know, like it's going to take him 3 weeks of playing basketball in the 10 to 15 minute range of per game to maybe feel like then he has the cardio to then be a consistent player. And he's been he was inconsistent last year. We liked it, but he was inconsistent. And then you mentioned Maxi Kleba. I think his career's over. He has one more year, and I'll say this, God bless him. He made a great career out of being a non-drafted dude, a dude who was trying to find a role. He found a role. He could give you 15 minutes of like role play where he would help out your team in a way. But at this point, I think his injuries, and what do you know? He got hurt again. I can't believe it. It's over.
He did.
Like his career's over. You can't. Nobody even guards him on the other team. That's the thing that stinks is they won't guard him. And so then he's forced to shoot the ball, which he's like, I don't want to do this. And then he shoots it. And then you're like, well, I guess he missed again.
So I wanted to take a step back on Luka. I haven't seen an update today. And if it's out, I apologize for missing it. I do know that the Dallas Morning News, I believe Mike Curtis or Brad Townsend reported that he got another MRI on Saturday, just because that was part of the natural, like, we'll progress and we'll check again. And so hopefully we'll get information maybe today that kind of like narrows in on what they're thinking time-wise.
Okay, so that's kind of my Mavs thing is I did watch them against Boston, and shockingly, I can't believe they won against Oklahoma City. I'm glad they did.
You know what, too? One of your points about that, I know it's more than just this, but in that game against OKC, Dinwiddie was 3 for 6 from 3. And so like that, and he shot really well against OKC from 3 or shot better from 3. And so that is something that I looked at after you said that.
He's confusingly the most important player until Luka comes back because of his inconsistent play and because of how much he touches the ball. So we have a minute or here. We have 1,000 commercials to get to because of the press conference. Real quick, I'll throw it to you guys. Dallas Stars. They played hockey.
Yes, they did. Okay, thank you. They did play hockey, and they won twice. You know, we talked about that 3-game spread because you're going to have Las Vegas again. We talked about would love to see them come out with at least 4 points out of the possible 6. Boom, right out the gate. You beat Vegas, you beat St. Louis, and then you've got Vegas again tomorrow. So you've already got the 4 points. And shout out to Casey DeSmith putting together that shutout. That St. Louis game is probably one, if you're just looking at control of the puck, flow of play, shots on goal, that's not a game that they should have won. But Casey DeSmith was awesome in that game.
33 saves in that game. Might as well go ahead and replace Otter at this point. You know?
I mean, I'm not going to say that.
Oh, you want a guy that gives up goals? This guy doesn't give up goals in this game.
You know what? That's a good point. If I can get that Casey DeSmith, hell yeah, we'll roll him out a whole lot. But that was awesome. You got a couple of big wins. You play Vegas again, and if you can get another point out of that, let alone 2, that would be fantastic.
I would just like to give a shout out to a baseball coach at Bishop Lynch who says we need to talk more Stars, and I said I know nothing about the Stars, but I just did it for you, Bybee.
You're welcome.
Jace Robertson scored 2 goals in that game against Vegas. It looked like it was going to be like a 6-6 or 7-7 game early in that game, but the Stars take the lead, 2 goals from Robertson. They end up holding on for that win, and tomorrow's going to be another really big game for them.
All right, great news. If you don't like Mike Likes It, we have a lot of commercials.
But before we get to any of that,
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. If you want to let out a rebel yell, you got the opportunity to win a pair of tickets to go see Billy Idol and Joan Jett on May 7th at the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. We'll be you can call more, because we'll be doing this giveaway all week long. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's the C Block.
Yeah, we'll talk about some crazy stuff that happened at Providence over the weekend. Next on The Fan.
It's a slam dunk prize for you.
a lady.
Cinnamon sisters?
Hazel babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
products. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something.
Of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Still super pumped about those Stars. They've really turned it around on the road. They lost 8 of their first 12 road games. Since then, 9-2 in the past month or so. So let's go Stars. Now, let's go Corey Majors, because it's time for the C Block.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that introduction. And I want to start things off with Tom Brady on the call. They go to Nick Foles, and they show a shot of Nick Foles. And Tom Brady said, hey, this is how I actually feel about it.
Super Bowl MVP. Led to that Super Bowl win. Who did he play that game? Do you know he played that game? I love you.
Nick, I don't hate you. I'm just jealous of you. You caught it. I didn't.
You know who he does hate in that moment? His broadcast partner. The way he goes, he hates that guy in that moment.
It is amazing to me.
Laugh.
It is amazing to me how those greats take that stuff, even after their careers are over with, still take that stuff as you're taking a shot at me for this?
Yeah. I don't know everybody who beat Tom Brady.
Eli
obviously,
and Foles.
Right. Those are the only ones in the Super Bowl.
Okay, yeah.
But
Peyton Manning.
Like right now, we are 7 years into this, and he is in his 5th Super Bowl. Only Tom Brady twice and Joe Burrow have figured out how to beat the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like when they did that joke, I'm thinking to myself, that was before the Kansas City game, but I'm like, you can only do that with 2 human beings. You can do. Tom Brady did it in Patrick Mahomes' first year by a coin flip. That's all. It was an offsides call and a coin flip. And then you have Joe Burrow, who was able to win in overtime against Kansas City. And that's it. Those are the only 2 humans, Brady and Burrow, who can actually say they've beat Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game.
I do think Brady has become more likable since he's been on the broadcast.
Heck yeah.
There's a likability factor that...
No, he doesn't bother me at all. I've been surprised, and maybe it's just because people critique every single thing, but I'm surprised that so many people have kind of dumped on his commentary because it hasn't really bothered me.
I've thought that I'm getting, as he's thinking through games, as he's thinking through scenarios, he's like talking about it. He's gotten better at that, I think. Early on, he didn't really give that. I think Mike does a wonderful job on the baseball play-by-play of what's the pitcher thinking right now. Whenever the third baseman does this, what's he thinking? I think Mike does a wonderful job at focusing in that moment, what's happening in the game. And I think Brady's done a better job of that lately. And so whenever it got close, here's what it takes to be a champion. He knows what excellence is. He absolutely knows better than anybody.
And it's not an easy job. And for football, I get sometimes you get to call 2 games a week. But a lot of times you're calling 1 game a week. Yes, you get a couple preseason games, but you're only, like, so far Tom Brady's called, I'm going to guess, 23 football games in his life. Yeah. I do think he's good at it. I think Romo has moments, because my son was asking me as I was like doing the fake Jim thing. I don't know what they're going to do here, Jim. Jim. And I'm like, I actually do like Romo in moments, and then there's other moments that I don't. But I in general, I do like most of the people calling NFL football games that we get to listen to from the Cowboys, because we're usually getting the A team. A few times you get the B team. I have no clue who called the Washington game. I didn't turn that one on for 1 second, the last game of the year.
That was Brady and Burkhardt, right?
They had to do that.
And I got to say, I don't think I definitely don't analyze the announcers the way other people do, because I just don't.
You don't care.
I don't think they're as important for the football product just for me. But I know a lot of people, it matters a lot.
There is a delicate balance for former players of telling stories about their career,
right,
and telling things about what's going on in the game right now. That is a very delicate balance. And that is, again, there are some players that have been on the Rangers broadcast that have been like, okay, look, I get it. But you got to be able to,
and maybe
to
baseball,
balance both of those. That's
doing
a talking
We're
man
doing
sport.
162 of them also.
And then you might have an hour of you have to fill.
Corey, because you said that, I will admit one thing that stood out for me yesterday is when Josh Allen threw the ball down the field because he saw the penalty flag already. And Tony Romo was like, hey, I don't understand why he did this. This game's all about mitigating risk. And I remember I was walking into the kitchen and I go, Oh, mitigating risks, huh? Captain turnover? What are you even talking about? So I will admit, in that moment, I did get pulled offside.
Troy Aikman had a higher turnover to touchdown ratio than Tony Romo, I bet, though.
Factor in the eras in which they played.
Super Bowl championships. As we've been keeping track of, I kind of went with this a little differently. Rushing winners and passing winners. The Philadelphia Eagles, 229 rushing yards, 13 rushing first downs in this game.
Man.
By the way, I want to point out, they had 229 rushing yards and 230 passing yards. That is exact balance.
That is amazing.
Obviously, Will Shipley helped out with balancing that out with his
It's
big
also
run.
too many yards to give up if you're the other team. We're like, we're probably going to lose.
Washington had 99 rushing yards and 4 rushing first downs. Kansas City, 135 rushing yards, 10 rushing first downs. Buffalo, 147, 10 rushing first downs. That scenario, Buffalo did not win.
Yeah,
but the numbers for rushing yards were still over 100. And that's a big factor for both of those teams. And that's two quarterbacks that do frequently like to air it out.
But Washington had 9 penalties, but only for 47 yards.
Hey, that's not that bad. Usually I feel like you're trending towards the 100-yard category.
They had 4 penalties for 4 inches.
Yeah. Somebody was asking, hold on, how do you break that down? And I would love to see that as like 9 penalties for 47.12 yards. And you're like, I guess.
Would you like the hits or misses from the weekend first this
Give
time?
me the hits.
Give the hits. Honorable mention, welcome Xavier Worthy to the playoffs, sir. 6 catches, 85 yards, and a touchdown. And as Mike said earlier, they don't try to make him a one. They know what his gadgets are, and they're like, we'll just use those as our best, and he makes explosive plays happen.
I think they did a great job during the regular season. They were pushing him to do more. And then they backed off of it going, okay, this is probably too much. And I always forget his name. They screwed up that. I don't want to say they screwed up that one kid. He just was talentless. The little kid they drafted who they thought would be the next Tyreek Hill and is not even
Sky Moore?
No, Sky Moore, yeah.
Right? And they tried, and he was just, one, I don't think he was smart enough to understand
Big
NFL.
hands.
And then 2, I don't think he's talented enough to do it. He is fast. Good deal. You can run fast. And that's all that kid could do. But I look at Worthy, and there were things where you're like, God, that was probably his fault in week 3 or week 6. Now, they'd still win the game, but I think that they figured out over time, all right, what does he do well, and what can he understand how to do well? And I think they've done a great job as time has passed, giving Worthy specific plays that work for him. But I do think they're going to try to expand them again next year.
Oh yeah, and I think it's important that he's done the same thing of letting them know. I mean, it's like that Derrick Henry story with Nick Saban, right? Where he was like, they're asking him to do pass protection. He's like, when I was in high school, all they did was hand me the ball and say run.
Yeah,
I have no clue what pass. Can you just give me a minute to learn this, and then I'll let you know. Honorable mention also Will Shipley for a huge 57-yard run, 3 kick returns for 88 yards, and he also had 2 tackles on special teams, so he was doing everything. Congratulations to Will Shipley.
Pretty impressive.
Number 3 on the hits list, Jalen Hurts, 246 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 rushing touchdowns, so 4 total. I mean, I got to give him credit. Like, you got to give him credit for what he accomplished. He looked better in the passing game than he has most of the playoffs. And in the running game, like that touchdown, that first one that he ran in, I was like, God, that was magic, man.
I know we'll do this next week when we're in New Orleans, but if there's one team that seemed to stop that 4th and short, it seemed like Kansas City made Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills' life very miserable on those just quarterback sneak situations.
They loaded it up real nice in the front there.
Plus, even when they didn't stop it, the refs were like, you stop it.
Number 2, Saquon.
You shut your mouth. We're in another Super Bowl. 5 out of 7, man.
Number 2, Saquon Barkley, 118 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. That first touchdown
Unbelievable.
Set the tone for the entire game. That was a special one. And when you think you've tackled that guy, he proves that you can't.
Can I add on a bizarre miss to that game?
Yep.
55-23 was not a scoregami.
I know. That is
happened
weird.
once before, like in the 80s.
Kevin, I haven't gotten to the misses, though, yet, so you could have waited. That was one of my honorable mentions.
Be patient, man.
Appreciate it. Okay. We haven't gotten through the number 1 hit yet.
Hold on. Is that really?
You said you wanted the hits.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You didn't say misses.
Play the
You
hits.
said the hits.
Play the hits. Play the hits.
Number 1, hat trick Mahomes. He doesn't lose. 245 yards passing, 1 passing touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns. One of his rushing touchdowns was special, too. If he wins his third, we will refer to him as hat trick Mahomes from now on.
He's the best, slowest quarterback at running the ball ever. He's not fast.
Yeah,
he has a long stride.
Yeah, he's like almost a 4.66 or a 4.7. Like that was at the combine when you're going to try to be your fastest and you train for that. And now it's 7-8 years later, and you're like, he's not fast, but he's so smart.
And anticipates. Yeah, he anticipates.
It makes him look smart, faster. Yeah.
He anticipates where pressure's coming from so well, then that's what helps him escape. Now, sometimes it does affect him because he's like, I think it's here. And then he turns around, he's getting sacked. But, yeah, man, you're right. He doesn't look like he's going to run away like Lamar, but he gets yards. He gets the important yards.
Or Jaden Daniels. That was a very nice run he had when he scored that touchdown. And he just zigzag, and then he's like, you can't catch me. But like somehow people can't catch Patrick Mahomes, and it's like, I don't think he's running very fast, but they don't seem to be able to get an angle on him.
Jalen Hurts is a very smooth runner, and I want to say that Mahomes is smooth, and that's like Juan Gonzalez was a smooth runner. You didn't think he was fast, but you're like, look at that leg stride right there. Misses over the weekend. Kevin, there was a scoregami.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
I'm just joking. I didn't have that. Josh Allen. I don't think Josh Allen had a bad game. I think that moment was lost, and that drive was bad to finish that game. So, Josh, and again, I think you're right,
Use your
Mike.
running back.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He played great.
This is a bad era for these three quarterbacks in Burrow and Lamar and Josh Allen.
And unfortunately, they're in the AFC.
Yep.
You know, it'd be one thing if one or two of them were in the NFC so they could at least get to the Super Bowl. But unfortunately, he's just not letting them get there. And Tom Brady didn't let many people get there. So you've literally had since about 2001 to 2024, just these two quarterbacks dominate so much in the AFC.
Other honorable mention, Kevin, is James Cook. What a freaking game by him. 85 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 for 49 receiving. Every time he gets to the sideline, he squares his shoulders up and he goes.
Yes.
And that, like, I always think that he's out of bounds, and then he picks up 30 extra yards. I'm like, what just happened?
He's like, I'll be on the sideline as long as you want until you hit me.
He does not, like, he gets to that sideline. A lot of people don't tiptoe it very well. He does a great job at it. Number 3 on the misses, Austin Eckler, Jeremy McNichols, and Luke McCaffrey all had fumbles and all lost those fumbles. Those fumbles in that game against Philadelphia, you can't come back from those.
No.
Those are bad things. You can't. And this is 4 teams that had not turned the ball over the entire playoffs, and right out of the gate, they were fumbling away.
Especially when you're the theoretically inferior team, you cannot lose the turnover battle.
What really stunk is there's nothing you can do as a coach. I get it. We talk about this. We'll talk about it with Schotty and stuff when the Cowboys turn over the ball. Like, what are you doing as a coach? Well, Quinn even said at halftime with this, he's like, the turnovers are killing us. And they still did it 2 more times. So he let the team know, if we're going to come back in this game, 27-15 at half, I think was, or it might have been 12, but 27-15. He's going, if we're going to come back, guys, ball control. We got to make some big plays, and we got to hold on to the ball. And they still didn't do it. So even when you tell guys, this is the only way to win, and it's still not that they were intentionally fumbling or doing, it's just like for some reason all they had to do was punch. And Eckler, they didn't even punch the ball, they punched his opposite hand, and then he knocked it out himself. And I'm like, dude, I'm watching, like, nothing against Eckler, I don't know him that well. I know his career, the Chargers, and now here, but I'm like, dude, how come quarterbacks protect the ball better than you do?
Number 2, Dan Quinn on the misses, and for 2 reasons. His decision making, he went for it twice on 4th down, and then goes ahead and kicks a field goal on the first drive.
Yeah.
After you're driving on this team, and I know it was tough. Brady kept saying it. They're fighting for every yard, but you're winning that fight. Give your team that opportunity, because Sales gone after Saquon Barkley then breaks one off on you on the first play, and now you're back out there. But the other thing on him, yet again, Dan Quinn defense cannot stop the run. Dan Quinn defense gets run all over.
That's for dang sure.
And they gave up
Eberflus is going to fix that here.
Is that 86 points they gave up in the playoffs to two teams, to Detroit and Philadelphia? That's 86
Yikes.
points. So that's a tough one right there. Number one, Dalton Kincaid. Catch that ball. You're a hero. Maybe.
That's
Maybe you're
a good
hero.
point, especially if it leads to the win. Like if you can get a touchdown and just bleed the rest of the clock out. Oh my gosh, that dude's an icon in Buffalo.
But another winner, though, Kevin. Let me tack on another winner here. Us. All the fans that got to watch that game, I thought that we got what we wanted. We got really good football games this weekend, and I thought that was worth it.
There was a little part of me that wanted them to just kick a field goal there so we could get the overtime, and so then they could go out and have the overtime game that forced the rule in the playoffs and be like, let's see what happens now.
So I'm wearing my Chiefs hat. But I will say there were multiple times in that game that I wanted Buffalo to do something to just keep it going, because I know I'm watching the two best in the sport. One that always wins, the other that is trying so freaking hard to beat the best ever. And even when he dropped that ball, and I know that the Chiefs are probably going to win at that point, I'm thinking to myself, gosh, I kind of wanted him to catch that ball so I could see the greatness of both guys keep going after it.
Kevin, the other thing, and this is just for you. This is for you because I know you brought up college basketball earlier, and I wanted to get to Providence. Have you heard about what happened with Providence and Georgetown?
No.
Georgetown.
I like the way you said.
The fans of Providence showed up 2 hours early in the freezing cold weather just so they could start F. Ed Cooley chants inside for 2 straight hours before the game, the coach at Georgetown. And then on top of that...
Were they saying that or were they saying Fed Cooley?
Oh, yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Can't rule it out.
And then at some point, a student was ejected before the game. Because he stole a basketball off the bench and took it to the bathroom and hid in the bathroom with it. Like that was going to cause a problem for the game. Security.
$100 ball.
My God, that's amazing.
Your ticket was $10. You got $100 ball, I guess.
Security just go. They're like, "Hey, where'd this guy?" They go find him in the bathroom, and he's just sitting there huddled up, holding a basketball, trying to keep this game. Like just trying to. But you got to love college basketball for that kind of stuff, right?
That's amazing.
Stupid, weird stuff happens all the time.
I want to be there for that story afterwards. Oh, how was the game? I got kicked out before it started. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Whole season for Buffalo on the line here. They come. He just desperately throws it up in the air, incomplete. Kincaid was right there.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality, and we start with a question that Corey said, if you don't start with this question, this segment is nonsense. Overreaction or reality, you bizarrely enjoy knowing the fact that Dan Snyder hates how good the Commanders got without him. Did you see this article?
No.
All right, so ESPN, Seth Wickersham, and Don Van Natta Jr. were involved, and essentially it's just got sources that he effing hates it. How good they've gotten straight away.
Because he knows he was the issue now.
Yes, that is part of it. And then the other thing is it said that Daniel Snyder's actually not a, like, across-the-board sports fan. He was just like a Commanders fan, and so that probably makes it even worse. So overreaction to reality, you take some bizarre level of enjoyment out of that.
Absolutely reality.
Me too.
And for any of the owners that treated their fan bases that way over that period of time, if they were able to move on and they were able to do something like this, I would feel the exact same way.
I mean, I might tick some people off here, but it shows what the issue is here.
Sure.
Washington proved that then it'll never change. You're going to have to deal with this till there is no football anymore, is the Jones family's the issue. It's not Schotty. It's not Mike McCarthy. We know what the issue is, and then it was proven in Washington.
Man, and so the other thing that came out about this that was pretty amazing is I guess they got text messages and like insiders recounted what happened. And when told that he might still face a fine, Snyder said, "There's no way I'm paying it." And then went on to, when it was time to sell the team, he said, "I don't want to do this." And then it was 1 a.m., 2 a.m. It got later in the evening, or I guess in the middle of the night. And he refused to hand over the keys to the stadium. And so when they were like, well, people are going to go in there. And he said, "I don't care. It would be trespassing if anyone goes there. It's still mine."
Okay.
That's amazing.
I want to have keys to a stadium.
Yeah.
How cool would that be?
That would be super cool.
I do need my card.
Yeah, you don't even have a card to get to where you work. I can't trust you with stadium keys.
I know. But like all the people with the Rangers, they have a little card that kind of gets them into the
So
stadium.
you just need to follow those people everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're going to lose.
When I see Jose Guzman, like he parks near me, and I'm like, "Jose," and then he's like, "Yeah," and then I'm like, "Oh, good," because I was gonna have to go to the front and do all kinds of stuff, and that way I just walk behind you.
NFL overreaction or reality. Saquon Barkley choosing the Eagles will get him into the Hall of Fame.
Man, I think it's reality.
I realize injuries played a big part of this, but I mean, I can't imagine this season going much better for him.
I will add this though. McCaffrey looked like it was that much of a change
cycling together
for their team, and then he got hurt, and now we're looking at him going, Barkley's done that much, made that much of a difference to this team. He definitely has, but they ran into the Chiefs. Like that Niners team ran into the Chiefs. the Eagles are going to run into the Chiefs. So if he doesn't win and he's not the MVP, how much does it help?
Yeah, that's my question. Is McCaffrey a Hall of Famer?
I don't think so.
Well, then I don't think
yet.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Barkley is he has not had a Hall of Fame career. He had a Hall of Fame season.
So I guess let me amend the question. This move will put him in the Hall of Fame. Like, not saying right now, but his pivot, them being so good, him being a big part of it, will put him in the Hall of Fame.
I will lean to no.
Okay.
Because of this. He's dealt with injuries his whole career. This was like the year. Everybody thought going to Philadelphia, he would be great in the games that he could play in. I don't think he's going to stay healthy the next 2 to 4 years to just repeat this season enough to be a Hall of Famer.
Now, BetMGM had a really interesting note. The most bet player to score a touchdown was Saquon Barkley. The most bet player to score the first touchdown of the game was Saquon Barkley. And one of the most popular prop bets was 23.5 yards over under his biggest rush of the day. He cashed all 3 of those on his first touch.
Nice.
That is unfreaking believable, man.
As a daily fantasy player,
that's right.
You have to feel good whenever your player does that on the first play. The first touch.
On Underdog, it was only 19.5 yards. And you better believe I said, I think it will be higher than that. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. And this comes from Howie Long. So I'm intrigued y'all's thoughts about this. All but 5 teams in the NFL would trade their quarterback for Jaden Daniels. So Howie Long's going through the list, and he said the Bills, Ravens, Bengals, and Chargers are the only ones who wouldn't do it, and we'll get to that. I assume he was eventually going to say the Chiefs. He did not list that 5th team. Feels safe to say it's the Chiefs. But the Bills, Ravens, Bengals, Chargers, and Chiefs are the 5 teams that would not trade their quarterback for Jaden Daniels.
Corey, I would say take the Chargers out. They would do it, but put the Houston Texans in. I think C.J. Stroud, I know he didn't have the best sophomore season, but he's still on a rookie deal. He's proven a lot in 2 years. Herbert is now on I call it max out contract. He's on the big contract, so it makes a lot of sense. I can have 4 years approximately of just first round pick money instead of 50 to 60 million. So I hear him. I understand what he's saying, but I don't think the Chargers. But I do think if the Texans had the deal to do, I think they would stick with Stroud and say, we think they're very even.
Yeah.
We're going to stick with the guy who's done what he's done for us.
Did you say Broncos?
Nope.
I would put them in there. I don't.
Okay.
I think at this point, I think that Sean Payton's in love with that quarterback.
And that quarterback specifically.
That one, he kind of targeted him even before the draft.
Since you're going there, do you think the Bears think they made a mistake and chose the wrong guy?
Good question.
Ooh, that is a good
Because
question.
we can look at Bryce Young, and that's easy, right? We can be like, dude, we took somebody too small to play this sport.
I think you can go ahead and add him into the mix too.
Okay.
Because first season, and then like now they recalibrated their whole team now because they changed their head coach. So I think that you can add them into that mix. I don't think that they're walking away from it going, damn it, we should have gotten Jaden. I think they're looking at it going, man, we got to really do better for this quarterback.
NFL overreaction or reality. And this is a big step here, so I'll explain why I said this. Jalen Carter is the heir apparent to Aaron Donald. Now, Aaron Donald himself was talking about how Jalen Carter's played, not necessarily yesterday, but leading up to it. And he said, I haven't watched football like that in a long time. That guy, Jalen Carter, bro, my replacement is here.
He is a wrecking ball. Him and the other thing, do not take anything away from what Jordan Davis does next.
Absolutely
to him.
not.
But he's got the quick burst that puts offensive linemen on their heels immediately. He can pick you up and push you into the backfield. Actually, I think I saw Jordan Davis do that to one of the Washington guys too. He can the power and quickness and speed that comes along with him is something you just don't find in a lot of places. I was always kind of surprised Aaron Donald's strength and power in that he looked smaller than most of the offensive linemen, but he was still just wrecking those guys. So Jalen Carter's special, man. It's sad to hear that that line replacement for him, and you got to face him twice a year.
What did he do up to the draft that had him drop. He did something
Racing
off the field.
Yeah, because remember, Georgia's had a whole line of people who have had issues with that. I think Jalen Carter was involved in an incident, though maybe not driving, in which somebody died.
Because he was going to be a top 3 pick, right? 1, 2, or 3, and then he fell to like 10-ish.
He was 9.
9, okay. Thank you. You probably just said that. But
no.
I just remember that draft going, oh, this dude who was...
Or maybe he was
a woman
driving.
seriously injured in the January car crash that killed Georgia offensive lineman Devin Willock and an athletic staffer sued the school's athletic association defensive tackle Jalen Carter for damages.
Okay, so he was one of the people driving. There's multiple people, and I think the idea was they thought they might have been street racing, if I remember correctly.
Victoria Bowles was riding in the backseat of the rented Ford Expedition driven by Chandler LaCroix, who died also while racing Carter. So they were racing against him, and they died. They were over 104 miles an hour. But like you said, that was something that was going on in Georgia, Georgia for some reason. They were all doing
By the way, that is still an issue with Georgia, vehicular problems that they have. All right, NFL.
Drive the speed limit, kids.
I mean, that is fair. NFL overreaction or reality, Josh Allen will not beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
Reality.
I know it's tough to say.
He did. I thought this was his best chance, too. And that all of these games they've played have been close and fun. All of them. I've loved every one of them. Mahomes just comes out on top with these. So it's reality. In his brain right now, he's got to be like, what else can I possibly do?
Yeah, this was not good for the rest of the AFC to see this happen, to just reinforce. It's kind of the Tiger Woods effect. I know he's on television behind us right now. It's like you get into the final Sunday with Tiger and he has the lead, or you're going up against him, and you just see maybe Tiger takes his game to another level, or the other person drops their level for just the pressure of the moment. And I don't think Josh Allen dropped the ball and didn't play well. I thought he had a very good game and threw up a Hail Mary that should have been caught. But I will go with he'll figure it out. Like there's gonna be a game. They're gonna put themselves in a situation. And as much as I love the Patrick Mahomes-led Chiefs, they're gonna lose every once in a while. And if they both play another 10 years, then there's gonna be one time where he overcomes this situation.
Do you think? I know we talked about how Josh Allen played well. I was gonna just ask. I wanted to dive into like the minutia of their scoring this year for just a second. The Bills scored 30-plus points in 12 games this season. That's the most in franchise history. They'd been averaging 31 points per game. I know he was right there, but when you look at what the score was, does not getting like that extra field goal or whatever, do you think that's an extra knock against him? Because you're like, you played well, but you were still a tiny bit below your average for the season, which would have almost gotten you there.
Maybe. I think more than anything with the knock against him, Kevin, is going to be just I think people are just going to look at the L's. More than anything else, I think they're just going to look at, was it an L? You needed this. You couldn't get it. And while it is a team sport, the quarterbacks, live and die with that stat.
By the way, I don't think we got a chance to mention this earlier. Todd Archer did say this weekend that the Cowboys interviewed Andre Curtis, and Curtis had been he had coached the safeties for the Bears the last 3 years. So,
dude, I'll be honest, they were good.
Yeah,
like so that's a good, and Eberflus obviously in that conversation too. Their defense was stout.
It would be interesting to see the swap of, all right, we're going to take him. You guys got Al Harris. I know that's not really how it works, but that would kind of fascinate me.
I will be very interested to see how this team plays ball control in the future and allows, because Caleb Williams wasn't great this year, but those games were always pretty close.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see how Eberflus handles that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's Tress Way. Oh, it's a fake. We're going to throw. He's got a man wide open, and it's caught. Sinnott, the third tight end. What a fake by Washington, and the rookie delivers for the drive continues.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is he today?
I'm good, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Was there a point, or when was the time that you thought, hey, I think Buffalo is really going to win this game? Like, they're going to figure out a way to get it done and make it to the Super Bowl? Or did you just think, yeah, I'll believe it when there's no time left on the clock? I'm not buying it.
You know, when we got into the fourth quarter and Buffalo still was, right there, I thought there's a chance, but by the end of the game, I thought, man, I guess I shouldn't think there's a chance. Like, Spags has the answers, this defensive talent, and Mahomes will do just enough to, get him across on the scoreboard. It's just unbelievable how inevitable this is starting to feel that, Kansas City will figure out a way. But I did feel like it was in doubt there, for quite a while, even before they got that final first down.
Yes.
I thought Buffalo could still do this.
I have to admit, just a little bit, I was rooting for Kansas City to kick a field goal with less than a minute left on the clock, and then I was like, all right, Josh Allen, Mahomes took it away from you with 13 seconds. Now you're down 6. Let's see what you can do.
Redemption. Yeah, I mean, when they force Kansas City to settle for the field goal, and it's like you got 3+ minutes or whatever, your timeouts, and Josh Allen, this is your time to go rewrite the wrongs of the past. And I thought there was a chance. I mean, especially with that first play, he takes off and just runs for like 25 yards or whatever. It was like, oh yeah, it's almost like he kind of kept that in the barrel a little bit. But the scrambles and stuff like that, late game situation, that's so hard to stop. And I was surprised they didn't even give James Cook the ball at all. Like, every time he touched the ball, even when they were throwing it to him, it was just big gains. And you had so much time left. Like, you're kind of thinking, I want to score, but I also don't want to give Mahomes a single second of opportunity here either.
It felt like they fell victim to the exact same thing that happened to Baltimore the week before, when Baltimore is like, oh yeah, we got a running back that can do stuff. And then Buffalo's like, you saw that happen, right? And then they did the same thing.
But man, Spagnuolo and Andy Reid, both of them,
unbelievable.
Just when in a high leverage, must have it moment, they've got the call ready to go. They are as prepared as ever. When it's 3rd and 9 and you need this first down to ice the freaking game, and ended up needing 2 first downs to ice it, offensively, Andy Reid's like, yes, of course I'm going to throw the ball here. I'm not going to play scared and just run it. You use your timeouts and punt it back to you. I have a play for this. He ended up having 2 plays for this on big third downs. And then Spags the same way defensively. These guys are just, they're Jedis from the sideline.
Broadus, one of the things that Andy Reid came out and said in the lead up to this is he's like, look, I love having him as my defensive coordinator, but he really needs to get another shot as a head coach.
Yeah.
Do you think I know it's late in the process, so it feels like maybe not now. Do you think he eventually will get another shot to be a head coach?
You know what? I think he's in a really good spot, and there's really no reason for him to leave. I'm sure he would like another opportunity to be able to do something like this and be a head coach. It didn't go well for him. But can I circle back to what you were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
The thing that he does, and that corner blitz he brought on the last play, it's like something you haven't seen the whole day.
Yes.
And he saves it. And that's why when you play Kansas City, you're terrified, because he's going to save something. It's very Bill Belichick-like. You're going to save something at the very end that you have not seen all day. And then now it's going to happen. And I think that's where he's getting to be that kind of status of the great defensive coordinators that manage to have something left that you haven't seen, and then it's the difference in the game. And so, but he's in a really, really good spot with Andy there. And I if he gets another opportunity, great. If he doesn't, I think he's just fine.
It's kind of funny because I was thinking props to their offense, too, by clinching the game, by throwing the ball to somebody that you hadn't seen all game either. And you're like, all right, so we can do that on both sides of the ball. It's freaking amazing. Is your instant analysis that the Chiefs are inevitable, or do you look at Saquon Barkley doing whatever the hell he wants and you're like, we got ourselves a hell of a game?
I think it's going to be a hell of a game, but I do think Chiefs are inevitable. I mean, it's like yesterday I put out never bet against the Chiefs, and then give me the Bills, right? So that's kind of how it's going to be. I could see how the Eagles could match up, and I think they can run the football. You saw what James Cook was able to do. But I think at the end of the day, you've got Spags, best big game defensive coordinator probably in the history of the sport. I think he's overtaken Belichick for that throne.
Wow.
And you got Mahomes, so you're going to find a way to get it done.
Yeah, I could see the Eagles defense keeping Kansas City, into the mid-20s, maybe low 20s. So how many big plays are you going to get from Saquon Barkley? I think that is such an X factor in this. An 80-yard, touchdown run from scrimmage, it just seems like something that is so low in the probabilities, but it keeps happening.
Yeah, his
right?
first touch is 60 yards. You're like, oh, my God.
And for a team that's not going to make a bunch of explosive plays in the passing game, you get a couple of those. And now I do feel like Philadelphia has a chance because of Barkley.
And just for the Chiefs, they had not scored more than 30 points all year.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the game where that is absolutely the mark you need to get to, they're like, that's fine. No problem. It's truly incredible to see the way they win. Like Mike sent me a text and said, and this was when they eventually kicked the field goal, do you think they could bleed the time down and leave less than a minute left for Josh Allen to score a touchdown? And I know they didn't, but my response was, if anybody can, they can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have absolute belief in that.
Well, they have no fear of throwing the ball late in the game.
Which you love.
Which, and Tony Romo even said that at the end. He says, hey, they're not going to hand this ball in there and let it be third and long. They're going to throw it right now to try and end this game, and they will. And that's what Andy does. I mean, it's what you have the confidence to be able to do that because they've been able to deliver before.
I mean, it's the great play design, but I also feel like Mahomes is just at his absolute best when they need him. Like the decision-making and the ball placement is going to be there. Eric had some stats, last week that this is just what they've been doing, or maybe it was Zach, I forget, guys. But, Mahomes elevating his play. The Chiefs' offense at its absolute best by a very substantial margin once we get to this stage in the year.
Kind of feel like Mahomes would have thrown Mark Andrews a catchable ball.
Yeah. How much does your heart break, though, for Dalton Kincaid, who made a heads-up turnaround? My guy's under pressure.
I think the more unbelievable play was how the quarterback got rid of it.
Yeah, I know.
That makes sense.
They absolutely did not block anybody on that right side. Yeah, I mean, they had 4 dudes not block anybody on that particular play.
And he was like, you know what? I'll get it in the general vicinity.
There's
and he did.
very, very few quarterbacks that have the talent to be able to launch that thing and at least get something on it to give them a chance.
And these are the kind of things that over the years will get lost in nuance. Like in 10 years, I don't think you'll look back at that. You'll just see Chiefs, Bills, LLLL for the Bills, and you won't be like, well, man, he made a hell of a throw off that pretty much uncovered blitz to get it to somebody who dropped the ball. You're just like, we lost all those games.
Yeah, he lost. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yes. They're all the games, I think the total point differential is like 5.
So you think that these quarterbacks that Patrick Mahomes is beating are good and great, and it's just going to be unfortunate their history? Oh no, they're going to be Hall of Fame guys standing up there without Super Bowls. But I just know
knocked out the 2 MVP guys.
I know 25-year-olds think that Michael Jordan beat all trash players. Gavin, Gary Payton was trash. Stockton No. These guys are. He's beating good. But you get what I'm saying is, unfortunately, 25 years from now, there's going to be 20-year-olds and 25-year-olds go, well, yeah, Patrick Mahomes won all this, but everybody was trash around him. It was just all trash competition he was facing, because that's what we have to deal with as Jordan fans, is everybody was trash in the Jordan era. He was just lucky. At least there'll be YouTube videos you can go back and watch. Like I proved to Bennett that Freddie Mercury was damn good as a lead.
Hell yeah.
And I showed him Live Aid, and he goes, wow, this is pretty impressive. I said, yeah, that's Freddie Mercury.
Hell yeah. What do you guys got coming up in the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. Reaction to the press conference right out of the gates here. John owning at 4.
All right, I'm looking forward to y'all's thoughts on that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in here on a Monday. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get some highlights from this Brian Schottenheimer introductory press conference. As for the first time in a long time here, we open up the G-Bag Nation with a new Cowboys head coach. No surprise by the time we got to the end of the week. They did stash that bad boy late, 9 o'clock. That's not going to get the impact in the news, is it, Brian?
No,
very un-Jerry-like.
I was hearing some whispers that they actually got to the discussions late in the evening, and so
intentionally.
Please don't kill the messenger here. Anytime you say anything that might have actually happened, everybody goes berserk. But
die.
I was told that thing that they were meeting pretty late into the evening. And that's why and they figured that if they didn't release it late and sat on it over the weekend, it was going to get leaked anyway, and they just wanted to go ahead and get it out. But it sounds like that they met late with Schottenheimer, and that was the biggest issue they had.
Well, we had a press conference earlier today on The Fan. Guys, I have 3 moments for you. I want you to tell me which one got the biggest eye roll or chuckle from you, or if there was something else. Jerry Jones, this is the best way we can get to the playoffs and win. Brian Schottenheimer on Dak, he's going to play elite football. He's going to lead us to championships. We're going to win a championship. Or Stephen Jones, we're also evaluating where it didn't go right in terms of this drought, in air quotes.
Ding!
People say that we're in.
Yeah,
that's the one.
That made my blood boil quite a bit. It's like, dude, you just don't get it, do you? Because it's a real drought. It's not an air quote drought. It's real.
No, it's just stuff that we're making up, man. It's just our opinion that
just
that
like they were.
That's just postseason success, guys. They win a lot in the regular season.
6th most winningest team, man. That matters. They're giving out trophies for your 6th most winning franchise in the organization these days.
I mean, Steven, I think, telling on himself a little bit there that he actually thinks regular season wins are a great way to measure it. I think for the franchise interested in making money, that works. The return on investment isn't that great once you have made the playoffs. The league has great TV ratings, and with revenue share, we're all winning by the time we get to the playoffs, the postseason. This is fine, and I'm sure they'd like to win, but that was very offensive to put that drought in air quotes.
Yes,
holy cow.
I mean, the lack of self-awareness involved and wanting to take no ownership over what reality actually is.
Yes.
How about Jerry calling Steve Spurrier to ask what kind of ball player Schotty was?
The old ball
90s.
coach.
I actually like the story of him. Spurrier. I like the story of him stepping in there, spinning it for a tutty. Oof. I mean, he was making an appearance in TD Tuesday that week, Woolchuck.
Oh, he sure was.
Yeah.
How many NFL teams can say that about their coach? I don't know. Probably a handful. Yeah, maybe. Definitely a different vibe, a different kind of situation these days than when they'd hired Mike McCarthy. But similar cynicism, I think, from the fan base. And, over here on the text, a sentiment that's been echoed several times. The Cowboys are not a serious organization. And I hope that sentiment is wrong and that there's going to be some value out of, this Schottenheimer era of football. Other things that stood out. One line I like from Jerry Jones, we want to improve significantly how we do the cap. Okay?
Yeah.
There's some hope in there?
Up there.
Yeah. There you go.
Some hope in there?
Yep.
What do you think that means, Brian?
Well,
are we going to go full Eagles?
Maybe they need to move on from Adam Pacifica or somebody like that. Maybe they're not happy with how that thing's operated, and I don't know. I mean, he is responsible for their movement there and what they do. And so, do you change that out? Do you make it reevaluations? Do you study other teams? I think they probably always study other teams. But when you start to talk about evaluations of the cap, or we talk about evaluations of the team, we talk about the head coach, who's the guy that runs the cap. And so, Adam is, either probably going to have to adjust what they do. Maybe there's some things that they want to do differently. Maybe there's some ways they're doing their contracts that aren't the most efficient way, and they need to evaluate all that. So, if we're going to point our finger at the head coach, we'll point our finger at Adam Pacific over there who does the contracts for them.
Amen,
well,
Brian.
if I was in charge of the cap, if that's my job to manage it, I'd say you guys got to give me better marching orders too, because we're kind of overpaying our own free agents too much and paying guys coming off injuries too much. That's actually the best thing that we could do for our cap right now is just to stop giving average guys such significant portions.
Well, the marching orders are going to come from guys that aren't going to be changed out.
Yeah.
Adam could be changed out if that's the case.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that is, that's when every time you think about, maybe they'll think about doing something different. Teams that are their general managers are desperate. They do things that are more in line to what needs to be done in everyday NFL football. Then they got very sensitive of the word comfortable. When you're comfortable over there, you're not going to do things. You're not. With these general managers that they're, like I said, that are fighting it every day, they're thinking like, I've got to do this to save my job. I've got to stretch this to save my job. I got to make this hire to stretch my job, And if you don't, well, then, you can F that thing up so bad that it's somebody else's problem. But at least you did what you thought was right to keep your job going. They don't have that problem over there.
Okay, speaking of that, what did you think of Jerry Jones saying he wants everybody to know he's still a risk taker, and hiring Schottenheimer is evidence of that? Is this a risky move, Wolchuk?
That was a wet one. No, it's not a risk.
You're farting on that.
Like there's a few of them. Any coach that you hire, you can say there's risk involved, and there is. You never know. We never know how good a coach is going to be or isn't going to be. Schotty could end up being brilliant. He really could be. And congratulations to him. This is an amazing day for him and his family. I'm not taking my anger out on Brian Schottenheimer.
You shouldn't.
I'm taking my anger out on Jerry and Steven, and they seem to be so out of touch with reality and what the Cowboys fan base feels that I'm not buying a single word that they're selling. It really does go one ear and out the other. Yeah. And every time they talk, it's a huge eye roll. This drought that we're in. Look, Steven, it might feel like yesterday when you guys beat the Steelers, but there is an entire generation of 30-year-old diehard Cowboy fans that have never seen this team really play a meaningful championship game. And that's a shame.
It is a shame, and there's more to talk about from today's Brian Schottenheimer press conference. We'll get to some of those highlights, but obviously a big day in the world of sports today. Wolchuk working the Shrine game, the East-West Shrine game, scouting them up, doing a heck of a job so we can talk about, some of these players that are now in the process of getting ready for the draft.
Down to center, boys.
The evaluation.
Small school center.
Okay, I was going to ask you, are we looking at Cooper Beebe like that's a guy we want to move back to right guard, or is that like a center of the future?
If I found a center, I'd move him back to right guard. I think that's his best position. But I think that he proved that he's very capable, especially, being his second year at the position, that he can play center at the NFL level. But if I found somebody that I think's like plug and play right now, or that I do envision as a quality starting center, I'd absolutely move him back to guard.
What about Banks from UT? If you draft him and play him at right guard, with Beebe, was that a good plan in your mind?
I think Banks could play tackle personally. I think Campbell's the one from LSU that is definitely going to have to play guard. But yeah, I mean, if they want to rock with Tyler Guyton at left tackle and they still believe in Steele, I think Banks can be a phenomenal, strong guard for you.
How bad was the officiating decision? Are we kind of a victim of the moment here and reading too much into it because of the conversation from last week, or do you think the refs legitimately made a massive mistake? I look at the spotting as mistakes are made throughout the game, and the Chiefs are clutch, so they win, and we assign a ton of meaning to it. But I don't think there's a way around it until you go to some sort of computerized system with cameras.
Yeah, and I think that people
chipping the ball.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think some people have tried to make the argument of like the tennis stuff that we see is just so much easier because of just the line of sight that you have with all the angles, and you don't have a bunch of bodies blocking it. Like it's not just snap your fingers and do what tennis does necessarily. There's a lot more involved with trying to pull that off. So, I mean, yes, in a perfect world, I would love to have that. So it's just black and white, boom. We know that was a first down, or we know it wasn't, and we rock and roll.
These games are too important not to have some type of technology to help that. They really are. I mean,
I thought you liked your chain gang boys.
I do.
We can still send them out there.
Still have the chain gang. Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Just
do.
aesthetically, I want to see my guys.
I do. I mean, you know what? I do like the chain gang guys, but to me, livelihoods were on the line last night when you make those
legacies.
calls. Yeah. You know, I mean, literally, guys, you know, futures are on the line.
Gold
when you make,
jackets.
You know, I've seen these officials, and you know how much these officials get on my nerves.
Oh,
yeah. I've watched guys throw that ball around. They get from the sidelines, and then they remark it, and it's not where it really was. And now I've got to go. We get next gen stats. It's like, that was actually fourth and 1.9 yards away. It's like almost a yard added to referees throwing the ball around, you know, good or bad. So, yeah, I mean, something needs to be done with that.
But, I mean, that was ridiculously close.
I thought it was a first down. I mean, it seemed like they ruled it a first down. Then you did have a little bit of like, okay, now I'm going to narrow how close I'm coming here. And then when it came to the actual view down the line, to me, it looked like Josh Allen is there. He's at the marker. But the problem is, whatever they decided to rule on the field probably was going to stand because you can't,
his back was
without
blocking
a shadow of a doubt, say, but I think that was a first down.
I do think it was a first down. I also think the best team won. You know, like
I agree.
You're battling for the final inches to get first downs. Meanwhile, the Chiefs need 2, and they drop excellent plays and execute it on a 100.
Right. And their offense, it moved the ball at will in the like when they needed to in the second half.
Yeah.
There wasn't a doubt like is Mahomes going to be able to do something on offense, whereas Josh Allen is just, I mean, literally they're clawing for that James Cook 4th down touchdown.
Oh my gosh.
It took an incredible heroic play. I mean, the red zone play calling it was not a great day for Joe Brady.
Yeah, you wonder the Joe Brady, they took his name out of that consideration for the job thing. I mean, God, you're wondering about those things. These coaches that are in these job searches and stuff like that, and then they're in these huge games. We saw it a little bit with Dan Quinn last year.
Well, it's easy to get outclassed when you're going up against. Like, I think a lot of it isn't, wow, Joe Brady, you were awful. I think plenty of it is just, my gosh, you're going up against a guy in Spagnola.
Did you feel like it was a conservative game plan from Buffalo last night?
Too conservative?
Yeah.
They weren't passing enough in your mind, or pushing the ball down the field in general?
I felt like that they could have been better of moving the ball.
I thought the red zone play calling was really poor.
Yeah. See, to me, they
end up scoring on that one, but they're doing a fade to Keon Coleman. And they end up scoring. I think they actually scored for the most part in the red zone, but like
they were
some
2
of their
for
processes.
4, I know, going into the fourth quarter, and that was the difference. I mean, the Chiefs were perfect in the red zone, but you see what the Chiefs are doing with Mahomes, who can run, right?
Yeah.
So it's get him on the move. Let's get a moving pocket, roll him out. Now I'm going to put a tight end or a fullback in the flat, and now I'm forcing a defender to make a choice. Do I cover or do I get aggressive and attack the quarterback? If you want to cover, my quarterback can run. You never saw that once from them, and I feel like Josh Allen, that's a cheat code. Run him to that right pylon, and if they decide, all right, I'm going to go and attack Josh Allen, boom, I'm going to flick it to Dawson Knox or Dalton Kincaid. It should be an easy play.
Yeah, I think that if they ran it back, it'd be interesting to see, but now you kind of can't argue with the results. I don't think it's a coincidence. You know, the Chiefs just know how to win these huge games, and something is happening to the Bills. Probably not as good of a defense. You know, we can talk about the difference of the quality of play at quarterback, and I think it's there. I think Mahomes is a significant notch above, but at the same time, you need to be able to make big defensive plays, and the Bills get the ball back. They made 1 first down, but they end up going 6 plays and 17 yards. Luka reevaluated Saturday, no update really. He's hoping to get back before the All-Star break, which starts February 14th. Mavs host the Wizards tonight. Dallas Stars have won 2 in a row now. And they got Vegas and St. Louis coming up this week. They beat Vegas and St. Louis.
Yeah, they did.
And now they go to Vegas tomorrow night. So they'll get another one here with the Golden Knights coming up. All righty, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Wolchuk, what are we doing next?
Do some NFL True or Fart Championship Edition. That is next, but let's talk Trajan Wealth.
Roger that, Sally.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in 9 minutes. This segment of the nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. NFL True or Fart Conference Championship Edition. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, let's start in the NFC. Brian Brodish, Jaden Daniels will lead Washington to a Super Bowl next season.
I'm going to say that's fart, but I think they're going to figure out how to spend their cap. They're going to probably draft pretty well. I know they're coming, instead of being up at the top of the board, now they're at the back. They kind of have an idea of what they are as a team. Dan Quinn's good with personnel. This team will probably be competing once again for the division title, find a way to the playoffs, and now you have to deal with that quarterback who is probably going to be a year older and a year better.
Yeah, I'll fart on that, Wolchuk. Appreciate you asking there, but I'm going to take the field.
Take the field.
Yeah, Washington, I think should be a little bit better next year than this year, but they're going up against the best team builder, not only in the division but in the entire league right now, in Howie Roseman.
Look at that.
I love it as a
throw
question.
that question out of there, since I know that's true for Dawson.
I think it's a very real possibility. Certainly, the health of Jay Daniels is one of the biggest things there, but they have plenty of cap space still.
Yep.
I mean, they can go still really add to that roster, and the roster that they just took to the NFC Championship game. I mean, it wasn't that's not some home run hitting roster.
They're gonna move some of those guys out of there and replace them with you're not going to be playing with the nickel you've played all year with. You're going to be having
Jordan Lewis
or somebody else is going to be playing.
The move they made for Lattimore has proven to just be to this point a disaster. We knew the injury stuff, he barely played in the regular season. Sure. Mike Evans owned him. Yesterday he's just crying about everything because A.J. Brown is tearing him up, and they gave up plenty of picks for him. So that's a swing and a miss, but I think they'll have enough. I mean, they'll certainly be competing for it, but I will definitely take the field, so that's a fart.
Is this a Super Bowl championship or just getting there?
Just getting there.
Okay.
I mean, certainly a possibility.
I feel like if I had to put within the next 3 years, I would have said true. Would you guys have said true? So that's why I specified next year.
Yeah, if it's in the next 3 years, it's
I think
obviously
that's likely.
As likely as any one of these top sort of teams. I just think the health of Jaden Daniels is just that is something that can completely ruin a season.
I'll be interested to see their schedule will improve drastically. And some of those games that maybe, the Chicagos that they won on the last minute, now they're going to have to play a little bit better. Maybe a Detroit or something like that, or a little bit better competition, Minnesota. So, yeah, it's going to be a little tougher for them, but I think they got a good shot at winning the division.
They're pretty excited that they're not going to have to face Zimmer twice now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you guys this then, true or fart. Gavin, Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC. Who else? I mean,
yes, absolutely he is.
Like Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff.
No, yeah, Jaden Daniels is better than them. There's no doubt about it. Those are the only people he's looking up to now is Mahomes and Allen and Lamar Jackson and perhaps Joe Burrow. But other than that, yes, he's right there.
They're going to dodge, I think, a huge bullet too, and they'll be able to keep their coordinator there as well.
Yeah,
Cliff not going anywhere, so another year working with him, that'll probably be pretty good for him.
Sad state of affairs in the NFC with these quarterbacks. I think you'd have to give him the nod right now.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting conversation with a fully healthy Matthew Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Kyler Murray well protected, but I think you'd absolutely give the nod to Daniels there. And, maybe Caleb Williams will develop well here, but it's clearly him, probably for a while.
Going into the season, he's the best quarterback in the NFC.
People will say that he got beat by Cooper Rush, though.
Yeah. And Jalen Hurts beat him in a championship game.
Yeah.
That's not the measurement, though.
Yeah, but that's how these quarterbacks are measured. I get you, big picture. It's not how it is, but that's what what they look back at.
So Jalen Hurts is better than Jaden Daniels. Because he won yesterday.
There will be
people
that want to defend Jalen Hurts will say that.
Yeah, they'll say.
But they would be wrong.
Yeah, I think they would be.
But they'll argue that, and I'm sure there's some people texting in right now that will, damn guys, he got beat by Cooper Rush, which I don't agree.
Well, I mean, yeah, like is anybody saying Nick Foles, Brady? I guess Nick Foles.
People will say Brady twice, he's better than Brady.
People will say he should have probably lost twice to Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, Daniels is really good, but this team has a lot to improve on if they want to win.
I mean, he's everything for them. Like Jalen Hurts is being carried by 52 guys. And Jalen Hurts has 52 guys on his back, Jaden Daniels has 52 guys on his back, and it's been that way all season long.
And the McLaurin's pretty badass. So is Frankie Lee.
McLaurin's
like
incredible.
51 guys.
Yeah,
they've got some good players.
Yeah.
Okay, true or fart? Josh Allen will never win a Super Bowl with the Buffalo Bills.
I think you can see it. I mean, what happens to this Chiefs defense if Spagnuolo retires, if Chris Jones, gets old and stops being that effective? I think it's possible Patrick Mahomes could get hurt. There's a long time, and this is kind of like a Peyton Manning situation where you're unable to get over the top. Your organization isn't quite as good at team building. It's not quite as well coached, but the opportunity will be there, as long as he stays healthy himself.
I think the specific thing, though, is that you said in Buffalo. Like, is there something about Buffalo that
Buffalo
just completely holds you back? They can't have the nicest of things. They get very, very close. They're always opening the second best present.
I think it's true, too.
I don't think he wins a Super Bowl. I don't as a quarterback. I don't.
Not as a quarterback, but perhaps a late transition to tight end later in his career.
Later in his career, yeah.
I could see him soft
bring back
hands.
the cattle ranchers and
put
stuff.
Him in the Mark. Put Josh Allen in the Mark Andrews position last week.
He catches it.
And then he definitely catches that thing. Heck, he probably could have caught the Kincaid opportunity last night.
I think the quarterbacks in the AFC are only going to get better. Some of the young ones that we've seen.
All the good ones are. I mean, it's insane. It's Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert. I mean, you can keep going. C.J. Stroud is emerging, but I just don't see any of them being able to get there. Because there is the guy standing in the path, the boogeyman that is Patrick Mahomes. And last year, I said it after they lost, they just blew their best chance. I bought back in this year because I did think there was something kind of magical going on with Josh Allen and the Bills, and he was playing,
I did too.
I think, his best football. But yet again, you can't bet against the Chiefs. Find a way, and I don't know if it's ever going to happen for the Bills and Josh Allen. It sucks.
I'd say you're right.
I agree with you.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, true or fart? Jalen Hurts is the most underrated quarterback in football.
Oh, man. We were just done with him being the most overrated about 15 months ago.
2 Super Bowls in 3 years. And I feel like none of us really ever give him any credit.
Well, Eric will tell me he's 52 guys, or he's getting carried by 51
guys.
He
does have a super team around him, and Barkley certainly makes that thing go on offense, but 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, he's got to be doing something
the brotherly
right.
shove is great. The ability to take yards is great, not turn it over, but it's offensive line, it's defense, and maybe the greatest running back of the generation is why you're back there right now with a legitimate shot to get this done. I think a couple of years ago when he was actually putting up yards, I mean, his Super Bowl performance was one of the best all time statistically. But something's changed with him. I can't give him any credit like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably deserves a little bit more credit than what we give him because of the use of his legs, and we see some of the passing numbers, and we're like, wow, goodness gracious, that's all you did. But maybe we forget about a 40-yard touchdown run or something that he had, and that threat is real. So I do think there are probably some underrated elements to his game, but when you start doing the pie chart of why the Commanders were there yesterday and then the Eagles were there yesterday, the quarterback pie is not enough to feed your family.
Which quarterback would you say is more underrated?
Well, for you right now, Josh Allen.
Yeah. I mean, he's the MVP. He just won't win a Super Bowl.
Most overrated quarterback?
Underrated.
Mahomes.
If he's not the most underrated, then who is?
Mahomes was far too underrated all season long. Yeah. And people were picking him to lose yesterday.
Well, thank you.
Sam Darnold.
There it is, another edition of NFL True or Fart. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-bag of the day.
Hey, that boy Mahomes, he was coasting all season.
Yes.
I think they won how many games? By 3 points or something like that? He was coasting all season, dog. That's how the greats do, bro. That's how the greats do. Shaq taught us that, just coast all through the season.
Yeah, just enough.
Yeah. LeBron's doing it. That's what he does. Coast through the season. At the end, I'll turn it up on you. All right, this is day 5 for this clip. Let's go to the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? It's definitely not these fools that you hear right here. It's Bobby and Sean going back and forth about Coach McCarthy during crosstalk.
By the way, Mike McCarthy is reporting that weather delays have prevented him from interviewing with the New Orleans Saints.
Mike McCarthy has a social media account?
He has several reporters that he feeds that information to that have since reported it this morning.
What is the real report?
There are several reporters saying, hey, Mike McCarthy's definitely interested in the Saints are definitely interested. Weather has gotten in the way. So,
but why do you have to be so childish and petty about it? I'm saying,
and
now.
I'm telling you,
why do you have to be like
there's
so
petty
bitchy about
I'm just saying, it's great.
Like
it's
he's gone, you won.
I assume it's Laura.
Why are you still just whiny and cheap about
it? What do you mean cheap?
That's all, folks. You already won. What are you being so petty about it for?
I'm just saying, it's the report that's out there.
Like, just celebrate it and be calm and cool and poised.
This is me celebrating.
No, you're being freaking petty and annoying about it.
I love it.
You want to get punched in the freaking face?
Yeah, I love it.
I love that, dude.
Wow, man.
When the biggest troll in sports radio joins the most toxic sports radio show.
I say this respectfully. Has Bobby ever been punched in the face?
I'm sure.
I would say yes.
I'm pretty sure people have wanted to, but I wonder if he's ever been punched in the face while saying something like "bow, bow, bow," because that's how you learn.
Let's ask him.
So we'll talk to him.
Yeah, I will.
All right, I think I got this from Pedro. My man Ruben sent me this one. I got a lot of Cowboys reaction to Schotty. I'm not going to hit y'all with a whole lot of reactions today during G-Bag of the Day. There's a McDonald's drive-thru guy that sounds like Porky the Pig that went viral. Poor guy.
Can I get a 10-piece nugget?
A 10-piece?
Yeah.
Okay, by yourself or the sauce? By yourself or the meal?
It's going to be the meal.
Okay, with the meal, medium or large?
It's going to be a medium.
Drink?
Medium.
No, what drink, sir?
Drink? Just a Sprite.
Okay, so number 6, medium with a Sprite, and what sauce?
It's going to be that barbecue.
And what else?
Just a barbecue.
I have it. What else, sir?
That's it.
Alright, gonna put some, please.
I said drink. Drink. So that's what we got right here for you boys.
Versus Bobby said he has been punched in the face.
I gotta know about that whole story. Was it a fight or did you get punched in the face for talking your mouth off?
I'll ask.
Figure that out.
He was just there talking, thinking he was all funny.
Bam! It happens to us. Some of us. It's happened to me. I'm gonna watch my mouth from now on. Let's go to this reaction for the new Cowboys head coach. Michael Irvin has a whole lot of clips out here. You might hear some throughout this show. I picked a clip of where he just gives some Cowboy players some motivation through these times.
So f***ing hurt.
Sorry, Mike.
Okay, let's say about it, man. Hold up, man.
It's true.
Hold up, man.
By the way, hold on. I got to bring you back. That big slap you heard, that was him slamming his phone back down. Yeah, so I know he had to go to T-Mobile and get it fixed after this.
Okay, let's say about it, man. Hold up, man. Maybe it was God helping me. I'm saying about it, man. I'm about to say something I don't need to say. I'm gonna just say this. All you jokers, man. Everybody tries to put everything on Jerry Jones all the time, and I try to defend Jerry. This one I will not defend. I don't like this call, and I hope that it works out some kind of way. I hope to pray that it work out. But all you jokers on the football field, it's on you, man. I don't give a damn who it is, man. It's on you. Everything we put all our hearts into building what that franchise is, and holding it up to what it is, that franchise is, it's your f***ing turn. Man, do something, man. Stand up and show that you are a man. Stop just being part of all of it. It's been a damn generation. I know you ain't been there the whole f***ing generation, but you're there now. It's your turn. What are you doing with it?
A little motivation right there.
I wonder if Mike used the air quotes when he said generation.
Ooh, ouch.
I mean, that's what it's come to. You're basically begging the players to overcome the lack of institutional leadership.
Yeah, Mike's giving up like we have.
Be your own coaches and be Hall of Fame players at the same time.
You're going to need to do it yourselves, boys. You're not getting any help from the upper management. It's not your fault. It's the coaches. You're our last hope.
Oh my God. This is on you guys now. All right, yesterday was your church day. God's got a blessing for you. Shout out to my pastor, Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. And Reverend Ike. Yes, I do watch Reverend Ike clips on YouTube. How about this one right here? I think this church was in Philadelphia.
Blood runs through your veins. That blood that runs through your veins once he saves you is by the name of J-S-U-S. If you want to be hypothetical and be falutin high priest, you can say Yeshua.
Right on.
I think that's a Philly church. I tell you, they don't understand that they're spelling things wrong.
That's right.
They don't
That's
understand.
a good callback. Is it the Philly church on J Sus? Is it Michael Irvin emptying the clip on some Cowboys motivation? Can't defend Jerry on this one. We have a McDonald's Porky Pig order. I do answer the wrong question a lot there. I'm like, man, I'm sorry. I had no idea what you said.
What did you just say, man? Can you repeat the question?
Oh, you wanted to know what drink. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
What size?
I gave up drinking years ago.
What drink?
I said a large.
Or is it Sean and Bobby going nose to nose? Man, I do like that McDonald's Porky Pig quite a bit. I'm going to vote for the champ, though. Chief, how about you?
Yes, I am as well.
Lucius?
Day 5, they still alive. I'm voting for them.
Well, Chuck, it's official.
I'll go with the drive-through.
Brian?
Let's vote for Michael Irvin.
By a score of 3-1, and now a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. We're off and running. We're hot. That's 2 already here in the month of January. 2 5-time champs. Okay, Chief, what are we doing next?
Best of the weekend featuring Pigs on Wheels, the dunk of the year, and a pass so bad a child was brought to tears. Next in the nation.
it has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Swirl?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Hope you found some joy this weekend. I know I did. Watching those games was outstanding. Got some work done around the house. Anyway, here's the Chief, your best of the weekend.
Yes, 877-881-1053. What was the best thing you had going this weekend? I'll tell you, seeing the news, the ultimate Friday news dump of the Brian Schottenheimer situation and the quote that Jerry Jones gave to Adam Schefter. Quote, Brian Schottenheimer is known as a career assistant. He ain't Brian no more. He is now known as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And the entire internet was just so confused. It's like, so
Brian no more?
He's no longer Brian. That is no longer his name. You will refer to him as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know. I would love to know who put that together. Did Jerry just dial up Adam Schefter and hit him with that bar real quick and hang up the phone? Was he consciously writing what's the one or two sentences I can put together here and fax it on over to Shefty? And that's what he cranked out. He ain't Brian no more. That is just hilarious. And then the idea that the too quick to be official news on Matt Eberflus, like, yeah, and he's going to be our defensive coordinator as well. Go ahead and run with that one, Ed Werder and company. Oh, wait, there's actually a process we have to go through here. Let's scale this back a little bit. We'll announce the Eberflus thing at a later date. Sorry, official, unofficially.
Definitely not Eberflus. Probably not. Got to go through a process.
It's probably going to be one of these black defensive coordinators.
That was a bigger disaster than the one my 3-year-old pulled over the weekend. Just gotten back from the park where I told her we are going to go get some ice cream after lunch. Yeah. Okay, about 10 minutes later, I recognized the sounds of her in an argument with Nana because she wants ice cream now. So I went in there and I told her sternly, we're going to go get ice cream after lunch. Settle down. Don't talk to your Nana like that. About 2 minutes later, I hear boom, which was her tablet flying against Nana's less than year-old 65-inch television.
Oh.
Breaking the screen.
Oh.
Wow.
She went full-on rage quit.
She did.
Was it just the
totally
iPad?
raged. So she had her first real experience with being in trouble.
Does that involve a spanking?
No spanking. Just a lot of privilege removal.
You're standing in the corner and think about what you've done.
How about you? Would you be whooping her? Is that a whoop offense?
That would be a whoop offense. Yeah, that would be a whoop offense.
I can't bring myself to it.
I understand. It's not a card I play often. But I should honestly probably play it more. But you're just so anti wanting to have to do that. You're like just trying to level with a 3-year-old with your words, and it doesn't always pay off.
It was not hitting,
especially when it hits the limit of like, my goodness gracious, if I don't do something now, where else are you going to take
what
it?
am I supposed
You
to
just
do?
threw it. Thank God Nana dodged it. It was going for a dome, and then you broke the television.
I couldn't believe it. Nana's heart is so broken.
How's your girl with the corporal punishment? Does she usually lash it out?
Yeah, she does her.
Yeah, they're usually pretty good at that. They'll jump all over the kid.
Yeah.
Mom take care of it.
Yeah, you have to pull the mom off the kid. Yeah. Oh my God, he's had enough. My God.
I remember my mom is so soft. I remember watching my older brother when he was in 5th grade laughing at the spankings that he was getting, and my mom just being so upset. And then
wait until your dad gets
when
home.
Dad gets home. Yeah.
And then that's laughed at me.
You just wait until your dad gets home.
That was pretty good. So anyways, now let's take it to if we go chronologically, that all happens Friday. So we have Eberflus, but we don't, but we do, but we haven't yet, but we can, and we probably will if we don't already, which we do. So that was Friday.
That was impressive what you just did.
Maybe. And then of course, we haven't put pen to paper yet. Now
he's in town today.
Oh, is he? For tomorrow's signing on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Now, we have the Mavericks, of course, losing to the Celtics, but a couple of highlights from that game. We should start by acknowledging that this weekend, the dunk of the year was made at the AAC. Do you know who it was? The dunk of the game. They're calling it literally the dunk of the year. They have a dunk score. They actually do dunk scores on this. Yes, the NBA has a dunk score, and with a dunk score of 118.2, and the highest of the season so far, Quentin Grimes, come please accept your award.
That's incredible.
He did it on, he blew by Hauser, and then he just put the poster to the face of Luke Cornett. And Cornett, like, he knows what just happened to him. He's completely beside himself, but he also has to acknowledge with a butt slap to Grimes, nice dunk.
Hey, good job, buddy.
That was like, I couldn't be more embarrassed right now or sad for myself and my future, but that was a hell of a dunk, and here's a little pat on the butt to congratulate you, Quentin Grimes. That was not on my basketball bingo card this year.
No.
For Quentin Grimes to have the dunk of the year. Apparently, it's like they use player tracking data and analysis to score the best dunks based on jump, power, style, and defensive contest. And so Quentin Grimes is now your dunker of the year to this point.
So your defensive contest is like the facial ratio,
I would
for
say.
instance.
Yes. Yeah.
It's sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts.
They have like a panel of like just like grade the embarrassment for this guy. Like grade your desire as a 10-year-old to have this as a poster on your wall. And that's how we'll go about this.
Well, if that's the case, I think we should look out for the newest Mav to maybe make a co-starring appearance in one of these dunks soon, because he challenges a lot of shots, but I think he weighs about 195 pounds at 7 feet tall.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Kyler?
Kyler, is that his name?
Yeah, it's Kyler Kelly.
Kelly, yes.
A Lakers G Leaguer might have to play tonight. I thought you were going to say the best thing about Saturday's game is we may have seen the last of Kleba.
Oh, well, yes.
I was heartbroken. I was really trying to trade him, man, and now that's not going to happen.
Poor guy. No, I actually felt the worst for the kid that was sitting courtside, and thanks to an errant Kyrie Irving pass, he gets whopped into the face.
My first thought was, what would you ask for if you're the kid? Because you know he's going to get some type of like awesome give back. And Kyrie like immediately went over to him, and you've got like the Mavericks medical staff attending to him, but he's going to definitely parlay that into something pretty sweet, right?
I haven't seen, maybe we could look up, maybe there was a story written on what this kid ended up
Kyrie
getting.
Jersey or something.
But this dude want a jersey and maybe a little ball handling lesson.
And better pops.
Yeah,
Dad didn't see that. Put the hand up real quick there, Dad.
Dad should have put the hand up. Yeah. There's no doubt. Because after that, I started really watching them. Because at this point, now you're like, every time they go down to that side of the court, you can't help it. Like, Dad's wearing a bright green Mavericks hoodie, so he stands out.
They gave
and
to
Dad's
his son.
into it the whole time. Like, Dad is constantly living and dying with every possession. You can't believe that he didn't. But I guess the pass was so bad, and you would never expect Kyrie Irving to have such an errant pass.
It was bordering on like I don't know. We haven't seen it pass that bad in the Metroplex since DiNucci.
Was the kid paying attention though?
The kid was not paying attention. No, and that's obviously he's going to have to wear that.
Yeah.
But
because I thought
he did.
I didn't think. I didn't think he was. I didn't think he was paying attention at all.
No, he wasn't.
When you're sitting on the floor, you got to pay attention.
Lucius, you're right. Like if that dad didn't drive home with just a ton of dad guilt, then I don't know what.
I got you courtside seats. This comes with the game.
Yeah, exactly.
The only way you recover from that is if you were like yelling at the refs or something, you know, something more important than your kid's safety.
Head on a swivel. Head on a swivel, boys and girls. I actually used it as a coaching point or a parenting point to my to my kids because we're sitting there on the recliner, we're all watching it, and I tell my kids, I say, look, that's why you really don't want to sit courtside at these games.
Yeah, we want to be at least 200 rows up.
You don't want to be that close, girls, because all of a sudden you're in the line of fire. So keep that in mind next time we're in the nosebleed seats.
If the banner is
those are the real nosebleed seats on Saturday.
If the Brad Davis banner is hitting you in the head, that's a good thing.
That's a good thing, honey.
Yeah.
Yes. This is exactly where you want to be.
I don't think a kid's been hit that hard at a basketball game since John Morant was playing pickup.
Good Lord. The gun wasn't mine. Hey, so let's go ahead and tee up I need to DM this to you guys. Did you guys see the Philly tailgater? We have Carter Freeman that's going to throw it on the fan cam for you right now.
Pushing the pig in the shopping cart. Yeah.
They are grilling a full-on hog. Thank you. On a shopping cart and pushing it through the tailgate. Okay, this is as insane a tailgate visual as you will ever see. I like the way Carter put it. He called it the Grilly Special. Because of course they're grilling a full, and they might be, so like they put a layer in the middle of the cart, and then the underneath part they have, I guess, a bunch of charcoal under there, and they're pushing around, and I don't know if they're going to sell off pieces of because that would be a nice little move.
They might be going from one party to another.
Yeah, like, hey, you want some of this?
They cooked it. Yeah,
I've never seen that before in my whole life. Or is that show business? That's my question. Like, are you actually cooking it? Or are you keeping it warm?
I'll tell you what.
I mean, and how was the metal cart not hot enough? I figured he would need some hand thingies there to push that cart.
With the eating habits of Philadelphians, you know, we know what they're willing to eat.
Yeah,
this is nothing for them.
It's fine dining.
This is fine dining.
Dawson, you ever see the one where the guy made a smoker out of a filing cabinet?
Yeah,
with the
that's pretty cool.
The shelves and stuff.
It probably didn't last longer than 6 months or so, but pretty neat.
Made ribs in the hotel room. That was always going to be a weird video.
That guy. Yeah. I'm continuing.
Guy barbecue in a hotel room.
I'm always he's doing more than just barbecuing now. He's taking it to ridiculous levels.
He's trying to win a Michelin star. He's cooking in his hotel.
He looks at a bathroom sink in a hotel like we look at a green egg. Like we're just built different. It's incredible.
Thank you, Chief. Best of the weekend every Monday, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. NFL News of the Day is coming up next. We'll check where you taking us.
Who is the Super Bowl favorite? Should this coach get fired and a streak has ended? That's next.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. We're hoping for the best with the Brian Schottenheimer hire. Had the press conference about 4 hours ago right here on your home of the Cowboys. Here's Wolchuk, NFL News Today.
All right, takeaways from the press conference. Deion Sanders was never a serious candidate to be the Cowboys' next coach, according to Jerry Jones. Doesn't sound like Jason Witten will be on the coaching staff, so heck of a scoop there. Brian Broaddus. Schotty will be calling offensive plays, and it sounds like if McCarthy had to come back, Schotty would have left and gone somewhere else to try and call plays if somebody wanted him. And Jerry didn't feel like he needed to meet with coaching candidates like Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn because Brian Schottenheimer has a better understanding of the Cowboys' current situation. I will say I think our buddy David Hellman hit on this pretty spot on, in my opinion. The answer to all your problems was down the hall this entire time, then what the hell were you doing? But I'm hopeful that Schotty's successful. All we can do is hope, and we'll see what the future brings. One person who's not excited, though, Michael Irvin. We played a little bit of his rant during G-Bag of the Day. Here's a little bit more as he's ticked off with the Cowboys.
We have 2 NFC East teams in the NFC Championship game being played tomorrow. Our eyes on them. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders. Our enemies on all fronts. And they're holding a position that we haven't held in 30 years. The longest drought by any NFC East team, any NFC team, period. 30 years. I did a little letter on Speak to Jerry Jones where I was delivering information in a bullshitting way, but I was not lying. You bring in someone that was already inside as the head coach. You lose things there that you can't grab back that I'm worried about.
It does kind of feel like the Cowboys have taken over as the new Commanders in the NFC. It's kind of where we're at right now. It's bad. It's a front office problem. And what Steven did with the air quotes to the drought today was just like, good God. Like, that's probably where you're headed, in the future. That's probably the next person who's calling the shots. Might be worse. I don't know. This is a really, really bad spot to be in. I said it last week. But I'm happy for Schotty. It's not his fault, but goodness gracious. I don't know how much help he's going to get.
It's got to be wild listening to the coverage or reading the stuff on X, his friends and family, I have to see it, obviously. I think, to some extent, this is what you sign up for, but this is overwhelmingly eye-rolly.
Yes.
As far as Schotty getting the job. So maybe not what you imagine when you take a high-profile job like this with the fanfare and, the hype and everything, but he'll get his chance to prove us wrong. He
will.
So we'll hope for the best here with Schotty. I think that's where I'm at right now. If he has learned enough, to teach and install and conceptualize a really good ground game, and they get him one more good offensive lineman and a good running back, I think this could be, at least a successful tenure there for Schottenheimer. I'm not totally convinced this is going to blow up in his face.
Well, the latest sell that I've heard is he was the guy that was very helpful in turning the offense around 2 years ago, being able to kind of put and communicate what Dak and CD and some of the players were wanting. If that was the case, we were saying, hey, find that person. Go ahead and make sure they never leave. It is, I think, convenient that now all of a sudden, it was Schotty the whole time. But if it was, then hell yeah, let's go. I did think it was great over the weekend. Somebody was talking about Dan Snyder, and apparently he bleeping hates it in regards to the Commanders' success after he sells the team, and now, boom, they're back in the NFC Championship game for the first time since 1991. So even though he's a billionaire still, he's not happy that his ex is out there just having the time of their lives.
No, I did get a nice laugh.
I love
reading through the story. How about Wickersham and Don Van Natta, dude? These guys just
the best.
I mean, Snyder's like, I'm flying across the ocean to live in London to get away from these bleed poles, and they're like, don't worry, we're still gonna find out your inner, deepest, darkest thoughts that you don't want out. We knew he was going to be miserable here. I mean, it's human nature, but especially for a guy like that who just drips of the ego and the details of him trying to, at the 11th hour, ruin the sale because he really didn't want to do it.
I can't do it. Please don't take my baby away from me. Gosh, what could be? What could be with some fresh blood here in Dallas? Chiefs open as a 1.5-point favorite over the Eagles for the Super Bowl. I'll take that bet right now. Thank you very much, Vegas. Give me the Chiefs to cover. And the Bills, my goodness, they continue to just make terrible history. As according to OptaStats, Bills became the first NFL team in history to reach the playoffs and win a playoff game in 5 consecutive seasons, but fail to reach the Super Bowl during that span. Here was Sean McDermott post-game talking about the crazy 4th down call that I do believe was a first down, but was ruled short.
I mean, the look we had in the stadium, which I don't know for sure because they have a mixed look feed in the stadium. If it's the same feed that Uber TV had or not, I thought he had it. The line was just short of the line was actually the first down. What it looked like to me when it was sitting next to me with the marker, just inside that white stripe was the first down, and it looked like he got to it. That's all I can say.
And now Bills fans want McDermott fired. Mm-hmm. Now, this is the thing. Like if your team's not able to get there and win, now everybody wants to fire the coach when the grass might not be greener on the other side. But I have several tweets. Marty Schottenheimer with the Chargers couldn't get over the hump, fired. Andy Reid with Philly couldn't get over the hump, fired. It's about that time for Sean McDermott, said one Bills fan. You're 0-4 against the Chiefs and Mahomes, fired. Get out of here. I don't know. I don't think firing Sean McDermott's the way to go. I think that team was not supposed to make it as far as they did this year. This was supposed to be like a retooling for them after you move on from Stephon Diggs. A lot of people were saying they're not even going to win the division, yet they do, and they get to the AFC Championship, and they were literally a play or two away from winning the game. I do think the play calling, Joe Brady didn't have his best day, in my opinion. They got beat at the line of scrimmage handedly. I did think that was a first down. They didn't get it. They left 4 points on the field by going 0 for 2 on 2-point conversions. There's a lot of things you can go back to, but I don't think firing Sean McDermott's your answer. The answer would be, can we just petition the NFL to go to the NFC? And then you got a shot.
Yeah, that would be a heck of a Super Bowl run as well. Seeing the Bills and Chiefs meet up on that grand of a stage would be awesome. I just think you got to look at your defensive personnel, and they have made some nice efforts. You look at their depth chart, there's some names, but I mean, really at the second and third levels, you need difference makers. You need playmakers that can, go get a ball or, shut somebody down. And I don't feel like they have enough of that for them to feel like, oh, wow, it's our coach or it's our quarterback that are the biggest difference makers here.
Shout out to Barkley. He's cashed in on a ton of incentives. He got a $250K incentive when he hit the 1,000-yard mark. Well, he did that twice, so he gets $500K there. Also got an extra $250K in bonuses because the Eagles made the Super Bowl. So the dude is, continues what is a historic season.
He deserved another $1 just for that run yesterday. That was an unbelievable way to open up the game.
Dude,
I'm like, crap.
That was awesome.
3 guys got you, and somehow you're hit while spinning and don't land on your back.
It's unreal what he's doing. It is. And Jalen Hurts has defied NFL history. No quarterback since Jim Kelly in 92 had returned to the Super Bowl after losing in their first appearance. So 19 quarterbacks had made their Super Bowl debut as a starter and lost. They'd never made it back until Jalen Hurts yesterday, as we will get the rematch with Hurts and Mahomes. So good for them. I hope the result in the Super Bowl is the same, which is a big fat L.
Yeah, I feel like, maybe parts of DFW were split going into this week. Like, are you pulling for Mahomes or not? I think some people are fatigued by it, but I have to imagine everybody is firmly back in Chiefs camp.
Three-peat. Let's get that history, baby. Let's go.
Or the Chief Pete, or
Chief Pete,
the Cheat Pete. I'm not sure what it is now.
That's the chant you want to do. You don't want to do the ESLGSES.
Gosh, honestly, it's going to be so annoying having that fan base in New Orleans.
No, because we get to shout it right back at them.
I can't. Just the misspelling version. I'm with you on that. We can do that.
We got to go. We got to go find Elliott Shore Parks and give him the business.
Gosh, yeah. Make sure you go up and interview Elliott. He probably won't even remember who you are.
No, of course
just
not.
Ask him like, "Hey, Elliott, what's your
Ask
biggest
about
homer
pork chops.
It's all about the element of surprise.
How's that? Jalen Hurts, no interceptions thrown in any preseason training camp practices going for you.
My favorite one though is when they have joint practices and then he
puts the scoreboard
Nick
win.
Sirianni's like
practices.
12-1 in joint practices.
He's one of the greatest joint practice coaches of all time.
It's unbelievable. The Ravens, an offensive coordinator Todd Monken to finalize an extension, so he's not going anywhere after the number one ranked offense failed to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs, which is the story for all these players now in coordinators. It's like, good luck. You're not getting past Andy and Mahomes and Spags and the gatekeepers that are the National Football League and the Kansas City Chiefs. And Chip Kelly at the top of the list of several NFL teams in need of an offensive coordinator right now. Jags, Texans, both might be looking at Chip Kelly. That could be fun. I do like the idea, not that Chip was there at Ohio State with C.J. Stroud, but that could be really fun with the weapons that they've got in Houston.
Oh yeah. Chip Kelly, that makes a ton of sense if you're him and you want to get back into the NFL. And you know what's funny is we heard how many times did Schottenheimer during his presser today talk about tempo. And I think Cliff Kingsbury and the Commanders this year were like the 1 seed in terms of quick tempo, up tempo offense and sort of no huddle style, getting to the line and sort of going a little bit. So maybe there's more of a place for that now for old Chippy. And he was, how impressive was he? How is Notre Dame's Al Golden getting the call up after that game to the NFL with the Bengals to be their defensive coordinator and not Chip Kelly when Kelly was outclassing him on multiple different occasions in the biggest moments?
He might just be like, guys, I've got this dude named Jeremiah Smith. I'm going to stay here until he graduates, and then maybe I'll look at an NFL job. But as long as I've got him, I'm probably going to be up for the majority of these anyway. Jets hired Darren Moogie as their general manager, ex-Broncos executive. He's going to join Aaron Glenn. Is it Maugi? M-O-U-G-E-Y?
I don't know these dudes. I don't know him.
I'm thinking it's Moogie.
I think it's Mogi.
Mogi?
I'll add it to the list of questions because when we go to New Orleans, we're going to be trying to get to the bottom of whether or not it's a Muffaletta or a Muffaletta.
I always
we can
go
throw
Muff.
in Moogie or Maugi.
Is it
whatever.
Maugi,
Muffaletta.
Mogi? But congratulations to Dan.
Jackson Smith, Nagujuba.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we should try.
Oh, dude, could we run up on Mad Dog at the Super Bowl and get him to just pronounce names?
Hey, Mad Dog, you want a gummy? Aaron Rodgers is also rumored to possibly be going back to the Jets. The report is from Ian Rappaport that Aaron Glenn, to my understanding, is open to it. And they expect those conversations to ramp up in the coming week. Now, I didn't get a Rappaport bomb on the Maugi Moogie guy. Yeah. I don't know if he's into it. He might just do as he's damn well told, all right? Because Brick's the one that's really making all the calls there in New York. So just get
where does Brick fall in line with this stuff?
If Brick says jump, you say how high, Moogie man. The Bears are hiring Declan Doyle as their offensive coordinator and Dennis Allen, surprise, surprise, as their defensive coordinator. So Declan Doyle gets to just kind of be the guy that walks around with Ben. He gets to be their Schottenheimer.
Fake name.
Doesn't call the plays, but gets to have the title.
Declan Doyle?
Declan Doyle. Sounds like a lax, bro.
A real human being.
Declan Doyle.
In my Sunday school class, we had a 2-year-old by the name of Fletcher Fudge this weekend. It's like, my guy, Fletch. I didn't know we were doing newborn Fletchers.
That's incredible.
History repeats itself.
Tyrone Tracy Jr., who was a member of the Shrine Bowl a year ago, now starting running back for the Giants, he knows who he'd like to be the next quarterback of the G-Men. Take it away, Tyrone Tracy.
Who do I think? I mean, to be honest with you, I'm a fan of Ken Ward.
Okay. Why?
Just because I think that the passing and the running, I think that's where the league is shifting to.
Okay.
And just off of his offense, like we have a whole bunch of QB runs, we have a whole bunch of like situations where the QB has to run. Not saying other quarterbacks in the draft can't run. Yeah. I just know Cam Ward is the best. Like he's, you know what I'm saying, obviously off of film, stuff like that. But like I said, he's my favorite. Again, this is opinionated. Like, but at the same time, like whoever they choose to pick home, because obviously my opinion holds zero weight.
You're not.
I just want to put it out there. My opinion holds zero.
Okay, true or fart? Tyrone Tracy Jr. actually watched film on Cam Ward.
Oh, that's a big time fart. He saw some SportsCenter top 10 highlights, and kudos to him. I love a SportsCenter top 10 scouting report. Those are some of the best in the business, Promise. You know that better than anybody.
I do it all the time.
So I believe that's probably when he says
watch a lot of SportsCenter.
That's what. Yeah, I mean that's still a must tune in.
I have been watching a lot of Stuart Scott SportsCenter reruns. The best that ever did it, man.
Is that a YouTube rabbit hole you find yourself down? Or?
Yeah, because it was the anniversary. I think we lost him a couple weeks ago, and he was always my favorite. And nobody could do it like Stu.
Hugs and hand pounds,
Hugs
baby.
and hand pounds, Stu. I love you, bro. Last thing here, we know who the ref is. It's Torbert for the Super Bowl.
Ron.
Now, this is the second Super Bowl that he's officiated here in the 2020s. He also did the Rams-Bengals 23-20 game. And he worked one postseason game, which was the Commanders' win over the Lions. So I guess he's 5-3 with the Eagles, 2-0 this year, and 2-1 with the Chiefs overall. But he has not worked a Chiefs game, but undefeated with 2 games refereeing Eagles games. So I don't know if that's a good thing for them or not. Probably not. All right, we know what the script is, and it's the Chief Pete 3-Pete.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I'll play the sound later, but they were trying to just award free points to the Eagles yesterday.
Yeah, they were. I'd never heard that before.
Thank you. I'm glad.
Guys, stop it.
I'm sitting here watching going, wait, this is real? Is this happening? Sean Hockley making it about himself?
Give you a
I
touchdown?
think it's been the rule book since the 40s.
Gosh.
Well, you would know better than anyone.
Nobody's just been like false
You wrote
start,
the damn
false
rule
start.
book.
I wrote the rule
Just get
book.
the damn tush push out of the game. Thank you. There's NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Michael Irvin might be doing his best work ever as a Hall of Famer slash fan. And we'll give you more from the Playmaker coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Michael Irvin doing some of his best work, and I think, this is great because as fans, we don't need him saying, defending Jerry Jones in any way at this point. He has pivoted away from that and believing in this team to demanding better. And hopefully, that can, lead them to reconsider or lead more fans to take that position. Because in reality, you could be in the media, you can be an all-time great, and you can say these kinds of things, but ultimately it's going to come down to the majority of the fan base agreeing with those and not tuning in and not going to the games. That is what ultimately will lead to a meaningful change with this organization. So I think we're off to a good start when you have a guy like Troy Aikman being as critical as he has for 2 decades, but now Michael Irvin's on board. Emmitt Smith, Drew Pearson. I think, at some point the legends are going to reach critical mass and really have a strong influence. But let me give you what he had to say here as we jump into the
Hold on, you brought up Drew Pearson?
Yeah.
There's, Instagram will show you, like, if somebody liked a video, there's just videos of people just ripping Jerry and the Cowboys. You look down, it says, original 88.
There you go.
Like,
Drew.
oh,
Yes.
man, come on, bro.
Everybody's got to do their part here. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, Mike said on the road for these Cowboys, there's no curfew, no team meetings Saturday night like all other teams. And coaches who get promoted from within have a pressure to keep that up because the guys in the building got him that job. I felt like he was really spilling the tea or telling you how the sausage is made. You promote a guy like Schottenheimer, it's just a continuation of some of the things that Michael Irvin doesn't like. He says they want the same comfort as the guy that was there before them.
Can you re-emphasize some of that? What do they have in place here that he's alleging?
No road curfew. No Saturday meeting. So everybody gets on the plane and goes to your destination at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Says all the other teams get there and then they get together and meet and talk football for 90 minutes or a couple of hours, right? Like we're going over the game plan. For the Cowboys, it's like, we want you to enjoy your time. Enjoy your evening, guys.
Well, Jerry doesn't really believe in clocks. So that makes a lot of sense, right? I don't care about time clocks.
Yeah,
there's no curfews.
I thought that was, a really good insight there by Michael Irvin, and further explained why he's so frustrated with this hire, because he wants to bring in the type of dynamic leader that's not going to settle for the way that things have been, and you get a guy like Schottenheimer. Part of the expectation, if you so heavily endorsed him inside the building, is you're going to continue with the ways that we get to enjoy our life. He said that he called this a lost opportunity, not hiring Dion, and believes strongly in a coach's ability to will an organization to victory. And I agree with that. I think the leadership or the lack of leadership that the Cowboys have gotten from their coaching staff is an opportunity to take them somewhere we can't imagine. Like, what if they all bought in, with that sort of brotherhood and camaraderie that Michael Irvin believes those kind of road team meetings lend themselves to. Okay, we go to the moment Jimmy knew it was over. Ed Werder retweeted this guy who read the biography, said Jimmy had a great note in his autobiography about how he and Jerry had a deal where Jimmy handled football and Jerry handled business. Then Jerry came to him and said Jimmy's job seemed fun, and Jerry changed the terms of their deal. Jimmy knew it was over. Ed retweeted that saying Jerry offered Jimmy a contract extension that included a raise but also returned personnel control to Jerry. Jimmy declined to accept and sign those terms. That was really the beginning of like a butterfly effect that continued with Mike McCarthy just 2 weeks ago, deciding he didn't want to continue on in that kind of an arrangement.
It's the day the Cowboys died.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest hurdle, and Jerry has no interest in jumping it.
Yeah, and it does seem fun. If I had a basketball team, that's what I would want to do. I feel like I can find pretty good players. You're going to show me the 10 best college guys, and I get to pick the one that I want, or wait for the group to fall to me, and so I understand why. But
yes, team building is badass.
After a certain period of time, if I was falling on my face and failing, I would say, man, I really owe it to the city and the organization to step away from this. As embarrassing as it is, I got to get out of here, guys. I'm screwing this thing up. Like Jerry's lack of respect for how miserable he's making millions and millions of people just because, damn it, I bought it and this is what I want to do. It's sad. But Ed noted later on down in the comments, he said when he bought this thing, he didn't buy it as an investment. He bought it as an occupation for himself for the rest of his life.
Yeah, and his own personal fun is more important than actually winning, which is just crazy. He's one of one.
Well, hey, now since 2010, 6th winningest franchise in the NFL, okay? So this drought, guys, I don't know why you're making such a big deal about it.
It's a postseason drought.
Come on.
I mean, come on.
Guys.
Didn't you like the regular season wins? Isn't that fun?
They win a lot of games. A lot of games.
We go to Dan Rogers, some Eberflus highlights. This is the man that we expect to become defensive coordinator soon. Help Bruce Carter and Anthony Hitchens develop and get paid. Was linebackers coach when Rolando McClain made his short comeback and was really good for the Cowboys for a couple of seasons. And then also I'd throw in there, he was at Indianapolis when Leonard took off and became one of the best linebackers in the game. And the Colts really had something going until he had a string of injuries that kind of threw him off his path. It got spinal on him, didn't it?
Got spinal.
Okay, RJ Ochoa. The Eagles have been to 8 NFC championship games and 4 Super Bowls since the Cowboys last went to one of either. That's what I'm talking about. Wouldn't one of these stats make you go, "Oh, geez,
Yes.
I got to get the crap out of here"?
Right.
I'm embarrassed. But the 3 Super Bowls back in the '90s, I think is what he's leaning on as like evidence that he can get it done. But we had the text on us last segment. We were talking some Eagles stuff and just the sort of disdain that I think a lot of Cowboys fans feel for that organization and the fan base. And somebody was saying, well, they're back in the Super Bowl. It's odd that you guys are trash talking them like that. I mean, it's the culture of their fans. It's disgusting, right? It's so unseemly. It's we can acknowledge their front office, their ownership, their coaching has all been better than what the Cowboys do. And, there's a lot of that we respect and wish the Cowboys would emulate. So when I'm talking crap about the Eagles, it's more just the embarrassing and obnoxious state of their fan base that makes them like somebody just perpetually farted in a room. It's like the worst thing you could see in football.
I can give the Eagles credit. I think Howie Roseman right now is, if not the best, among the best GMs in all of football. I think their roster's awesome. They got a lot of players that seem likable, but they can still go bleep themselves, and I hate them.
And their fan base in particular.
We go to Mike Zimmer here. Yes, their fan base is the worst. CowboysCountry.com. The truth.
That's Mike Fisher, right?
Is that right?
Yeah.
MikeFisher.com?
I saw his face up here.
Exclusive.
He was doing a video chat, I guess, with Zim. He got an interview with him, an exclusive.
There you go.
The truth is that I've wanted to be the next head coach of the Cowboys for 25 years. So he says, all I know is that NFL teams aren't exactly beating down my door. I didn't enjoy going 7-10, but I enjoyed my time here. Mm-hmm. I woke up wanting to go to work every day, and over the course of the season, I lost 20 pounds. So congrats to Zim there. But sounds like maybe his feelings were a little bit hurt that he didn't get considered, and because
absolutely.
of that, he doesn't want anything to do with the job anymore.
No, doesn't want nothing to do with the job. He's worked for 6 of the 10 head coaches in the history of the Dallas Cowboys, and each time he's been passed over for the opportunity, and he can't figure out why. Every time he's ever come back, he's had success. Even those 5-11 teams, he had top 10 defenses. We just weren't great on offense. That was a huge problem, and he can't understand why. Why do I keep getting passed over? Maybe it's the age. Maybe I don't. He's really, really confused and kind of hurt by it.
My read on it is he's just not like a get along guy, to just to say yes to whatever it is that you want, all the stipulations. And I think Jerry knows that. They've seen firsthand the type of coach he is, and that's exactly what you want in a lot of ways. But Jerry and company want nothing to do with somebody like that.
It's upsetting because it really feels like if continuity was something that they preach and that they really like, it seems like offense is the only thing that continuity matters. So now it's year 2, you're going to have a different defensive coordinator. Does it not matter any other part of the ball except for making sure your quarterback's happy? Because what if you could have hired Zim as head coach and then you hired Schotty to call the plays? He still is your play caller. And now, okay, you've still got Zim back. Defense is intact. You've got Schotty, who they've wanted clearly. Your offense is intact. But I guess maybe that wasn't even considered.
It's comfort over continuity, continuity that is also comfortable. And Schotty will give him the comfort. I don't think Zimmer would.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, how much of a downgrade have you had from last year's coaching staff? You had Schottenheimer here, right? You had Zimmer here. The things that worked were Mike McCarthy setting the tone, the guys playing hard for him, the guys, the 12-win seasons, and then the guys figuring it out on defense. So you've lost Zimmer and you've lost McCarthy, 2 of the things you would want from continuity, and you retain Schottenheimer on a hope that he's going to be able to do something with the offense that he was unable to in an assistant role to McCarthy. So this is bizarre. I think the narrative that they didn't expect Mike McCarthy to leave and kind of got caught with their pants down and are scrambling to make the most of it now is probably the one that I'd go with. Details from Calvin Watkins on who could emerge on this Cowboys coaching staff. Bears secondary coach Andre Curtis will interview for DC. They're also going to interview Matt Eberflus in this coming week. ESPN reporting the Cowboys have requested to interview Dolphins outside linebackers coach Ryan Crow. Falcons tight ends coach Kevin Koger will interview for the Cowboys offensive coordinator role. Okay, so hopefully he can bring something. Pair of assistant special team coaches, Chris Banjib from Denver and Carlos Polk from the Bears will interview for the vacant special teams coordinator position as well.
Keep an eye on a guy that's probably going to be here, David Overstreet, who's the nickelback coach at the Bears. That seems like a guy that I'm kind of hearing some buzz about. David Overstreet.
Well, and I saw that Jonathan Jones reported that Schottenheimer has interest in the Cardinals offensive line coach, Clayton Adams, for the Cowboys OC position. And that's a guy who, I mean, Drew Petzing is the play caller there with the Cardinals, and he's like a young, up-and-coming kind of head coach candidate dude. And this is a guy that's been well respected for, like, those lists come out every year of, like, the best young assistants that could level up, and he's been on that list. He's designed a nice rushing attack for the Cardinals. Yeah,
he's a pin and pull dude, yep.
And I dig that.
We'll get John Oening's thoughts on this big Cowboys Monday here with you in the G-Bag Nation coming up at 4 o'clock. If you want to go back and listen to the press conference, we had it late morning starting at around 11 o'clock. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, one of my buddies had a mock draft, and Wolchuk and I are going to try and educate you two fools. We'll do that next.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. John Owning, Pro Football Focus, coming up at 4 o'clock here. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the King. Brought us.
Thank you very much, General.
Thank you.
We were talking about parents protecting their kids from things.
The courtside Mavs.
Courtside stuff.
Kid takes a errant Kyrie pass right to the face.
This thing just came across my timeline, and it's kind of sad. Spectator was killed Sunday at a high school track and field meet, University of Colorado Springs campus, after an athlete's hammer.
Yeah, hammer throw went wide.
Went out of bounds.
Been outside.
That thing's like 16 pounds on a chain.
Yeah, it's like a medieval weapon.
And evidently he was trying to block his wife and kids.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
So he made the play.
He made the play. But yeah.
Not a bad way to go.
I mean,
Huh?
You saved your wife and kids?
Not a bad way to go.
Okay.
Still, I mean, given the
Eulogy's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, to me, they don't have many of these. Like, I think I went back, like
how long have we been doing
2017, they had one, and then a guy got a track official got hit with a shot put.
Yeah.
One time.
That's
but
tough.
that hammer throw, that's like spinning around, and that thing's.
Dawson said it's not a bad way to go. Like a damn Gallagher concert. Your head is just going to explode like a melon.
I mean, you
Yeah.
stepped inside of a projectile to save your family. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Much better than laying in a hospital bed somewhere in my 80s.
Now they got to put the pieces back together.
Yeah.
But I tell you, it's crazy. That thing is just, I feel terrible. But we were talking about protecting, and this guy sacrificed.
Mav's dad should be taking notes. Is that kind of what you're alluding to?
Man, I could say that thing that at Hammer. Have you ever seen one of those things?
No, I'm trying to figure it out. What do I need to type in?
It's
Track
like a
hammer?
shot put on a wire, is what it is. So you spin around like you get like you're just violent circles, and then you just let it fly. But this thing went over the barrier and got him.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's not actually a hammer.
No.
Looking at this is a mini wrecking ball of sorts.
Yeah, exactly.
A weapon of war.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often with how fast they got to spin around to get that thing
it's
going.
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That and the javelin, jeez, those kinds of things. That's Lucius. You remember lawn darts?
I do. They're dangerous as hell.
That was a game that we played like in the 80s. Those little spears on the end. All right, throw it up there. You're not really paying
You're
attention.
trying to land it in the hula hoop.
trying to land it in the hula hoop. God, just crazy. All right, I promised you a little bit of a mock draft. Chuck, if you would do me the honor, please help me with this one, if you would. This comes from our friend Daniel Jeremiah.
Oh,
DJ.
Pretty plugged in.
This is his first one of the season, and so it's not all mock drafts I like to go through, but I'll go through his.
His are worth going through.
His are worth going to because he's kind of talking to folks along the way. He's doing the work, but he's also talking to folks. Okay, we'll work it down to Dallas's pick, and then maybe kind of talk about what's happening after. In the first pick, the Tennessee Titans. DJ's got him taking Abdul Carter, the edge rusher from Penn State.
Okay.
And he says he didn't want to. This is the reason why he made the pick. He said Chad Brinker said the team won't pass on a generational talent with the first pick. To me, Carter's the best player in the draft, and he plays a premium position. Will he be your number one player on your board there, Wolchuk?
He's number 2. Travis Hunter is number 1. Simply because I can play him at receiver and corner, and I think he can be really good at both.
And punt returner.
And
kicking punts.
And you actually put him back there
all
for
three
punt
phases.
Go run him back
just
there.
100% of the snaps all the time, and if he can't do it, if he dies, he dies.
You know what we call that? Coward-free football.
Coward-free football. You're right about that. Yeah. Get hurt. That's part of the game.
CFF.
Part of it, man.
Savage.
I'll pick some in the second round to make up for that.
Otani does it.
Yeah, you're right about that. But I agree with you. I think Hunter and then Carter would be my
exactly
second
how I have it.
All right, now here's the Cleveland Browns. In fact, they do take Travis Hunter with the second overall pick. quarterbacks in play here for the Browns. Would you be surprised that the Browns do need a quarterback? But he's saying in this scenario, they pick Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner, two-way star. I'm in the minority as someone who prefers him as a full-time offensive player.
Ooh, you and DJ both.
Who moonlights these former scouts, man. I'm telling you what. We're on these things.
I think that
moonlights on defense.
Right, that's the only thing we've just never seen somebody moonlight on defense.
Yeah.
Except for Troy Brown.
Right,
with the
which
Patriots,
was, because of necessity,
right?
Because they were so hurt. But that to me, it can't say he was awesome at it. He did a game or two.
He was all time.
But do you think the quarterbacks will check? I mean, I know you haven't probably studied all of them. I kind of like.
When do we watch
Jackson
the quarterbacks?
You got to get more film. I can't just watch 3 games of a quarterback. The quarterback's the one that I overwatch the film on.
Yeah,
5-game minimum.
Minimum.
If the Cowboys were actually in position to take a quarterback, I'd have watched them,
no doubt.
But I really just don't care because the Cowboys aren't going to take.
Cowboys
one.
got their guy.
We got to. Well, you got to watch it.
But I don't hate anybody at the top here for passing on quarterbacks in this year's class. Maybe Cam Ward ends up being great or Shedeur ends up being great, but I just don't see anybody that's head and shoulders better than a Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, who I'm pretty damn positive are going to be damn good pros.
Giants pick next.
Giants are taking Shedeur.
They're desperate for a quarterback. And DJ's got him taken. Cam Ward, strong arm, playmaking ability would be a great fit here. That's what he said about that one.
I do think I think you guys will end up studying Cam Ward and coming away with
Cam Ward's better.
I do think that you guys will feel like Cam Ward is better. Yes, better than Shedeur.
Why do I keep watching Jackson Dart and feeling like he's better? But you're right. When you watch Cam Ward and run around, I
think Dart's awesome. I think Dart's a sneaky.
You're right. I mean, I'm interested in seeing that. The Patriots are next at number 4, and they're going to take Will Campbell, my tackle from LSU. Wow. This offensive. Now, you think he could play guard, right?
I think he's got to play guard. He has the grossest stance I think I've ever seen from.
Plays
a
in the 2-point stance the whole game.
It just looks awkward.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Gross stance.
Yeah,
he's basically. It looks like he's standing up like Ashton Genty does.
It's straight up. Plays very, very upright.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like a dog with a bone on this.
Okay. Jacksonville at 5 take Mason Graham. There was some talk that Mason Graham could get to Dallas at 12. I think if Mason Graham gets to Dallas at 12, I'm handing in that card.
Is he your 5th best player?
Yeah.
He's mine too.
Yeah. He's really good. The Raiders at 6 take Shedeur Sanders. Tom Brady, now a partner in the Raiders ownership, is someone who appreciates Sanders' toughness, accuracy, and decision making. Any love for
I think that's a perfect fit. It seems like Brady loves him. I think he likes the Raiders. I'm all for that partnership right there.
Do you think the Raiders are going to be upset or that the fact that if Sanders is there and they didn't take his dad as a coach?
Oh.
Do you think that's, the fact that they picked Pete Carroll?
Well, I think that would be, that could always happen though, especially with a guy like Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
We're starting
3-year deal.
Yeah, the Prime could take over at any point.
Yeah. Number 7, that's the New York Jets. Take Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State. That's your guy, Wolchuk, right?
I love Tyler Warren. I do. I do think he's easily the best tight end of the draft. I think, you watch him lumber around, it's very Gronkowski-esque, the way he just bulldozes over people, but he's a versatile weapon that you can play all over the place. I don't love the Jets as a landing spot for him. I don't know if they're going to use him properly, but hey, they could use they could certainly use tight end help.
Warren is one of my favorite players in this draft. This is what DJ's saying. He'll be a popular with his quarterback and running backs as a difference-making inline tight end. God, I didn't see that. I saw a good flex position blocker. Occasionally, like the Illinois game, I saw him knock a linebacker down, but I think you guys are way ahead of me on his ability to block.
Yeah, I think he's a good blocker.
All right.
Dude, I'm looking at Will Campbell. I'm looking at Will Campbell, the LSU offensive lineman.
Yeah.
He's
weird, right?
He's very tall.
Very tall.
He's very tall.
Very tall guy. All right, at number 8, and this is going to be the first thing I'm going to ask you about here, Wolchuk.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina Panthers. They take Ted McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona.
Get Bryce Young a big pass catcher.
So you're going to say, should I call?
I'm going to ask you, should you call?
I would. Ted's my 4th best player. You get him at 8. Yeah, depending on how much am I got to give up to go from 12 to 8. I know this team needs a lot, but I think he's clear-cut the best receiver in the class.
You gave him your 4th already. Why don't you give him some more picks?
Yeah, why the
right?
hell not?
Just keep giving him picks.
He's a perfect complement to CeeDee Lamb.
Big Ted.
He'd be perfect in this offense.
Perfect as an X on the other side.
Oh, gosh. Big body, wide catch radius, bad ball catcher.
Yeah.
Just smooth. Doesn't look like he's overly fast, yet somehow he's always getting open.
Yeah. He's another guy you can watch play against Hunter and have some success against.
Yeah, I'd certainly. And I don't players that I draft that I'm not in love with. Like, oh man, this guy's can't miss. I think Ted McMillan's can't miss.
I think he is too. I agree with you on that. At number 9 is the New Orleans Saints. They take Mykel Williams. I'm kind of indifferent
okay
on
with that.
You know what? That's one of those fake pin throws where you go, oh damn, we lost the guy. No.
Which guy is this?
Mykel Williams. He's an edge rusher. Man,
looks really good.
Looks really good, but it's just inconsistent as a pass rusher.
Don't see enough playmaking.
I wouldn't be surprised if he drops. I think DJ's a little high on him here at number 9. Okay, let's go down to number 10 is the Chicago Bears. They're going to take Tyler Booker.
What, at 10?
Yeah, Tyler Booker, the guard from
Trenches.
Alabama. Oh. DJ thinks he's the safest pick in the draft.
Yeah, he's probably going to be a really good player, but good Lord, that's high.
Number 11 is Ahmad Membu from Missouri.
That's also a guard.
Yep.
For me.
Yeah, he's tackle guard from Missouri. I kind of feel like I've looked at him more as a tackle myself, but he
right
goes
tackle.
Yeah, as a right tackle. I feel like though to me that's a little rich, but for them they need offensive line help. And number at 12, would you like to take a guess who DJ has them taking?
Ashton Genty.
Do you have a guess at all there, Chief? Do you have a position?
Yeah. I mean, a bunch of offensive linemen just flew off the board.
Could be Keldon Banks.
Give me Jahdae Barron.
I'll go with Luther Burden.
He went with Ashton Genty.
Gosh, dog it.
Genty's going to end up being their pick at 12 if he's
okay,
there.
now let me talk.
It's a Cowboy thing to do.
Banks went to the Dolphins at 13, right behind you, and then you got at 14. The Colts took Barron, the corner from Texas.
See, he's got Barron going higher than anybody does.
Yeah, I love Barron.
How can you not? I mean, just watching Texas football, that dude jumps off the screen.
He absolutely does. Thank you very much there, General. That's it.
Thank you, Broadus. There it is, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Brian Schottenheimer talking about what he wants to bring to the table earlier. We'll ask John Owning, Pro Football Focus, about the new Cowboys era at head coach and more. Coming up next, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian Schottenheimer officially introduced as head coach to the Cowboys fans 5 hours ago right here on The Fan. And we'll talk more about it now with John Owning, editor at Pro Football Focus. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing great. Cannot complain. How about you fellas?
Man, about the same. You know, hoping for the best. Now, Schotty today in his own words saying he likes shifts, he likes cut splits, and he likes motions. Do these words, should they excite Cowboys fans, John?
Oh, yeah, I definitely think so, especially in the Mike McCarthy era. The Cowboys were below average, I think, almost every year in the rate of motion at the snap, shifts. I mean, a lot of the motion that the Cowboys used were a lot of just window dressing with guys, walking or jogging across the formation, getting set before the snap. They're not really stressing opposing defenses. And I think Schotty kind of talked about the ability to stress defenses using those shifts, those motions, using tempo, all these different type of things that can kind of, just make life more difficult for the defense, make things more difficult on the second-level defenders, make them have to adjust post-snap. Those type of things, I think, are some of the core tenets of some of the best offenses in the NFL, and I think there's something we're going to see, especially in the Super Bowl with teams like the Chiefs and the Eagles who really use those concepts a lot.
Yeah, John, I don't think anybody plays with more width in their formations than the Cowboys. I think we're the widest playing team, so when you talk about the cut splits and things like that, those will definitely, playing with a little bit more condensed formations, these teams that seem like they're having success off their play action games and stuff like that are far more condensed than teams that are playing with these wide splits.
And I think a reason for that is because when you use those condensed splits, those condensed formations, is the receivers are adding on so much more in the run game. They're making, blocks on second-level defenders. They're trying to cut off the mic or cut off the stem when they're trying to get outside and stuff like that. And I think when you add the receivers into the blocking game, that means that the stems of their routes on play actions, if they look a lot in the same vein as what a block may look like, then that's how you create those big, giant holes, those giant separation on those play action passes type things. And I think that's what Schotty was really alluding to when he was saying that the passes and the runs are going to look a lot like each other in his schemes. And I think that's going to only mean good things for the Cowboys if that's actually what, becomes of the offense once the season goes here. I mean, everybody has heard the, false promises of offensive coordinators and head coaches of years past, and it never came to fruition. So it's great to hear it now, but I think I'm speaking for everybody when I say, I want to see it. I want to see it in training camp. I want to see it in the preseason. I want to see it in the regular season. I don't want to wait until after, the bye week when the Cowboys are 2-4, until they finally introduce those type of concepts into the offense.
Yeah, we've heard these promises before, John, so I'm with you on that. And I understand how the hire might be underwhelming for a lot of people, but I also think that this is a lot of the stuff that we've been asking for. And I think a fair amount of optimism about, watching them take their shot at that should, is well placed right now. How would you quantify it, though? Like, what is that potentially worth if the Cowboys would add that? What's the ceiling on how much that could improve you?
I think it's difficult to know because, like in the NFL, there's so many different parts that play such a huge point. But I'm always someone that you want to kind of grease the edges. You want to always get those, try to take advantage of those little advantages that you can get throughout a game. Using motion and using these condensed formations, they don't promise effective offensive in and of themselves, but they give you a better opportunity to be successful on a more consistent basis. And I think if the Cowboys are more consistent, in the past they've kind of been beating up on the cans of the NFL and not been able to be productive against the top flight defenses. Using these types of concepts and these types of formations, these types of play style, I think those are types of things that can allow them to be more consistent against these better offenses. So I think in the best case, you're going to see less of a drop off between how they perform against kind of the rudimentary teams versus how they perform against the elite defenses.
John, one thing Schotty said during the presser today was that he had led the NFL in rushing twice during his tenure as an offensive coordinator. One other note from Jonathan Jones was that the Cowboys could be looking at Clayton Adams, Cardinals offensive line coach, to slide into the offensive coordinator role. How could that really help and improve the running game? Because I think schematically we've all been looking at this Cowboys rushing attack and say it's very basic.
Yeah, I think the Clayton Adams interview in particular is really interesting because the Arizona Cardinals run game since he came in 2023 has been one of the most varied in the NFL, and especially much more varied than the Cowboys have been the last 2 years. I mean, the Cardinals have used four different play concepts at least 20% or at least 15% of the time. They use inside zone 19% of the runs, man concepts 18%. Outside zone, 17.5%, counters, 15.9%, pull leads, 14.2%. So you see how much versatility and diversity there is in the run game, and they're doing these misdirections. I think especially the introduction of more counters. I mean, the Cowboys were one of the teams that used counters least frequently last couple years, and the Cardinals have been towards the top. And I just love those kind of misdirection plays that give your offensive linemen up front better angles to the second level, because when you're running a counter play, the tailback in the backfield is taking a step against where he's actually going to run, and when you draw it up, that's going to cause the linebackers to take one false step to the weak side. and that's going to give your offensive lineman, depending on what front it is, the center or the backside guard or the front side guard, to climb up to the second level, and it gives them just a half tick of second more time to be able to get that cutoff and, turn into bigger running lanes. Give somebody like Rico Dowdle a better runway to get to the second level. I think all those type of things are very important, and I think they would be very beneficial for a Cowboys run scheme. That they need to, since we don't have the best offensive line in the NFL, you've got to scheme it up for them and make it easier for them. Make the angles to the second level a lot easier. Kind of those things that we've seen Shanahan evolve himself into from just an outside zone guy.
Yeah, John, it's that pin and pull stuff. I mean, we watched Arizona just kill Dallas in like a week 3 or week 4 game a couple years ago with that pin and pull. But you think also, too, with the offensive line not being as good, but it seems like it has some elements of some guys that kind of can play that way, that can get out in space and do that.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Especially, guys like Tyler Smith, they get out and they're really effective as lead blockers, on pulls, whether they're kicking out or they're leading through the hole. I think Brock Hoffman is someone who moves well. Cooper Beebe is someone who moves well. I think that's something we saw when Zach Martin went out, because of the injuries that he's been dealing with, is he couldn't really move well. He couldn't really get out there in front and really generate those kickouts or those leads up the hole to create those big running lanes. And I think kind of the way the Cowboys offensive line is now, the direction it's headed with these young guys, these athletic guys like Guyton, Steele, Beebe, Tyler Smith, Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass. I think this definitely type of diverse approach, I think, lends itself to the skill set of their offensive line as a whole. And I think it's something that's going to be important to keep in mind, especially for the draft this year as well.
John Owning, Pro Football Focus, with us here in the nation. Looks like Eberflus is going to get the gig as defensive coordinator. What would you say are the biggest differences between him and Zim, and how do you expect him to use Micah?
Oh, completely different. I mean, if we're going to judge them based on what they've done in the past, they're just completely different philosophies on defense, completely different, just they show different pictures. Eberflus's defense, over 70% of the time with the Bears and with the Colts in his tenures, they played static defenses, meaning if they had one safety high pre-snap, there was going to be one safety high post-snap. If there's two safeties high pre-snap, it's going to be two safeties high post-snap. He's someone who likes to play that bend but don't break kind of Marinelli style, where we saw Vader Zim. He was a little bit more aggressive on a down-by-down basis. He was ability to move people around the formation, create different looks, mug the A-gaps, those type of things. Eberflus is much more, alignment, assignment, keep it simple, allow my guys to play fast, make plays, and create turnovers. Kind of that whole Rod Marinelli style of defense. They're going to play a lot of underfronts. So that means the under tackle, the defense, the three technique is going to be uber important, because the whole purpose of the under front is to give the three technique one-on-ones. So someone like an Osa Odigizua would be great for that, or, whoever they decide to replace him with if he leaves for greener pastures in free agency. So, I'm a little bit worried about Eberflus. I think he's someone who's a good name. Like, he's had success as a defensive coordinator, but I'm a little bit questionable on how his scheme really fits the defense. I was kind of looking for them to keep pushing toward that Zimmer direction, even if he wasn't going to be the defensive coordinator. That aggressive, creative style on third down, throw the kitchen sink at opposing QBs and see what happens, So I'm a little bit worried about how Eberflus is going to mesh with the personnel the Cowboys have on defense.
John, it's interesting you say that, because, Flus was a holdover from the Rob Ryan regime. And I was just curious, is he more Rob Ryan or is he more Rod Marinelli when it comes to, if I could ask you that question?
Yeah, I mean, if we're just basing on the way he's called defenses in the past, and who knows if he, has that Rob Ryan Rolodex still in his back pocket that he can pull out. He just hasn't had the personnel to use that.
Sure.
But with the Colts and the Bears, he was totally a Rod Marinelli style defense. It was the 100% 4 down. We're going to play under fronts. We're going to play a kind of conservative coverage style, keep everything in front of us, limit big plays, rally to turnovers, everybody rally to the ball, those type of things. Try to be strong up front, use big defensive ends to stop the run, those type of things. So he's definitely – that's the thing that's been interesting, is when I've, brought up Eberflus and how similar his defenses have been to Rod Marinelli, I've been getting a lot of responses just like you asking, like, but what about his time with Rob Ryan? He was kind of a Rob Ryan guy. Is he someone who can even implement a 3-4? He can implement a blitz-heavy team. And while they did blitz a little bit more with Chicago, I think that was more because they just didn't have the cats to generate pressure from a 4-down alignment. You know, they didn't have, until they got Montez Sweat, they really didn't have anybody that could generate a pass rush and win one-on-one situation. So I'm not sure if that was something more of, you know, that he did because he had to, or if it's something that he wants to do frequently. But if you wanted to judge his whole entire defensive coordinator or play calling experience on the defensive side of the ball, definitely much more of a Marinelli style.
So, John, okay, so you say Marinelli style, but when you said something about big defensive ends, and man, I feel like that we've been watching, I know in the draft, a lot of these like 285, 290-pound guys, kind of like there's a bendy group and there's a non-bendy group. You think he lends towards the non-bendy group, like those Ohio State kids, maybe with the Texas A&M kids? Which way do you think they would lean then for him?
Yeah, definitely for the strong side defensive end, for, you know, that DeMarcus Lawrence style defensive end. He wants the bigger guys. You know, that's why he traded for a Montez Sweat. That's why he drafted guys. I think he drafted, what was his name, Jalen Holmes from Ohio State when he was with Colts, who was a bigger defensive end.
Yeah.
Played the run well. He was that's why I think he's going to be someone who's going to really fall in love with Texas A&M's, you know, Shamar Stewart, who's that, you know, big 6'5", 281.
Yeah, they're both. Yeah, him and Scourton are both big. Yeah, they're big dudes.
Insane. And it's just, and for a team like the Cowboys, you know, who have struggled defending the run, I see why that's beneficial to have, you know, especially on that strong side when you're going against double teams between tackle and tight end, so much to have that big, strong guy that can set the edge, turn everything inside, and make it easier for the rest of your one-gap defense to have success and generate stops. So I totally understand that, and especially because we already have a guy like Micah who's kind of already fits that bendy, weak side profile. I definitely think he's going to be looking to try to find those bigger, stronger defensive ends in the draft or even in free agency if that's the way the Cowboys decide to go.
So you're not down for my guy Mike Green then?
I mean, I'm personally down. I would love it. You know, I'm riding that train as hard as I can. I think he is fantastic. But I'm not sure. I mean,
did he weigh like 230?
I'm the type of person that says, give me as much pass rush as possible and we'll figure it out. But I'm not sure that Eberflus is going to be that type of guy.
John Owning, Pro Football Focus here, wrapping up with you in the nation. So going into the first round at 12, where's the biggest opportunity? Are you looking for a pass rusher? You looking for one of those offensive linemen or a runner? If you could have your way, which way would they go?
Personally, I think I think everybody understands that Ashton Genty is one of the best, you know, 2 or 3 players in the entire draft, the best running back in the class, and he's a fantastic talent. But I don't think that that position is something that would be the most beneficial for the Cowboys, not only next year but for the future. Mm-hmm. I'm someone who wants to, you know, improve the lines. Get me a pass rusher, get me a defensive tackle, get me an offensive lineman, somewhere we can win the trenches, because that was an area where so much over the last 2 or 3 seasons when the Cowboys lose, it's because they're losing the trench battle up front. I think once you win the trench battle, it makes life so much easier for everybody, all of the skill positions around it, that you don't need to allocate those types of resources to like a position like a running back, where especially in this class, when you get a guy like Omarion Hampton, Caleb Johnson, you know, even going further, you know, the Ollie Gordons of the world, the Dylan Sampsons of the world. So I just think the class is so deep, in addition to the fact that the Cowboys have so many important needs up front. I would definitely point my direction there. The one caveat I will have is if a really, really top-notch receiver falls to them at number 12, you know, like a Territory McMillan or somebody like that, I'm halfway sold on Luther Burden so far. I think he would be a great fit, but I'm just not sure that he's good enough separating within a normal route tree to warrant a top 15 pick. I'm still kind of deciding there, still early in the draft process. We'll figure that out as it goes, but I'm focusing primarily on the trenches if everything's the same.
I love it, John. Great insights. We'll catch up with you next time. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Salute. You can watch John Owning, Pro Football Focus. If you want to reach out to him on X or there on the website, you're going to get a ton of great football information as you were just treated to over the last 15 minutes. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420, buddy. Where are you taking us?
What are the 10 best individual rivalries in sports history? 877-881-1053. And can we even call Allen versus Mahomes a rivalry? That's next.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Tomorrow we're going to be in Rockwall at the Brass Tap there with our friends from Stella Artois. Hope you can make it tomorrow, Rockwall. Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 of 420. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you, General. What are the best individual sports rivalries in the history of sports? 877-881-1053. Bucko Kilroy in Carthage, Texas, a.k.a. Tim. We love you, Pappy. Yankees, Red Sox. It's not teams, it's specific people. But, yes, Yankees, Red Sox is great. 972 Pete Carroll versus Jim Harbaugh, which is now getting renewed. As we had USC, Stanford, Seahawks, Niners, and now we'll get Raiders and Chargers. That's going to be fun. I didn't think about that when they first hired Pete Carroll there. But those two definitely had a good rivalry brewing for years. Quick Rangers Nuggets. Looks like the Rangers are announcing the Rangers Sports Network with a major cable deal that is also expected soon. So they're also going to have the streaming, which will be on Victory Plus, but over-the-air broadcast will be on their local TV rights, which we still don't know exactly where that'll pop on. But Rangers Sports Media and Entertainment was just announced today, and our buddy Jim Cochran is the Rangers' chief revenue officer, is getting promoted to executive vice president and chief business officer.
No surprise.
So congratulations, Jim.
Guys, big game, James.
Big game, James.
So it looks like you will have other ways to consume your Texas Rangers. Of course, you should always just listen to the best in the business, the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Texas Rangers baseball. But along with Victory Plus, we will also have the Texas Rangers television network. So that'll be fun. Ranger Sports Network, RSN. And then Mr. Chavez is back in the building, boys. 41-year-old who liked to scoot himself around. One of my favorite clubhouse guys when I was filling in. Jesse Chavez is back for the fourth time as a Texas Ranger. He began his career with the organization in 2002. He has been signed to a minor league contract with an invitation to spring training, and I'm excited. I mean, that definitely would be a fun interview for us to do when we get out there because, hey, he's a character. Jesse is a fun one, and who knows? Maybe he's your closer. Could that be?
That dude's
Could that be?
He's got a little. I like the cut of his jib. Always have the mustache, the glasses, the long pants.
Got a hell of a look.
He brings it strong.
Why was
dripping with confidence?
Why was I watching? Was he last with the Braves?
He was with the Braves.
Okay,
Had
why?
a 2.57 ERA.
We don't talk about that though, Broadus. You know that.
What was his ERA?
2.57.
Okay, not bad.
Not
right?
good.
Not bad.
Not bad.
I think he was pitching in one of those blowout games one time I was watching.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I think the Braves were down a lot
Oh, he's doing some.
and mopping it up. Yeah.
Yeah, 2022 before he landed with the Braves, which really helped rejuvenate his career. He was struggling. I mean, he was bouncing around the league a little bit with 3 different teams, but hey, he's back home now.
Name all the teams he's been with.
The list is really
He gets
too
around
long.
a little bit, okay?
No, I'm serious. It's almost it's funny.
the league.
It's what team has he not been with?
Yeah, he's like who is our quarterback? Was it Gerard Johnson?
Yeah,
played for basically everybody.
That's right. All the leagues, every football league ever existed, Josh Johnson's played for and started for,
Jesse
and
Chavez
lost games for.
He's
42 years old?
He'll be 42 in August.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's got the arm.
He's
of a
played for the
22-year-old.
Pirates, the Braves, the Royals, the Jays, the A's, the Jays, the Dodgers, the Angels, the Rangers, the Cubs, the Rangers, the Braves, the Cubs, the Braves, the Angels, the Braves.
Full-on rally house bit.
World Series champion in 2021,
I've been
baby.
everywhere, man.
I've been everywhere.
Yeah, but you know where he is now? He's home. and he's ready to go win a title.
That's
For
our
the fourth
guy.
time, he's home.
That's our guy.
He's like, I would say he's a boomerang.
4 times the charm, man.
He looks like a boomer. Cut off the ang. Look at this. He looks like a manager.
He's
You know?
a badass looking dude.
He's got the weird thing going where he's got the middle-aged man neck, but still sporting the double earrings of a younger man.
Yes.
It's an interesting look.
You talking about like the
Mustache.
turkey neck kind
He's
of
always
thing?
got a fresh
Yeah.
cut on.
Yeah, he's got turkey neck and
Turkey
the
neck.
and the side mouth thing going with the little line downs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got moxie.
He
all
does
right?
have moxie.
Hey, he's
He
pretty.
commands the bump.
I think he'll fit right in. With
I'm
this.
excited.
CY likes the old reliever,
I'm a
doesn't
big
he?
fan of- yeah.
You got dad bod and you're over 35. CY's got you on a short
Come on
list.
in here.
You like that useless baseball
What
analysis
are you
there,
doing
Broadus?
over there? Eric's just like,
Can you still throw hard? You sure can.
World Series, here we go.
Yeah, I can
Game
spin
7.
Alpha
Get him,
moxie.
Jesse. Stand up.
go,
It's
Jesse.
2 outs. Stand up.
Jesse
got
Chavez.
All right, 10 best individual rivalries in sports history. We've got Chris Paul versus Scott Foster from the 214. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Jerry
Scott Foster
Jones.
refereed us the other day.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
Australian
game.
for beer too.
The extender.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones versus Cowboys progression from the 682. Ollie Frazier. Absolutely. That'll be on here. Nolan Ryan against Robert Ventura. That's a good one from the 214. Sampras versus Agassi. A little tennis mixed in
You
there.
could go a lot of tennis. Board Connors, McEnroe Connors.
McEnroe Board got texted in. 469 nailed 3 that are definitely on the list.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yep. All 3 of them are going to be on there. You guys have any others you want
Jesse
to throw out there?
Chavez versus
Bird
Major League
Magic.
Baseball? Yeah.
3 matchups of Jesse.
versus the waiver wire.
I think Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan was good. Mike Evans, Marshawn Lattimore certainly gave us some good ones. Josh Norman, Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah.
That was a good back and forth there. Eric Williams, Reggie White, although that might have not even been a rivalry. That might have just been Eric Williams whipping ass.
That's a one-way street according to the Rev.
That's why, like, for me, Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes, like, until Allen beats him in the playoffs, isn't it a rivalry? Mahomes is owning his ass. I don't care about the regular season dubs.
He's owning his entire body. It's not even just his
And the
ass at this
soul.
point. And but the games have been close enough, though. Like, these games have been so, like, down to the wire. I understand the ultimate win-loss, heavily favored in one direction.
Gotta win. Gotta get a win.
I get that. If that's going to be a part of the standard, I understand it being that way.
Like, Brady
But-
Manning was great, and ultimately Manning ended up with a winning record versus Brady in the playoffs.
I mean, they're
Yeah,
winning
people forget
enough in
that.
the regular season to provide intrigue. They're competitive enough games. I'm going to
Yeah,
say
it's
this is
like-
the rare exception, Wolchuk.
You're calling it like the Super Bowl before the Super Bowl. Like, we had our Super Bowl party
I believe
yesterday.
that it is, and I was hopeful that Josh Allen could finally get on the win column. But 0-4 now. Gosh, Josh, you need to get a win here, man.
Yeah. Come on, Josh.
You're just like so close, yet so far. But so close, yet so far.
That's why, like, you could just see the dejection on his face the whole time they kept cutting to him just by himself, sulking on the bench, and then he gets to the podium, and it's just like...
Let's take a deep breath.
Yeah.
In order to be the best, you got to beat the best, and we didn't do that today.
Well, and that was the thing, too. He's had to say it like 5 different times before he nailed the actual line.
Yeah. He might have been Captain Percocet last
Yeah,
night.
he
I know
might have
I would have
been.
been after that.
Josh Pert, here we go.
Give me the Favre plan here.
Number 10, we've got LeBron versus Steph. NBA icons. I mean, they did seem like they were playing in the NBA Finals every year for a little while.
And LeBron got one.
LeBron got one. Number 9 is Ovechkin versus Crosby. These two certainly went head-to-head a lot in the postseason, the Penguins and the Capitals. They've been going to 7-game series, and Ovechkin was able to get his victory. Game 6, second round back in 2018. They go hoist the Stanley Cup.
He's 20 goals away from breaking Gretzky's record.
It's pretty amazing.
I think it's 20 now.
Number 8 is Chris Everett and Martina Navratilova.
Yep.
Martina
Navratilova.
Navratilova.
It's a tough one to say.
The legend's name. Wolchuk.
She won
I'd expect
14
better.
of the 22 Grand Slams. I don't really pretend to be a tennis guy. I'm sorry.
That's just being a sports guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just no respect
You
for
did a
his-
fine job on the Shrine Bowl stuff today, though.
Oh, thank you.
You did a great job.
Not a football player. I don't know.
And pretty much it's kind of where I'm at right
I'm
now.
just a caveman.
And hockey.
Well, I mean, you get football guy of the day most often, so there's a
you.
trade-off.
Oh,
to
he
it.
looks it up, Dawson.
hey,
What are you doing over
I'll
there?
definitely concede the pronunciation of Navratilova.
Is it
I still probably
Martina Navratilova?
Martina? Brady Manning comes in at number 7. That'd be a little higher. Number 6 is Gretzky versus Mario Lemieux. That was a good one in the 80s and the 90s. Those two going back and forth. Gretzky overall Most
Wasn't
noteworthy.
enough overlap for me.
Yeah?
Gretzky had full-on dominated a little past his prime by the time Mario emerged.
Yeah, 2 Stanley Cup titles over that time for Gretzky. And otherwise, from 87 to 93, those two were just trading off scoring titles. Roger Federer versus Rafael Nadal comes in at 5.
I'm surprised that's not the top 3.
You can pronounce those names, huh?
Yeah, I can.
Male
Sexist,
tennis
you know?
players. Yeah, way to go.
Serena versus Martina Hingis.
Who's Martina Hingis?
On the women's side? I
thought you were
What
going to
was
say
her
who's
rivals?
Serena
Is it
Williams.
Serena versus
Should've gone,
Venus?
who's
More of a
Serena
Venus guy.
Williams?
Serena? Lionel Messi?
She had no rival?
Versus no, she didn't. She just won, right?
Messi, Ronaldo.
Messi, Ronaldo
yeah.
at 4. That make you tingle?
That one's easy.
That gets
Yeah.
you going?
Yeah.
3 is Ollie Frazier.
Goat off.
2, we've got Bill Russell versus Wilt Chamberlain.
Ooh.
Gosh, I wish those two were like playing in today's NBA and we can watch just how amazing they would be.
Would Bill be?
Eric could be telling you like the centers aren't any. They're not worth anything.
Oh, they're playing lawyers and plumbers.
They don't shoot threes.
How do you spread the defense?
What a wasted position.
How do you spread the defense with 2 big
Who
centers
needs a point
clogging
guard in
everything
today's
up?
NBA?
God.
Number 1, though.
Tell you why you shouldn't run the ball either. We'll do that next segment.
Greatest individual rivalry of all time. Bird Magic.
There it is.
That's
the one.
It changed the sport.
Yeah, it did, man.
Tiger Phil was a good one from the 7-7-4. Don Zimmer versus
How
Pedro
about
Martinez.
Nicholas and Palmer?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Kind of one-sided, wasn't it?
They both battled, man.
Yeah.
Kobe versus Shaq.
Now
They
you-
both battled.
Now you say they battled.
Well, hell, I would have tried if he'd have sent me out there.
Yeah, they battled.
Dawson
they
battled us
I'll
way
tell
to
you,
a
no.
98 today.
Hey, dude, anytime 2 dudes are like swinging a golf club and smoking cigs while they're doing it, they're battling.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, maybe a
Sipping
cocktail.
lemonade.
Yeah, between rounds.
We have shocking stats of Chiefs dominance. That'd be the Kansas City Chiefs. That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation. On your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. No love for Chestnut and Kobayashi. Ask the 806. That's a good question. Another question for you. When's the last day you didn't leave the house with a stocking cap or beanie or whatever they call it? I feel like I've been wearing this thing since Christmas, man. It's just so dang cold. And I'm ready for it to heat back up.
I couldn't find my 105.3 The Fan beanie until I went digging for a while.
Bingo.
And struck gold. So, welcome back.
I know that feeling. My favorite wool hat made in Ecuador is missing right now. And I'm starting to panic a little bit because I only know one store to get those in all the world. Okay, we have stats of Chiefs dominance here in just a moment. A little bit of Mavs. This story is fascinating. Kyler Kelly signing off the Lakers G League team. He's averaging 9.5 points, 5.8 rebounds. He was all G League defense last year. He led the league in blocks, but he's skinny and limited. Pretty mobile for like a super tall guy, and he uses that to kind of like creep around and get blocks off the ball. But on offense, he can catch lobs. That's about it. He doesn't pass well. He doesn't dribble well. He doesn't shoot well. But like when he has 16 points, he probably caught 8 lobs. And between Kyrie Irving and Luka, I wouldn't be surprised if they can, harvest some success out of this.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen how important that is with Lively and Gafford over this last year and a half or whatever. The lob stuff was paramount to their success offensively last year on their run. So that is something that is a skill that Luka and Kyrie can get the best out of for sure.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, I don't think any NBA team wants to play this guy or even have him on your NBA roster. But the state of affairs with the Mavs now is to such an extent with Kleba, Powell, and Lively being out that he could play, somewhat of a role starting tonight. Okay, since the start of 2019's postseason, the Chiefs have had 11 playoff drives in the fourth quarter or overtime when down by a score. Okay? You get that? 2019 postseason till today, 11 playoff drives in the fourth quarter or overtime down by a score. How did they do in those 11 drives?
Probably perfect.
Dominated it. Scored 12 times.
7 touchdowns, 4 game-tying field goals. 0 first downs by penalties, by the way, on those 11 drives, points out Josh Dubow, NFL reporter. So every time they've needed a score, they've got it. Either one of 4 game-tying field goals or 7 touchdowns. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, they're ready for whatever moment comes their way. They can sort of flip that switch. Judging them in the regular season is a fool's errand because they're a different team in the postseason. And you saw firsthand yet last night, like, when they need a play on either side of the ball, they've got something in the holster ready to fire.
It's incredible, isn't it, Brian? Have you ever seen a team be able to flip the switch to that extent?
Just be so bad in the or not bad, but
average.
Just average.
I mean, this is perfection. We get the ball, we need a score. We're getting at least that score, maybe the touchdown as well.
Well, like I was trying to think of other sports, like were there teams like you guys are big basketball guys.
There's Spurs like
that's what I'm saying with the Spurs like this.
Spurs would coast in the regular season and then find a way to be in the finals.
Spurs.
No, because, even the Jordans and Kobe's, these, game-winning shots, all these situations are well below 50%,
Well, I was just saying a team that wasn't very, wasn't, really, really humming along during the regular season, but then you get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, you could look at the Houston Rockets in 96. I think they won it as a 6th seed. But that was never under.
Well, I was just thinking of a really, really good team.
Yeah.
Like the Chiefs are really
just
really,
get us to the playoffs and we're going to lay waste to everybody.
Yeah, it doesn't
I don't
matter.
think to this extent, not to this level of dominance. Mahomes has led 6 of the last 12 fourth quarter comeback wins in all of the NFL playoffs. A lot of one-score games, but the last 12 times we've had a fourth quarter comeback in the NFL playoffs, 6 of them have been Patrick Mahomes. Okay.
Oh, man.
The only players with more than 5 in their entire careers are Mahomes with 5 Montana with 5 and Brady with 9.
Okay.
Wow.
So he's already on Brady's heels and already greater than Montana there. in that particular department.
Yeah, he keeps stacking them up, man. This is really unprecedented.
He's been an NFL starter for 7 seasons, and the worst finish of his career is losing in the AFC Championship game, both times in overtime. In the other 5 seasons, Patrick Mahomes has made the Super Bowl. Is he going to keep this up?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, through 7 seasons as a starter, Mahomes 17-3 in the playoffs, Brady 14-3. Mahomes 5 AFC titles, Brady 4. Both have 3 Super Bowls. He will get more rings than Brady, and he will go down as not only the greatest quarterback to ever play, but the greatest athlete to ever play. And I absolutely believe that. And Andy might as well just go along for the ride with him.
I mean, it was his first or second season that I started saying, this is the future GOAT, right? Yeah. And I figured, man, it's going to take him a while. But it seems like they're on a run now where 3, 4, 5 in a row, and even before he's 35 years old, we could be talking about him eclipsing Brady.
Who needs who more? Does
Andy needs Mahomes more than Mahomes needs Andy?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good question. I think.
Well, that was quick, though. I'm proud of you for being that ready.
I think I would agree, because it's just like we saw with Brady and Bill. Like, ultimately, Brady went on and won a championship without Bill. I think Mahomes could win a Super Bowl without Andy, but I do think.
It's a perfect marriage.
It is. I don't know that Mahomes' career would be anywhere close to what it is now had the Chiefs not moved up and he got paired with Andy Reid. I mean, I do think he owes Andy a lot of credit, but
totally.
Being who he is now, when Andy retires, I still think Mahomes is going to be able to win a championship.
I think, the difference-making coaches that are going to consistently put you in a position to succeed might be more rare than the difference-making quarterbacks.
Oh, they are.
This is Bill Walsh, Jimmy Johnson, Nick Saban type of stuff that I think he's able to work with.
I mean, it is nuts that Andy Reid is going to be in a Super Bowl again, where he's the winningest coach for both teams playing in the Super Bowl, for the Eagles and the Chiefs. I mean, that alone speaks volumes.
Highest quarterback rating in a conference championship game or Super Bowl since 2018. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 are all Patrick Mahomes. Number 5 is Brock Purdy. Congratulations to him for what he was able to do last year against Detroit. And then number 7, Jaden Daniels. So salute to him for what he was able to do against that Philadelphia Eagles defense. That was, all in all, a good job. How about Chris Jones saying we're going to continue to win as long as they let Spags be our defensive coordinator and not hire him as a head coach? How important is that? We just talked about Mahomes and Reid. He said we started winning when this guy got here. Yeah. And he's right. So I think that's an overlooked part of this equation as well.
One of the biggest passing of the guards or whatever passing of the torches of all time, going from Bob Sutton to Steve Spagnuolo.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's night and day difference for sure. And you have to think, if you're the Raiders, I'm sure they're excited about what they got going with Pete Carroll. But I mean, you could have weakened your opponent in the division and gotten a defensive minded guy who's been a head coach before. Certainly doesn't have the head coaching success, but the idea that you could take him from the Chiefs, I'm sure all of the other 30 teams in the NFL would have been like, thank you.
I mean, it's incredible to have the cojones to call up some of these plays, right? And maybe Aaron Glenn had a little bit too much of it. Maybe Dan Quinn didn't have the right mix of it last year against Green Bay. Maybe the Longhorns called it at the perfectly wrong time. It just seems like Spags knows when to deploy that super aggressive defensive play call. If I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm thinking we can't lose Mahomes, we can't lose Reid, and if we lose Spags and Chris Jones, then I think everything is now up for a reset potentially. That's the way I'd look at it as a Chiefs fan. I'd have a high level of concern.
Yeah, I don't think we do give enough credit to the Chiefs defense and for this entire run. I mean, I made the statement earlier. I do think Steve Spagnuolo now has put himself as the greatest big game coordinator in the history of sports in the NFL for me. I think he's passed what Bill Belichick did as a defensive coordinator, because now he's done it at 2 different spots, and he stopped what at that time in 2007 with the Patriots was the best offense we'd ever seen. So to me, to do what he's done in Kansas City, and Chris Jones, who's probably the best defensive closer, and then you've got the best offensive closer, that defense, and they've changed a lot of parts out. L'Jarius Sneed, all pro. It's okay. Here's our guy, Trent McDuffie, who we've drafted. That's an absolute savage at corner.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff in there, and it'll be interesting to see in a couple, 2-3 years, what that defense might look like, but they'll go at least one more year with Spagnuolo. And, this has been kind of a rebuilding type of situation along the offensive line, the skill players, and Kansas City seems so convincing. And on the other side of the coin, of course, you have the Bills. Greg Rosenthal pointing out they've been top 5 in point differential 5 straight years, reaching at least the divisional round each time. That perhaps the best sustained run ever to not make a Super Bowl. This is a Patrick Mahomes tweet. And then David Hellman, dating back to 1972, NFL teams that have scored 4 touchdowns, committed 0 turnovers in a playoff game are 85-6. The Bills' last 2 playoff losses at Arrowhead are 2 of those 6. You score 4 touchdowns, no turnovers in a playoff game, 85-6 all time unless you're playing the Kansas City Chiefs, and then you're 0-2. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here. There's a look at statistical dominance by these Kansas City Chiefs as we stand really in awe of where they are historically. And so short removed from the New England Patriots dynasty.
Yes, yeah.
Isn't that just a trip?
No lag time.
Football's finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
More takeaways from championship weekend, and we'll hear from a giddy and hungry Andy Reid next in the nation.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4 of the nation. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll hit the expressway, give you the biggest takeaways from today's Cowboys press conference introducing Brian Schottenheimer. It's time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
In 9 composite matchups between the Chiefs and Bills, Patrick Mahomes' team now has outscored Josh Allen's 245 to 240. That's the difference. That is the difference right there. And the Bills really have no one to blame but themselves when you consider that they're the ones that traded back in the draft to allow the Chiefs to come up and draft Pat Mahomes. And then they turned around and decided they liked Keon Coleman a little bit better than Xavier Worthy and allowed the Chiefs to trade up in this past draft to go get the fastest receiver in the class. And he put on a nice little show yesterday. Xavier, worthy of the moment. The speed was real. And you could tell he had that sort of that revenge factor in his eye. Like, hey, man, Bills, you traded down. You didn't want me. You wanted Keon Coleman, who had 1 catch for 12 yards. You're out of your minds. Got to blame yourselves for that one. I am surprised how much I saw Chris Jones crying on my television yesterday. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah.
The amount of it was like no Sean Moreno tears the whole game. I'm like, is this just tears of joy? Is this just him like now that he's done this? He's done this so much now that like he really wants to make sure he's appreciating and living in the moment, enjoying every single second, being on this historic ride. I don't know what it was, but from the national anthem, which is fair, that was a damn good rendition.
Sure was.
Blake Elliott, Texas, was like, pipes of the year for sure on this guy. And I had to rewind it to actually listen because I was like halfway paying attention. Dude hit it out the park. So Chris Jones was getting teary-eyed there. And then all game long, anytime they flashed to him on the sidelines,
it's emotional.
He had tears in his eyes. I couldn't tell if he was like in some sort of physical pain. He had his long sleeves were completely ripped to shreds like he had just gotten in a bear fight. They blocked him one-on-one 11 times in the first half, and he had 7 pressures.
Oh, my goodness.
Chris Jones is just an absolute monster.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking at his contract situation, he's going to play at least 2 more years.
Yeah.
You know, so sometimes you see that when a guy's getting up there and this might be his last rodeo or something, and everything's just hitting him, the nostalgia of the moment.
Yeah.
Thinking about all his guys and everything he's been through.
Yeah, he gave Deion Dawkins a hug after the game. Like when
he gave him the business during the game.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. It was like he appreciated the battle.
Yeah.
You know, he really, hey, by the way, did you guys get fooled with Nance and the flag call at the end of the game?
Yes. We all did.
Yeah.
I think Jim got a little fooled.
No, it was a
flag thing up on TV.
Yeah,
Kevin Harlan.
It was
Kevin Harlan on the radio got fooled too.
Yeah, they got.
He said it was a flag.
There's a flag. There wasn't.
Yeah.
There wasn't one.
There must have been something that clearly looked like it to the spotters because they're the ones giving the information to the play-by-play guy. Like, hey, there's a flag.
I think what happened. Speaking of Deion Dawkins, he took his helmet off.
Huh.
Like he took his helmet off. And did something. I think that's where they thought there was going to be a flag on Buffalo for player taking his helmet off.
I like the theory that an official threw it thinking that Kincaid had caught the ball and needed to bail out the Chiefs.
Oh, he didn't catch it. Never mind. No flag.
Pick it up.
Flag.
We're good, Jim.
Put that in the pocket.
That's greatness. I saw as well, like at the time of their 17th playoff win, Pat Mahomes has now 17 playoff wins. He did it before he turned 30. Brady didn't do it until he was almost 36.
My goodness.
So
yeah, some of these numbers, like when you go through the Travis Kelce breaking Jerry Rice's postseason records, I'm like, man, this has all happened very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been the last half decade plus has just been Mahomes to Kelce, and this particular run you haven't had to see quite as much of that, at least in yesterday's game. Kelce wasn't a total monster. It's actually crazy to consider that the Chiefs are doing all this and they don't have Rashee Rice, SMU's own. Imagine how much better they would be offensively if he was in the mix. And of course, they'll get him back next year. So it's definitely a great time to be a Kansas City Chief. And Mahomes had one of those games yesterday where, I mean, from a drop back success rate standpoint, 99th percentile.
My goodness, he was dialed.
And also the scrambling. Like 6 scrambles, averaged a ridiculous expected points added. He obviously ran for the huge touchdown there late. He finished with a perfect 100% success rate on his scrambles.
Yeah.
And that's one of those things that he always has up his sleeve. And I do wonder what happens as, he gets a little bit less mobile over time, how things will obviously change for him a little bit. But as it stands right now, just the way that he's able to beat you in so many different ways, it's just so impressive. And,
I mean, a big part of that running is how quick you can cut your top speed and all that, right? But the other part of it is, what does your vision do and how quickly you can read which way players are leaning and then have your feet change direction. And his reactions and vision and that part of the nuanced part of running, I figure he's got to be a 10 out of 10. So as he gets older, I think he'll take less yards. But I think this will be a part of his game until, injury or wear and tear takes it away entirely.
Nick Wright, noted Chiefs superfan, had an outstanding stat during the game. You remember when Mahomes dislocated his kneecap on that quarterback sneak in 2019?
Mm-hmm.
In the 5 years since, the Chiefs have only called 3 designed quarterback runs. 4th and 2 while trailing in overtime of the Super Bowl, converted. 4th and 1 earlier in the game last night. And then again, 1st and 10. First and goal at the Buffalo 10, where they called the 10-yard touchdown that he scrambled in for to take the lead. So all of them clutch money moments, got to have it plays. All right, now we're going to call Mahomes' number. Otherwise, they just don't call any design runs for him.
And he's strong enough and understands leverage well enough that even as tacklers are coming over, if they're around his size, he'll absorb the shot or deliver a bigger shot than he receives. Yeah. He's just a real football player.
Yes, he is in every sense of the word, and it's a true joy to watch him, Andy Reid, Spagnuolo, and these guys in big moments like that. Watching that game yesterday, and you could tell from the start, that was not the same Josh Allen on that first drive of the game.
No,
where it was oh my gosh, first player, we about to get an interception here. The same guy, number 6, that safety for the Chiefs, kept dropping interceptions. Josh Allen, you could tell he had to settle in a little bit into the game. And then he was awesome. And James Cook was awesome. I mean, James Cook had 139 yards, 2 touchdowns on 16 touches, almost 9 yards per touch. Yeah. But he didn't get a touch on the final 6-play drive.
I mean, how high of a level can you go up before you get psyched out, I think is a big part of this, right? And I think it's unlimited for Patrick Mahomes, right? Or at least he's never found that level.
Mm-hmm.
But for all of us, you think you're a good 8 or 9-year-old player. By the time you're 13 or 14, you're like, oh, crap. And then if you're not, then you get to 15, 16, 17, guys start going really fast and really strong. And it's at that moment you become self-conscious or nervous, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you're a shell of yourself. Now you really have no chance. And I think you keep hitting that limit for Josh Allen. That's the difference. In the regular season, expectations are lower, championship not on the line. I can be the comfortable best version of myself and just be out here reacting. Once you start thinking too much and weighing the consequences, the gravity of the moment, you start to get a little nervous. It's over. It's over. And Mahomes just aces that test time and time again. It's a tremendous advantage.
Yeah, and so does Andy Reid. Here was Andy, super giddy and, of course, hungry as always after beating the Buffalo Bills.
Patrick Mahomes is the greatest thing since ketchup or maybe pizza. Actually, he's the best thing since food. People think I'm chewing gum on the sidelines, but it's actually just brisket dipped in melted Jolly Ranchers. I love these refs so much, almost as much as Stromboli. And I guess my wife, too. Maybe I could wrap my wife in a Stromboli. That sounds sexy and delicious. Is Chris Jones still crying? Have some fucking self-respect. It's a first down conversion, not your grandma's funeral. I'm happy we made the Super Bowl, but I'm even happier it's in New Orleans. I mean, crawfish and jambalaya and grits. Oh, my. I like to take a bath in that beignet powder. That sounds like one of my wet dreams. This might be the first time a head coach misses the Super Bowl because he drowned in a vat of red beans and rice. The biggest question is, do you hate us enough to root for the Eagles? Got to choose between Taylor Swift and a fan base that eats horse shit.
I mean, absolutely in his bag after the game yesterday, looking to make history, and of course, getting to New Orleans, dude.
Is that fake Andy Reid or AI Andy Reid?
That was
that was AI. Fake Andy Reid's pretty limited in what he can do.
I'm looking forward to now 3 times running.
Yeah.
It's our own, it's our very own G-Bag Nation hat trick, if you will. A tradition unlike any other, bumping into the greatness of fake Andy Reid at Radio Row.
We've never experienced a Super Bowl without the Chiefs a part of it. It'd be weird first time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're kind of their good luck charm.
We are.
It feels
maybe.
like. Yeah. I tell you what, I was actively thinking about that in lead up to the game and throughout the game yesterday. Just being able to run into fake Andy Reid once again. I cannot wait to see him. The way, like, he's got everything he's got down.
He's got it
pretty
all down.
good.
He
I mean,
does.
the way he walks around,
The lip ferret's on point.
Yes, the
commands
waddle,
the room.
the way he can reach into his pocket and pull out a cheeseburger at any moment.
Yes,
that guy
dude.
from Popeyes.
What a great party trick to just bust out a cheeseburger on somebody like that. And it's always fresh. Like, I admired how fresh it was every single freaking time. Okay, now with the Eagles stuff, how did you guys take that game in yesterday? You guys coming away just blown away with the way the Eagles really put it to him? I'll tell you, the passing attack actually woke up a little bit. If you're thinking about the Eagles being able to win the Super Bowl, they're going to have to be able to throw the ball around like they were able to yesterday. And that 4th down play, 4th and 5, Jalen Hurts knows. I mean, this is a money down. Sideline, A.J. Brown, one-on-one, Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
That was a great play. Goddard knew he was going to be a factor. Missed the last game versus the Commanders in the regular season. That dude was great. Devontae Smith did his stuff, but it ultimately all comes back to Saquon for that.
Well, and
that,
the turnovers. 4
the
turnovers for
turnovers were-
Washington.
yeah.
Like Washington shot themselves in the foot. The fumbles were killer. I mean, this game is competitive if they're not turning the football over.
Yeah, that sucked. You know, I said last week I think Philly could win by 30. You know, I guess the passing game woke up a little bit, but that's just that Washington defense is really rough.
Oh, for sure.
And you know, I don't know how they got past Detroit. Obviously, they had a good draw to go against Tampa, and then had a game where Ben Johnson wanted to throw it just enough to put the ball in jeopardy, so they find themselves in the NFC title game. But I thought that was contenders and pretenders. So, you know, it's still, I mean, 55 points is incredible, but I just think what we're seeing right now from Saquon Barkley, I don't know if I've seen it since Barry Sanders, you know, as far as just a gift to not get brought down and make tremendous plays out of the tightest situations. You know, he's adding so much value to what you're doing. He was so dominant that it does make me wonder if we're going to watch Philadelphia beat the Chiefs here in the Super Bowl.
Oh, don't do that, Dawson. I care about
Could
you.
happen.
I care about you.
I mean, this
No
is
chance.
I don't think it could happen. I think it's a 0%.
We've seen the loaded team, you know, versus Mahomes, and that's what it took, was an absolutely loaded Buccaneers team, right? And that's kind of what Philadelphia has done. I don't think anybody has stretched the limit to the salary cap close to what Howie Roseman and the Eagles did, but Tampa did that, you know, and with his Eagles team mostly staying healthy, feels like they got so much stuff about their defense figured out, the way that Bond's playing. You know, to give you a pass rusher to go along with that secondary, I just continue to get more and more respect for this Philadelphia Eagles team, unfortunately.
And I heard Brandon Graham is they're going to be activating him. Is he gonna-
He's trying to come back for this game with that torn pec. We'll see. I don't know how loved he is in that locker room after the crap that happened midseason with the A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts stuff, and he kind of aired the dirty laundry of the team. But he's going to try and give it a go. I think more so it was the depleted offensive line against the Bucs in the Super Bowl.
Glaring weakness, which is not something the Chiefs had
and
at
it was
this point.
perfect with the Bucs had a great pass rush. They exploited the hell out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and did you see the stat? This was like, I'm like, is this even real? Can this be possible that the Eagles had more rushing touchdowns yesterday than the Cowboys had all season?
Absolutely.
Can that actually be real
7-6,
life?
right?
Yeah, 7-6. I was floored.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot even begin to tell you how bad this team needs an Ashton Genty or something like that. Broadus, am I right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. You might have to go get a blocker, somebody like that. Maybe somebody with a little less talent, but fits kind of what all these premium positions we talk about.
Gets tackled at the one.
Yeah.
I love how you guys have PTSD on the Ashton Genty fight. I mean, you just bring it up and you can feel like a chill come over the over the broadcast position.
We got all draft season.
Whoa,
for
hold
this.
on now.
Yeah.
We're about to fight here. I heard Genty.
Brace yourselves. Genty will be a Cowboy unless somebody takes him. He's not going to be on the clock at 12 and the Cowboys pass on him.
Well, you got to have a great running game. You know, I think that's. I mean, the job that Kareem Hunt did on some of those first half runs yesterday made a huge difference.
I definitely, you know what? I think I'm going to not be on draft coverage in day one, and I'm going to be with Eric, whatever Pluckers he's at.
Oh, you better start hydrating, my
Just
friend.
rub it in.
And then when like all of a sudden and then the Cowboys, they announce they take Genty, and then I'm just going to jump around and high fiving everybody and just watch Eric just melt.
Yeah. Or you can do what Daniel Jeremiah says and just say day 2 is going to be a running back bonanza.
That's what I'm in for. That's what I signed up for.
Genty.
Yeah,
because he has the Cowboys
I'll
doing
tell you
the
what,
dumb
Chief,
thing.
if you could do one thing for me, take every offensive tackle in the first 2 rounds, and seriously, I'm being serious, look at these guys. Just go look at them and just tell me which one you like out of the best of them. I mean, and these, if you want to take all the offensive linemen, just look at them for the first couple of rounds. And I'm serious, I'm interested to see who you would like out of that group. And then tell me if you're confident about maybe picking one of those guys.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to completely give up on Tyler Guyton at this point.
No. I'm just saying. I'm serious. I'm not being.
Well, that's the problem. All the tackles are kind of or are they better guards?
That's what I'm saying.
Do we not need a guard?
Yeah, but
you need a lot of things. You need a running back.
You need, but to me,
you have one on the roster.
I'm just interested in what you would think about because it's just the group is just not as good as we've seen the last couple of years. And the thing that would worry me the most, I'm not saying take a running back. I'm just saying I am not as confident taking an offensive lineman unless it's Simmons from Ohio State or somebody like that. I am not as confident doing that.
I hear you. Well, we trust your opinion at the highest level.
No,
so
I mean,
your
no,
evaluation
I'm serious.
means more than
Please, seriously, just get on YouTube and just look, the games and some you can see how these linemen are playing and kind of get a little bit of idea. If there's a guy you really like, I'm interested.
There's no centers or guards at 12.
I looked at a 5th round center the other day.
Centers
it's a bad center draft.
It's the first. Next year's centers group supposed to be pretty good.
Because I think to make this thing work, you got to have dominant offensive line play with a good running back. So if you want to go running back 12 and give me an offensive lineman in the 2nd or 3rd round that's got a good a chance as Cooper Beebe of catching on and being something. But you're not going to make it dominant enough just with a better runner.
I don't think you're going to make it dominant enough with just a okay lineman. That's what's going to happen is you're going to watch this next year and they're going to try and plug and play a guy that's probably not going to be good enough, and it's going to be the same thing that it's much like, we'll use the word bust for Guyton.
Well, I don't want to reach for a guy, so if it's not an offensive lineman, get a good player. I think best player available has to be beaten like a drum.
It doesn't have to be the running back. I'm saying if one of those receivers, a corner, they could take any position at 12, and I think they'd be okay.
Yeah.
I just don't have a lot of confidence in the offensive tackle group right now.
Well, the good news, I think, is contrary to what they said today, this is a multi-year build to a contender process. You're not going to splash a draft class on, especially this draft class, and turn around. So I'm willing to be patient, but I'll believe strongly you need dominant offensive linemen as Dak moves into his 30s, not only to run the ball to protect him.
He can't move. This is why they hired Schotty, because they can't bring a mobile play caller in here.
It works for Jared Goff.
Yeah.
You can design an offense to be plenty effective around a stationary quarterback.
Action. Absolutely.
And I think Dak will make better decisions along the way as well. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. We'll hit the expressway, take you commercial free to the top, and get you highlights from Jerry, from Steve, and from the new coach coming up next right here in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the
valuation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's hit the expressway, go commercial-free to the top. LA Live's coming up here in about 15 minutes. This segment of the nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the expressway is presented by the On Time Experts. Let's get through some of these highlights and takeaways from the Brian Schottenheimer press conference earlier today on The Fan. Schotty on his vision says a coach has to be flexible. His scheme has to be flexible to meet that with the strengths of the players. That's important. Most coaches know to say that. I think it really comes down to how well can you actually pull it off.
How can you pull it off?
What can
Saw
you notice?
Zimmer do it a little bit this year.
Yeah.
With the guys, how he was able to use Micah, how he was able to use Osa and Golston and those guys. They played a lot better than what we've seen them in the past. This coach having a little bit of vision for what his guys can do.
Yeah, flexibility, adaptability. I think you have to be willing to, reinvent a position if a guy's really, really good at something instead of trying to have him fit into what your, vision of that position is. And we shall see. Now, that's part of where I think you could draw optimism. Like if you were a non-football fan and you just got everything explained to you about football and then said, okay, here's your coach Schottenheimer, you'd be like, all right, well, that sounds good. He also said he likes shifts, he likes cut splits, he likes motions. Okay, so Chief, I would ask you, do you think it's possible he's going to bring us this modern offense while keeping Dak happy with things that he's comfortable with? Like schematically, I don't know that anybody you could have brought in today could have said something that I would give a thumbs up to more than that.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely said all the right things. Like that was encouraging. The stuff that he talked about, what he wants out of his offense, absolutely. Like you said, it's how well can you apply it. Like last year when they pivoted their offense after the bye week and they go on that run, they win 12 games and their offense looked quite a bit different. What was one of the things that you had mentioned? They weren't able to run out of it. They were doing the window dressing, but they couldn't. Their rushing numbers were actually worse when they used it. So I think it helped their passing attack a ton. But I don't know how much it actually helped their run game. Now, how much was Schottenheimer able to be as hands-on as he wanted to, all those different things, if he gets his guys from a coaching standpoint in that are wired that way and not an old Mike Solari and old Mike McCarthy, and you're just trying to make things happen a little bit, you probably have a little bit more of a chance. I think there are reasons to be encouraged with some of the things that you saw last year, but you saw how that petered out on you. It's still, you go to Buffalo and your offense looks awful. You're playing Green Bay in the playoff game and your offense looks awful. So that certainly wasn't a finished product. At some point, tendencies are out there and you have to have a changeup of sorts. And so I just wonder how much it matters. Like I think his staff that he brings in has to be a bunch of guys that are geared towards it being this way, because I think he wants it to be, but his offenses haven't really reflected that necessarily.
Yeah.
So like he's trying to adapt, but it's also not the easiest thing when you've been doing it a certain way for a long time. I love the idea of getting this Cardinals guy in here to be a run game coordinator or something here.
Yeah, I love that because it's one thing to know what you want your scheme to look like. It's a whole nother to be able to teach the guys how to get that coordinated so everybody is in the perfect spot at the perfect time. I wonder if they have the right players for it, Brian, or if in order to run a different scheme like that, you got to look at bringing in multiple different offensive linemen who are capable of doing those things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've seen the center play second level football, seen the left guard, the left tackle.
I mean, who's your left tackle?
That's a good question right there. Right tackle is more of the guy that they try and use.
The combo, the down blocks.
Yeah.
He might be able to do some pin and pull stuff. I mean, look, you better have the personnel or else why'd you stress keeping continuity? I think the one thing, though, with Schotty that I have heard is he is teaching is a strength of his.
Yeah.
And he isn't somebody that is so stubborn and set in his ways as an offensive coach. He is very open-minded to new ideas, specifically also from the players if they see something. So he's not like, I'm just going to try and fit a square peg in a round hole type of coach. So that's something that's optimistic.
Tim Cowlishaw headline just a couple of hours ago, Cowboys hoping Schottenheimer helps right the ship, but is that possible in a Jones era? To me, it comes down to how much do you think the Michael Irvin stuff matters as far as having that coach that can fire up a locker room and sort of inspire guys. I think that's a flavor that, that's subjective. I think that's what Michael Irvin resonates with. But, if you look at some of the great coaches like a Bill Walsh or a Tony Dungy, I think there are plenty of different kinds of personalities that can get to the top of the mountain. I don't think you need that. I don't think you're going to get that because I just don't think that's the kind of coach they're looking for. I think Jerry Jones wants to be the biggest personality, and if anybody really tried to galvanize the building, I think Jerry would feel threatened by that and probably start undermining him right there in the middle of a season. Doug Peterson won the Super Bowl. He's not that rah-rah, inspire kind of guys, is he, Brian?
Not really. The more, because, the fact after Mike left, I think the one thing that Mike and Jerry agreed on, from what I was told, was that Dak's no longer mobile. And they had to figure out something, they had to figure.
See, I was wondering about that last week.
I think that from what I was able to gather, that Mike and Jerry, they were kind of going back, they were talking about things, and they agreed that Dak is just not mobile anymore. And so likely the reason why you have to keep some continuity with the offense is because he just can't move like he went. And they're worried about it getting worse.
Well, yeah, I mean that's another problem that's about 5 years old.
Yeah, I mean they
should have realized.
Yeah, they're gonna have to deal, like you talked about. They're gonna have to deal with something with playing in the pocket. That's how this offense is gonna have to. That's how this offense is gonna have to work, because your quarterback, occasional run, but not. Like we've seen all these other quarterbacks using their legs.
Yeah, not even close.
Not this guy.
So you extra need your running back's ability to impose their will on the game. If you're not going to get any of that from the quarterback, and he's got to be able to get 3 seconds consistently, at least 2.5. Okay, Jerry quotables, and Steven and Schottenheimer here. Now, Steven had the biggest bomb of the event, saying we're evaluating where it didn't go right in terms of this drought, in air quotes, people say we're in terms of a championship game or a Super Bowl. Is that the biggest issue with this franchise? The fact that Stephen Jones, he'll tell us that, but I always feel like that's on radio spin. I mean, the way that he said it today makes me genuinely believe that Stephen Jones thinks they're a successful organization because they get to the playoffs every other year.
It's not the first time he said they're the 6th winningest franchise since 2010. Like, they stress this like this is an accomplishment.
And I don't even know if that's 100% true anymore. I think they're still in the top 10, but I think they're closer to 10 now than 5.
I mean, my goodness. If you don't win the Super Bowl, why does it matter? Like, what are we playing for here?
Win more than we lose, be in the playoff conversation most seasons. I don't know. Maybe Stephen Jones is getting exactly what he wants out of this organization. And if that's the case, then I take back everything I said Thursday, that I think that the organization will be in better hands when Stephen's more of a total boss of the football team. I mean, that's bad, because you're not going to get anything in life that you're not strongly desiring, especially in pro sports. You got to get somebody, with a maniacal desire.
That might be the problem. Like, do they desire a championship bad enough? They were here and did win 3. Like, they do look at it and say, hey, we've got 3 Lombardi trophies. We have won. We're accomplished. Are they sitting and still satisfied, and their bellies are still full from that championship meet, because they don't conduct themselves like a franchise that has any real sense of urgency? And that's also a problem with no fear of losing your job. You're never going to get turnover to get somebody that is hungry, that is passionate, that does have that aggressiveness. That's like, I've never won a championship. Yeah. I want to go get my first one. I'm trying to build my resume. They've got theirs. And maybe they're not as hungry as they should be for another one. At least from the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like they are.
I mean, Jerry talked about being hungry, and is trying to insist to anybody that will listen that he's still out there. He said hiring Brian Schottenheimer as the next Cowboys coach is as big of a risk as you can take, because he has no head coaching experience.
No.
I thought that was fascinating.
The biggest risk he could have taken was hiring Jason Witten.
Yeah.
Agreed.
That's the biggest risk. If he would have hired Witten, and then he would have said, hey, listen, you guys all talk about me and not wanting to do anything risky. I just did something risky here. I mean, Jason, great player, but, Brian Schottenheimer's been in the National Football League for a long time, over 25 years as a coach. That to me is not risky. You know, I mean,
somebody inside your organization.
Yeah, that's not risky. That's somebody that you're very familiar with, and and I said it before all this got happened. I don't think they had the stomach for the what it was going to take to get the right coach. Now we'll see if they got the right coach with this guy. We'll see, but I didn't think they had the stomach to go through a long process of really getting through this and vetting a bunch of guys and bringing guys in and getting the best head coach and staff they could. Like I say, we'll see with Schottenheimer. I hope it works out for him.
Somebody made a great point on Cowboys Twitter today. I forget who it was, but their approach with this coaching search is similar to their approach in free agency, where they prefer somebody inside the building that they know the personality of, they know how it works. It's I don't know if there's a lower risk guy out there than Schottenheimer.
It's really strange for somebody who Jerry Jones, who's made a living in drilling oil wells, and there's so much unknown about oil wells. I mean, you talk to geologists and stuff like that, but a lot of it is like, let's go do this.
Yeah.
Like I'm reading the reports, let's go do this. And it just seems like it's the total opposite of his football team.
Well, he tried to convince folks, Jerry Jones did, that he has the energy to get the job done still, saying, I'm leaving to go to the Senior Bowl. I'll be at the Combine. That's me flying in a helicopter going down to look at oil wells being drilled. I'm a busy boy. And I just think I'll tip my cap to Mark Cuban, who at some point realized I'm much more interested in doing business and pursuing entrepreneurial opportunities, whether I think he's huge into crypto stuff now. Maybe than I was 5 or 10 years ago when so much of Mavericks basketball had my attention. I find myself doing TV now, Jerry Jones. I find myself interested in all these other businesses. And if you're trying to compete against somebody that's in it 24/7, 365, don't be surprised at all when it doesn't go your way. Jerry saying this is the best way we can go to the playoffs and win. I don't know how you come up with that one.
Always selling.
Yeah. I would think, you would look at this roster and say that's a long way away from happening. But he's really going to try to sell us on the idea that they can do it, and do it quick. I know Brian Schottenheimer said the same thing. Maybe that's what you say as a first-time head coach when you get to the podium, no matter where you are. I'm here to win a championship. But on fans being mad at Jerry, he said, I understand that. I'm mad at me right now. But the issue is, what are we going to do about it? I'm the best man to do something about it. How do you even say that with a straight face after 3 decades? Does he think this is an accident?
He really believes it. He really believes that. He thinks he is the best man for the job. That's the only reason you do this for as long as you've been doing it, and you don't ever look in the mirror and step aside. You're so the lie or the delusion that what you convince yourself now is the truth. Like, I really do believe he feels that way, and he will never admit that he's wrong on that.
Yeah, that's tough. I like it better when he has that small glimpse of honesty and he says, well, I bought the team and that's the way I want it to be. I'm going to be the boss because that's the way that I want it. And at least then he's being honest.
Yep.
That he would rather lose doing things his way than win in a more traditional method.
I was encouraged by what we heard about the cap stuff.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because the way they've been running the cap has been a big issue.
And the quote, we want to improve significantly how we do the cap.
Yeah. Not that everybody around the league runs it great, but if you can learn something from what some other people are doing and it helps you keep some of your players or get some more players, I'm all for that.
If you're one of the most conservative teams, the only way you can really move is to more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when you say improve, we can naturally deduct that means becoming a little bit more aggressive. I don't know that you can expect them to do anything like what the Eagles are doing, and I wouldn't want them to do that this offseason. I don't want them to go on a big shopping spree now. It's about 4 years late.
Right.
You should have done this at the turn of the decade when you had much younger players and a better chance, a healthy Zach Martin, the chance of having a Tyron Smith in there that could get the job done. I just don't. I think you got to strike while the iron is hot. Crazy thing about the Eagles, they have spent so much future money. They forced the championship window back open, and then they nail a draft, and next thing you know, they're back in this damn Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, if you're close, if you feel like we have a good offensive line, we have good skill players, we have enough defense, I think that's the time to do it. But as they're sitting up there today talking about, getting in the mix and Schottenheimer saying we're ready to win now, I know what I want, I know what it looks like, and I'm ready now. I think he would have to take a wait-and-see approach on when that championship window opens up.
The biggest load of bull is their cap excuses. You've seen 3 teams within your own conference go from literally all in to rebuilding and now back into a better position than you are with the Eagles, the Rams, and the Bucks, who are all supposedly in salary cap purgatory, salary cap hell. Here, the Eagles have paid 2 quarterbacks since then and are back 3rd time in 8 years in the Super Bowl. Yeah. You're not doing it right.
No, you're absolutely not doing it right. And hopefully, they make that a big point of emphasis to figure out. So next time the iron is hot, they can actually strike. Mavs hosting the Wizards tonight, coming off Saturday's loss to the Celtics. They'll also get the Pelicans and Pistons this week. Some winnable games. Got to have them. Still over 500 thanks to that glorious win on Thursday against OKC. Stars have won 2 in a row, and they have Vegas tomorrow night in Nevada. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
So how long did Jerry sign Schotty?
4 years.
4 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, man.
He'll be here for all of them too, right?
I mean, it doesn't seem like he likes to pay to have a coach fired and not work for him.
Man, that's kind of sad. I was hoping it was a little bit shorter. Maybe we can get Deion back in the ropes, after he sees his son go through it for a while. And set something up, a longer play. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to be hopeful.
It'll be here before we know it, I guess.
That's how time flies.
The 5 Mike years went by really fast. They really did.
Yeah, it'll fly. Hey, you guys were talking about sports rivalries earlier in your top 10 countdown. I got to give some love to, what is that? Kimball Carter. Kimball Carter was the first sports rivalry I've ever even known about.
Those are wild.
Yeah, I think it was a basketball game.
Yes.
The Dr. Pepper Classics used to happen back in the day. I could be wrong about the name of the tournament, but, correct me out here. But it was at Kimball Carter.
South Oak Cliff and Roosevelt used to go at it, too, in that Dr. Pepper tournament as well.
Yeah, okay, it is a Dr. Pepper tournament.
It is.
Okay,
you're absolutely right, Lucius. It's been that way since I was in high school, way back in the,
And Madison and Lincoln.
Yep.
All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right to the great Rick James.
All right, you square.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Oh, man.
Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy.
They do.
Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy. Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a fucking good day.
Hey, man, he's just saying go hard or go home, bro.
Yeah, go hard.
Good motivation for Monday to start the week off. You know what I'm talking about. This is LA Live for what is this? Monday, January 27th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for that name. I seen a photo of Picasso in the hospital last week. He is part of that group PPT. So I hope all is well with you, brother. Sending you some healing energy from up here, bro. Hope you had a fantastic weekend and all of that good stuff. I found a nice little Italian spot. You ever seen you find a hole in the wall accidentally?
Whoa.
And they got real good food?
Those are the best ones.
Yeah, I found a fire-ass Italian
You sure
spot.
you want to tell us about it?
I'm not going to tell the name of it. I am not.
You off the air.
Yep. But they had something called a Texas-sized calzone.
Oh.
Yeah, bro.
You love your calzones.
That joint was going
fire.
Crazy. That joint was going crazy, bro. So shout out to them. I'm not going to tell their names, though. Monday, Friday vibes here in LA Live is where I go over some things that I seen this weekend. I was scrolling Twitter Saturday afternoon. There was no games on. There's nothing really to do. I was watching the girls, college girls hoop and stuff like that. But I looked on Twitter, man, and I seen a video of my auntie getting arrested.
The one that hates the Cowboys?
No, not that one. Another one. I'm just scrolling through, bro. And I was like, man, it looks like my aunt. Oh, wait, this is a police video. Oh no. Yeah, bro, it was pretty weird. They put her in the handcuffs and everything. Apparently, she was like going too fast.
Did she post it?
She was flying. No, it was like, the police videos get out there.
Wow.
Now, she's never brought it up.
How old is this video, do you know?
Last year.
Oh, wow.
Last year around this time. In fact, it was my birthday she got arrested. It was January 11th.
Oh, no.
She was flying.
She established
I seen the video.
quickly.
She was flying, though.
Is that like
she was
70 and a 40?
That's how she got arrested. She was trying to establish dominance with the cop. She was mouthing off.
No.
Cop was like, hey, you ran 2 stop signs in a row. She's like, no, I didn't. I don't know how you know that. They're just doing too much. Yeah. The video does show her kind of run the stop sign. She did the little LA stops.
Oh, yeah.
You just look a little bit and go again.
Yeah.
Very familiar.
Oh, my God. It was so embarrassing, bro.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, so I got off of social media for the rest of the day after seeing something like that, bro. I was like, oh, my God, that's my aunt. I was going to send it to my dad, but I was like, I'm going to wait.
I was ashamed.
I don't want to ruin your day.
You got to wait for the perfect time to drop that bomb.
Yeah. It was so weird, bro. Speaking of laws, New York City went 5 days last week without a person getting shot.
Oh.
Apparently, this is some record for the NYC. The longest a person has not been shot, no shooting victim recorded for 30 years.
Wow.
5 days? Is there
5
PR?
days. 5 days. So the NYP posted that on their Twitter, and 5 minutes later, somebody was shot.
I think they were going to get that. Well,
Actually, my cousin
But
was
the
shot
stabbings
last
were
night.
way up.
Yeah, somebody was shot 5 minutes later after they posted that. So that was a premature announcement right there. Messed up the energy in the NYC.
The ultimate jinx.
Yeah. Speaking of laws again, we got a Mississippi senator proposes a bill to ban men from producing baby batter without intent to fertilize the embryo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't go produce the baby batter.
You're going to legislate that? Yeah, how are they going to
How do you not do that?
I don't know, man. It's the first time senator. His name is Bradford Blackman. Senator Bradford, introduced a bill last week that would seemingly ban men from gooning.
Oh, no. Just kill me.
And they've got fines for you. $1,000 for the first time they fined you. $5,000 for the second offense. And $10,000 anytime after that.
We'll raise money for the budget real quick. We'll get this thing balanced by this afternoon, guys.
Real quick.
We got somebody in the Trump administration that's going to watch over that.
I don't know how they're going to do this.
Yeah.
I guess they're relying on somebody to snitch on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he's always in the bathroom 45 minutes or longer. He's got to be doing something in there.
Baby batter over here.
Got to be the baby batter. I like the term gooning, too. I've caught on to this. Remember that young brother that took his own life after being caught gooning?
Oh.
At the Bikini Beans drive-thru?
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
Yes. I heard y'all talking about this the other day when we had to leave. You were doing it during LA Live, Talks Tuesday.
The drive to North Texas.
I think you guys were right because they were the family of the gentleman is upset because they post the video online.
They posted it online. Like I could get the recording part, but why would you post it online?
Definitely shouldn't have posted it. No. Definitely in the wrong there. But in terms of like being actually like whatever, getting in trouble for that legally or whatever.
I mean, he was the one. Yeah.
It was, offsetting penalties.
You think so? I don't know, man. You know how this legal system works. Be like, well, you did post it onto the internet, and was that necessary for the? Who knows, man?
It's definitely not necessary.
Not necessary at all.
It wasn't necessary
That's
at all.
That's compounding a giant problem.
It was funny.
And neither was he riding around with his pants.
No,
that was
in the trunk.
That's certifiable. Yeah. That's insane.
Well, the internet is not a serious place, but they make serious things happen. They had a candlelight visual for him at the Bikini Beans.
His top spot.
The sweet gesture.
They had
They know their man.
They call it a gooneral.
Oh my
God. They were asked to bring candles and flowers. It's a pretty large turnout too, right there in the parking lot of the Bikini Beans.
Any attire requirements for the guests?
There was no attire requirements, but they were kind of somber. Listen to this, bro.
Aeronautica, who art in Bikini Beans, Tempe, Arizona, hallowed be thy kingdom come, thy will be church, on earth as it is in church. Deliver us from the Gunaside. Amen.
Oh, man.
When I say his name, you say Nautica. Say his name. Nautica. Say his name. Nautica. Say his name. Nautica.
It's not a serious place.
No.
It's not, bro. A gooneral? This is the legacy this man leaves behind now.
And then they all went to the bar afterwards.
He all went and bought a coffee and went home.
Let's go home.
Yeah, he leaves behind the gift that you drop on hot young ladies when they, post something sexy. It's him driving up in his Charger.
Oh, that
thing sounded like a good
That's
car.
the gift, bro.
Oh my God.
God, bro.
Oh. That guy's got a wife and kid?
Got a wife and kid.
Oh.
No family.